It's not falsifiable by fucking experiment, which makes it pseudoscience.
It is falsifiable because it makes
And
claims.
give me the experiment that could falsify it.
Okay, so we can just look at what Lewis did, I guess. What he
Another
did was...
story. So if he got a certain result, it would have falsified abiogenesis. You couldn't claim that it was a different mechanism.
Yeah, no, there's definitely more than one mechanism, but I'm just using an example. So you can prove that inorganic things can't give rise to things that have cellular like organization. So you can do that by doing an experiment similar to what Stanley Miller did. You can get a flask. You can get
organization. What?
You can get you can get a soup of molecles. You can get
a soup of molecules. What molecules?
Will you please let him finish? Please let him finish. I want to destroy this bullshit too.
Okay, yeah, you can write it down. So look. So
I don't need to write it down. I'm going to just destroy it because I already know the answer because you're just talking gibberish.
Okay, perfect. You can destroy it.
So Stanley, you your Miller experiment. So they did it for how much time?
7 days, I think.
Okay, so what if they didn't get anything in days? Would that have falsified abiogenesis?
If they didn't get any result?
No. Yeah, in 7 days. No.
Yeah, probably
and
not.
What if they did it for 14 days? No.
No.
What if they did it for 300 days? No.
No.
3 years? No. Right?
Maybe.
Because they're talking about time scales that can't be tested.
So
we're talking about time scales that can't be. No, listen, dude. Yeah, I want you to really comprehend this because you're having a really hard time. It's not falsifiable because you can just say, wait longer. Right? So that experiment can't falsify abiogenesis because you can just say, you didn't do the experiment long enough.
No. I don't think it's purely time based. I think it's just it has to do with the compound.
And this puts in clean time based.
I can explain the experiment you can do. You asked me to explain it. I can explain it.
Dude, I didn't ask you to explain shit. I asked you for the experiment that you could do to falsify abiogenesis.
You asked me to explain the experiment which can falsify it. I'm about to say
it would not falsify it. You already conceded that.
No. I didn't concede anything. I said that just that if they didn't synthesize any organic compounds in 7 days, it wouldn't disprove it. But there's other ways, and I can explain it right now.
Yeah. Okay. Give us.
So, so do a test like Stanley Miller, but I'll modify it. Okay, I'll give you a difference. So you get a flask because we're going off what abiogenesis says. So you need energy to spark the reaction. So you get a flask. You get a what is it called? So you get hydrogen, ammonia, water, and methane. Those are the basic chemical reactions we need. And then you get and then you get molecules. So you put RNA in there. And then you can put DNA in there. So yeah.
Where did that come from?
Huh?
RNA.
Where did RNA? Where did you get RNA and DNA from? Where did you get that from?
Oh, hold on.
So spontaneous combustion. Somehow.
Hold on. The primordial Earth before life had DNA and RNA.
No, RNA came first.
Oh,
before life came, there was RNA.
Yeah, that's called the RNA world hypothesis. It's well known.
The hypothesis.
Yeah, it's a hypothesis.
Well, with the hypothesis, that means it's never been tested.
Well, we have
know what the RNA is.
We have a lot of evidence that RNA molecules existed. I can give you evidence for that if you want, but that's a different topic. RNA isn't organic, so it doesn't matter.
Look, but it's never been tested.
Okay, do you want me to give you
You know what a hypothesis is, right? A hypothesis is you haven't done the experiment yet.
Yeah, but we can still give evidences for it.
So, like, my hypothesis is I'm going to cross the bridge in 3 days.
Okay,
I can't
understand.
say I crossed the bridge in 3 days because it's still a hypothesis. It's complete speculation. So your evidence is speculation.
Okay, do you know what the RNA world is or not?
Dude, listen. You're dancing around. And I'm getting pretty tired of it. I just want the fucking experiment. No,
I was going to finish it, but you interrupted me.
Look, you're wrong because that experiment can't falsify anything because the RNA hypothesis is simply a fucking hypothesis.
The RNA world is
How
literally.
can it falsify a theory? How can a hypothesis that's unproven falsify a theory?
Okay, RNA is a close relative of DNA. It was the first genetic molecule.
Oh, he's
and it
got to get the
arose.
story out. I don't give a fuck about your story, dude. Really, I
No.
don't.
It's
It's a
literally.
story. It's a story. And
No, it's not.
you
The
are
Bible-
literally proving it's just. Listen, this is the story.
The
Okay,
Bible
this
is
is
the
the story.
story.
Good
This
for the
isn't a
Bible.
story, bro.
No, it is a story because
Yeah.
you have no evidence for
The
it.
Bible is a story.
No, you
It
have no
says, like,
evidence for it. No, you have no evidence for it. That's why it's a story because I'm asking you for the falsifiable experiment so we can
Okay.
actually call it science, and you don't
Okay.
have any. You just keep going back into narrative, dude. Song and
Right.
dance, song and dance, song and dance, song and dance. This is
So
what
what I
you're
just
doing
said
over
was
and
a
over
story,
again.
right?
I want the experiment. The experiment. Give me the experiment. The chemical reaction. Give it to
Yeah.
me.
So
That
after,
if I get some result, it proves it wrong because we want to be able to call it a proper scientific theory and not a fucking story.
okay, so I'm gonna finish what I was saying now.
The story.
Okay.
Okay, let's hear it. Yeah, let's hear your story. Why don't I just read Wikipedia?
Yeah, if you want, you can search up the RNA world because it seems like you don't know what it is.
I don't care.
Then don't mention Wikipedia. Anyways, what I was saying.
Your Wikipedia.
What?
Your Wikipedia.
Okay, I guess. I don't know why that's an insult.
Because it's
Because
it's a
of what?
fucking story, dude. Because it's a story. You're telling
Yeah,
a story.
yeah, and the Bible and the Old Testament telling Moses and his soldiers to
Listen,
rape.
the Bible doesn't. Listen, let me ask you a question. Does the Bible claim to be a scientific text?
Hopefully not, because it makes so many errors, like calling whales fish.
Oh
You're
my
not
God,
fit to
dude.
judge
Not a
your
Bible.
sex, make
Stupid,
errors.
man. Dude, like getting listen, that's to categorize things like that. You're so stupid, dude. Dude, I'm muting you. You're fucking. That is so dumb.
I'm muted.
Getting to categorize things like.
Yes,
Are you
I find it
serious?
unfortunate. Yeah,
I'm still not muted, by the way.
We
Oh,
find
shut
these
up, man.
young,
Relax.
we find these young people that they actually don't understand why we make fun of Wiki as a source, like Quantum Eraser, which I think it's funny when Quantum Eraser. What is it that he says? That your alma mater, Wiki. That's this guy is
Yeah.
his alma mater is Wiki. He's not even like ashamed of it. He doesn't even understand why it's a joke. Like it's humorous to me.
I'll
Like,
literally link
when
you
I was in
PubMed if you want.
when I was in education school,
Oh,
we were taught that to teach our students very clearly. I guess teachers have stopped doing it. Wikipedia is not a valid source. You can possibly go down to the bottom and find the sources that the page were from and see if they're actual academic sources that have credibility to them. But these days, even that you can't even rely on because you cannot necessarily even rely on a peer-reviewed
Okay, do you want
paper or
Cambridge or PubMed?
university
'Cause
and
I have those.
actually being a valid source because the information is pseudoscience. So you're new to this idea. You're new to the concept of science
I'm not.
needing to be falsifiable because unfortunately you're a product of society that has given you a misunderstanding of what science actually is, that it has to be
No, it's not.
observable, repeatable, verifiable, and that you have to have a testable experiment to test a cause and effect
Nope.
relationship, and that has to be falsifiable. So when
He said no.
does it do well? Does that go well for you in the world when someone's trying to explain something to you and you just keep saying no, no, no while they're talking instead of waiting for them to be done and then addressing their points and the actual points which they said instead of going off onto some other tangent?
That's so ironic.
What would you like
Also,
to say about why are you saying
isn't.
you don't think science should be falsifiable, testable, repeatable,
doesn't
verifiable?
Paul say?
Why did you keep saying no when I said that? And you're pretending you're the scientist and you're trying to act like we're the religious nuts here. You're the religious nuts, Sai. You're a religious nut.
Doesn't Paul say women can't speak over men? So why are you interrupting me?
Why are you assuming I
You're
care
not a
what
man.
Paul says?
You're not a
Answer
man.
my question.
Like, what are you fucking talking about? You're not a man.
Wait, so you guys are against Paul?
Complicated rock, like
Yes.
Michelle. You sound exactly like Michelle.
like
Dude.
complicated.
Have you heard of her? Have you seen face? Have you heard what she
Yeah,
said?
I guess you
You're a
guys.
religious
That's his
zealot.
grandma.
Sai, you're a religious zealot. You're a cultist. You're a member of a religious cult. that worships
Damn.
the
Okay.
devil.
Okay.
Welcome to your world.
You're using verses from the Bible or whatnot. It's like, bro, you're the only one that's bringing up like religious stuff.
You're the.
I mean,
you're-
most
you're
of the flat
religious
earther,
dude
like
here.
low
We're
IQ
trying to-
maniacs
hey,
are Christians.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but you been here.
Yeah,
Just
okay.
stop.
So do you have any
stop
evidence for that?
Fallacies.
Do you have any evidence most flat earthers are Christians? Any evidence?
Yeah,
I
like
told you.
all of those
I told
nuts
you when
quote
you
the Bible
came in
all the
here,
time.
You belong.
Oh, so your anecdotal evidence, the thing that you guys were talking about earlier, and you questioned on whether somebody knew anecdotal or not.
Yeah.
You don't know what it is. You don't
It's
know
so
what it
funny
is.
how you remember everything I
You
say.
just used it.
It's very smart.
I remember everything, period. So,
Goddamn thing you said.
Anecdotal evidence. Anecdotal evidence. You just use it. Your personal anecdote. You made a generalization.
Yeah, it's not a fallacy, you idiot.
The people you met,
Oh.
and the
It's not a
three people
fallacy,
you
bro.
met,
No, he's lost.
it
He's
is
lost.
a fallacy. Google
It's
it.
not, okay, name the
Wiki it.
fallacy then.
Even better, wiki it, dude. Wiki it.
His brain
Bruh.
is melting.
This guy's an idiot.
Generalization
You're a
fallacy is
sad
making
person,
is
Sai.
making
You're
a general claim based upon a statistically insignificant sample size, as in
Yeah,
your
well, most of
anecdotal
the flat
evidence
earther
and the
nuts are
people you
Christians.
met.
They quote Isaiah.
Well, you just keep saying that. Like, if you say it 3 times, it becomes true, which is an appeal, which is
I
an
mean, it is
argument
true.
by
They all quote the
repetition
Bible.
fallacy.
They all quote the Bible.
They all quote the Bible. I didn't quote the Bible once.
You're the only one that quoted the Bible, man. You're the only one.
So
Oh, yeah,
you
when
must
the
be
woman,
a Christian.
when the
So
woman
he's the
was
Christian.
over him.
Yep.
Yeah,
He's the
because
Christian, man.
Paul
You're a Christian.
Paul taught those women. He was like, "Yo, you can't overspeak
Christian.
men. Put them in their."
What time is mass? What time is mass, Christian?
Because you can't overspeak.
Where do we pay our tithe, Christian? Imagine having a religion with no deity, man. How pathetic. At least get a deity.
Yeah, man. I heard Big Bang was a new deity, dude. Big Bang.
Yeah, that's his religion. Clearly, you're a religious zealot, Sai. It's very sad. How did
Yeah.
Fanatic.
Christianity hurt
You got
you?
called a fanatic.
Fanatic.
He would
Totally
strap a
religious.
bomb to himself. He would blow us up if he could.
He's a fanatic.
You're a terrorist, Si. You're an extremist.
I'm a
He's,
terrorist.
listen, he's a terrorist to logic and reason, man. Destroying it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Found in
Shredded
the earth
that shit.
curvature.
No logic.
Found in the earth.
You can't even comprehend a simple principle of falsification. Why? I gave you an example. Black Swan. It's a well-known example. It's been taught in the philosophy of science for like 150 years. How can you know Hume but you don't know Karl Popper? Like, what's your issue?
Well, he's here quoting all these books, all these people, not
Especially
providing anything except faith in all these books and all these people. And then he goes on
I
about
have no
Christians in
faith.
their book, right? It's like,
I don't have
dude,
faith.
are you religious?
He's
I
the
don't have
religious
faith.
one.
Wait, you don't have
Why?
faith?
Do you believe in God?
I'm going to
wait,
prove
no,
in 1
Sasha,
second that
no.
you have faith. Listen, I can prove in 1 second, in like 2 minutes, that you have faith. Have you ever experienced the earth as a ball? Ever?
What do you mean by experience?
Experience with your senses.
So like sense drive?
Yeah, with your senses.
Sense drive.
Outside of your mind.
Yeah.
Outside of your mind.
You have explain senses?
Have you experienced the earth as a ball with your senses?
Yes.
Where were you?
Huh?
Where were you?
You can prove it with
In what sense?
philosophy.
What
Philosophy?
sense did you perceive it with?
Yeah, that's rational.
The philosopher sensor. Oh no.
Yeah,
The
you can prove it with philosophy.
listen.
It's quite easy.
First of
That's
all,
what the
that is
Greeks and Romans and Persians did thousands of years ago, and yet you numbnuts are still here today acting like retards online.
Okay, so they prove the globe with philosophy. What is the axiom of the globe? What is the logical axiom?
Axiom of the globe? That's not how axioms
Yeah.
work, bro.
It's a logical axiom. What is
That's
the
not
logical
how
axiom of the globe?
axioms work.
That is exactly
not.
how they work.
No,
Nuh-uh, it's not a
axioms are
refutation,
divided
dude.
into 3 factors: self-evidence. Okay.
Yep. What's
Do you know the other
self-evident? I don't need to know the other two because it only matters one.
So
Self-evident.
you don't know what an axiom
What's
is.
self-evident? So what is the globe? What's self-evident about the earth that it's a globe? That's why I asked you, when do you
I
perceive the
don't
Earth
think the
as a
Earth
globe
being
with
a
your
globe is
senses? When do you
self-evident.
experience it? So you're trying to dance around and run away
I
with
don't
it
think it's
because you're caught.
self-evident.
You're trapped, dude. There's
Do
no
you
way out.
understand what's
What is the
self-evident?
globe axiom?
Uh,
Yeah,
One
it's
equals
self-evident
one
that the
is
Earth
self-evident.
appears flat. That's self-evident.
1 equals 1 is self-evident. The Earth being a globe isn't self-evident because you have to do external things. Like you have to do, you
So you never experienced it. As a
You have
yeah,
to do
I
some
never
did, but
temporal
experienced
geometry.
I did experience it, but I just don't think it's self-evident. That's it. Those
Huh?
aren't two.
Where
Those
did
two
you
things.
experience it at? Where did
Huh?
you experience it at? How did you experience? What sense was it? And
I
where did you
rationalized
experience
it using philosophy.
That's not a sense. That's not an experience.
It is an
That's not an
experience. Do
experience.
you not believe humans are
Listen,
sentient?
thoughts are not a sense.
Yeah, but they're rational. Like they're rational.
they're not
They're
sensitive.
logical.
So that's a thought. That's the point. That's the point I'm making. You have never experienced the Earth as a globe. You've constructed it in your mind.
Well, no,
debate.
because I can rationalize it and I can prove it through senses.
I proved. Listen, I already proved you have no rationalization because you have no axiom.
You don't know what an
prove
axiom
it
is.
through sense? He said he can
You
prove
don't know
it
what an
by-
axiom
Listen,
is.
I do know what an axiom is.
Can I
and
tell you
admitted
why
what an
there's
axiom
no
is.
such thing as an axiom of the Earth? Can I tell you why?
There's an axiom of how we experience the Earth, of what it is.
Can you tell us why? Are you able
Oh,
to?
Our
actually,
axiom
no.
is that
Actually,
the
no.
Earth is-
No. Technically, what you rephrase yourself, and you're actually right when you say that. There is an axiom. The axiom is that the Earth is a globe, but that's an axiom because axioms are propositions or statements which are generally regarded as established, accepted, or self-evidently true.
You're talking about a mathematical axiom. You're confused, dude.
No, that's literally just a general.
You're talking about a mathematical axiom. You're confused.
I think you're really like philosophically illiterate. That's what an axiom
No,
is.
listen.
Yeah, I think you're pretty
Dude.
dumb, bro.
Yeah, you're dumb. That's
Oh,
my
you said
reputation.
no, you.
You're
How
just
cute.
dumb, and you just don't understand. You don't even understand orbital mechanics. That's
What a
my
rebuttal.
reputation.
Orbital mechanics, bro. You don't know what an axiom is. Come on, man.
What a rebuttal.
Come on.
You said
Not just
An axiom is something that's self-evident. We can look up the definition. Diffraction is refraction. We can just look up the definition. We know the definition of axiom. It's written down. It's in the English language. There's a
Yeah,
Webster's
so I can read it
dictionary.
for you if you want. I can read it.
Yeah, and something, and there's three options. Something that's self-evident is one
So
of those options.
you
It's the
said
only
that
one that's applicable.
You said that the definition I used was mathematics, but if I go to Oxford, it says this: general noun of axiom, a statement or proposition which is regarded as being established, accepted, or self-evidently true. Mathematics, which is different, a statement or proposition on which an abstractly defined structure is based. They're two different things. You conflated them. I didn't use the mathematical definition. I used the general one.
Listen,
The
the
Earth being a
mathematical
globe.
definition is the axiom which was regarded as true. So
That's
in
wrong. I just
mathematics,
got it from Oxford. You want to see it?
listen,
Look it up.
you don't know any. You obviously know nothing about
So
mathematics.
you're wrong. I literally just looked it
No,
up.
I'm not. Listen.
Okay.
No, you're confused, and you don't understand words, and you have poor English comprehension. That's pretty much the fact of the matter here. Taken is true. So
Okay.
in mathematics, you take something as true. So in non-Euclidean geometry, one of the axioms is there are no straight lines.
Okay.
That's an axiom of non-Euclidean geometry.
Okay, India.
So you take it as true, and that's why it's an axiom.
Great. Go on Google right now.
We're not talking about that kind of axiom. We're talking about a logical axiom.
So are you saying that all these
self-evident,
dictionaries are
which
wrong?
doesn't have to be proven.
Is Cambridge wrong?
You
Can
can
you
try.
Oxford wrong?
Yeah.
Can you let him finish, bro?
Yeah. Listen, it's not wrong. You're using it out of context because you have poor English comprehension.
Okay, then read it. I have poor English and search it up and read it. Let's read it together. Come on.
Listen. You have poor.
Listen,
You're
what?
using it out of
Let's read it
context.
together.
There's multiple definitions, and there's different
They all
contexts
say
in
the
which
same
each
thing. They all make the same distinction.
Yes, distinction. That's right. And each distinction has a context in which it's used in.
Okay, let's read it together.
There's a context in which it's used in. Great, fantastic, dude. You're trying to dance around and get away from the fact that each distinction of the definition is used in a specific context. And then the context I'm using axiom is in the context of logic. And then the context of logic, it's used as something that is self-evident.
It literally has label.
It doesn't require proof. So you can talk over me all you want. It doesn't require proof because it's self-evident. This is a starting point from rational inquiry. It's well known, dude. Okay, should actually take a philosophy class. Actually, take one.
Bruh. You don't even know Phil 101.
What good is your brain?
I graduated university over 20 years ago.
What good are you as a
You're
You're
almost
philosopher?
born.
4 years old, and you don't even comprehend.
Before you were trickled down your daddy's leg, dude. Like
You don't know what an
long
axiom
time
is,
ago.
bro. You don't know what an
Dude,
axiom is.
Yeah.
I have a question.
No, I know you
Nuh-uh.
don't. But what am I? Is that next?
I
Is that
have
next?
a question.
I think you should hold your breath till you turn blue.
Yeah. I pressed a few buttons. I'm holding
Yeah,
on.
that's a good idea, Cyrus, because he's just a very silly person. I
I have
mean,
a question.
I don't know how he expects us to take him seriously at all, and he can't even make a
I have a
coherent
question for
argument to save his life.
For science.
He can't concede because we're flat earthers. He can't concede.
I know he
The
just explained that.
embarrassment.
Yeah,
The
yeah, he's got
the
that.
epic embarrassment of being crushed by a flat earther. He can't concede.
He's got that
you got
inherent bias. Yeah.
He
But
said
if you're
evident.
Because listen, because you grew up with everybody gets a trophy. You don't get a trophy here for being a loser.
What's up, Bong? I hear you, man.
Bong wants to ask him something. I don't know. He's muted right now. Tell me what you want to ask him, Bong Sao, and then we'll decide if we
I
want to.
want to
Yeah.
ask him, what kind of person, right? What kind of philosopher, right, never thinks? What kind of philosopher always has to think about what other dead philosophers have thought about, even though it doesn't make sense, and keeps going with it? What do you call that person? Is that a philosopher, or is that a religious zealot?
Sheep. I'm thinking of sheep. I don't know why.
Never think, right? Let other fucking dead men think for you. What the hell are you if you're not thinking? If you're not here philosophizing? You're quoting books and people who are dead and then complaining about other Christians, other religious people who use their books, right? And don't think, right, but have faith in what's been said to them. What are you? You're not a philosopher. You come here with your stupid profile trying to look like you're fucking think about shit, but you don't. I'm just saying, what do you think you are doing here if you're
Yeah.
not preaching shit?
Before he goes, so somebody unmuted him, but I'm sorry, Si. I gotta mute you again because I gotta address what you said in the live stream voice. It's like you're not listening. You're not hearing us. You said invoking intelligent dead men is wrong, but invoking Jesus is very smart. Who here? Rewind
Jesus is alive.
the hours here and tell me who kept bringing up Jesus in the Bible and Christianity? You're talking to some imaginary straw man flat earther that you heard about on a Professor Dave video. We got that. How about if you consider talking to the people who are right in front of you, who are talking about logic, philosophy, falsifiability, and what science is? We're not talking to you about the Bible. We don't talk about that in the live stream, in fact, at all. We have a religion section, Si. I'm sure you'd have a great time down there. I'll take you down there sometimes and introduce you to everybody down there, Si. I'm sure they'd love you. That's not what we're about here. We're talking about objective reality.
Yeah, and this Jesus you're talking about, this religion that you're so against, right? It's the Catholic Church, right? They're the same people that gave you this ball earth, all this science that you're preaching. The same people that you have a problem against are the same people that gave you your model and all this thing you call science and knowledge. Those are the people you should be complaining to, the Pope, the people that gave you the ball. You see your problem? Like, you don't know who your enemy is. You don't know who you're angry at. You're so... Yeah, it's like it's like Indio said. You can't hear shit because in your mind, right, it's already fixed. You guys are stupid. You guys are dumb. You guys are dumb. Who talks like that? Except little fucking kids who don't know how to speak and communicate. Oh, sorry. That's it. Thanks, Dandelion. Sorry.
Yes,
The ancient
Si,
Greeks weren't Catholic, you idiot.
Oh my goodness, Si, please. You got to stop with this calling people idiots thing, okay? We haven't called you that, I don't think. Maybe Quantum Eraser did.
Bruh, are you dumb? Have you heard the people
Si?
before?
Okay.
It doesn't matter
We are
anymore.
not a monolith. We are not the Borg. We are individuals. Si, have I called you any names? Have I called you any names, Si?
You called me Sai.
Attitude in a certain
Is
way.
that not your name? Do you
Oh
want us
my
to call you
God.
something else?
Don't be silly,
No,
bro.
yeah.
I'll ban you if you're silly. Come on.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
So
man,
Si,
he's just an attention whore. I'm to come to the conclusion. He's just an attention whore. He just likes the attention.
that's probably true. And it's sad. I mean, if you didn't get proper attention when you were a child, I understand. Like, and you're lashing out at the world. And
Tell me, were you raised by a single mother?
Give you a hug, bro. Come here. Give you.
Were you raised by a single mother? I guarantee you're raised by a
mean-
single mother, weren't you?
My dad's literally in the room above me, so probably not. So.
Oh, a single father? Oh, you live
No,
with your dad now?
My mom is sleeping next to her. So
Oh,
Is it your biological parents?
yeah,
Do they know you act like this?
I mean, I literally speak in front of them. I study biochemistry in front of them. They do it with me too. So
Measure Earth
do they know you
curvature?
act
Get
like
him
this?
in here. Can you get him in here? Because seriously,
you want to
they.
speak to my parents?
Oh yeah,
No,
please.
Yeah.
We'd love
listen,
to. They talk about
listen. I
biochemistry.
haven't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
get
haven't
them in
done a
here.
good
We'll
job.
replay the live stream like the last 15 minutes, and
Huh?
they're gonna wonder if they can have a postnatal abortion.
Honestly, they're really overprotective. They'd probably just be angry at you, but nothing else, because they'd agree with everything I say.
So they're yes men. Have you showed them this Earth curvature you believe
No,
in?
they're not yes men.
But have you showed them this Earth curvature you believe in?
But he doesn't want to talk about flat Earth. He's been trying to do everything to avoid it.
Right.
Yeah,
Doesn't want to give
I'm
you a
totally avoiding it.
chemical
His
reaction.
his subjective thoughts are actually experiences. So he experienced the globe.
My philosophy, because I philosophized about the globe.
oh, wait until you join the metaverse.
I presuppose the globe has some subjective thoughts about it, and that it's a globe, and that's my experience.
It has to be floating.
Sai, I'm
nothing.
really hoping. I'm really hoping, Sai, that it might be hard for you to do here because we do have some people who are able to, kind of wake up and smell the coffee in real time when they're talking to us and realize, oh, there's something to this. You don't seem like somebody who's going to be able to do that, which is fine. Because you have your indoctrination is very strong, so it sounds like your parents reinforce that, which is fine. That's their right to do so as your parents.
I wasn't always an
when you
atheist.
you get older, maybe or if you're just thinking about this on your own later without all your defensive mechanisms up and everything, maybe you'll think, Sai, would you be willing to listen to
The
what I
Earth
have
is
to
really
say
flat.
without those little, condescending noises, Sai? Would you be willing to just listen to me for give me 15 seconds, Sai? Would you give me that?
No, he can't.
Yeah,
It's how he copes. It's how he copes. It's like
He
locking
can't
you
take
out.
in what I'm
It's
saying.
like sitting in the corner,
because he knows,
rocking back and forth. I'm not
exactly.
listening. I'm not listening. Nah, 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 nah.
She's getting too deep.
If you want me to be honest, I probably would have. I would barely open my mouth if the very second I got in the server and went in the check-in, that Justin guy. I mean, you can just ask him. You can just ask him how the verification went. So
Oh, so you've met Justin, huh? Well,
yeah,
Feelings.
and everyone here,
more than
everyone here is like the
feelings.
same. Anyways,
like
yeah, Dandelion, you can finish what you were saying.
right? It's like get
Wait,
off me.
you like me though, Sai,
No, let's
right?
talk about your feelings.
I would like to
That's
finish
Talk
my
about your
talk.
feelings.
That would be cool. I'm just hoping that you will at least realize that even though you have been listening to the propaganda from Prof. Dave and all those things,
Right.
you'll realize. Okay, never mind. I'm not going to finish my statement. Actually, I'm just going to go to bed. You guys can have fun with him. He's hopeless. I'm sorry, Sai.
He
Some
is.
people just are, right? They're just hopeless. That's fine. All right. He
Sai,
doesn't
you
hear
said-
anything we're saying. See you
Sai, you
later.
said you used to be. You
Well,
didn't
hold on.
always
I
be
want to
an
like.
atheist?
Can I
What
say
happened?
like one thing for 30
Wait, who said
seconds to
that?
this guy?
Oh yeah, man.
Can I say one thing for 30 seconds? This guy. I just want to finish like what I started, like experiencing the Earth as a globe. Guess what, dude? You're never going to, ever. It's always going to be in your head, dude. Forever and ever, dude. You're locked into your imagination forever. Think about that for a second, dude. You're going to reject what you experience, concept in your mind for your imagination, and it's a sad. But good luck with that.
So, Sai, you said you haven't always been an atheist. What brought about that change?
Just like, I mean, I can accept like a deistic God, but I just like the Abrahamic version just doesn't make sense. So
you're by definition not atheist.
I mean, no, I am atheist.
Well,
That's agnostic.
No, agnostic is suspending any judgment.
What's that got
saying-
to do with the science live stream?
And ignorance is judging a matter before looking into it. So there you go.
Huh?
He said,
Ignorance
Matthew, he's a university professor, and he's a Glober, and he's a Christian. So you might want to start your spiral now.
Who?
Agnostic
This is
Christian.
Matthew. I was the one that asked about your history of atheism.
Matthew, this
I
guy's
don't
throwing
believe the Earth is
boost
flat,
around my
but I'm a
hand like it's
Christian.
Matthew.
you got rumpus by Bong Sao, Matthew. I'm sorry.
Yeah. His
I couldn't hear
kung fu was better than yours. What's that? Wing Chun?
Mike Wing Chun, yes.
Wait, who's the Christian university guy you guys were talking about?
That's me. I'm Matthew.
Oh, okay. Wait, so did you ask something? I didn't hear it.
I was just explaining who I was and why I asked about your history with atheism. Yeah, I was just curious how you made that decision to not believing in God.
So I know Matthew, and like all the Globers I've ever met are Christian, so all Globers are Christian.
Yeah. Same here.
So the Glober asked the Glober about religion. That I'm okay with.
Oh man, he's the only religious one. He's the one that's quoting the Bible in here, bro. Yeah,
Bro,
and he says abiogenesis is true, and he's quoting the Bible.
It sounds like a personal vendetta or problem that you might have, Si.
Well, how is the biogenesis?
Hey, want to see me start a Glober fight? I want you guys to define mass.
So here's what I would say to Sai about abiogenesis. I think that the beginning of life presupposes the creation of information from somewhere, and all the experience we've ever had is that information comes from intelligence, and so that's why abiogenesis is false, because the beginning of life is the beginning of new information.
It doesn't really go with kind after kind either, does it?
So by information, are you talking about information embedded in? Are you talking about information like
Coding.
encoded? Bruh.
Yes, I cut you short. We hate that long-winded crap. We all know coding. We all know coding, so let's not be asking.
Are you talking about information in like genotypes and stuff? Like
coding?
Yes. Information.
It's a genotype of code.
Claude Shannon information theory, like the life has more information than non-life, no matter how you look at it.
You know how it says cellular organization? Remember when you said that?
We're supposed to let the Globies fight, aren't we?
Yeah, cellular organization is a term. I don't know
what we mean by information. It has to come from an intelligence, a mind.
Okay, can I respond to that now?
I mean, by definition, it is called genome code or genetic code.
No, it's called the genotype. Okay.
Well, data is just data until a mind puts it together.
You need a citation?
Data is just data. Without a mind to put it together, like the dog uses its nose, right, to find stuff in its ears. That's all data. But without the mind, the dog doesn't know what it's doing with its senses. But here's the dog, right, using the information to survive. It can't be without the mind, without.
Okay, this is literally all sophistry. Can I respond to what you originally said?
Sophistry, huh? How so?
Because he's bringing in random metaphysical claims into a purely physical process. I don't know why.
I'm just not listening.
Bro, I'm tired of this shit, man. Hey, how do you? So through which sense did you experience Earth being a globe? Remember that?
Well,
Idiot was talking to you about that.
The fact that it's a physical process is philosophical, because you can't demonstrate it. So it's sophistry you bring too.
Mike, this guy claimed his sense for seeing the Earth or experiencing the Earth as a globe was what? His thoughts. Philosophy.
Yeah, well,
it's philosophy sense.
Yeah, but you can rationalize your senses.
So you
rational? No. Through
you
which
can't
sense?
demonstrate what you're saying through experimentation and make it a physical reality. So it is.
Copernicus thought. See, the
Yeah.
reason why the Earth
Killed
revolves
with
around
your own sword. You fell on your own sword there.
I think Matthew was really good.
Hold on, wait, man, wait.
He
Matthew,
was really good.
Wait,
Matthew,
you know
what do you
what?
think about the
let me
Stanley
inject this. I
Ray
need to say
experiment?
this.
No, we're not
Hold
going to
on.
revisit that shit again. I'm sorry.
No,
We
no.
got
Listen.
2
The
hours.
reason why. So here's the philosophy. Hold up, man. The reason why the Earth has to go around the sun is because Copernicus thought it was good logic.
Sophistry.
Listen to this. That the lesser should revolve around the greater. This is the reason why, right? The ball goes around the sun, and why it's not geocentric, why the sun doesn't go. You see, it was philosophy that started. So you're not wrong when you say it's all philosophy. You're not wrong, but it's not reality and it's not science. Do you understand now?
Okay,
Where
you
do you
clearly
get the
don't know what
idea that the
philosophy
sun
is
was the
just by
greater?
analyzing that. You don't know what
Just look it
philosophy
up, man.
is.
Look it up. This is
Okay, define philosophy.
Man, we're going to go there again. This guy's just going to take you guys
I
for
know
a
this
fucking
guy's a
for a ride.
moron. Here, get off me and let me just crush this dude with his own premises.
Yeah.
Come on, man,
I
talk.
wanted to hear Matthew speak about the Stanley Ray experiment.
No, we're on you and your sophistry.
Okay, what
So
sophistry have I done?
Okay.
You said everybody's bringing sophistry. I already demonstrated how your entire evolutionary theory is sophistry. You can't demonstrate any of it. So it's based on a philosophical, theoretical concept.
Fossils support evolution and abiogenesis.
I didn't
That's
say
not true.
support. I said demonstrate. Hold on, Bo.
So the thing is that we cannot demonstrate.
That's right. You can only assert. So
We
what?
cannot.
What does it make
No.
it?
That's a false dichotomy. It's not
a false
either that we can.
dichotomy. Do
Let me
something
speak.
other than assertion. Hold on. Don't tell me to let you speak. I'll let you speak when I prefer to.
It's a false dichotomy because there's more than.
Demonstrate it. Show
No,
me
it's
I'm
not
false.
either. It's not either demonstrating it or asserting it.
Okay, explain it without asserting it. Without asserting it, then. How are you
Okay,
going to do that? How are you
explain
going to make
evolution.
it a real reality without your assertion?
Okay,
I'm not
abiogenesis.
asking for explanations. I'm asking for demonstrations.
Okay, abiogenesis.
Clearly, you don't know the difference.
Okay, abiogenesis. Yes or no?
No.
We can go to evolution, period. You can give me whatever form of evolution you want. I want a demonstration of it. In reality, give me a citation to the experimentation that proved it to be a reality.
Okay, well, first of all, abiogenesis can't occur today because there's too many living organisms that would consume.
Yeah, well, how does that address what I said?
Because I'm saying that you can't.
I'm not talking about abiogenesis. I'm talking about evolution. Demonstrate any premise in evolution with experimentation. Go. Make it a reality for me without running your damn mouth. Give me a citation.
What do you mean experimentation? I just said it doesn't occur today.
You're not going to get a citation out of this guy.
Well, it means it's not.
Hold up. So is all evolution biogenesis?
Evolution came after abiogenesis, so after abiogenesis is no longer possible.
You guys can't agree on that.
Huh?
You Globers, you don't agree on that. Another guy says evolution doesn't require abiogenesis. When it comes to Globers, I mean, we all have.
He's a Christian.
We all have solid formation.
It doesn't have to be.
I don't care what his religion is. I'm trying to get past his sophistry, his assertions, and make it a reality.
You can't because of irreducible complexity. If you haven't heard, scientists have moved on to intelligent design.
Oh my God, bro.
So what are you doing back there?
Listen, your God didn't walk you into this. You did. You fell on your own sword.
You need to come to the future, come to the present, to what scientists are doing today.
I know.
And evolution, you can't do science with it. That's why it has
old ass theories are colloquial theories, not scientific theories, because they're not backed by experimentation. And like, so do you believe? Do you believe intelligence evolves along with man? Yes or no? We become more intelligent as we're better equipped to live in our environment.
I think the opposite.
Yeah, you know, that's the pistol that's going to kill you, right?
through
Why do we file archaic concepts when we now live in a more refined technological world and we can actually demonstrate truth and reality wherein we don't have to theorize them about no more, but we still file these Pied Pipers of the past who
Trying to take
maybe
us back.
didn't even have a fucking microscope when they came up with their theory.
You know.
Maybe. I mean, did Darwin have a microscope set? Did this guy even have a formal education, or was he just an ignorant moron that got
that's not
high
what
and
Darwin
said
did.
a lizard looked like a human, so they must be related?
How
Monkey,
are people
like
today?
Nah, bro,
monkey.
you're just retarded at this point.
I'm not retarded, dude, and you couldn't
You're
prove
a retardation.
what.
Sai,
Listen,
you're the moron, bro.
hold on, guys. Don't
There's
get
no
all
way you
triggered
just said
because I
that,
want to
bro.
point out something. Your inability to fucking demonstrate your claims and make them a reality in no way is a qualifier for my slowed mental capacity, okay? It's a qualifier for yours. Once again, you're going to fall on your own fucking sword. All I got to do is let you talk and finish your sentence, and you prove you're ignorant and stupid all the way.
Well, I think he's religious. I think you're blinded by your passion for this thing that you're going after. Whatever it is you're going after, right? You're not going to get it. Like, are you fighting a war against God or against people who believe
I'm
in
still
God?
waiting for that citation for scientific experimentation on your theories to make them something more than sophistry. Remember?
Yeah, it's not a religion. I'm not religious.
Yeah, you were looking for the quick door out, but I'm not going to give it to you. I'm going to grind you in the ground with that sophistry shoe.
Okay, go ahead.
You live in a philosophical world. You couldn't demonstrate anything you're talking about, and because of it, you attack.
Those two things have no correlation.
You attack the person, not the premise. This is
Philosophy can speak about ontology, so it can speak about things in the real world. So those two things.
Philosophy can talk about ontology because ontology is a philosophical concept, is it not?
Yeah, ontology is just entity. Ontology is entity. So yeah.
Yeah, where's the entity? No, it's where did we come from?
That's not what ontology is. Ontology is entity. It speaks about the entity of what things
What's
are.
the ontological question?
Bruh, are you talking about the ontological argument for God? That's different.
Okay, like, you're the person. How can you, who is equipped with so much knowledge and equipment today, technology, not be smarter than that dumbass Darwin who had nothing, who works for people, who was
This
hired to go
idiot just called Darwin a dumbass, bro.
Yeah, he is a dumbass.
Listen, he's another archaic
Just like
motherfucker
Einstein.
that didn't even have a formal education.
Another moron.
So how are you going to qualify that he wasn't a dumbass?
You can do so much more than these people. Why do you
How are
hold
you going to prove it? He married his cousin.
so-called didn't know anything? Why aren't you
Well, he
blazing?
married his cousin, man. He could live in Alabama or Texas and be fine.
Why are you denying your senses when we have all this science to explain to us what's really going on? Why are we living like mystics who don't understand shit about their reality?
Why do you guys use your senses to like determine reality? Like, oh my
He's what you call a fig wasp.
Why do you rely on people for integrity that are obviously lower in intelligence than modern people? Or your
I disagree with that. I've agreed with everything you said. Battle mod?
Explanations of where you live. I don't care if you agree. You have no qualifiers to build a case.
No, I'm saying I agree with everything you said except for that. I don't think they're the most technologically refined today. I think man is ignorant compared to, you know, the man of old, the ancient man with the ancient wisdom. Like, we don't even know how they built the pyramid.
Show me the guy of old that has a laser.
Yeah, why?
Okay, so maybe we're more advanced electronically.
Show me the guy of
consider
old
that might be even worse.
Point communication.
Maybe they purposely didn't use electronics because it was harmful to us. They were carcinogenic and stuff like that. We don't know how they built the pyramids, for God's sake. We are not. You can't claim that we're more technologically advanced than all of man of history.
I'm going to tell you the same thing I tell every idiot that says that. Just do not assume because we don't build the pyramids, that no engineer could design a process by which to build the same fucking pyramid.
I didn't say that. I said we don't know how they.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
It doesn't. I can replicate.
Because that means that we didn't have their technology.
I could replicate them. So listen, just because we don't have their technology doesn't prove ours isn't better.
Yeah, but doesn't prove it is either. And if we are so much more intelligent, we should. Listen, if we are so much more intelligent, we should be able to reverse engineer at least their technology. And we can't even do that.
Listen, wrong, please, man. Listen, I'm an engineer by trade in degree, so I'm telling you, we can replicate the fucking pyramids. It doesn't matter if we match their process.
It does matter. If you're claiming they're more intelligent, we should be able to reverse engineer it. We should be able to make it like backwards compatible, as it were.
I don't believe that you can replicate.
No, wow, how is it?
And I don't think you can adequately
replicate it.
How is
reverse engineering a qualifier for intelligence? This is what I gotta know.
Because you're saying you could replicate it, right? But you don't know how they did it. So if you're more intelligent, you should be able to replicate it the way that they did it.
Replicate it. I'm going to tell you that again.
Listen, we could agree to disagree on this.
Well, it's the same way. Well, you can disagree, but are you an engineer? Have you been tasked with replicating anything ever in your life?
Do you know how they built the pyramids?
Yes or no?
Do you know how they built the pyramids? Yes or no?
Speak on this. I don't need to.
No engineer knows how they did it. It doesn't matter if you're an engineer.
It doesn't matter.
Agreed.
And we have pretty good ideas of how they built it. Leverage. Leverage. You know, you can move more weight with box and tackle than you can move with a crane. They had box and tackle pulleys, dude.
It's like you want to live in some kind of
mystical... They built it. They built it from rock, man. You just act like we don't know anything about their fucking process, and you're only displaying your ignorance.
We are not as technologically advanced as, as they were in the past.
Listen,
absolutely.
This is your assertion that you haven't qualified.
The learned men of today, the leaders of knowledge today are nowhere at the level of the leaders of knowledge, the learned men of the past.
You're not one.
Prove that.
Yeah,
man. All you have to do is rely on the ancient texts. See all of the knowledge that all of the ideas that we have for how the universe works came from those ancient men. We haven't improved upon them that much.
Is history 100%?
I know what he's talking about.
100% reliable.
I thought ancient men were apes and freaking soup that were swimming on help.
No, miss me with that.
Hey,
evolution's a lie.
How is this proving the globe? Can anyone prove the globe to me, please? I'm dying to hear.
No one can prove the globe. Come on,
please, I'm dying to hear someone prove it.
I want these idiots to actually say stuff like this.
Don't hold your breath.
Because without the globe, you don't have anything. All these things. Thank you. The globe. About that.
Hey, bro. Yeah, bro.
I mean, I just joined this call. I just really want to hear someone explain the globe. Come on.
That's what we want. This Sai.
Well, damn it! Yeah, wait your turn. We've been waiting.
He's desperately trying to talk about anything but the globe. He's having a really hard time finding Earth curvature.
I want to know how the globe aligns with my senses every day.
It doesn't end off by thank you.
So Sai here reckons it can be proven with philosophy. Don't get excited. Calm down. I know, but go ahead, man. Sai, you still there?
The reality is which it is presented.
Hey, man.
Right?
I muted him because we don't discuss religion on this channel. Remember?
Right. Oh, cool.
That's why I muted him. Yeah.
I mean, just think about it. If you're just born on a fucking hut in the middle of nowhere, you wouldn't just be like, "Hey, this is a water ball spaceship." You have to be told that information.
Well, if we were in the middle of a hunt and you said some stupid shit like that to me, I'd probably knock you out for fucking up the hunt. Be like,
I'm just saying,
if we're hunting, I can rationalize.
To have your own idea of what you live on without someone telling you, you naturally would just come up with this idea that you're on a water ball spaceship, just naturally.
I rationalize that there's an elk right behind that hill.
I mean, how many centrics are there?
Here's the thing, though, buddy. If you're out there worried about hunting your fucking course, you ain't got time to think about all that other bullshit because you got to survive.
We gotta account for
Try using your fucking brain for
Why
once.
are we going to a different content dimension? I mean, this is like 24/7 flat Earth discussions, right? I think I asked you, can you prove the globe? I didn't ask, hey, can you tell me how to live in nature and shit? I'm just asking a simple question, like, why would any human actually come up with this idea in their head?
Oh my god!
You told this girl.
They wouldn't. No human
So,
has ever
Sai,
naturally
I
thought.
guess the only globe is actually
Oh,
speaking
no
at the
human
moment.
does-
Sai,
except for dinosaurs
I
that
want
have-
to know who that was directed towards. Though.
I think he's trying to direct it to a glober, but
Size
Yeah.
there.
I meant the rant, not the question.
Well, he's muted. We gotta unmute him if you want him to
I
answer.
unmuted him, man.
Stein.
No, like I said, I just
Why
joined
would
the
any
call.
human?
Listen, you
Go
guys
ahead.
talking about pyramids.
Bong, you gotta let people talk or they can't be heard.
I'm gonna shut up. Go ahead.
Am I supposed to shut up? Who's
no. Go ahead.
No, you're the guy we want to hear. And you need to take that creator and religious stuff to lobby, to
I don't
Bible
talk about
lobby.
no religion at all. I ain't say nothing about that.
I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to Seb.
Oh,
If
good.
you guys don't clear the religion out of the science stream, I will. It's that simple. We got multiple lobbies down there for religious people.
Right.
Okay, so I mean, I got a basic question then. So, when you are younger and you're, growing up, and
Before you continue your question, who is this directed to?
just anybody,
Everybody,
anyone here. I'm just trying to get to the
I'm with him. I just want him to be able to emphasize it. Can we let him finish?
Yeah. I'm just free talking. I really don't care. But like, I have a son, and I'm raising him, and I'm teaching him everything that he knows. It's very similar to all of us. I'm just saying, just naturally, if I didn't tell him about the globe, I don't think that he's just naturally going to be like, hey, we live on a water ball spaceship. I just don't think that's going to happen.
Good man.
So my question is, if you're just born in the middle of like a hut with like no one telling you this information, would you naturally come to this heliocentric model? Like how like is there a third model? There's only heliocentric and heliocentric.
I got one for you.
How do you naturally just come up with that? Like how does that match up with your senses?
The answer to your question is absolutely not.
Matthew.
They're tending the fire in the hut. They look up at the ceiling of the hut and they say, "Oh my God, I live on a ball." Yeah.
You would probably come to the conclusion, as many ancient cultures did, that the sun went underneath the earth at night and came up on the other side of the earth, just because that's what you see and experience.
Yeah, but we have better explanations nowadays, like attenuation, atmospheric extinction of light. So it doesn't have to disappear. It gets blocked after a certain amount of atmosphere is in between you and it.
But if you're just living in a hut, you wouldn't come up with that attenuation. You would.
I know, but I want to get
the earth goes.
So the thing that implies this is the thinnest part of the atmosphere is the top part, right? And that's where we see light first at dawn. First, it lights up the sky, and then as it gets closer, eventually it'll light up the ground. And then as it leaves, it doesn't light up the ground, but the sky is still lit. Dusk and dawn, same thing. So this actually applies a rate of attenuation. That's why it goes from the floor to the ceiling, from the ceiling to the floor.
Yeah, but his question was, if you're living in a hut, nobody taught you anything, what would you assume? What would you
But what's funny is you look.
I would assume it moves so far away I can't see it.
Yeah. So
you would assume it goes under the earth, like they all did.
But you understand that what you looked at was at the sky instead of looking at the ground and measuring the ground?
Yeah, you would assume that the earth is flat and the sun goes under the flat earth.
Hey, I got another question. So like the tides, you know how it's like pulsing? Like what's happening in the center of flat earth? Does anybody have a good theory to throw my way?
Nothing, because it's fake.
Well, actually, we know it's hydrology nowadays, and there's an entire theory wrapped around that. Hydrology, it's the hydraulic nature of underground water flow.
But yes, if you want to actually predict it, just
heating
use
and
the globe
cooling.
model.
Well, no, that's not true. Heating and cooling. As one area cools off, water expands underground when it's hot. So as it warms up, the water that's underground is pushed out. And as it cools off, it contracts, so there's more room in the cavity in Earth for water to go. It could replace the tide.
Pseudoscience.
And here's the thing:
Hang on.
with the model, and don't interrupt me. With the globe model, it would imply a uniform tide all the way around Earth, but there's not. And it would imply a uniform tide on all water on Earth, all bodies. But we don't see uniform tides. Not like they say at poles. It'd be high tide on one side and low tide on the other. Period. But it's not. That's not what we observe. So your model doesn't predict what you say it does, man. No offense, but if you actually research high tide and low tide and the times they happen around the world, you'd know this. So you're just making this claim from a standpoint of ignorance. Like 90% of the Globers who come in here, they make assertions that they haven't even researched to see if it would ring true in reality. So your people perish for lack of research or knowledge. And ignorance is their only claim to fame.
It is interesting that the tides follow the sun and the moon, and then also the difference in distance to the moon.
I just described how they don't.
They do. It's just that water
they do
sloshes
not.
around, and so they're 5 or 6 hours late.
They don't. It's got
The
nothing to
cycle.
do with water sloshing around. Your model doesn't predict water.
That's hilarious. That's really funny, Matthew.
We see convective currents in the ocean. Convective. Same as hydrology, they're affected by the temperature. Whether the sun's out warming the waters or whether it's gone and the waters are cooling.
So it just happens to follow a 29-day cycle just like the moon, just sort of randomly?
No, it doesn't follow a 29-day cycle, and it's not uniform.
Okay.
This is why most oceanic researchers are now leading with hydrology. Just like I said, this is the mainstream explanation nowadays for oceanic movement, hydrology, the hydraulic nature of water on Earth. You know how many gallons of water are underground? When you heat up the ground, you can't deny water expands, pushing it out of the cavities under Earth. And when it cools off, the cavities have more room for water to go back into them.
And let me respond to the globe who asked a question. There is no center of the flat Earth. We don't know how far down it goes. We don't know what's below.
That's why I didn't touch it.
Well, I mean, I guess.
What about the North Pole?
What about it?
Isn't that the center, or is that like not the center?
To know that, we'd have to know the extent of land on Earth, wouldn't we?
We only know the surface.
Well, I mean, going away from
We'd have to know all the land that actually exists now.
I mean, the North Pole is equidistant
It doesn't
from
change
Antarctica,
my
so,
statement.
I mean, it kind of would seem like the North
How does
Pole.
that address?
I mean, does anyone think that the celestial time clock and where the North Star Polaris is it true that the North Star is actually shifting? So, like, it may not be the true North Pole?
No.
We don't believe it.
We know it's not at the
It
very
never
center.
shifts outside
hasn't
of
moved in
given
2,000
course,
years.
not a jot or not a tittle. So was the North Star ever Thubian? Only in theory.
I mean, have you looked at the celestial time clock, how they have that other hidden land?
What?
Yeah.
Polaris hasn't observed to move in 2,000 years.
It goes off of like the zodiac signs, and basically like the North Star is supposed to go around that circle of the zodiac signs, causing the sun and moon to shift. Like with the North Pole, because they're saying the North Pole shifting every 4 miles.
And they're wrong.
Or something like that. But just saying, like, if that's the case, doesn't that align almost with the celestial time clock? If you looked into the celestial time clock, it goes off of the zodiac sign, as far as like the wheel, and it's basically shifting. So it's like the sun and moon is following the North Star as it's shifting. So eventually, all this land will be dark, and all the other.
Where's your evidence that it's shifting?
I would have to show you some images. of what I'm trying to explain. But like
What
I
do you
said,
mean by hidden?
fact, it's kind of like just talking off of the celestial time clock, as far as when it does shift to the other side, where the other what is it called? Because right now we're going to Aquarius, right? Like,
Are you talking about just the constellations, like the stars moving throughout the year?
I'm gonna have to show
The sidereal cycle.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, I wouldn't say the north star is shifting because of that. I mean, it's a little bit off center. It's not right at the celestial, center, the celestial north pole. But I wouldn't say it's like shifting,
be
because
talking
that
about the
sounds
hollow
like
earth period.
what the Globers say, which is like over 1,000 years or something like that. It's going to be a different north celestial pole. A different star is going to be there. So just to like avoid confusion, I wouldn't say that. Just going through its sidereal cycle, just like every other star.
So, what would you say the proper motion of Polaris is, and why is there a proper motion
All right.
listed if it never moves?
You see that picture I put in the? I hope I put it in the right one. The live stream voice text.
Yeah.
So apparently, there's other land on the other side of that wheel, and that's the celestial time clock.
So, would you just assume it?
Yeah,
Or
because
nobody's ever seen it, right?
Wait, there's like another world on the other side of that clock?
No.
Yeah, like it's not exposed because like the center there, like the center where you see like all those like symbols, those zodiac signs and stuff. Apparently, like that circle from this video I watched. Okay, I'm not saying this is true, but apparently, like the North Star shifts in the middle of that circle, and then the sun and moon follows it, and it's gonna eventually emit the other side of that clock, and there's other land underneath it. And apparently, most of these buildings were already built before our time. Like the foundations way deep in the ground and shit. And there's like underground cities. So it's like, is there like a great reset?
No, I think you're just not getting, like, you're misunderstanding it.
So is that clock like a portal? Like, can you go through it, or how does that work?
I'm going to show you the video. And
No, it's basically, so you have the lunar cycle, the solar cycle, and the sidereal cycle, right? That image that you posted shows the sidereal cycle superimposed on the solar cycle. So you have like, the constellation clock, if you will, on top of the, the solar clock, the clock that we all use. And throughout the year, you're going to have different constellations in the sky, simply because you're going to be in different times in your sidereal cycle. They don't match up 100%. But it's always the same, like, constellations that you see throughout the year. They just slowly shift. Over, thousands of years, we haven't seen any difference. We're still seeing the same constellations. There's no new constellations drifting in and old constellations drifting out, as you would expect if they were like suns, balls of gas that are going at their own respective speeds in their own respective directions and stuff like that.
no, yeah, I agree. It's the same constellation, but what I'm trying to say is like, is it possible for that celestial time clock to actually be true? Because that center circle is not always on the right side of the whole full circle around it. It does shift around.
Of course.
I mean,
that's because different positions on Earth observe the different constellations at different times of the year, right?
Yeah,
that doesn't mean that there's more hidden land. We could take out the stars completely and we'll still have the same land, and we could discover it and explore it and stuff like that. It's just what you see at a specific point on Earth when you look up at the sky, depending on when in the year it is in the sidereal cycle.
Yeah, I'm definitely not arguing the star constellation. I agree with all that. It's more so of, do you believe that there's other land on the other side, and eventually that the land that we're living on now will not have sun or moon for like a few thousand years until the cycle goes back to this side.
Well, when you say other side, what do you mean?
I can. So basically, now the sun and moon is revolving around the North Star. What I'm trying to say is the North Star is eventually going to shift to the other side of this clock. Like this whole circle that you're looking at is literally going to shift up. And then that's going to bring the sun and moon with it. The land is still going to stay where it's at, but it's eventually going to emit the other side of the clock with sun and moon for 3,600 years or whatever it is per each little cycle. If you see in the middle, they have like those little lines. Those are new great years, they call it.
So you think eventually the sun and the moon are going to like basically drift above and beyond like the Antarctic, like the shore of Antarctica, the ice wall, and go to like basically be on top of other land? Am I understanding you right?
I mean, essentially, yeah. I mean, I'm trying to find like a better example to. Here's another picture. Let's see. There you go.
I don't think it works like that, because the sun and the moon are in their own cycles, right? In their own circuits. I don't think they're pegged to the sidereal, like the circuit of the stars. So, first off, in the thousands and thousands of years of observing the stars, they haven't shifted, and in those same thousands of years, the sun and the moon's cycles or circuits haven't moved either. So, I feel like there's too many premises that are just not realistic for this to actually happen eventually. And if I'm misunderstanding you, then please correct me.
Who's talking?
Me.
All right, there you go. Here you go. Let's send you something. Kind of tagged it at the certain spot. It's a better diagram of it.
Show me
Give
a single
that
piece
up.
of data.
Just give
Show us
that
a single piece of data you
Seriously,
posted
I'm
to
gonna
support
ban
any claim
you.
you made.
I mean, you're kind of proving my point if you do that.
Show me a single piece of data you posted to support any claim you've made.
007, you asked me to provide predicting power. I did. That calculator, under certain weather, like weather condition, it can predict at which distances you should be able to see certain objects.
Okay.
Yes.
So someone went out, used the calculator, right? Used the values of the calculator, went out, so they took a bunch of meteorological stations, they stuck them out there, they fed those values off the meteorological stations, rendered an image, and then when they compared it to the real world image, they matched. That's what they did.
No, that's not what they did.
So they made a prediction of what they would see based upon the weather conditions.
No, I told you. I told you
So
that
you don't have a predictive model.
So for the model that I
showed, you can't admit what goddamn they admit in mainstream
it is a predictive
science.
model.
They admit it in mainstream science that they cannot make predictive model. They can't make a predictive model for refraction. They admit this.
I disagree.
It doesn't matter if you disagree. It's written down.
I mean, if it's written down, it must be true. That was sarcasm.
It's written down by people that have studied this. Okay? There's 150 years of people trying. They even call it an enigma. They call it that.
I mean, do you not accept Snell's law to be predictive?
Snell's law is a special case.
Right?
Homogeneous isotropic mediums with a well-defined boundary.
Yes, I agree. But then you can use
And
calculus.
that is not the error.
Right, but then you can use calculus, where instead of having a single boundary, you have a continuous boundary, meaning you have a continuum of different dielectric constants
But
changing.
Snell's law does not hold. But listen, Snell's law does not hold in a gradient index medium. Does not hold.
Right.
Right, because Snell's law is by definition the one that is used in a single
constant.
boundary. But if you take
It's a
that and you
constant,
apply
yes.
it to a continuum, you get a generalization of Snell's law that you can use to make predictions, right? Like you can take a liquid in a tank, right?
You can predict anything you want. Who cares if you can make a prediction? The thing is, does it match reality?
Yes, it does.
Okay, show us that data.
Example.
For the last freaking time, dude. Like, let's
Yeah,
say the last
example.
time.
I already
We
did.
did
You're just not
predictions.
accepting
We
it.
have a predicted. Where is it?
You haven't.
I already showed it to you. I can show it to you again. Do you want me to show it to you again?
What are you showing me? You're showing me a predictive model for refraction in the air.
Absolutely.
That's what you're showing me. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, let's see it.
And the data is the picture that was provided on this very own server, might I add.
Oh my Jesus Christ, dude.
He doesn't get it. You got the ambient conditions to apply to the prediction.
So before the image was taken, there was a prediction made. Then they took the snapshot and compared it to the prediction of the model, and it matched. That's what happened.
I don't know if it was done in that order, right? But we, as
That's
people,
what a prediction is. Predictions only happen in one fucking order.
Okay, well, I'm responding
Otherwise,
to this.
it's called a post-diction. And a post-diction is non-scientific.
Okay, excellent. Then let's do this instead. You and I can do this, right? So let's take the calculator, okay? And since it's not changing, I'm assuming that all possible outputs of the calculators are predictions, right? So I can retroactively go and use the calculator.
No.
Why not?
It depends the use, how you use it.
Right. There are basic assumptions that are made in the calculator, and as long as we're using the calculator to measure the effect.
Do you have anything other than refraction, or is that what you're going to come with every time you come here? I'm just
Are you
wondering.
cutting short on this?
No, we're not begging
Can
you.
you answer the question?
I'm trying to answer the question. It's just difficult when you interrupt.
It's not
Look,
difficult.
you know you have
yes or no.
You know you have nothing, dude, and you're just like flapping around like a fish out of water at this point. All you have is a post-diction. Listen. At best, you have a post-diction. You don't even really have that. Well, let's call it a post-diction. You don't have a prediction. You have no predictive model. You're just saying the Earth's a globe. We see this. Therefore, there must be some other phenomenon happening because the Earth's a globe.
So let me get this straight.
It's an ad hoc hypothesis.
Let me get this straight. You don't think the calculator is a prediction in and of itself?
Dude, like, you're trying to like deflect and talk about.
I'm not. You're the one saying that it does not hold any predicted power.
The way you use it, it determines whether it's post-diction or prediction. How do you not understand this?
Does a hypothesis? Listen, Charlie. Does a hypothesis come before the experiment or after?
Typically before.
No.
Typically?
No.
In what scenario does it come after?
I can't think of any, but that's why I said typically.
So it's sophistry. Right?
Always. Otherwise, it's not science. You should look at Wikipedia. Ad hoc hypothesis. Why don't you Google it or something? Ad hoc hypothesis.
I mean,
that's what atmospheric refraction is an ad hoc hypothesis. There's the globe, therefore there must be refraction. Okay, demonstrate light bending down in air. Oh, nobody can do that.
We did though.
You did? Show us.
Yeah.
Show us.
I mean,
show us light bending down in air.
It's in the picture. That's what it is.
No. That's just listen. That is not light bending. Why? How do you know the light's bending down in the air? What in that image indicates that light's bending down in the air?
You're right. Excellent question. Because otherwise, it is circular reasoning, isn't it? So the reason that we know that is the case is because we know the laws of refraction, and we can predict
in a constant medium.
Based on
already covered that.
Jesus.
Yeah. The laws of the constant media.
That. All you did was circle around right back to the beginning and make a claim you have no support for. Okay? We know the laws of refraction. The laws of refraction that can't make predictions. Those laws?
The laws of refractions can't make predictions?
They can't make predictions in this case. They cannot make predictions through the regular air. What you call the atmosphere, it cannot be used to make any predictions.
I disagree.
Then show us.
Well, I mean, that's an
it's not a refutation.
Right.
Okay, so why don't we start? Excellent. Why don't we start with this? I mean, I don't know if I can do it at home. I'll have to look into if I can do it at home. Why don't I get a tank of air? Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And then I get a tank of air that is hotter or colder. And see if there is a refractive effect at the junction, yeah? To start.
What type of tank?
And to
a
see
fish tank? A fish tank?
It can be whatever tank you like.
Are you going to shine a light through the tank itself, then through the air? That's two media.
Yeah, but we can concatenate the effect.
But what?
But
we can
Snell's law only Snell's law only applies to isotropic constant media, uniform media.
Right, but you can generalize it to a continuum of media.
Yeah, is generalization?
Listen, that is wrong. Okay, I'm sick of you saying that.
It's not wrong.
Okay, I'm going to post a paper. Yeah. Listen, you're just factually wrong, dude. You're factually just wrong. And I'm going to post a paper from a mathematics department that says that you're fucking wrong, dude. You're just wrong.
Okay, go ahead.
Charlie, while he's getting that, I just have a quick question for you. What is your percentage certainty that you live on a spinning ball and that the globe model claimed actually does match reality? What percentage would you say your certainty is?
Higher than 99.9999.
Wow. Percentage.
So you don't really understand. You don't understand the nature of science. Then that's unfortunate, but it's not surprising the way that science has been, portrayed. I mean, you sound like a relatively young person. Like the way science has been portrayed in popular media lately is more just kind of like a sports team. Go science! Like nobody really takes it seriously. To find the spirit of scientific inquiry in any kind of academic institution is like looking for a needle in a haystack. You can find it in an isolated teacher or professor, but it's very rare. So it's unfortunate for me to hear that you do not understand what science actually is. So, hopefully you'll stick around and listen. India's got something there for you in the live stream voice text.
I mean, it's a little hard to stick around if I get deafened every time I'm here.
No, you just wait for people to on-deafen you.
So this shows that if you apply Snell's law in the way that you want to apply it, it's incorrect. Sine theta is not a conserved quantity in the index medium. Yes, I did, in live stream voice text. And there's even a link to the paper itself. You can review their mathematics if you see fit. This is why in what they call geometric optics, where they actually deal with gradient index media, they use the principle of least time. They don't use Snell's law because Snell's law fits error. So, listen, maybe you don't know this, but I'm going to hip you. This is something I studied before I was ever a flat earther. I knew about this a long time ago.
Do you mind if I take a moment to read this?
Yeah, have at it. And I've told Walter Bislin that he's doing it wrong. I've told Nick West his simulator is doing it wrong, that they're just not doing it wrong. And you know why they're doing it like this? Because they have to. Because it's the only way they can get the results they want. Because if they use actual ray tracing, they don't get the result they want. Because light doesn't do that. You can't demonstrate it. It's why you have no experiments. It's why you have no data. It's why you have no predictive model. I mean, it's just like, how high are we going to stack these things, the things that are absent? Just saying, nuh-uh. It's not a refutation, and it's also not an affirmation. Proof by repeated assertion. You can't demonstrate it physically. You can't predict it with the model. Like, what can you do? You can just say, the Earth's a globe, therefore, it must be that. But, application in the real world, like, why aren't standing armies hiding on the side of another frickin' hill instantly seen, and then they can't do a sneak attack because now you see all their heads because they were refracted up over the hill? Like, why aren't they aiming to hit boats and they're aiming up because, where they actually appear to be is not where they actually are? None of this stuff is applied in the real world. This is a fantasy. You literally just have a fantasy.
And then coming here with some kind of air around you, right? It's just he's deafened. Okay. Well, he came in.
Yeah, maybe he's actually reading the thing. Let's hope.
So he came in.
You think it's going to change his mind?
No,
of course not.
Of course not. This is religion.
It would have to be on CNN for him to change his mind.
Yeah, so he came in, and then the first thing he said was, "Yeah, I learned that some flat earthers you can't talk to them because you just rather deny everything." Yada yada yada. Right?
Look, all I'm asking for is I want affirmative evidence for his claims, right? Just like you're making a claim, we want the affirmative evidence, something to support it. The substance, right? The substance. We want the meat and potatoes. Where's the meat and potatoes? There isn't any. We're starving over here. Want some substance?
That's right.
They claim that deny everything, and that's exactly what they do. They have got no evidence whatsoever, and they just go, like you said, oh, yes, it is. Oh, it's a globe, and they got no evidence. And you would think that after a while they would think about it and go, you know what? Maybe we are wrong about this, because they are. But they don't ever think that way. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, people, some of the pioneers of real scientific inquiry, can you imagine if they have people like, this is the best the globe's got to offer, is this guy that comes on here and says, oh yes, the model, it's definitely 99.99% accurate, even though there's thousands and thousands of data points, questioning it, even though they can't come up with scientific evidence for curvature or rotation to save their lives. This is the best you guys got. This guy is a perfect demonstration of why the globe is a religion. He just believes in it. And he's so sure he's right. It's a religious belief. He came right out and told me he didn't have any scientific evidence of curvature or rotation. All he has is obfuscation, going into showing how he went to middle school science class, so he knows about significant figures. He knows about precision and measurements. He knows all that stuff. He read the glossary in his middle school science book, guys. And somehow we're supposed to think that, and it works. Because he's a slick talker, like a lot of people would be fooled by him if he wasn't up against, you guys in here that aren't going to let him get away with this nonsense. So, but he at least stuck around for a little while. We'll see if he has the guts to undeafen himself ever.
He's more fascinated, more busy with people than the actual evidence, right? He came in talking about chemo, then he talked about Witsit, about people not listening to him and deafening him, right? It's all about the people and not about the evidence.
Oh, yeah. How many times? Yeah, if anybody was bored, they could go back and count how many times he complained about being interrupted and muted. And then I want you to take your stopwatch like I did and measure how much time this guy's been talking. He's been talking a ton since I got here, way more than anybody else. And then he's on there telling us we're not letting him talk. Yeah, you've been talking and talking. You just don't have any evidence. You just got nonsense. He's got nothing. And that's why this kind of cult personality that, that believe in, the science of it all. I believe in science. I'm going to put a rainbow poster in my yard that says that. They are all, because they think we're like them. They think, oh yeah, you got Witzit's your leader, Chemo's your leader, whoever, Quantum Eraser's your leader, like you are all the same and you follow them. It's like, no, we don't. All those people could retire tomorrow, which would be sad. We would miss them. They are great voices in the Flat Earth community, but that doesn't change the measurements and the observations of this Earth where we are, that any person, anyone in here, anyone in the whole world can, with a tiny bit of effort, not very much money, go out and see if the predicted curvature matches reality and find out that it doesn't. We don't need anybody on TV or on YouTube to tell us that. But they don't like that because that's how they get their information, because they don't have reality. They don't even live on this Earth. They live in some kind of fantasy computer-generated reality, and they want to stay there. And like I told the guy, stay there then. I don't want to live there. I'm glad I'm not that guy. Gosh.
This is what he did last time when people didn't accept his ideal refraction formula. It's the exact same stuff. That's why I called him Rerun.
Rerun a character. What was that? Was that on What's Happening or Fat Albert? Who was Rerun?
But it's
Good Times. I get those all confused. They all merged together in my mind. Good Times. I haven't seen that in a long time.
I don't think it was.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's tactics, right? They only have tactics. They learn it from where he's probably.
It was what
mostly right.
Rerun was the fat guy on What's Happening. Sorry, Roger.
Yep.
Thank you. That was important to mention. Thank you. Thank you.
More important than Charlie.
That guy on What's Happening, right? Yes, he was very funny. Yeah, I remember that guy.
Exact same set.
Who did the hey? Was that God Rockin'?
Yeah, it was.
That was good. That was a good one.
Put the comparison in there with this dumb Glober comparing him to Fat Albert.
Are you 007? Are you here?
Hey.
I guess he's not.
That's Indio,
he's
right?
He's probably he won't be far. Indio reruns back. Did you read the article? Is that what's happening?
Yep, I have read enough to know that I am incorrect.
Sorry.
He said he was incorrect.
I said I've read enough to know that I am incorrect. You cannot, in fact, take Snell's law and generalize it using calculus. You can get an answer, but it is not as correct as other.
It won't even be an approximation.
The apartment's right by Days Inn, so just go.
It is an approximation. It's a shitty approximation.
No, it's not. That's why they use the word generalization, because it's not even in a category of an approximation. It's not approximate at all.
I guess that depends on your definition of approximate.
No, it's a category area. Define approximate. Almost correct. It's not. It's not even close.
I disagree.
And then going into word games again, right? Arguing about words, Rerun.
Oh, you guys changed my name again.
It's called a generalization because you get a general ideal, not an approximate ideal.
Why don't you change my name to something funnier or original?
There's a reason people use words, seeing how the English language is clearly defined so you can use coherent and cohesive sentences.
Yeah, the problem is that for some reason, people still fall into semantic arguments as evidenced here.
Oh, they do. You want to call a generalization an approximation, and that's a category error. Sorry, but it's true.
Even though it's true, Baramor, he disagrees.
Yeah, that's a general statement.
Generic. It's all generic coming from the Globers. One thing after another. Same generic.
That's right, Lunatic. Yes, Lunatic says we only pick on the ones we like. You are entertaining. I do give you that, even though Battlemat thinks you're a rerun. I mean, at least, sometimes in the summer, that's all you got is reruns, right? So we accept it. But Indio did say, in case you missed it, Charlie, that in about 10 minutes, he'll be able to speak. He's in a noisy place, so he probably would like to hear what you think about that article.
No, I mean, he changed my mind. He changed my mind about Snell's law being able to be applied to continuous materials.
Welcome to Flat Earth, then.
Well, that's a massive fucking leap.
It's going to take him a while to get from that 99.99999. How many nines are after that decimal point, Charlie?
Oh, you guys haven't even made a dent.
Oh my gosh. Is there a Google of nine?
It's changed. Now it's like 91.9999999%.
That's all right. I'm not here to convince anybody. I just asked.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you guys can try to convince me if you want.
Oh, that's a good thing because you haven't convinced anyone. So
I'm not trying to.
Failure.
I'm not interested in doing that.
Yeah, so you're not trying to convince anybody, but you wanted to talk about convincing Chemo, right?
No. So the only reason why him and I went at it was
that's.
Do you want me to answer your question?
No.
Okay.
I just wanted to point out. I just wanted to point out your contradiction, right? I'm not here to convince, but talking about convincing others.
Well, why did you come here then, Charlie? What was your motivation?
I find people on here extremely interesting.
So do I. Look at that. We got one thing in common. I think that's the first thing we found.
Yeah, we are as guinea pigs. Is that it, right? Space Cowboy fanboy. Are we your guinea pigs? Need to practice a game, or is that it?
That's what I'm thinking. He could be practicing, and I'm sure, like in other crowds, like this routine would work for sure. I mean,
are you asking me?
I mean, I'll acknowledge you got a good sophistry, routine going
I'm gonna be honest with you guys, as I have been honest with you guys, but I ask that you don't feel insulted by what I'm about to say, or if you do, I guess you can mute me and whatever. I find what in my view is people who have an incorrect view about something that's very basic about reality. I find that to be by itself not interesting, because there are things which I have been wrong about. I'm wrong about a lot of things all the time, right? So that in and of itself isn't what's interesting to me. What's interesting to me is that typically when I have an opinion about a subject, I am aware of my lack of understanding of that subject, and therefore I don't go around making assertive claims about it. What I find super fascinating about this group is the combination of what I perceive to be ignorance, but also arrogance about this subject.
Ignorance, huh? What's your academic level?
I have a master's in computer science and engineering.
Sure. You don't sound old enough to have a bachelor's.
I'm 29.
Well, then I'm about right, aren't I?
You think 29-year-olds don't have bachelor's degrees?
Not a lot of them. Some may.
How old do you think you typically are supposed to be for a bachelor's degree?
Well, it depends on if you go to college straight out of high school.
Yeah.
Or if you take a year off.
Wait.
Okay, let's say you take a year off.
I wanted to go back to what he was talking about. You guys I totally forgot what it was, but what you just accused us of is you. I mean, I just don't know if you realize, like, I would go back and rewind that and say, if you are a person who in any way, is interested in self-reflection, rewind, 20 minutes after the hour on the live stream and think, and ask yourself, I'm not asking you to do it for us, but, if you're interested in personal growth, intellectual growth, and so on, rewind that and say, honestly to yourself, not to tell anyone else, is there any part of that applies to me?
Dandelion, I don't presume to be exempt from that.
Say it to the man in the mirror. I
don't presume to be. Everything that I accuse people of, I never assume, oh, I'm not like that. Never ever do I do that. Honestly,
you are like.
Honestly, it terrifies me.
Sure that we're wrong. Okay, Space Cowboy, what makes you sure that we're wrong about reality? Tell me, Charlie, I'm sorry, I called you Space Cowboy. I can change it to something else if you want. Anyway, I changed your name. I didn't do the first one.
I mean, how about you give me a funny role, but change my name back to Charlie, just so that because it causes confusion.
So many funny roles. Have you not checked your roles lately?
Oh, I haven't.
Not just me. Oh, yes, other people have been giving me. I only gave you 3.
Okay, that's fine. You can add as many as you like. But look, the only reason why I asked my name to be changed back is because it causes confusion. That's it. Because sometimes people are like,
I know.
Oh, elf with a huge penis. What do you think about this? And I'm just clueless because I don't know that they're talking about me.
I know, because you don't know it changed. I understand. I'll change it back to Charlie if you answer my question honestly, which now I can't remember what it was. Does anyone remember what it was?
You asked me what makes me think that I'm so sure.
Oh, what makes you so sure that we are wrong about reality? Because that was your claim, was that you like to hang around with people who it's not interesting for you if they're wrong about reality. No, this is a key Glober psychology.
Ignorance and arrogance.
You right back. They get really upset when we're certain, and we're certain because we've done the measurements, because we've done the work ourselves. Because we've tested this model in the real world, which you have not done. So that's where you call it arrogance. I just call it certainty, because we're not attached to that model. It's not meaningful to us. We're not invested in it. I mean, some of us have careers where that's kind of pushed, because it's pushed everywhere. I mean, pretty much all of us, if you don't have a career where it's pushed in some way that you can't necessarily go out there and shout it from the rooftops. Some of our friends do, like you, apparently you're familiar with Witsit and so on, which is perfectly fine. But, we aren't invested in it personally. We were at one time, like years ago when you first start to realize, oh boy, like, when I first started doing my research, which was for a term paper when I was getting my master's, that's why I started researching Flat Earth, Charlie, is because I wanted to be just like you. And I wanted to show those students, but a job of it. I wanted to show them, that was the assignment, write a term paper of how you would show students their misconceptions about the flat earth, because that was popular at that time in 2016. Tequila, whatever, B.O.B., all these, pop culture people were on Twitter saying the earth is flat. So that's going to be just like you, Charlie. Difference between me and you is I actually allowed myself to try to be objective and investigate, is there anything to this claim? So I ended up where I am today. So that is what you call arrogance. I call confidence. It's something that you have when you're not living in the point of cognitive dissonance, where you have to try to defend something that's not even your thing. You didn't research this globe model and make it up and tell everyone this is how it works. You can't even tell what the best evidence is. Should be top of your head if you're so sure, 99.99999, but you can't give me one piece of proof. It should be very easy for you to prove the globe to me. You haven't done it yet. So
I provided the evidence.
I'll change your name back to Charlie. Okay, if you provided it, it should be easy for you to just on the top of your head, just.
Oh, you did not.
3 proofs. That's 3 proofs. He said he already did it. So repeat.
I provided the evidences, but you just don't accept them. Anyway, I have one question. Can you change my name to a Y? Charlie with a Y, the Space Cowboy?
No.
Charlie, the Space Cowboy with a Y? Oh, come on.
No.
Somebody else.
It's with a Y, not with an I.
Charlie
How about I just take away your name altogether?
That's the best. Yeah, I'll change it to a Y if you give me your top 3. If you're a person who has a master's degree, you should have learned how to put your thoughts more concisely. You should be able to give me 1, 2, 3 points. Best proof of the globe in 30 seconds. Go.
So the strongest evidence for the Earth being a globe for me are the hours and hours and hours of 4K footage that we have from space of the planet. Number 2, I would have to say, off the top of my head, I don't actually know if this is number 2, but this is just what's coming to mind, is the experiment it's not an actual scientific experiment. It was just sort of like a backyard experiment for the amateurs collaboratively did, where they measure the angle of the sun on the Earth, right? And then finally, fuck. What was the Greek experiment?
3 seconds. Greek experiment. That's your number 3. Got it. Okay, I'm gonna put this in the
Aristophanes.
Aristophanes.
It wasn't an experiment.
Oh, come on, change my name to Charlie with a Y. You can be Charlie the Space Cowboy. That's
you
fine.
answered me. I am going to do that. Yep, just a minute.
I
I'm
can
I'm
bust
putting
all
your
3 of them
3 points there in the
without
voice
thought.
text so we keep track of them. I'll even tag you. So if anyone tells you didn't do it, you can say, I actually did do it. Here we go. So number 1, hours and hours of 4K footage of globe. 2, measurements of the angle of sun on the Earth. And 3, Aristophanes. Does that sound about right? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I mean, I have more evidences for it. I can go on naming them.
Not one of them are evidence. Any one of us can walk you through how they are not.
I mean, So I agree that certain evidences are shitty and certain evidences are good, but they are
Those aren't evidences.
So
you can't even make a logical inference from TV. You can't verify anything you see on the boob tube. The sticks takes too many assumptions. He couldn't accurately measure a stadia. The guy couldn't tell time accurately. He didn't know where high noon was. He made the mistake of believing Alexander and Cyrene were on the same longitude and latitude. They're not. We know they're not. And then he assumed that the shadow, if all those other assumptions were true, the the angle of it would be equal to 1/50th of the radius of a sphere. If Earth was a sphere, light was parallel, and he could accurately measure all that shit, but he couldn't do any of it.
I'm okay with you taking that interpretation from it. I'm not trying to convince you, as I said.
It's not
you
an
guys are asking,
interpretation.
why do
I'm critiquing it.
Okay.
And I'm not the only one who critiques it.
And
most of the intelligent world knows that he made too many assumptions, and we obviously, how do you think we figured out quite a few of them were wrong? People critique it.
All of that also is if the guy even really existed, there's a good chance that he's just a myth. Was it Wells or was it Sticks and Shadows? I mean, who is this freaking guy? Like,
so I have a question.
So how are we ignorant, Charlie? How? What? We just explained the whole story to you. How is it that we are ignorant then?
Can I ask my question before I answer that one?
Well, you
or how about I
ignorant?
No, just go ahead. Don't make it long and dry it out, Charlie. Just ask it.
Okay, so my question is, so you guys believe in planets, right? And when you look at planets up with a telescope,
did we say that?
You don't believe in planets?
And you're going to say you see a sphere when you look through a monoscopic view, denying that the fact that you need a stereoscopic view to see in 3 dimensions.
I mean, when you play a video game that's in 3D, you're seeing it through a
You're
flat
using
monitor.
2 eyes. When you look through a monoscope, telescope, monocular view, you're not using 2 eyes. You don't have 3 dimensions. You can't judge depth.
Right, but your TV screen is 2-dimensional, and just because you're seeing it with 2 eyes, you're just seeing the same image twice, right?
The projection isn't.
If I get 2 telescopes, would that change your mind? And I put them side by side, so you can put 1 eye in each.
What type of telescope do you own, Charlie?
I actually don't have any telescopes myself.
I mean, you act like we can get an amateur telescope and we can see what they show us, the images.
My father-in-law has a telescope.
I'll
right?
tell you. Listen, I live in the country. I probably got 15 grand in telescopes right now. I've been watching stars since I was a Cub Scout. I've never seen a rotating ball in the sky through a telescope. My Orion Galaxy Quest 10-inch reflector, man, it's like $9,000, and it still isn't that much better of a view than the one that only cost $1,500.
So
you don't see the images NASA shows you.
I had a specific question about, in particular, Saturn, but I guess it applies to all the other planets. So why is it a problem that what you see in your cheap backyard telescope is not what NASA's super expensive telescope?
Well, here's the problem. You tell us we see balls in the sky, right? And we live on a ball, and we're looking for the evidence right here on Earth of the similarity between what we see in the sky and what we live on. God's capable. But there's no similarities. For us to say we see a bunch of circles in the sky, we should live on a circle, that we should see evidence that we live on a damn sphere. Like
I agree. It's not a good. I agree that we see balls in the sky, therefore we must be in a ball. Is not an ironclad argument.
We don't see balls in the sky.
No, it's not.
We don't see balls in the sky.
Okay, wait. You don't see balls in the sky? What are you talking about?
No.
We just covered the 3D view. Go get you a good telescope and take a look for yourself, Charlie. My kid was mad at me when I made him look through my best one, because none of them, not even Venus on its closest path, look like any image NASA ever gives you.
Okay, that's fine. Can we talk about Saturn? I mean, Rodwen, you just took a picture of Saturn. Okay, so what do you think that is then? If it's not a sphere with a ring clearly going behind it,
it always looks exactly the same.
Right.
Yeah, I'd like to see the image. I'd like to see the image you're talking about. I don't like to make statements on stuff I'm ignorant to.
Yeah, Charlie is trying to beg the question.
So let's see the image
behind.
So you're right. It could be circles. The Martos, the one you posted. It could be circles or it could be spheres, right? But the reason I bring up Saturn,
this is
in particular, is because it allegedly has a ring going behind it, right?
Yeah, that's what you're begging. I'm begging the question that it's going behind it, right?
That
You're
picture right there I posted.
You're assuming it. There's no way you can ever prove this, Charlie. So, okay, we're not going with your narrative.
Yeah,
I'm not making a claim.
Can I ask you a question? Why is it you go to the sky to prove the shape of what you live on? Through assertion.
I don't.
Inference. Everything you do is about the heavenly bodies that we see above.
So
somehow they prove a sphere.
So you think that video from the sky?
Don't put words in my mouth.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you if you're inferring that. If you're implying that.
Inferring what?
I'm asking you if you're implying that video from space counts into that.
It does. Can we verify, test, or repeat video from space? Is it an empirical scientific evidence?
Yes, it is.
That's the question. No, it's not, because we can't repeat it, we can't test it, and we can't experiment on it.
Yeah, we can repeat it.
Okay, go to space and repeat it for me then.
Well, I don't have the money for it.
Well,
but
there you
we
go.
As a society can. And we have.
No, listen, there is no we. We're all individuals. The average man cannot question anything they say. It's unfalsifiable to us.
Right.
So therefore, it's not science.
But the fact that the average man can't afford to put a rocket in space doesn't mean there isn't space.
Listen, Elon Musk can't even give the proof to make it 100% absolution.
What would that look like for you?
It'd show the entire fucking trip. There wouldn't be no cutoff.
I guarantee you that when the moment comes where they actually show footage, uninterrupted 4K
Don't
footage
make
from
checks
the
with your mouth. Your ass can't cash.
You will find an excuse. You will find a way out.
You're a true believer. You're the religious believer here,
Yeah.
Charlie. So just let it be known, August 5th, 2021, maybe sometime in the future, not going to be anytime soon, maybe 10, 20 years down the line, you'll think, gosh, I was the religious believer back then on August 5th, 2021.
He's got faith.
I know you can't see it now. He's got faith. I know he believes in these guys, and he doesn't even see how it's not science. He doesn't.
Someday you'll see. We'll show you, and you'll be judged for your sins, you unrighteous man. NASA's right. They said so.
Oh, I don't believe you.
That's right. That's what he just said. It's like, one day you'll go to heaven and you'll see when you're on Mars. It's so funny. I mean, it's just hilarious. He's like a parody of himself. I'm sorry. I won't go on. I'm trying to be nice to you, Charlie. I'm doing my best.
No, that's okay. I was
How do you have gas pressure? How do you have gas pressure without a container there, Charlie?
Oh God, we're moving on to that.
Medium. How can the? Yeah, let's do it. Why not? New topic. How can
right.
the medium outer space even exist in the way claimed?
Okay, so what is a container, right? You have to ask yourself for that. What does that container effectively do?
A physical barrier that contains things.
Well, it depends what you mean by physical barrier that contains things, right?
No, physical is well defined and used in proper context.
As every day, you are correct. But in terms of physics, it has a more sinister definition than that.
Well, gas pressure is force over surface area. The walls of your container.
I mean, are you going to let me speak?
You get surface area from a non-existent, non-physical wall?
Battle Monitor, can I please speak? Uninterrupted?
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Can I please speak uninterrupted? Because you're just fucking bullhorning
we went through this one. We went through this one once before now, didn't we, Charlie?
I mean, again, I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I'm not trying to convince anybody here. You guys are asking me what I think, and I'm trying to tell you what I think. And so don't fucking come at me after you ask me to tell you what I think.
Listen,
I asked you. I'll give you a
calm
minute.
down,
Start
kid.
talking.
Cool your nuts. Put them in ice water or something. Don't be cursing me out. Cool?
Absolutely, I agree.
I haven't started cursing you.
Okay.
Tell
fine.
us how you can have gas
I
pressure
apologize.
without a container. How does the fantasy medium outer space exist? Go.
Okay, so what a container is a force on molecules. Ultimately, what a container, like if I take a water bottle, okay, and I put water in it, what is keeping the water molecules from leaving the container? Okay, well, the container, in this case, my piece of glass here, it's a lattice, right? Meaning there are molecules of silica arranged in a solid way. And when the molecule of water gets close enough to it, there is a repellent force that keeps it from going through. And that force is mostly electromagnetic. Okay? Like, it's electromagnetism that keeps things from going through each other. Some people argue that it's quantum mechanics. I tend to not think so, but whatever. So ultimately, it's just a force that's pushing the molecules back. That also happens over greater distances when you look at the Earth as a sphere. So there is gravity, which acts over a distance, over a less distance, right? So the air in the atmosphere just tends to go down via that force. So you can think of what the container is to be the gravity. Because a container, all it really provides is a force to keep a fluid in.
Okay, we got a minute and 20 seconds of
You know what?
time
It's called
there, Charlie.
container theory. It's metaphysics.
I have to
Just so you-
demonstrate, how this force, how this force is going to
just
do
so
that.
you. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You can't demonstrate that. You have no cause and effect relationship. Experiment to prove gravity, and we don't even know which gravity you're invoking: Einsteinian or Newtonian.
Einsteinian, although one is
So the warping of space-time due to matter can attract the matter of the gas. Can you define matter?
I mean, again, I'm not trying to argue with you here. You guys are asking me what I think about this, and I'm just telling you.
I know.
If you want me to elaborate, I can.
The
but
just
don't
about it. It's metaphysics. You do know what metaphysics is, right? It's a theory. And it's not even a scientific theory because you can't demonstrate it. It's not backed by experimentation.
Hold on. You think that general relativity cannot be backed up by experimentation? Is that what you just said? Or did I
I'm
get that
talking
here
about
wrong?
container theory, the container theory of space. It's metaphysics. And it isn't backed by any experimentation. Neither is special relativity.
Well, I disagree with you, but that's okay.
Show me the warp in the space-time.
Sure. So if you
Show us
look
the
at
demonstration, please.
For sure. So for example, general relativity can predict the precession of the orbit of Mercury.
That's not what I said. We can predict the precession of that. Yeah. It's a post-diction because we watched it for thousands of fucking years.
Okay, there are predictions that it makes and that we see, right? So the shift in, for example, background stars near the sun, that is a prediction that general relativity made. It took years to verify that. That is an actual prediction that was made.
It's not a verification. It's a theory. You can't demonstrate it. I asked for a simple demonstration.
You're right. I don't think the average person can demonstrate.
I don't think anybody can.
I disagree.
The only thing you can do is point at the sky and say that light should be behind that other light, but we see it and it's this way because I assert it. You can't demonstrate it.
No, okay,
just like you can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container. You can assert that the air on Earth is uncontained, and you could say the atmosphere, but you can't demonstrate it. You can't prove it.
Elmon, if two stars are always the same distance apart when we look at them at the sky, except
theory.
I haven't even finished.
I know, but it's a theory.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't demonstrate that. We can't set it up in an experiment and come up with an dependent variable and manipulate any of the variables. We can't science that.
You can actually, just because you don't understand it.
No, you can't. There'd be metaphysics, dude. All of that shit in the sky is philosophy. It's just you need to accept it. I know what it is. Yeah.
I mean,
if
that's
you
okay.
want to
Look,
go down
I'm
the
not going to
GR,
convince you.
if you want to go
I'm not
to
going
the
to
Eclipse
convince.
observation rabbit hole, man, let's do that.
Oh wait, 007, you're here.
That's a good joke, man.
Indio, I have something to tell you. You're correct. You can't just take Snell's law, apply calculus, and apply it to a continuous medium. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
You have changed my mind on that.
Okay. So go DM Bislin and tell him. And Mick West. Because I know both how they do their little calculation for refraction. Other than, like, it has serious problems. I mean, outside, even if what I posted wasn't true, the way they're doing it has just problems, man. Mick West is specifically garbage. Bislin uses a different method, which is, actually Bislin came up with his own little method. But I mean, whatever. I mean, that's neither here nor there. I mean, I posted a bunch of shit on refraction when I couldn't talk. Published papers, right, of them saying it remains a puzzle, an enigma. We can't make predictions. Like, we don't know what's going on. Plenty of papers when they've gone out and tested it. They've tried to make models, so I can give you citations to that, where they actually went out. The Geodetic Survey went out. Other surveyors in Greece went out. They did 2-frequency LiDAR and tried to test and measure the displacement of objects, like, and make models from the data. It can't be done.
My understanding of the difficulty is that there are just so many things to keep track of. Right, like the variance in the indices of refraction, for example, is so wild in an atmosphere, right? Because you have areas where it's denser, areas where it's not, areas that are composed of different gases, different temperatures. It's just difficult to track. But the fundamentals, to my understanding, are perfectly described by QED. QED is the best theory that we have for it, quantum electrodynamics. But it's just too complicated. The limitation is practical, not theoretical.
The limitation is practical, not theoretical. That remains to be seen.
Is that a
if you can't test it, listen. Yeah, so, like, the definition of pseudoscience is claims that cannot be falsified by experiment. So if you're sitting here making claims that my model, like, we have a model out there and it predicts, like, we're going to see X, Y, Z, but you can't actually go test this in the real world, then it's just a pseudoscientific claim.
I disagree.
That's all there is to it. You can disagree all you want. That's the definition of pseudoscience. Coined by Karl Popper freaking 100 years ago.
I mean, you understand that definitions fluctuate, right? And that they're constructs. Some more correct.
I mean, this is even on Wikipedia, so this is still the modern definition of pseudoscience.
And you
claims or theories that cannot be falsified by experiment. If you can't do the experiment, is this science? Can you do science without experiment?
I mean, it's sort of implied there that these experiments are not testable in theory, not in practice. There's a difference, right? Like, if I ask, like, is it possible to have 10 billion cars on planet Earth? Like, just because we don't have 10 billion cars on planet Earth doesn't mean that it's not possible to do it. Like, we can't test it, right? Because it's just not practically feasible. But there's no theoretical limit as to why we can't do it.
Okay, but we're talking about science, right? Is 10 billion cars on Earth a scientific claim?
Sure. Why not?
So, science is supposed to be empirical and
well, I'm trying to demonstrate to you that
to just imagine things.
I'm trying to demonstrate to you that something can be practically impossible, but theoretically possible.
But that's not my problem. That's your problem.
This is not the theoretical server.
This isn't my problem. You're claiming objective truth, and I'm not. You're claiming this is objective truth, that this happens, and you're basing your existential reality on it. I'm not.
It depends what you mean by objective truth, right? I've admitted that I'm not 100% sure of this. So to me, objectivity is up to a degree. It's not 100% certain. When I say something is objectively true, I mean I'm 99.9999% that is certain. I'm not 100%
Based on no information. Great, thank you.
If we can't do the experiment, what's the difference between that and faith?
I'm just wondering
What's the
how
difference
they
between
got.
the claim and faith? I mean,
we can't do it in practice or in theory.
What do you mean in theory? Listen, what is theory? Is theory real world? Is that imagination?
It's real world. Like I can't in practice build a rocket and go to space because I don't have the resources to do it. But there's nothing that is physically preventing me from doing so.
Yeah, it is. The second law of thermodynamics is preventing you.
Fucking funny. Oh, that's pretty funny. Listen. You're trying to use like a personal anecdote. We're talking about a general in the general case. Okay.
Right.
So
I'm trying to use a personal anecdote to
I
explain
can
to you.
theoretically think that I can jump over the Empire State Building. And practically I can't do it, but theoretically in my mind I can.
No, you can't in theory do it. You have a limit as to how much energy you can get out of the muscles in your body. Right? And the energy required is far less than the energy required to beat the height of the Empire State Building. See, this is what I
What you did earlier. You could just appeal to the future. Maybe in the future they'll have enough energy.
Maybe we'll come up with a certain type of steroids or some synthetic type of ATP where we can actually exert more energy out of our muscles and jump over the Empire State Building. But because I can't practically do the test now because this synthetic form of ATP has not been invented, doesn't mean I can't theoretically do it in the future. This is you, man.
That is not what I mean when I say in theory.
Oh my God.
Listen, a theory is a mental construct that exists in the physical world.
I disagree.
Just because you construct something in your mind, okay, give me a jar of theory.
Many things are in theory possible that are also practically possible.
Welcome to the Glover Twilight Zone.
You really think theories are physical?
They can be.
Once again,
I'm not talking about theories. I'm talking about when, like, what I mean when people say, "Oh, X is possible in theory, but it's not possible in practice." That means something. That has an actual meaning, right? And I don't think it's very clear what that meaning is.
Have you guys found a claim yet?
Again, I'm not trying to convince anybody here.
Well, I think you're trying to convince yourself, actually, which I don't think you are.
I think you're right about that, EXO.
Point out real quick, you didn't answer Roger's question from 20 minutes ago. Like, why are we ignorant? Why do you think we're ignorant?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's self-apparent, but I can restate it. So the reason why I think that you're ignorant is because the notion that the Earth is flat is an archaic, debunked notion.
Spoken right off Wikipedia. Unbelievable. What a fucking robot. Unbelievable.
Mm-hmm. I know, isn't that funny? That's like what you see on the YouTube videos too. It's like, oh, I think you're ignorant because I can recite something that's been thrown in front of my face 500 times in the last year.
Yeah.
I know how to recite passages from Wikipedia. That's why you're ignorant. Is that your best evidence for our ignorance?
Wait, that's in Wikipedia?
Archaic perception.
Dude, underneath every single Flat Earth YouTube video, if you mention Flat Earth in any video on YouTube, you'll get a little banner on the bottom that says, you know, it's a debunk thing from Wikipedia. That says,
so can you use the word debunked?
Yeah, bullshit.
I mean, okay, fuck it. Even if I was reciting it from there, I share that opinion
The
anyway.
globe Earth is what's been debunked, my brother.
Well, that's the point. Is that you're saying so you're saying the whole world depends on an archaic world experience a flat stationary plane. So the whole world experiences this archaic idea.
What?
Yes.
Everybody on Earth experiences. Yeah, everybody on Earth right now.
Yeah.
Is only experiencing a flat and stationary Earth. I guess you know.
Right. Right,
You're
watch
just
this,
here
Sonny.
denying all reality on all your senses.
Charlie,
Sonny.
watch this, Charlie. Watch. You'll admit right now that you don't know where you can experience the Earth curvature. You can't tell me when I can begin to see it.
So, what theory on shape is an archaic? Aristoteles?
Bro, you asked
That
me a
one's
question
not
why I
archaic.
think
No,
you're
that's not.
ignorant, and I did.
Oh my
You're
God.
number 2 and 3 best proofs of
archaic?
flat of the globe
how
are
about the-
archaic. Guess that
Yeah,
makes
what
you
about
ignorant
Aristotle?
there, Charlie.
Yeah. How about the Copernican principle? Is that
What about
archaic?
Yeah, what about that?
Don't recall what that is. What is that?
Oh my gosh. Why is
Welcome to
this
Flat
number
Earth.
still here?
You don't know what the Copernican principle is? Come on.
I'm sorry, my memory isn't perfect. I apologize.
I think he has to remember back to 1500s.
Listen, guy. All I got is a bachelor's, but I have a photographic memory. You got a master's and you can't memorize and repeat shit?
I highly doubt that.
It must have been my military service that put me ahead of you then.
Yeah, Charlie's never been in the military. Have you, Charlie?
You're just book smart. You don't know anything about application.
I'm an engineer, so you're wrong about that.
Yeah. Well, if it's true, we share that in common. So cool. You're a computer engineer. There's a difference. I'm
What type
mechanical.
of- You're a mechanical engineer.
Yes.
Really?
So listen, Charlie.
Hold on. We're a
we went
mechanical
through this
engineer.
before. Let's
get into this.
not-
Great.
not
You're a mechanical
sword
engineer.
fight.
My best friend is also a mechanical engineer, and he shares a ton of stuff with me.
Cool.
Can you tell me what a stress tensor is?
Yes, but do I need to? No,
Yes.
because I said we're not. Listen, we're not going to wave dicks.
You're
I didn't
already
need-
waving dicks when you brought up credentials.
I'm not.
Okay, all I'm doing is doing the same thing to you. What is a tensor?
That's what Charlie's all about. Anyway.
I didn't wave my diploma until you did. Okay, so let's go.
Who cares about your
said I'm an
diploma?
engineer.
That's exactly what Charlie wants. To wave around papers in the air.
He's the one who did it. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh man. You provided no proof, and you claim to us that nothing's objectively true, and you're 99% of something that cannot be apparent, is not observed, not measured, or
Charlie,
in any way.
No, hold on. He laughed at me and was like, "What is your highest degree of education?" And I just told him.
Stop it. Stop it.
I am doing the same thing he did to me.
We got it.
No, actually, I didn't ask you any questions about your career. I just left it as it was.
No, you're right, and I'm doing that because
now
that
you
is what
want
you're
me to
implying.
give.
So, Charlie, in reality, when can you experience the curvature? Charlie, do you know anybody, Charlie, who can tell you how high you have to go to see the curvature of the Earth?
What do you mean by experience it? Like feel it?
Oh my goodness! Wow, that's amazing. I said, see, how high do I have to go to begin to see the curvature of the Earth on your fantasy model or in reality?
I mean, with the naked eye, it's you can see
answer.
it.
Still guessing. Yeah, you're guessing. Right in your imagination right now, you can't even find an answer, Charlie. Isn't that amazing?
There is nothing wrong with suspending judgment. Let me think about this.
This is amazing. I love these people.
I think it's funny you're going to critique my profession by vector, but hey.
So you can see it
You don't
by
Charlie, you don't have a claim. You don't have a claim, Charlie.
So
he does.
you don't have
Everything
a
he
thing?
says is implicit. Let's read again. Let's go back to his quote. Let's look up the definition.
to me, the favorite.
Watch, Sonny. He's gonna tell a lie now. When can we see the curvature of the Earth again?
To me, the favorite evidence for it is the.
There we have it. Thanks for your answer. Okay. Wrong again. Glover's wrong
You don't even have
again.
a start page. You don't even have a claim, bruh. That's how easy this is. No claim.
Yeah, I mean, because
we are. We're
So
archaic, and you don't
the,
even
the
have a
favorite
claim.
one for me is the Rocket Man 4K video where you could see it for hours and hours and hours, just like
So zero.
cruise
Still
away
no
from it.
claim. Still no claim. I'm looking
No.
for an altitude. How high do I have to go? You still
Where's
don't
the
have a
claim?
claim.
Where is it? How high?
You're archaic, Sonny. He doesn't even have a claim, but you're archaic. Thanks, guys.
No, I don't think he's archaic. I think he has an archaic belief, but I don't think he is archaic.
That's funny because you're the one talking about beliefs. I didn't talk about. I'm not talking about beliefs.
How are
You're
you
in the
going
wrong
to feel when
server.
how are you going to feel when your belief becomes archaic, Charlie? How would you feel if
I'm okay with that.
20 years from? Oh, okay, cool. Well, you don't seem like you do not seem open.
I have had
all. You do
I have
not
had
seem to be able to step outside of the model and even consider that it's wrong. But that is the hallmark of a mathematical or scientific model. It's supposed to predict or answer questions about reality. When it fails to do that, you discard the model and create a new one. However, this model is being clung to despite all evidence to the contrary in a completely illogical way. It should have been discarded long ago, error upon error upon error, based on this alleged radius of 3,959 miles. How do you think they originally got that number, which they based all of this mathematics on? I would challenge you to read the book, what's that one, King's Dethroned. Read that book and come back and tell us what you think about that, since you're so into math. I'll find a link for you that you can either listen to the audiobook for free or read the PDF for you for free. But anyway, how do you think they got that radius value?
By basic trigonometry. Anyway, so BattleMod, you just
Hold on. How would they do that?
I don't recall off the top of my head. Do I really need to memorize everything, all that's always happened, to be able to
I love how you
answer
want to
within a couple of seconds? I'm not superhuman, okay? And to answer your first question before you asked 3, I do not presume that I don't currently have archaic beliefs, and the reason I don't presume it now is because I have beliefs. I used to have beliefs that I don't hold anymore that I now think are archaic, and I think it's possible that the same is true. Oh God.
No, I really want to know, because you don't seem to be able to change your mind on anything. I want to name one.
I used to be extremely religious. Right, I used to be.
Still are. You just replaced it with a new religion. Newsflash.
Okay. Because
anyway,
we're just playing words now.
How would they use trigonometry to measure the radius? Explain to me how that would be done. If you're an engineer, that shouldn't be hard for you to just think about and figure it out. Angles. You have to have 2 sides in an angle, or 3 sides, or 2 angles in a side. Which ones do they use for that?
Well, first of all, do you accept trigonometry? Because not everybody does.
Come on.
Not everybody does. It's a honest question.
No, mathematics is a legitimate tool, but it has to. So the
assumptions need to be true, right?
The term measure. It wouldn't be a measurement. It would be a calculation if you have to calculate it through trigonometry. That calculation still needs to be verified as far as its validity. Because you could assume a circumference around the Earth at the equator. But if you're assuming that it's a ball instead of flat, and it's indeed flat, you're going to come up with a radius when there is none. So it's not a measurement, but you can calculate an estimation based off of presumptions, but it still has to be verified.
Right. Would it be correct for you, do you agree with the following statement? Any true assumptions fed into a calculation will always yield a true statement.
I object. It's an oxymoron to say, what did you say? True presumptions?
Yes.
It's an oxymoron. Who uses terminology like that? They're two different things, opposite things. True and assumption are 2 opposite things.
No, they're not opposite.
Basically, you're saying
you can assume something that is true, and you can assume something that is untrue.
If you guess and you guess right, you'd be able to verify it somehow. Is that kind of what you're saying?
No. I'm asking you, if I measure my height, for example, I'm 5'9", okay? If I measure my height, and then I measure, I don't know, I calculate what the length of the shadow would be if I hold a light bulb at a certain position from me, right? Does what come out of the trigonometry, is it true? Is it accurate? If my initial measurements are accurate.
You're a tiny man. It's true.
Yeah, if you can get out an actual tape measure and verify that your calculation was right, then yeah, it was correct.
No. Before you measure the shadow.
Weighs the assumption because you have a known shadow length.
Yes. Yep. No. Listen, this is the experiment.
Listen, angle of the shadow is dictated by the angle of the light source. This is what he's covering.
And the height of the object, right?
Yes, but it's most relative to the distance to the light source.
If I have...
Charlie, don't get in such a hurry that when other people are talking, and you run them over. And the rest of us, could we please go one at a time, Charlie, please?
If the height is accurate, if my height is accurate, and the angle of the light is accurate, will the calculated shadow length always be accurate?
The unit of measure will always be accurate when it's measurable, yes. Show us your SI unit, your physical measurement.
You can measure distances in meters, and you can measure angles in radians. I don't care. It doesn't matter.
Then we'll accept your shadow angle.
The unit of measurement that you use is irrespective of the real world length, right? It doesn't matter what units you use. As long as you do all the conversions
inside the atmosphere, sure.
Hold on. I'm talking about a very simple experiment. If I tell you how tall I am, and I tell you where a light source is, you should be able to calculate the length of my shadow.
We know where it's leading, Charlie. You're trying to use something we can physically verify to prove something you cannot physically verify.
No. All I'm trying to get you to accept is that trigonometry is true. That's it.
No, I don't think anybody here said trigonometry isn't true.
Well, I'm trying to get you to say that it is true.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I gave it to you. I didn't really.
I didn't say it wasn't.
I mean, I said, excellent. It's look. I said it's a useful tool, and it can get you true results. Yes, but you don't know if it's a true result unless you can actually verify it.
Sure, but you know that if the inputs you feed it and that the model that you have is accurate, then the output has to be correct.
That's why I covered what he's saying. He's referring to physical measurement.
Hold on, Lunatic.
If it's a non-physical measurement, we're going.
Lunatic, can you answer my question?
Arc minutes or any other theoretical concept, then it's not even an approximation. So,
I mean, I'm pretty much in agreement with what Battlemont. What's your question to me now?
Right, because we have an apparent position to the sun, but not an actual position to the sun. We see where it appears to be. Right? Aberration of light.
My question to you, Lunatic, is if I put you in a big room,
it's
and
lunatic.
we know your height, and then lunatic, if we put you in a room and then we know your height, and I put a light, like a lamp, right?
We already answered it.
And we know the height of the lamp, and we know that the ground is flat. You should be able to calculate what the length of the shadow will be.
You know all these things. Now, when you start to blow it up to something like trying to prove Earth curvature, you're going to have to presume things that you don't know. Like
correct.
You just said, you know that the room has a flat floor, right?
Correct.
So we knew this. Now, when you're going to the Earth, we're not going to know that.
Right. But my listen. The only thing that I'm trying to draw out from you is that if there is an error, the error is in the assumptions, but it's not in the math. Like the math is math. As long as we follow the rules of math, the math.
Yeah,
outputs what it says it is.
It's just a mathematical object.
If we feed it bad things,
just like the question,
the math will give us bad outputs. But if we give the math good inputs, it'll give us a good output, regardless of whether or not we go and measure it later.
I think you might be confused with planar trigonometry and spherical trigonometry.
No, I'm not confused.
You've just described planar trigonometry, where the floor is level, and that is the real trigonometry that we use to determine angles. But you seem to think that the word trigonometry implies spherical.
No, trigonometry implies trigonometry. I just want you to say trigonometry is correct. That's all I want you to say right now so I can move on to my other point.
It's correct. And so is Euclidean geometry, which is planar.
Excellent. Okay.
Do you know the difference between Euclidean and non-Euclidean?
Of course I do. Euclidean geometry, to me, is best approximated by a flat metric tensor.
Like what we experience.
No, we don't experience. Well, you're right. As humans, as everyday humans, we experience a flat metric. However, because we're intelligent and we can build systems that can make measurements that any single individual human would never be able to make, we know that that is not the case.
It's just a mathematical object, though, right, Charlie?
Yeah. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Like,
it does. It's an abstract construct of man. So you're trying to take abstracts, add them together, and build concrete reality. I just want to point that out.
Yeah, to make predictions. Yes, that is what we do when we use math. That is literally what is going on. That is
Not
what
always.
happens when you use a stress tensor to model how strong a material is.
I know
You're taking
what
an
a
abstract
stress
concept.
tensor is.
I don't think you do, because you
Load-bearing
posted a.
capabilities. It is. It's just a mathematical construct. It could be a cube, and I can measure every vector and every stress that goes in any vector. For load-bearing capability.
What is the order of a stress tensor of a typical material? Of a
What
real
does
world
it
material?
matter? How does it apply to your point?
I'm trying to demonstrate that you don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I'm not letting you obfuscate from the point. I want you to bring it home because it's become redundant.
I'm trying. Okay.
You repeated to Lou the same question 3 freaking times, bro. Can you just get to your
I'm
point?
answering your point that I'm taking an abstract thing and then I'm making concrete predictions from it.
We conceive that
that is literally what we do.
Trigonometry, when using real world values, can be considered to be true. Yes, will be always.
What is wrong with taking an abstract concept and making predictions from it?
Is it abstract concrete?
Okay, well, we're just word salading now.
Listen,
I know we are, but I already answered this question. I said you're building out of abstracts. You're trying to put 2 abstracts together and make a concrete reality. So I've already answered this.
Jesus.
No, it's okay to do that, but you can't, without verifying it, you can't then take that as a truth and then compile it with another assumption and keep doing that, because that's what your globe model has done. You've got these things piled one on top of the next on top of the next, and none of this stuff can be verified ever.
Yes, and there are faults to that, because if there is an error in one of the assumption ladders, it'll produce errors all around. And we do observe that. But people don't assert that all of these assumptions are known or even extremely accurate.
Michio Kaku seems to disagree with you. You know who he is, right?
Of course I do.
All right, well, he's quoted saying that in cosmology, I'm sure if you watch the chat, someone will post it, the quote right away if you want to read it verbatim. But he's on a show too that you could watch where he says that normally in science, if you're off by a factor of 2 or a factor of 10, that's terrible and you have to throw it away. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, typically.
If we're off by a factor of 2 or a factor of 10, we call that horrible. We say something's wrong with the theory. We're off by a factor of 10. However, in cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120.
Yep.
That's a 1 with 120 zeros after it. It's the largest mismatch between theory and experiment in the history of science.
Yep.
You're okay with that?
Yeah, applied within the context of what he's talking about, yes, I'm okay with that.
What he's talking about?
He's talking about the cosmological constant disaster, is my assumption, because that's the only one that I know is off by a factor of 10 to the 120.
That's a problem.
What?
Literally called the cosmological constant problem, and you don't think it's a problem?
Yeah.
It's a problem. It's not a problem with my epistemology, if that's what you're implying.
Yeah, because you're 99.9999% sure of something that is 99.999999 wrong.
First of all, the theory that makes that prediction that is off by that much has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. That is all about quantum mechanics, which I thought you guys agreed was true.
Sorry, how are Spaceballs made? Gravity, right?
How are Spaceballs made?
Yeah, they're made with gravity, right?
Planets, moons, stars.
Oh, planets? Yeah, sure. Gravity.
Yeah, gravity. So this is illustrating the problem that gravity doesn't work, and you're saying it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
No, that's not what.
Yeah,
that's the cosmological constant problem is a difference between. Hold on, you're mistaken about that. The cosmological constant problem is a difference between the predicted value of the vacuum energy that quantum field theory predicts and what we actually measure when we go out and look at the sky. That is what the cosmological constant problem is.
So what is the problem with the quantum field theory? Is it out? Because he said it's a cosmological crisis, not a quantum field theory crisis.
Yeah, so Albert Einstein introduced the lambda term that you see in his equations, that is the cosmological constant, and I think that's how it's being tied into gravity. So he put it in to account for a static universe, meaning a universe that, I mean, if you think about it, right? If gravity is true, then all the planets eventually should attract each other, and the universe should eventually just be like a crunched up mess, right? But that isn't what is true. So he added it in to have a universe where all the planets are basically the same distance apart from each other all the time. He called it his biggest blunder. It turns out that once we looked at the sky, we noticed that the galaxies were actually moving away from each other. And so people added that term back in. That term corresponds to vacuum energy, meaning like actual space, even when there's quote unquote nothing in it, should still have some energy in it. What's interesting about this is that quantum mechanics, and by extension quantum field theory, predicts that empty space actually does have some energy in it. So in that sense, it agrees with the theory. The problem is that when you do the calculations in quantum field theory and compare it to what we actually see, the difference is massive. Orders and orders and orders of magnitude difference.
Right, I get that. But the problem is that if energy is matter and matter is energy, and it can't be created or destroyed, only transformed, how could there be energy from nothing?
So the first law of thermodynamics, which is just quoted, the law of conservation of energy, isn't actually true.
What?
Oh, so it's not a law then.
I mean, people call it a law, but again, words are just words. It doesn't hold in all contexts.
Like in outer space, it's not true.
At
So
cosmological scale, it's not true.
sometimes words don't mean things. Sometimes they do. We could switch back and forth in a subjective reality. Like we can make shit up.
It's true here where we're standing, but in outer space, no, it's not true.
So the law of conservation of energy, in fact, any conservation laws where you have like a conserved quantity, like momentum or energy, they all come from what's called symmetries. There's a symmetry in the system. In this case,
how can you have a finite amount of gases? Can you explain?
What?
How is it possible to have a finite space containing gases? What is required?
Okay.
To contain gases in a finite space.
Do you have cans of soda in your home?
No, I don't drink soda. What's your point?
Okay, but you can envision you buying like a LaCroix or whatever.
No, I'm not going to envision anything. I'm asking you.
Okay, I mean, if you can't, I'm trying to answer your question. If you're not accepting the answer, then I can't answer your question.
I mean, you know what, Sonny? You know what a can of soda is, right?
Yes, I do.
You've opened one before, right?
Yes, I have.
Okay, carry on.
Okay.
And
the amount of gas that is in your soda does not change from today to tomorrow.
Until you open it?
Because of the container, right?
Sure. Because it's pressurized.
What happens when you open it?
Sure, the gas escapes because it's pressurized and it's under higher pressure inside than the outside.
How do we measure gas pressure?
Sorry, bro. You know the claim that the fifth law of thermodynamics isn't true. Can I get you to cite the source for that?
Sure. So, do you have a physicist that you like or trust?
No. I'm asking you about how do you measure gas pressure?
Hold on, Hank Hill asked me a question. He asked me, how do I know that the first law doesn't hold in all context?
That's what I asked you, so just stick to the plot, bro. How do you measure gas pressure?
Sorry, bro. Please.
Okay, so to answer your question, Hank Hill, these are all my sources. Anyway, moving on to Sunny. How do I measure pressure? Pressure is force per unit area. There are many different ways to measure that.
What does that unit area mean? What does that mean?
It means a reference area.
Do you mean like pounds per square inch or centimeter squared per centimeter square? I mean, is that what you're talking about?
Centimeter square is a unit of area, sure.
Yeah, so how do you measure unit area?
You don't measure unit area. You measure force per unit area, which is different.
So
it's distinct.
Can you measure force per unit area without a container?
Sure you can.
How?
When you step on a scale, that's what you're doing.
Oh my God!
There is a force distributed.
Pressure, bro. Not talking about stepping on a fucking scale. See
Okay,
how
then ask your
retarded you get?
question precisely.
Gas pressure without a container. Show it now.
Show you a gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, demonstration of this.
I can't.
Okay, so
You need a container.
does anyone else need any more of this globe doctrine? Because I'm kind of tired of it. You want to continue talking to him, it's fine, but he's just a religious turd, man. Literally.
No, well, he's just said exactly the fundamental point that you can't have that pressure without the container, right?
Yep.
I mean, are you just going to mute me every time I say something that threatens your worldview?
You're not threatening my worldview. You know what? Reality is on my side. I don't have anything to worry about.
So the whole point about the gas pressure, the whole point about the gas pressure and container thing is, my point is that the gravity is acting as the container.
Incorrect. Because you can demonstrate how simple that doesn't work by creating a slight low pressure in your lungs, and you can actually suck air up and away from the ground when breathing in. Or if you use a straw and you create a slight low pressure in your mouth, you can actually suck fluids up, out, vertical, so meaning away from the gravity attraction of the earth. And that's a slight pressure difference in your mouth. So if gravity was said to be this container, firstly, you're talking about a Newtonian type of gravity, something pulling towards a center. And in that Newtonian model, it's distance dependent. So you would have the strongest gravity toward the center. And as you get further away from that point, the gravity would weaken. So if I can pull water away with a slight low pressure in my mouth at ground level where the gravity would be strongest, then any moisture or air in the atmosphere would start to fill the available volume that it has available to it. It's not about a sucking, it's about gas moving to fill the available volume, so we can then calculate the pressure inside the container.
I agree, and that's why the atmosphere goes so high up in the air, because gravity needs a lot more distance to act as a container.
Ridiculous.
No, but you understand, you
proof.
cannot have the gas pressure without the container. And you acknowledge this at least twice.
Right. I mean, I think the disagreement here is that you're not accepting my statement that
no, it's that you need a physical container to contain gases.
The gases don't care whether or not it's physical. They care about a force.
Listen, you're out of your league here, man. You're completely out of it.
So is that force stronger? Is that force stronger at ground level or up in the sky where you magically think it becomes a container? Why is it not containing at various levels closer towards where the gravitational attraction would be stronger?
I mean, the pressure is greater closer to the center. My whole point is that
the pressure is.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
No, you go, Sonny.
And what about water vapor?
What about it?
Yeah, it goes up.
All gases expand to fill the available volume of their container. And if there is an infinite container, then you would have almost zero gas pressure everywhere. That's including on Earth, on all stars and all the planets everywhere, because if space is this homogeneous substance and it's at such an incredible low pressure, everything wants to always equilibrate. And like I've explained, the gravitational attraction would be the strongest at the ground, and it wouldn't suddenly become a container where the air particles would actually be so thinned and refined, because you agree that the pressure's greater at the surface and then goes up, getting exponentially less. So at that point where it's exponentially less,
there's not a point.
The particles are so far spread out per cubic feet that the pressure is almost to zero. It's 0, and then some decimal places. At that point, you think somehow the gas can contain gas.
It's not a point. It's a gradient. I actually didn't know that it was exponentially decreasing. Although I guess that wouldn't make sense.
Have you heard of the Kármán line? Have you heard of the Kármán line?
Of the what?
Kármán line. I guess that was the answer to my question.
Common light?
Kármán line.
The Kármán line.
The supposed line where space begins, which you were saying wasn't a point, that it's a gradient. But we have this said fictitious dotted line that we place in the middle of air, and we call that the Kármán line. And it's the fictitious boundary where supposedly space begins. Now, due to ionospheric bouncing, we know that we're definitely bouncing a signal off of something physical, because signals don't bounce off of air. So the signal travels all the way through the denser air, and then at some point where the air particles are so sparse, the signal turns 180 degrees and travels back down to the earth. That only occurs on a physical, tangible container, which must be there for us to have gas pressure here in the first place. Otherwise, the gas pressure would equilibrate with the environment there to find its equilibrium.
Hold on. So you don't think electromagnetic signals bounce off of gases?
You think they do?
Yes, they do. Or at least they can. Like, there's nothing about a gas that says they can't. They can do a bunch of sort of things.
Can you provide any citation of any signal ever being bounced off of air? And I'm not talking about in a chamber where you've significantly ionized a certain particle field and you can create some kind of warped reality where you can assume that it can almost represent something physical, but not really, because you've excited the molecule.
So you agree that under certain conditions you can bounce it off of a gas? Not necessarily air, maybe, right? But a gas, it's possible. Yeah?
Out of potentially certain ionized gases that are at pressure, yes. At the low pressure where that zone is, no.
What do you think is the cause for a light beam or an EM beam being reflected? Like, what is the underlying mechanism?
All of them are line of sight, and it's off of a physical object. Same with radar, same with sonar. It has to bounce off of a physical object and return back to the receiver.
Okay, so I understand what you mean by physical in everyday life, right? But can we get a little bit more precise?
Why would sonar be there if the signal bounced off air?
Okay. Is water a physical object?
Can you answer my question? Why would sonar be used to find physical, tangible objects if signals bounced off air?
So the signals definitely bounce off of water?
Wouldn't you get a misleading signal if you could bounce signals off air?
Under certain conditions, you can definitely bounce signals off of gases.
Off of really compressed, pressurized, ionized gases in a chamber, yes, you create certain conditions.
Yeah. But ideal gases, that's the word you're looking for.
Thanks.
Ideal. Do ideal gases exist in the atmosphere becomes the next question.
Yeah, and at that altitude, where the particles are so spread out that they're almost not colliding. That's why the temperature drops so significantly. There's almost no pressure. So there is just more nothingness between very sparse molecules. So the signal bounced through all the densely packed air molecules down by the surface without reflecting. But as soon as they reach a zone where the particles are less densely packed together, it suddenly turns around and goes back. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because are you familiar with the ionosphere?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what cosmic rays are?
It's ionized.
I mean, do you deny its existence?
Electrically charged. I didn't hear anybody deny anything.
Which is why I'm asking. Do you like? I'm not
No,
assuming.
you asked to it. You're trying to infer something. Nobody did. What?
Yes, and I inferred it, and I'm double checking by asking BattleMod. Okay.
That's what we've been discussing. Ionospheric bounds.
Ion what? Skywave propagation.
Okay, so flat Earth solar. Do you agree that the ionosphere is there, or do you disagree that it exists?
How did that can be spherical?
Okay, who cares what shape it is? It could be. Let's assume the Earth is flat for a second.
No, who is saying that? What are you saying now? That it's ionosphere, it's spherical. How we do know that?
Oh God, this shape does not matter for this. Do you flat Earth solar? Do you agree that there is a layer? Who cares what the shape is?
Do you remember what we've just been discussing? Do you remember what we've just... That they do bounce signals off of this region where your molecules are meant to be so sparse and the pressure so low. And the only way that signals rarely bounce off of objects is if it's an object. And it can return that signal back to its origin point without scattering it.
There are plenty of non-solid objects that you can bounce off signals off.
You can also travel through some solid objects.
What's up, guys?
Yes.
Like what?
Electromagnetic waves. You're saying that does your Wi-Fi work in your house?
Yeah, you're right.
There's an absorption rate and a reflection rate for every. It depends on wavelength strength and intensity.
You are absolutely correct.
And the ionosphere is full of ionized particles. Yes, they attach to gas particles, but they're also physical particles.
Wait, are you talking about Wi-Fi? Are you talking about Wi-Fi signals?
Per so many cubic kilometers. So if they are ionized, great. But you've got, imagine a visual with 100 little balls packed in a little cube versus a cube with one ball in it. And you're telling me you can bounce your signal off one ionized ball.
No,
the ionosphere does not have one particle per cubic kilometer.
It has to be
You're
3
just
balls.
wrong about that.
If it's 3 balls, then you can bounce the signal.
It's much larger than that.
No, I think it's no. According to
you mean?
No. If you have 3, it should work.
Yes.
If you have 3 balls, and then
I do, Charlie. That's why I helped you out.
I'm just glad you conceded on the fact that you need a container to have gas pressure and that you were quite adamant about it. Yeah, great. That's what I say. I'm really excited that you conceded on that. And maybe later on, it'll dawn on you that we're breathing pressurized gas, and container has to be something physical, like an open container that I can hold water in, or a closed container that I can hold gas in.
So, are you familiar with sulfur hexafluoride?
Yeah. Can I say something before you guys continue? When I came back, I was pleasantly pleased that you picked Flat Earth Solar to talk to. You know why? Because it seems you're a decent kid, man.
Wait, is this a radio
I don't care what others think.
That's
a lot
right,
of
this
us
is a
here are
radio.
passionate and assholes. But you picked the right guy to have a normal, civil conversation with. And I appreciate the fact that everybody else is letting you guys do it. So cheers to everyone.
Thank you.
All right, well, one second.
Get
One second.
fucked.
The guy just talking. You're saying no? Wait, what?
So, like, I agree that it needs a container, right? But it totally depends on what your definition of container is. And I think in order to get away from semantic arguments like that, we should really look at, okay, what is the job that the so-called container is actually doing, right? And to me, it would seem that that job is applying a force so as to keep particles within a certain volume.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? And gravity does the same job. So
That's a peculiar way to describe how your cup would hold water. But you're welcome to try and do mental gymnastics to make the concept of a container become ambiguous. There
Okay,
isn't
great.
your
Then you
definition
describe to me.
or my definition. What you're describing is an explanation. Then everyone will have different explanations based on their language, based on subtext, based on semantics. Everyone will have a different explanation. And that's why there's this little important thing called a definition. And then when you look at the definition, for a container, you will see it is usually a physical substance. And if you're going to hold pressurized gas, it's certainly not mediocre in its containment strength. It's usually a really hardcore steel. And your sodium hexafluoride that you were going to describe to me would be brought to the demonstration in a sealed container. Then you'd pour it probably into, let me guess, you're thinking of a fish tank, right? So you probably pour sodium hexafluoride into an open glass container called a fish tank, which is capable of holding liquids. And then because sodium hexafluoride is more dense, it's going to settle. And you're going to be able to drop objects into this terrarium or fish tank filled with a more dense gas, showing you exactly that the object you dropped is not attracted to the earth because of gravitation, and that it's actually a density relationship to what surrounds it that's either going to cause a downward vector or a floating or an upward vector. So you're going to demonstrate a density relationship using a sealed container.
Why up or down? Why not sideways?
And a more dense gas.
Why up or down? Why not sideways?
What did I miss about what you were going to tell me about sodium hexafluoride?
Why up or down? Why not sideways?
You took
gases move in all directions. Gases move in all directions. There's
right, but when you have a density tower, right, they organize in the up or down direction. Yeah.
Why not sideways? Have you ever seen anything fall sideways?
Yeah, I wanted to cover that. And the density tower is contained in a manner where there's only up and down.
Okay, hold on. So if you can create a density tower with gases, right?
Displacement. So there can be sideways movement in the density tower due to displacement. So I mean, you're just technically wrong about that.
Right. I'm asking why don't they separate sideways as opposed to why do they separate up or down?
They can. As a denser object tries to rise and a less dense tries to fall, they can be parted and go side to side. Well,
right, but that's only momentarily. In equilibrium, they will settle vertically. Like if you wait it long enough.
There's still 4 vectors. Up, down, and side to side.
But hold on, I want to come back to a specific point about sulfur hexafluoride. If you have sulfur hexafluoride and you interface it with, I don't know, air or another gas, it doesn't really matter, right? They're vertical to each other, and there is something that's keeping the gas below and another gas above. In a similar manner,
only for a period of time.
Okay, so in a similar manner, you can have water in like a glass, right? So can you explain to me the micro description of what happens when a water molecule is heading towards the edge of a glass? How does the glass stop it from going through the glass?
How did we get from discussing gases and closed containers to water droplets?
Because they're both fluids.
On the inside of a container.
Metaphysics.
They behave like fluids.
It isn't always contained. Listen, if we're talking about a glass, it isn't always contained. It can pass through the glass due to condensation and differentials in temperature.
You're mistaken about that. Condensation does not get the liquid outside of it. That's not what condensation is. Condensation happens when the gas outside is cooled enough for it to condense. But anyway, my question...
Are we talking about liquids or gases? Yeah,
well, right now I'm talking... The question I want to focus on, and I can go back to the sulfur hexafluoride thing just fine.
Every
time you speak, you make like 10 points. So I like to stick to one at a time. So
what does the ideal gas have in common with our atmosphere? That's the problem I have with everybody who always goes to hexafluoride.
Battlemon.
It doesn't exist in nature.
Battlemon. So if you have a glass of water, okay, what? And I'm tracing a molecule of water. Okay, it's bouncing around, and then it's heading towards the wall of the glass container. What happens such that it doesn't go through the glass container?
Oh my gosh.
He's trying to grandstand. Give him a break.
I mean, I can tell you what I think happens.
Surface tension. What?
But it seems like you just don't accept my explanation.
It's here. That's great. That's great.
Well, you're going to say what? The attraction of the water to the water keeps it contained.
No. It doesn't.
Physicality of the glass.
It's not the physicality of the glass. The glass. Jesus.
Glass. It's density.
No. It's that the glass has protons and electrons, and that the water molecules also has protons and electrons. But in particular, the electrons are really what do the most work. Right.
Fantastic.
The electrons in the water molecule repel the electrons in the glass molecules, right?
No.
And you accept electromagnetism, right? There is a repelling force between like charges.
Do you believe in math, you guys? Do you believe in math?
Hold on. Do you not believe that like charges repel?
Do you not believe it?
Do you not accept it?
Do you know how many times you said believe? And you were telling us that you gave up religion.
Do you accept that like charges repel?
Just go back to believe, man. That's more honest.
Yeah. We know where you are.
Relevance?
Okay, because I'm trying to explain to you that what a container ultimately does is just apply a force to the gas such that it remains within a certain volume. That's all a container is. And so if you can accept that description of it, I can show you how a glass with water in it does exactly that.
Gas pressure is the energy or force exerted on the walls of a container. How do you have the gas pressure without a container, man? Stop playing stupid games. You sound dumb.
Witsit, how do water molecules get contained in a glass container? I have a water molecule. It's traveling towards the edge of the container. What does the container do to keep the water molecule inside of it?
It's a physical barrier. It's a physical barrier, so it contains.
No, that's not what happens. It's not a physical barrier, so it contains.
Well, so what's it? This guy's already acknowledged 3 times that you can't have gas pressure without a container, and he's agreed emphatically. But yet he thinks the container is just gravity and some outer layer of molecules, which are the less dense.
Flat Earth solar. What do you think happens when 2 water molecules collide?
How
do you think they're like 2 marbles that click and like 2 billiard balls?
Stop! You sound dumb. If I let gas out at the surface level where gravity is strong because it goes in all directions, how is it?
Okay, you're just reciting something. Can you answer my question?
Listen,
because it's stupid.
It's not matter.
It's a great question to ask. What happens when 2 water molecules hit each other?
It's a state of matter. Well, they combine. It's not really water until 2 molecules combine.
You think 2 molecules of water combine?
Water and gases don't really.
No, not that they combine one to the other.
Okay, fine. Let's switch to gases. I guess we can't talk about fluids in general.
So you should understand. Okay, so when you
have 2 molecules of water, okay, they come close and they collide and then they grow apart. What is that collision? Hold on. The collision. What is actually going on under the hood when I say they collide? My understanding is the electrons. Hold on. My understanding is the electrons on the electrons on the water molecules repel because like charges repel, and there are a lot more electrons than protons, right? And so they have this repelling force, and when they get really close to each other, that repelling force is extremely large, and so they fly apart.
Listen, hold on. Solids contain liquids and gases just because of the one is loosely bound and the other is more closely bound at the molecular level. So a solid is tighter in molecular structure than a liquid. It can't flow through it.
You're right.
I mean, it's a dumbass question.
No, it's not a dumbass question.
It does when we're talking about Earth in the atmosphere and containment of the gases.
All right, Battlemont.
So,
What happened?
so in an open system, gas is free to move omnidirectional, is it not?
All right, sorry, I have to go. My wife is here, but I'll come back.
Oh, yeah.
That's cool, Charlie.
That's
I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
questionable.
I'll reset your name for you.
He can't let his wife catch him talking to flat earthers. She just pulled in the
That's
driveway.
highly-
He's like, shit, I gotta go.
Highly sus. Sounds like he's about 19 or something.
I know. 29 with a master's degree, but I gotta ask why solids contain liquids.
I could have
goes sideways.
The wife gets home. Who the hell are you talking to? You know, like, oh, a bunch of flat earthers. No. I think it probably happens a lot to these
He
guys.
would never tell her the truth, but yet he spends hours on here, whoever the hell he is.
I want to tell Witsit good job for dealing with the Gestapo last night.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no.
Thanks, I guess.
Yeah, dude. I was watching the whole time. I'm like, they remind me like the DNR, the park rangers, right? They've got a federal jurisdiction, like so. They can give you a ticket anywhere in the United States. Those guys tend to have a bigger chip on their shoulder.
Yeah.
The younger dude was the superior officer, right? So, and he obviously had a chip on his shoulder, and you were poking at him. The other guy, I think you were right.
What's up? How we doing? We might have someone to talk to in a minute and get this chat happening. Since none of y'all want to open your mic.
There is no triangulation in celestial navigation, so it is actually triangulation. There is no triangulation in celestial navigation, so it is actually triangulation.
With celestial navigation using a sextant, we're not triangulating.
So it is actually triangulation to the GP. So you can draw it on your chart, draw a line there, and then you do it for all three, and you get your intersection. So it is actually triangulation. There is no triangulation in celestial navigation.
With celestial navigation using a sextant, we're not triangulating.
So it is actually triangulation.
Are you serious? Are you? The double-speaking McBooger-eating, ball-tarred bum sniffer wouldn't know what the sextant or celestial navigation were if they climbed up his arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in concertina wire.
Just when I think you couldn't possibly be any dumber, you go and do something like this. And totally redeem yourself!
I think the sun is a physical object, and I think it is solid enough.
What the hell did you just say?
I think the sun is a physical object, and I think it is solid enough.
Say what?
Yes, a gas giant bounces radar.
How in the world can a
gas giant
be
solid enough? So yeah, I don't know, you
dumbass cracker. You are so dumb. Damn. And we're off. How's it going out there, guys? As usual, if you'd like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. We got a lively bunch today out there in chat, and a lively bunch in Discord. Leading off, the beautiful Betty Van Velsen. How's it going out there, Betty?
Yeah, I wanted to say hee-haw, like the redneck Dutch girl.
You're a redneck Dutch girl. Bow, 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 bow.
Yeah. Imagine that being played by a steel guitar.
Yeah. I love that little jingle.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, they have no.
Oh.
Of course, they have no idea with what we speak of.
Of course.
Let's keep it.
Well, what you said earlier was jokers on the left and clowns on the right.
Here I am, stuck in the middle with you.
Yeah, so that's sort of a racist.
Racist with jokers and clown? That's not a racist type of thing.
Yeah, of course it is. Nowadays, everything is racist.
Yeah, everything. If you explain everything, you've actually explained nothing.
Wow, that's profound, man.
Isn't it?
Did you think of that one yourself, or did you get some help?
Yeah, I don't need any help. I was actually, ever since I woke up, I was feeling profoundly profound today.
Wow.
Yeah.
Can you sort of tell us how that feels exactly?
I can't. It's unreachable by mere mortals.
So
I was feeling symbolic yesterday, though.
Symbolic? Well, I think it's full symbolism now. Can you get off your high tower? Come down to us plain people here. Emphasis on plain people.
Yeah. See, we're getting off to a rocking start today. I told you they're fired up out there, guys.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So that's it.
See, all types of fiery emoticons in the chat, so that's good.
There's a lot of fires in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're a fire starter.
That was a cool movie back in the day. Firestarter with what's her name again?
Yeah, good call. I don't know. I know it's from a book from Stephen King.
I can see her face. I'm terrible at names. We already been over that a little earlier.
Is it Drew Barrymore?
Drew Barrymore, that's who it was. Yeah, yeah. When she was a young pup.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. That was a good movie. That's so old. How old is that movie?
Oh, as old as she is, almost.
Yeah, that's back there, boy.
I saw her yesterday in one of these YouTube clips, and she's having shows now. She's like a show host.
What, like a talk show host?
Yeah, sort of, yeah.
They really piss me off.
Who did? What?
Talk shows. I don't know. There's so I can't.
There's too many of them.
It's not that it's too many. It's just the quality. It's so fake.
Well, they have like muzzles on because they can't deal with every topic that there is, right?
It just seems so contrived to me.
Mm-hmm.
It's not profound. It doesn't reach profound levels, so I dismiss it.
Well, it's a lot of jokes and stuff, and they don't go into any depth, right? So that's not good.
No, it's not. I do not like Formica deep stuff either.
Mm.
So this is personal likes and dislikes QE show.
Well, we got some other guests here. We have Neil.
Neil!
Of course.
What's happening there in QE land?
And we got Adam Meekin here.
No way.
Yes, we do.
Way, dude. Evening.
Evening, sir. You mean there's not any friggin' family birthdays or bar mitzvahs out there for you?
No, I'm running a little late because it was my boy's 17th birthday on Friday, and literally just finished little driving lesson number 3. He's just getting touch control very nicely. So,
cool.
Yeah, it's cool. It was stopping, pulling off tonight, which is better than stopping, stalling.
Yeah, I remember those days. I don't do that. I don't do that anymore. I go with automatic, man. I'm old. I'm not playing that game anymore.
I'm the same because I've got crap knees. But I've told him he's not learning in that because it makes you a disabled driver. You only drive half the cars. You know what I mean? So he needs to learn the manual, and then you can do what you want after that, can't you? But
yes.
But yeah, so running a little late there, and I'm just waiting for a fish finger sandwich for tea because obviously I said I can't have a proper tea. Up to the shed. So
fish finger sandwich. Oh, speaking of which, I went to a crappie cook-off. Right? They had a crappie tournament, crappie bass, and
crab. It was a crab.
They're not crabs and they're not crappie, even though I call them that sometimes, just a little twang. But they're crappies, and I went to it was a fishing contest that's held every year. It's real close. Of course, my phone had to go off. 1 second. I'm going to bury this thing.
Bury what thing? So, do you know what crappies are, Adam?
I was about to ask that.
Just wait a second. I just got back from throwing that thing. Lucky my window wasn't open. I'd have threw that damn phone out. So, went to a fishing tournament. It was good. It's like a big old neighborhood thing, like a small town neighborhood thing. So they go out to different ponds and lakes in the area, which there are many. It starts at 8 o'clock in the morning till 4 o'clock, and then you sign up for it. I didn't do any fishing, but you sign up for it. You pay a certain amount of money, and then you bring your fish back before 4 o'clock for a weigh-in. And they take all the fish and they fillet them right
What's
there.
up, guys?
And then drop them in the deep fryer along with some potato chips. And let me tell you something, boy. Those crappie are delicious, man. And I got some fringe benefits with this because it's up at the bow shop. Right? The bow guys do this.
Yo, what's up, man?
It's more focused towards
Go
fishing.
good, mate.
Their
How
shop.
you?
However, they do bow
I'm
on the
good,
side.
man. Are you?
However, I know all these guys, and they said, "Listen, we're gonna have tons of coffee left over. We'll just give you a bag." So I went back
Wait,
up here
who's
the other day, and they
speaking?
said, "Here's your bag." So I got a whole mess of crappie in the refrigerator, in the freezer, by the way.
Yo, well, shut the fuck up, Taylor.
Ready for the fish fry. I'm gonna do it my way. What, Betty? What?
Bro, how is the boss speaking?
Well, there's a lot of options.
It's the radio.
So you get free fish. So is it the same as the fish
It's not even a real person.
in England gets?
No, they're not eating crappie over there.
Wait, that's what I thought. I was going to ask. Do you?
God damn it, bro.
Do you batter your crappie?
Yes.
Or does it just go in?
Now, wait a second. Now, when they were cooking it, they didn't batter it. They just used a cornmeal. More or less, it's like a rub. They just toss it in there and then toss it in the fryer. But you see, I like the batter, so I got some Louisiana crappie batter. Right? We're gonna throw some egg in there and then dip those crappie in that Louisiana crappie batter, and then toss them in the iron skillet.
I'm sure we've covered this, but I assume it'll be a beer batter.
It's not a beer batter. It's a Louisiana crappie batter. It's specifically designed for crappies.
Just use beer instead of water. Whatever the recipe is, beer instead of water.
We're not using beer. We're using eggs.
No water at all.
So you want me to use a beer egg batter?
If in your recipe there's any water, yeah, then replace it with just beer instead of water.
I understand that. I cook a lot of things with beer. You ever have beer up the ass chicken?
Is that where you stick a bottle up it?
No. Betty's losing it. No, it's not a bottle. It's a can.
So you can the chicken?
Yeah, it's called beer up the ass chicken. You never heard of that?
No.
Yeah.
Never.
And then no, never. No. So what you do is you shove it up there, and then you roast it, or in the oven, and then the beer just evaporates, or the alcohol evaporates, and they call it beer up the ass chicken. It's really good.
Yeah, but what did you do with the can?
You take the can out before you eat the chicken.
Okay, good. What the hell? So you put it in the chicken, then you put it out, get it out of the chicken. What's happening?
After you're done cooking, you pull the can out. Yeah, you're gonna eat the can.
The can is closed.
No, the can's open.
Who opens the can then?
You open the
chicken.
Can. The chicken.
This is kind of the dumbest thought I've ever.
Yeah.
You Americans are crazy.
No, we just like to try different things, especially with our cuisine. It's got a hint of redneckery.
Chickens. You're the chicken chucker.
You're the rooster booster.
Yeah, well, I can't be a rooster.
I didn't say you were a rooster. I said you were a rooster booster.
I could be.
Beer and stroganoff. Yeah, we could do a beer batter. I want to try this Louisiana once. I'm not going to cook all of them. Maybe
How
about.
many did you get?
Say again?
How many did you get?
About 25 fillets.
Whoa, that's kind of.
Yeah, crappies aren't they aren't really big. We have a couple big ones. I had a really big one over at the cook-off. I wasn't looking because they were all in this all in the pan, not the pan, but they have a little container where all they put all the fried fish in, and I wasn't really looking. I was looking over at those potato chips, and I was just tossing fish on. And I got over to my seat, and it turns out that the one that won the biggest crappie was the one I got the biggest crappie on my plate. I could tell because it was almost like 2 inches thick. I said, damn. I took a look at it, and see, it didn't cook all the way. So they had a dog running around the place, so I gave the dog the one part that didn't cook.
So you want the dog to die?
No, dog can handle that stuff. He threw up later.
So he can't handle the stuff. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Try to kill the dog.
I didn't try to kill him. I knew he'd survive. He's a young dog. But anyway. So that's what we're going to do this week. Now, I'll try. You get me a beer batter recipe for fish, Adam. That's your mission. And you send it to me in Skype. And I'll try that for the next iteration. But I got to try this Louisiana. This Louisiana, like I said, it's not a rub. You roll them in there after the egg, right? So I'll try it.
It's a prefab thing that you buy on the market.
Yeah. Let me see if I can't scare it up. So Louisiana.
I've got one question on the crappies.
Okay.
Not what we're gonna buy. What's the flesh? What's the meat like? Is it like a trout or is it like a cod or a?
It's more like cod.
Cool.
And a
nice
season.
Big. This is going to be nice in a batter, that is.
I'm telling you, it's this was highly recommended. So hold up. So I got the Louisiana crab bowl. That's what I didn't want. And a crappie. The heck?
All the way from Louisiana. Louisiana.
All right, I'm looking from images and it's not giving me what I want. I don't think. Get Louisiana chicken fry, fish. It just says fish fry, but I think ours is specifically crappie, but it's not giving it to me.
Maybe it's off the market already.
Hold on a second. Let me go take a look at it. And go ahead, Betty, you got the cone.
That's amazing, isn't it? So, Adam, do you know about crappies? You have crappies too?
That was just as amazing to put that back to me. Well done. I was just trying to find out what they are. They seems to be saltwater fish, which would make sense in terms of cods and trout, but
might be just American thing, the American lake.
Sounds like a slangism or something, because it's not. Because Google comes up with, do you mean crappie fish? Obviously, listen to you. The crappies are two species of North American freshwater fish of the genus Pomoxis. There you go. Some fishes. Both species are crappies, but it doesn't come up with like a crappie, so that does sound like a colloquial term. What kind of fish is a crappie?
It's a bass.
The crappie is also known as a crappie. Crappie.
Brilliant sea bass.
It's a bass.
What's a bass?
It's derived from a Dutch word.
There you go. Yeah. The name derives from the French word crappé, referring to several different species, including the speckled bass and white perch. They're considered to be the best tasting freshwater fish.
They are. Now, a lot of people fight because they say flathead catfish, the farm raised flathead catfish are the best. I have to majorly disagree. So this is a seasoning. I just threw it up there. So it's not a crappie. It's New Orleans style fish fry.
The best New Orleans style. Come on.
Yeah, so that's what we got. So that's what I'm going to work with. And you guys don't know what crappies are? So hold on a second. I'll show you what a crop bus is. Let's see, crappie. Oh,
in England, right, as it appears to, we have this thing called discernment. So if we were eating speckled bass or a white perch, we'd use the appropriate term for what we're eating, not just call them all crappies or crappies.
Okay. Now this is a monster. You usually don't find them. Is that a crappie? Oh my god, that thing's huge. Here we go.
We want to see that too because we don't see it.
You will right now.
Hopefully.
Now, they don't usually get this big. They're much smaller, but this is a crappie.
Is it alive or dead?
This one looks alive. He's going to be
Yeah.
dead shortly because that guy is not going to let him go.
Well, he looks big because he holds his hand ready to the camera. Look at how small he is behind it. So that fish is not that big.
It is big. For a crappie, it's huge.
Yeah, but it's an illusion, Joe.
It's not an illusion. You're an illusion. So let's go back here.
Then I can disappear as an illusion.
All right, here's another good one.
Why we're
Oh, no.
listening to this bullshit?
Go over here. Let's see what this one got for us. So this one over here. So it gives you a
in charge of this
largemouth
server?
bass on the right and a crappie on the left. Now, if you're looking at it, it's on your right, and the largemouth is on the left. But as he's looking at it, it's on his left, and the largemouth's on the right. So the crappie is right here.
What's that? What's the smaller one? The lean one.
This is a large. Don't you already know this is largemouth? This is Moby.
Moby?
Yeah.
The fat one?
Yeah, but he's not as fat as Moby.
I'd feed 2 at least, that fish like that. That's a big fish to eat.
You would largemouth bass isn't particularly good. This is the gold mine right here. Just to let you know. All right, we got enough crappies. We're gonna be here all day.
Yeah, no, we won't.
All right, crappie. So we got our seasoning, but Adam, I'm serious. I want you to send me that beer batter recipe, for fish.
On its way. I'll ask the missus when I go down.
All right, sweet. Okay, so what else we got?
Hold on. I just seen the picture because I just got it. I have one of those. I just got it fresh Sunday. And I watched my brother-in-law carve it up and slice it up into like steaks. I'm getting ready to eat it, maybe tonight or tomorrow. But mine was from saltwater. It wasn't fresh water.
Yeah, that's not a crappie. There is no saltwater crappie.
So what do I just have a bass then, I guess?
You might have a sea bass.
Striped bass, that's what it is. Striped
Yeah, you
bass.
might have striped bass. Yep. Yeah. I don't.
Is that any good?
I don't know. I don't think I ever had striped bass. I haven't caught one either. Amazing. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't ate one.
Sad thing is I never caught a fish in my life.
What?
Never caught a fish, man. Nope.
Anybody in New York, I'm pleading with you. Go get Neil and take him fishing. My word, sir.
I'm pleading too.
Maybe Neil can't swim. Maybe that's the reason.
I swim like a fish.
He just doesn't catch fish. You got to go
Exactly.
fishing. Come on.
Then you must be the prey of fish.
Yeah, that's. I'm very sad to hear that. I'll tell you what, though. Once you start, it's highly addictive. Just to
That's
let
what
you
I
know.
hear.
Yeah. I was addicted for most of my life
We know, John, but
until somebody showed up, and it
somehow-
was the sexy bow beast.
Oh my goodness! Until then, you were like,
Yeah, the sexy bow beast showed up and stole my heart.
yeah. Well, you're still addicted then. Oh, my cats are like flying out through the room here. Sorry.
All right, so we can move on. We have one picture of the sexy bow beast right there. I guess
So
we
you
can.
came to one addiction to the other.
Yeah, I sort of have that type of personality. I realized that many moons ago, a little addictive personality. But hey, we all have our weaknesses.
OCD like.
A touch.
Touch it. Oh wait.
But I have the power to realize that, right? And then step back so I can see the big picture through the trees.
Yeah, and then go on doing it.
And then go back to the trees again, because that's where I like it.
Exactly. Oh yeah, we all got our addictions, I suppose.
Yes, we do, don't we?
Mhm.
All right, Adam, you done? Can we get on to the presentation? Because Betty wants to leave early.
Well, no. Just like, because it's quite an unusual evening. I'm drinking a red this evening. I've run out of white. That's why. I thought I'd share quite a nice one. It's from the Abruzzo region in Italy, a Montepulciano. It's quite a nice red that you can have chilled in the summer. It's not too heavy. Really nice light wine. So yeah, Montepulciano, John. Very nice.
That's I didn't realize I asked you.
No, I was just telling you. It didn't. But if you're now after a nice light red for the summer,
I don't like wine.
You should get into it.
I don't. It gives me a headache.
You're not drinking enough.
That's because you stopped drinking. Oh, funny. No comeback to that one, John.
No, I don't. What can I say to that? What do you have to? Yeah, but do you have to guzzle it? Because you're not gonna. There's a point where it's not going to be enough that you're going to reach where the headache comes.
If you let it, if you just have a little bit and let it simmer, yeah, then that could happen, couldn't it?
So you have to. So you have to drink it fast, is what you're saying.
No, sip gently over time. Enjoy.
Sip gently over how long of a time?
Well, that's how long is it till bedtime?
I can't do it today. Till bedtime, 12 hours.
So I'd wait probably at least 6 before taking the first sip. Otherwise, it will give you an headache later.
If I do that, I should be at my son's track award ceremony. I don't know if they'd like me friggin'
that from any experience of going to award ceremonies, yeah, that would probably be a really good idea, because for the 5 seconds that you see your son, the other 3 hours, I don't know what you're going to do. Good idea.
I wonder how you would look like that, waiting for that, Adam, and then sitting in the chair, like not be able to sit still, or like singing songs or something.
Everybody knows once you've seen your kid, it's how do I get out?
Yeah. Usually it's towards the end.
Yeah, all these ceremonial like talks that they do, and announcements for over 3 years and stuff, what they're going to do and stuff, and donations being made, right?
I don't know what you're going on about.
No, well, I've been on a sort of a, how do you say that? How do you say that? Well, I played a bugle in a fanfare, right? And you have these sort of meetings after you did a show or did a and then you had these announcements and people getting like little medallions and stuff, and it was like a waste of time.
That was a riveting story.
Yeah,
it was worth it, because I've got now an image of Betty playing a bugle.
I'm still hanging off the edge of my seat.
Yeah, well, the music was good, but then the waiting till the announcements were being made and people were decorated with that sort of things, and it took ages.
Yeah, we all experience those things during life. It's usually like if you go to a big graduation or something. Look out. It depends on how big the school is. If it's a really big school, you're gonna want to take your own life.
You lose the will to live.
Yeah, I remember that. I'm losing the will to live. Yeah, too funny.
Well,
right.
I'm about to say the same thing, so start the presentation.
We gotta start the presentation, right? We're gonna start it over again. We're gonna play whack-a-mole with Einstein and Newton a little bit. Say again?
Didn't we do that last time?
Not so much with Einstein and not too much with Newton because we were talking about the universal law of gravitation. Now we're going to talk, this is associated with gravity somewhat, but I'm going to sprinkle in some of actually things that Newton is responsible for as far as we know.
Okay, can I ask Adam a question about the former presentation? Can you show that equation one time?
What?
You had that.
Oh, the one from the beginning? Yeah, I think I still got it. I think it's up in the beginning.
I wonder what Adam feels about that equation. Does he think that we can do with it?
Oh, brother, we're going to be 45 minutes just on this.
Oh, come on.
Go ahead.
I just want to know. I just want to.
It's an equation, whatever it is, so it's going to be limited to whatever.
So we have. Can you pronounce that equation, John?
The force of gravity equals big G M1 times M2 over R squared.
So what does that say to you, Adam? How do you apply that equation?
Whoa. Not from reality.
So what if
So
the
this is the what the force of gravity that a body on the Earth would feel, isn't it? This is
but
M1
what?
mass
Like
1
what?
mass 2 times R squared.
mean-
So
Adam, what if the answer is 12?
It can't.
This is this fudgy one, isn't it? Because M1's kind of irrelevant within the. This is where they use clever maths, isn't it? And you think these. Because, yeah, whatever M1 is kind of irrelevant to the force you'll generate, but they put it in there to give it lip service. But it's always going to be the number they started with, which will be the number they use from observation to then backwork to give M2 with an assumption of R. I can tell.
Adam, I've seen Red's Rhetoric one time do this equation, and he said something on the equator. It would be like, say, a number, right, like 6, and near to the North Pole, it would be like 12. So what? Do we feel it?
So my point being is, if every time they drop something, they're going to get 9.8, right? And they're going to assume R because they've assumed that from somewhere else. So that parameter they're going to have to put in. As I say, M1 becomes negligible. So all you can do then is work with the fact that you've got FG in the first place. Because what you can't do is have M2 unless you've got a set of interplanetary scales that you're going to define M2 from. Then all you can do is assume M1 from the fact that you've got 9.8 from dropping stuff.
What is 9.8?
Force.
That's a number.
It's the rate that you observe
How
stuff.
do I feel that number? I mean, with temperature, you have well, how do you say that? A sort of a scale, right? That we think that is a scale, right? We have Celsius, we have Fahrenheit, but what does it mean exactly? I mean, if you don't know, so I don't know what Fahrenheit is. I have no feeling about that at all, right? If someone says Celsius, then it says something to me, right? But I also feel the temperature, right? So I can sort of relate. But with gravity, do I feel difference between me moving a little bit more to the north or to the south? Mm-mm. So that number is like totally nonsense, right? So what are we doing here?
It's key. If you don't accept that number, then you can't extrapolate back from it the mass of the Earth based on it.
What's mass?
Well, either way, but it's a backward one. What I'm trying to say is that they can't define the mass of or weight of the Earth, however you'd want to do it. So the only way they can do it is to use that equation and work backwards from it to give you the number, which is derived from the fact that you've got 9.8 anyway. So all you've got is just a shuffle of numbers with a pre-assumption that mass has something to do with an imaginary force.
Yeah.
And if you construct an equation from reality where the pre-assumption is of the mass of the Earth is derived from the real-time derived acceleration rate of things when you drop them, yeah, and to construct an equation around that to formulate the mass of the Earth, then whatever you put in there is kind of going to work or look like it's working, especially if you negate M1 to be so insignificant that it always works out to be just based on M2 over R squared. And that's what they've done, isn't it? So everything falls at the same rate, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, exactly. So you were going to say something about mass, I think, John, next, right?
Yeah, I was going to start off with that, but since you wanted to start off with this, and I know you're in a hurry, I don't want to hear
it. Go on. You are on with the mass.
So you like Adam's answer?
I find it funny that he's sort of into the whole equation with all these specific meanings, which means nothing. So he goes a long way with it, right? For me, like the really numpty that I am, I'm thinking, okay, there's an outcome to that, and what does that relate to? What do I feel? What do I see? What do we see happening? Nothing. It relates to nothing. So,
more or less, yes.
Yeah, we could work with 0. It would be working.
It's funny, your conclusion to your question to Adam was, what is mass? That's what I was going to start out with this. I was going to start here exactly at this spot.
Well, good.
Yeah, because I wanted the review from last week before we went on. I just wanted to start out just to establish some type of context.
Please do.
So let's go back to Edwin Taylor and John Wheeler, Space-Time Physics in 1992. What is mass? Well, nature does not offer us any concept as the amount of matter. History has struck down every proposal to define such a term. Even if we could count the number of atoms or by any other counting method try to evaluate the amount of matter, that number would not equal mass. So from the people that we ask what mass is, and they say the amount of matter, they're in direct contradiction with not me, not Adam, not Nathan, not any flat earther. Do you see who wrote this? Edwin Taylor and John Wheeler. Now, John Wheeler, you're getting into the big boy britches territory. I'm just telling you, of secular so-called science. So I'm not saying this. They are. I'm just relaying this. That's why I always said that, see, we're dealing with this fanatical fuckwit group to the left, the anti-flat earthers, that just make stuff up. They hold me to account for this. I didn't say it. It's their own guys telling them that, but they just make stuff up. They don't even know what their pseudosciences scientists are telling them, is what I'm trying to tell you. Right? You can see it plainly right here. And again, from Olivia Newton's grandfather, this is becoming my fast favorite, by the way. Just want to let you know. He says, and this is even bigger pants than John Wheeler, by the way. In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like amount of substance. There we go again. Amount of substance, yeah, but they just destroyed that up here. Of course, this was a long time ago. Max Born said this long time ago. But I digress. In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like the amount of substance or quantity of matter. These concepts themselves being defined no further. The concept of substance is considered self-evident. This is really important part right here. In physics, however, as we must very, very strongly emphasize, now he isn't just emphasizing it, he's very strongly emphasizing that in physics, the word mass has no meaning. Now, did QE say that? Now, I said that as I was reading it, but is that my postulation? Of course not. It's Max Born. He's in Einstein's theory of relativity. See this Dover Public? You see this stuff down here? See, that doesn't say QE. Just to let you know. I'm just telling you what the secular side has known for years, almost over 100 years. Right? Why are they saying this? It's, well, QE finished with what he said. Okay. other than that given by formula. So the word mass has no meaning other than that given by formula. Well, we're talking about physics. Physics is not formulas. That's mathematics. See? It is the measure of the resistance to changes of velocity. So let's just roll with that. We'll use his mathematical definition, and then I'm going to take you in the corner and flamethrow you. So, Ball-Tard hypothesis. Given the resistance to acceleration, then the resistance to acceleration attracts the resistance to acceleration. It's nonsense, right? Because it's mathematics. You're trying to, it's a category error, right? That he's put in here. Somebody want? Go ahead.
That's helped actually, because this one's always bugged us, hasn't it? And I think we laughed on this early days because I remember being told early on at uni and bringing this differentiation to one of my chemistry teachers who laughed at me because I'm thinking I'm a smart ass, maths, blah 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 blah. And he referred to me that who's measured that ever? What is it? All you've got, Sonny, is weight. They were his words. And I think can I have a really crude go at what mass is? I think mass is a mathematical transposition from a real world measurement of weight into the atomic theory. So we try to equate mass mathematically to weight.
No.
That's the best fudge I can think they're trying to do because there's nothing. It's a reification. It is my only understanding because we're trying to reify what we take in the real world as weight and reify it into. And it's to reify it into a model. This is the confusing bit because the only place you place it, this concept of mass, is to give it an assignment within the atomic theory so that electrons weigh nothing, protons weigh this. So that's how they try to use it as an assignment of unproven subatomic particles. But you said no, so go on.
No, because the secular guys, I could go track it down, but they differentiate mass and weight specifically.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to figure out what mass. I know what weight is. I'm fine with that convention. I'm just trying to think what we do and how we do it in our heads, just as chemists, how we reify it and make it real. Because for years I did, even though I would just conflate the two. You see what I mean? Because actually, if you try and figure out what you're doing with it, it's just math, isn't it? All you're trying to do is make an assumption that whatever you've taken in terms of weight is now actually a construct of protons and neutrons to assign a still ropey version of assign a meaning, but not really a full definition of mass. Because it's still, whereas weight within its convention has a meaning, even within mass in atomic, all you do is assign a numerical value of mass to it. You still don't define what mass is within that convention.
Right.
Because,
yeah, you're right. It's a convoluted squirrel screw.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just wanted to point this out. Like I said, this is one of my favorites, and of course it leads to absolute absurdity. If you want to roll with this, the ending of Max Born's citation here, you can roll with that, and then I'm going to roll you right into this. So it doesn't matter. He just told you in physics, though, the word has no meaning. None. I'm trying to tell you guys.
What I'm saying. That's what struck me. That's the thing that made me just chirp in.
Yes,
you try and figure it out, and if you do, it is a complete headbender because there is no meaning there other than you've assigned a value of mass to some particles which support your model, but that doesn't have any bearing to reality.
Right? Yes, sir.
You've only got weight.
Yeah, and
anyway.
and their weight has mass in it. So, like I said, back to the convoluted squirrel screw.
So no, you see, no, that's the point. Their weight has mass in it.
Yeah.
But no, all you've got is weight and the convention in which we derive it. You may want to take that weight and break it up with a G and mass. But again, that's a mathematical construct from the reality that all you've got is the convention of weight.
Yep. It's not physics. We're in mathematics now, folks.
Exactly. And as soon as you go to that, you first of all make the mathematical assumption that weight is now composed of m times g, even though you can define neither. But you work from that premise forward.
That you can define neither. Exactly. So I'm going to roll you guys all into this one if you want to play that little game, even though he told you, you guys skip this part and say, oh, but listen what he said, Q. He said formula measure resistance to changes of velocity, which is acceleration, right? Resistance to acceleration. That's what he's talking about right here. So I'm going to roll you right into this, right? And let you have at it, put your flag in there and defend that nonsense. I'm going to make a fool out of you. All right. So that's where I wanted to start this off. We're starting off at 146, Patty. Just want to let you know. It's all your fault.
146?
Yeah, I got 1346 right here, time.
What does that mean?
Yeah, because you told me so I have so much time for this presentation is what that means.
You need an hour and 40 seconds.
We're going to see where it ends up. So let's see where we go. I'm going to skip a couple parts because I don't think they're really that important. Just stress.
Can I first do a super chat then?
Yes, please.
Okay, let me scroll that up. So Godzilla37 says, Betty, you know how to read super chats and not miss them. Any chance you can share that skill with Nathan?
Yeah, listen, I was guilty of that last week too. Remember, I got all the super chats at the end, but I have an excuse. I didn't have my sidekick with me. She wants, you know, that's my excuse, and I'm sticking with it.
Yeah, sure.
She's two-timing me. So, Newton train wreck. Let's get in with this. I want you to pay close attention to it because it's probably going to go really fast. So let's go. Again, this isn't, I'm not saying this. You see this down here in this citation. It gives you who is saying this. This is Professor Shankar. He is the chair, professor of physics at the most world-renowned university in the entire world. It's not me saying this. I'm just using their pseudoscientists up against them. That's all I'm doing. So let's read what he has to say. The laws of physics are always quantum mechanical laws. You don't have separate laws for big and small things. Now, how many times have you heard people say, what about beach balls and bowling balls, QE? Right? Well, I just point them right here because they're idiots. I digress. I'm sorry. The real question is, how do these very same laws, when applied to big things, there we're getting into the big things, the bowling balls. By big things, I mean the things you see in daily life give the impression that the world is Newtonian. Now, what is he trying to say here? If I give you the impression that I'm Superman, am I Superman? That's rhetorical, by the way. That's what he's trying to tell you.
Yes. But...
So, yeah, a lot of people would say yes. I have to agree, but that's another subject. What he's trying to say here is there's, on the outside, it looks like this, but under the hood, there's something going on that's completely different. If you didn't know what he was saying right there, I broke it down for you. Okay? Good. Let's move on.
Again. This is good because this is the row with Ranty. Because that not a bowling ball, because that's lots of molecules, and we're not talking about. But yeah, you know, if you had a molecule as big as a bowling ball and you could make it go slow enough, it would follow the laws and it would exhibit a wave function, from what I can understand. That's exemplified. It's not just photons, electrons that we've done this, but they've done it wave pattern collapse, haven't they, with complex molecules.
Yes.
And that's the thing that always stuck to me, and the experimental evidence that these laws do apply. Even, you know, it's not very big, it's not a bowling ball, but it's not a photon, it's not an electron. It is actually a molecule that they're doing this with. and it's still following the same laws. So, yeah, a molecule as big as a bowling ball, if you could get it to go slow enough, technically,
it's a little bit more in depth than that, but that's outside. That's outside the scope. In fact, I'm going to skip that part. It's right down below his too. So thanks, Adam.
Oh, is that? I'm going to film me one.
Don't worry about it. I was going to skip that part anyway. It's beyond the scope. I just want to stress a couple points here because
if you do the geeky stuff, right? And I know Nathan has got me and Brian, but if you do the geeky stuff, it's things like that just there's so much support it. If you get into the real cutting edge of stuff, it's supporting our argument. You know, it's there and it adds a lot more to than just a statement from a revered guy. If you bother to go and read, you'll see these things are true. He's not just making a statement. There's experiment there to demonstrate it. A bit of a high horse, wasn't it?
Sorry about that. My cat's getting rambunctious. All right, Adam. I agree with what you said, even though I didn't hear the last part. All right. Shut up, Betty. So
you need to be careful with that.
Yeah, I do need to be careful, but I can trust Adam implicitly.
I thought I was going to have to go for. I thought he's having a bit of a banana. Just with that pause. I thought I should have carried on.
That
He's
is so
having a banana
funny.
or something.
No, I didn't have the banana, even though it's sitting over there, because I made a mistake during last Ball Busters not having a snack, and I'll tell you what, it was a huge mistake. We won't get into that. So I'm here to slap around Newton a little bit. All right, just let me go on, and then we'll slap Einstein around a little bit. So then we got for Richard Feynman, lecture on quantum electrodynamics. Now listen, I am not Richard Feynman. I did not say this. Just to let you know. Let's see what he has to say. Since they revere Richard Feynman, right? The discovery of quantum mechanics first, and then the behavior of light, and then the behavior of matter, finally culminating in 1926 with a full equation of quantum mechanics, which told us that the laws of motion of Newton were not right. I'm not telling you that. He's telling you that. Right? I just want to make sure you understand that he's saying that, not QE. I'm just using their own pseudoscientists against them. That's all I'm doing. Right? And you'll hear the opposite of them because they're the left-wing fuckwit faction that just makes shit up. That's what I'm trying to point out here, along with slapping Newton and Einstein around a little bit. We're going to do some other slapping here. This is going to be an eye-opener to some people. I haven't stopped here too many times. I am going to stop here for a point. And we're going to get to that point right here in the pink. Just 1 second. So we're back to, now, these are big britches guys, right? I didn't say this. Chair of Physics at Yale said this. All right, so today we're going to shoot down Newtonian mechanics. And who? Maxwell's theory. That's James Clerk Maxwell, if you're unfamiliar. We're like the press. We build somebody up only to destroy them. So he's going to get to taking Newton and Maxwell to task. And it's going to end for these two, Newton and Maxwell, so quickly. It's breathtaking. So I'm going to stop here with Maxwell's theory because he has a little love affair with one of our favorite topics recently. Can anyone take a guess what that might be?
The sextant?
Nope. This guy. James Clerk Maxwell. Because we're going to get to pummling James Clerk Maxwell swiftly in a few seconds. Anyone? Now, Maxwell's famous for a lot of things, but there's something in particular that a lot of people jump on these days that was kind of the backbone of his little theory here, electrodynamics. Anyone?
Wave.
Ether.
Oh, I didn't say that word around you. I was never going to say that.
So James Clerk Maxwell was a big proponent of the ether. Now, if you don't believe me, just go back and read up on James Clerk Maxwell and his theory on electrodynamics. Guess what Professor Shank... Hold on a second. Is this a QE presentation or a QE Adam presentation?
Oh, it's turning into the latter. I'd say wave theory. Just to save my reputation.
Okay, your reputation is saved. You're unscathed.
I didn't think you'd be bringing that topic up. That's why I was hesitant and had to word it.
I know you guys didn't. I thought I'd pop a surprise on you.
That's why I was quiet. Right, I'm dumb. I'm quiet.
All right, this is going to be really quick. So, again, it's not me saying this. This is Chair Professor of Physics at Yale. You can go see this. You can go on YouTube under Yale. There's the link right there. Just type in the key experiments in wave-particle duality. That's all you got to type in, and Professor Shankar is going to pop up right in front of your face, right? And he's going to walk you step by step through the nonsense. Okay? So this is what he said. So here's what you do to find out what's wrong with electrodynamics. I mean Maxwell's theory. It all starts with the double slit experiment. I'm going to circle back to that in here a second. So everything looks good for Maxwell till start doing the following experiment. I love that word till. If you ever, little sidebar here. If you ever want to do a Bible study, get a concordance and find out all the places where this word occurs, till, and it's a self-actualization experience. But I digress. So we're going to go back here because it's not really the double slit experiment that shows where Maxwell's theory is wrong. So all you had to do back in the day, what they did, right? And it doesn't have to be a double slit. It could be any slit. Doesn't matter. What they did back in the day, because they didn't have lasers and stuff like that, they took a really weak light, right? And they had a photographic plate. Like I said, you could do a single slit or double slit. Doesn't matter. And what they did was they moved this light way far back away from the slit or double slit and the photographic plate. That's what they did. They moved it way far back, and they said, okay, we're just going to wait and see what happens, right? And what they did when they come back after a little while, they seen on the film was exposed. They seen this little tiny dot. And as soon as they seen that, bye-bye Maxwell. It's as simple as that. He was finished with that. Swiftly dead. Zero. He's a big fat zero. That's how easy it was to destroy Maxwell. You don't believe me? Go ahead and pull this up. That's all it took. He's finished. And all this electrodynamics horse shit is finished along with him. But you'll still hear people better James Clerk Maxwell. Electrodynamics. EM waves, man. EM waves. Yeah. He's finished. He just told you. Chair of Physics at Yale just told you. All right. That's my sidebar with James Clerk Maxwell. We're going to get back to Newton. Here we go again. First, I want to tell you what goes wrong. Here we go again. This time with Newtonian mechanics. The double slit experiment is a problem. Now, he's correct in this one. Double slit. Exactly. That's what puts the nail in the coffin for Newtonian physics. I don't know what that means, but it doesn't sound really good. And I don't think it's going to smell very well once you get there. Now I'm going to explain to you how. So we have a double slit experiment. Just a double slit. Don't need an experiment. So we have a double slit with a Newtonian particle, an electron. We close one slit and fire a bevy of electrons, and we get 10 hits at point A. We close that slit and open the other slit and fire a bevy of electrons, and we get 8 hits at point A. The Newtonian prediction would be, it must be, if we fired that same bevy of electrons with both slits open, we, like I said, must get 18 hits at point A. There's no other way around it. Guess what we get? A big fat 0 from Professor Shankar. What does that mean, Professor? Well, that is the end of Newtonian physics. Did QE say that? Or did the chair of physics at Yale say that? That's rhetorical, by the way. I didn't say that. He said it. With cowbell. He told you, and he's going to show you why. That's cowbell, folks. That's not no hand wave. Right? That has substance. Something that math doesn't have, by the way. So, in relation to Newtonian or classical mechanics, this is what we got from the bevy of citations that I just posted. We have shoot down, the nail in the coffin, destroy, that is the end of, and the laws of motion of Newton were not right. What other conclusion do you think I should come up with here? Rationally speaking. So what is particularly confusing about this, tards? I guess I'm looking at the wrong context or something, huh? Go brush your teeth. Have a nice day, by the way. Yeah. All right. We're going to skip that part. That's Adam's part right there. We're skipping that part. So we're going to move to Einstein. Any questions before I go there? Any questions on Newton? Let's stop there. Yes? No? Is anyone out there?
Yeah. No.
Am I still live?
Is my mic working?
Yeah. Okay, I guess that means there's nothing there. Okay, fair enough. Let's roll. Adam took me giving him responsibility for the show a little personally. He's going to shut up now and drink his red wine.
I'm on it.
All right, here we go. Einstein. Let's just pull the E equals MC squared apart. This is going to be pretty easy.
Chicky checking the microphone 1, 2. Heliosceptic checking in. Hey, we're playing those recordings to kind of fill dead air when there's not people talking. But yeah, I mean, anyone with the DJ rule can stop the bot anytime to talk to new people. It's not a major thing. We prefer live content over recorded content. Want to let everybody know. See, some people are in check-in. It looks like Ron's up there talking to them. They'll jump down in here. If you guys, anyone that has control of the bot, man, you can pause it anytime or stop it and talk to new people. No biggie. Other than that, I'm going to go ahead and resume what was playing earlier. I just want to let everybody know, man, there's no offense if somebody has the bot command, can pause it or stop it anytime and talk to new people. I'll make that clear.
Basically, this is horse pucky if you weren't familiar. Horse pucky. And number 2, equations can't explain. At the very best, at its very, very best, back to Betty, they can merely describe. Most don't even do that. But at the very best, they merely describe. This particular equation is a fairy tale. I'm going to show you how. You ready? First of all, ask any mathematician, I mean a real live one, And he will tell you that every single variable in any equation has to be defined rigorously. I dare you to ask any mathematician, no, actual one. He's going to tell you that, right? So let's see how this holds up. First, we're going to have to find that E, right? Define energy. Back to Richard Feynman. Now, this isn't me, right? This is not QE. This is Richard Feynman from the world-famous Feynman lectures at Caltech. It is important to realize that in physics today, we have no knowledge of what energy is. Now, I didn't say that. He said it. I'm just relaying the information to you. There's not going to be any other sense of this word, right? You're not going to find anything. If he goes down below that in this citation and states that he knows what energy is, then he just contradicted himself. Because there's no way around this. Let me say it again. It is important to realize that in physics today, we have no knowledge of what energy is. None. I could stop right there. It's over. It's over for this equation because you can't define E. Now, don't come off mute yet. If you have a question about that, you want to bagak capacity to do work, QE. Not a problem. So you define it as capacity to do work. We got another problem. This guy right here. You see that M? Now, for math, do I really need to go through this again? I don't really need to go through it. So I can stop right there. Prosecution rests. It's all over for that equation because you can't define it. And to go further, the speed of light is merely a convention. It's arbitrary. It's man-made that we've agreed upon. I am not going to go through an in-depth discussion with this. I've already done it 10,000 times. I'm not going to do it again. Go back and look at my speed of light presentations. Okay, we could stop right there because I know Adam wanted to get out into this. Go ahead, Adam.
No, because literally after that, my fish finger sandwich arrived. No, just one little bit because I've not had a chance to go through it all yet. It's stuff me and Dr. John D. God, just chatted to each other on for ages in terms of energy. There's not one bigger, stinkier convention of fudge nissery than energy. How we pretend that I have a peanut, eat the peanut, and can lift a stone up to give a potential energy of a mass. And all of that is the same transfer of this same concept, even though at no point can we define any of them, even though we recognize they're all different forms of the same thing that we think. Energy is the biggest, smellier. You'd think mass is difficult to deal with. Energy is even worse and just shows what's beautiful is really, we can deal with things in the real world, but when we try to actually put an explanation on, it is nonsense. And energy is the greatest one for me because shout out John D's got I think a couple of videos out covering it.
Yeah, I would say mass thinks more to high heaven than energy. That's me personally.
Yeah. I don't know which bit of energy it is because they're all pretty smelly, but when you put them together, you know what I mean? What's the energy in a peanut? What?
Peanuts.
Yeah. No, but you know what I mean? And I've got to suppose that I can break it down, break some bonds with digest and release this magical energy within my body to transfer it so I can use
That's what it is.
power.
Bond energy. For the most part, bond energy. Yeah, for the most part.
They're the simplest parts. They're the only bit that actually do have some kind of thing because it's all that conceptual one thing, one bond energy. And you can see that works within the convention as bond energies work out.
Ladies. There's one lady in there. Her name is Maria Terrano. She's a Glober. I said lady. Didn't I? Oh, okay.
Be hyper specific and rude.
I'm not taking it as rude. Give me a few months and I'll probably. I'll be like, you remember the thing you used to do that I thought was cute? Well, you're still doing it, and it's no longer cute.
Heck, even though
The hell's going on here, Glatflobe?
You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, what's up, dude?
I don't know. Were you talking to somebody else in the room?
Yeah, sorry, I was talking to Kaylee.
oh. Wow.
Wow,
Wow.
she hates it.
She hates what? The discussion? What
No,
we're
that nothing
that
happened.
you let everybody know she was there. She's just like, ooh.
Yeah, yep, yeah, that's what it is.
That's all right. I mean, she doesn't have to say anything. That's cool. I mean, are you trying to get her to?
No, she can hear anyway, so if she wants to speak up, she'll do it. She said hi.
Hi.
Hello. Hello.
Oh, we got the echo and everything.
We're sitting next to each other,
Yeah.
so we get the echo.
Here, I'll go over here.
What are you on? Two different computers or something?
Correct.
I'm on my phone and he's on his laptop.
There you go. That's where the echo's coming from. But I mean, it sounds better now. I mean, if you push to talk, it won't necessarily happen though.
Yeah, it's push to talk now.
I mean, see, if she didn't want to talk, she would have already not talked after.
Correct. We would not have heard from her.
Exactly. That's all I'm saying. So, what do you want to say, or do you have questions? I mean,
I'm way
right
better
next to Sean. I mean, shit. I mean, he's a total flat earther.
We'll think of something.
We'll think of something to say, or nothing.
I went down to the what is that? The learning curve, and let everybody know that we're getting back to conversation up here if they want to come up.
All right, cool. Yeah, I mean, I was just, you know how it roll. I mean,
Yeah, and actually, I was just being a dick. Like, if there is dead air, I actually appreciate anything that is played so that people have something to listen to.
there's nothing better. There's nothing worse than somebody clicking on the YouTube channel and they just like, flat earthers have nothing to say, right? So
Exactly.
when there's only like 5-6 people in here, somebody's got to play something. They have to be able, when they find the channel, they have to listen to something.
Totally. And it's, if you provide the right information, which all of our information is the right information. Yes, Globers, I'm serious about that. Come and get it. But, yeah.
But
It's a
the
good thing.
same thing is just like when someone starts a video and plays it through the bot, anyone else with the command to stop it, if they want to talk to someone, live content is preferred way more than previous
Right.
content. So
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, it's really awesome. Smoking some baby back ribs right now.
I like the sound of that.
Yeah.
I want my baby.
Oh, my baby. Chili's baby back rib. Chili's baby back rib. Barbecue sauce.
Barbecue sauce.
Yeah,
You got a good voice for that one, real deep and raspy.
You know what's up. I want my baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back. I want my baby back, baby back. Now, that was the most annoying commercial, but Dude, it was freaking what, over 10 years ago, and it's still stuck with us, man. That's Steve Carell in that
What?
commercial, isn't it? Look,
No.
the one that KJ just
This
posted.
is from an episode from The Office.
Oh yeah, that is Steve Carell. Yeah. See, it was a fucking deal in The Office, man. Yeah, dude, it was so catchy. You have to hate it, but you can't.
It's love-hate.
I have a love-hate relationship.
Also, because
but I'll
they're
tell you
racist.
what, have you been to
Oh, yeah.
Chili's and had the
Yep.
baby back rib?
Mm-hmm.
Good, they're good. They're good.
They're chalked up to be and more.
Yeah, that's like barbecue sauce. So hopefully my baby bags turned out pretty good. I'm using Sweet Baby Ray. Well, I have a pork rub that I put on them, and I'm gonna wash. I have a Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce that I thinned out and added a couple ingredients, and I'm gonna brush on.
Did you put whiskey in it?
Nope.
Oh, why not?
I don't have any whiskey, man.
Whiskey like a bourbon barbecue sort of deal?
No, not this time.
Not this taste? Okay.
But it's still gonna be good. Hopefully they're tender. They should.
I would much rather have yours than Chili's. I'll put it to you that way.
Mine will probably be better than Chili's, but
Yeah. But I mean, if you're going to go out in public and have some food prepared for you, those ribs are what you want.
yeah, they're pretty good. They bring them in a basket with some French fries and sauces to dip and shit. It's pretty good.
Yeah. I went to a barbecue place in Austin, Texas, where they got 2 fire pits where they cook everything, and you can go stand next to the fire pit when they're cooking your meats and talk to the guys while they do it, and it's just like right there in front of you. Pretty cool.
So I'm gonna make some homemade mac and cheese too. I put the ribs on about an hour ago, and I prepared the wash that I'm gonna put on them. And so here in a few minutes, I'm gonna go out and like brush them down with that wash that I'm gonna put on. It's Sweet Baby Ray's base, but I add some honey and some turmeric and paprika.
Oh, are you getting paid to say Sweet Baby Ray's or?
No, of course.
Remember that
it's one of my favorites. One of my favorite barbecue sauces: Sweet Baby Ray's and Casey Masterpiece. I mean, come on, man.
They're both great. Yeah. I'm talking about the Mark Zuckerberg thing when he was doing a live stream with like a friend of his, and they were grilling, and he said Sweet Baby Ray's like 1,000 times.
Dude, it's good. It's fucking good barbecue sauce. You can't deny.
It's just weird. It was like, why is he? What the fuck?
Oh no! I wish Sweet Baby Ray's would sponsor me.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I would talk about Sweet Baby Ray's all day and all night if they'd sponsor this channel. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, it already sounds like you should be getting royalties at this point. Right now.
Yeah, I mean, every time I buy barbecue sauce, not every time, but I mean that's my standard. I love Sweet Baby. But I mean, it's not the only barbecue sauce I like. I actually can make my own, and I like my own too. I can make my own barbecue. Pretty good. But if you just want to like dip your chicken nuggets in barbecue sauce, it raises the shit, or your chicken strips. Hey, shout out to Sweet Baby Ray. If you want to sponsor the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel, contact me. They'd be like, we ain't touching Flat Earth, man. What the you talking about?
Can you hear me?
Damn it.
Coming through. Yes, we hear you.
I'm gonna wherever you are, and I'm gonna freaking punch you in the mouth. Is that a threat?
Did anybody hear that last debate with Witsit and that I want to say
Are you talking about modern day debates where he's there? The other
Yeah,
night?
that lady's like,
Yeah, we
as
played
you
that
can
a couple times
see,
on here. Yeah, yeah.
he's like, as you can see, nothing is as it seems. So that proves, if I show you this glass ball, you're upside down. So that proves that the Earth is definitely a globe. She is so confused. My goodness, I can't believe that she believes what she says.
Dude,
I'm thinking
both of those Globers were pretty confused about the whole
Dunning-Kruger.
idea. Yeah. Exactly, Godric. Exactly. That's
Well,
what it was.
Whitson didn't really challenge their points, so it's kind of like he let them make a fool of themselves, basically.
Yeah, I think. I mean, it's kind of. I mean, what else are you supposed to do when, like, if you're going to go into one of these debates like that, and they come in ignorant, we come into debate going, we know both sides of the argument. You come in only knowing one side of the argument, which is the globe, and you think you're going to have some real good information. We've been doing this for how many years now? I mean, shit. We know both sides of the argument, and they only know one side because they're not interested in flat Earth, right? They're not going to study it. You know, like Matthew Lawrence, he comes in here and he knows what we're talking about, and so he'll sit around and he'll be able to, you know, banter back and forth. But when like Witsit and Kai go into a debate like that, and these guys obviously don't know the flat Earth arguments, they're going to get roasted, bro. Just there's no way around it. I mean, if you come in and say, "Well, I know I'm right because everybody else knows I'm right because the Earth is obviously a globe, and this is my argument," and I've never really looked into flat Earth topics, and I recommend anyone that is curious about the topic, look at both sides and then come to a conclusion. Then join a debate and say, here's why I think you guys are wrong about this. Don't watch a Professor Dave video and then come into a debate. That's retarded. My opinion. You're gonna look like a fool if you're ignorant about why flat earthers think the Earth is flat. If you don't know anything about the flat Earth.
I want to say this, even though
I want to say this: that chick that Godric was talking about, she was asking about the radius of Earth. She didn't even know what the radius and what the claim was. I mean, so it's just like you have to know the argument, or I mean, the pompous attitude that you can like. I can defeat a flat earther anytime because I just know the Earth is a globe because I watched Science Channel and Discovery and everything, and I just know it's Earth. You know, it's a globe, and we're the third rock from the sun. All that shit. I'm sorry to interrupt. Who was that? Was about to speak? I'm sorry about that.
No, you're good, man. I was just gonna say on the photo that Jim777 posted at 5 after the hour. Those numbers, all the way at the bottom's American Civil War, 620,000 killed. I don't think so.
Yeah,
World War
II.
World War II was almost 500,000 at World War II, and they had a lot more artillery and weapons and guns, and they were in 2 different countries and all kinds of shit. American Civil War, 620,000. Get the fuck out of here.
400,000 Americans or others or total?
It says just American Civil War 1861 to 1865, 620,000. Just dead even too, by the way. All the other numbers are like 36,516. But then this one's just a cool 620,000. Okay, yeah.
In America, 620,000 is just an even number. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, how can you trust any of these numbers? War of 1812, 20.
But see, why would they fake it though? Why would they say that if it wasn't that?
All right, my connection's bad. I'll be right back.
No, to support their historical lie of how America came about. I mean, they used to call America the New World, right? Because they discovered it from Europe. This place existed long before they supposedly discovered it. They knew about it. That's why they already were coming over here to conquer it. And so they give you stories like these wars to support their American history ideology. And that's what you learn in school, but that's not necessarily the. And they utilize that, with political interest and everything in the education system to move you toward an ideology that it's brainwashing. This is not. They don't really have accurate records of how this all happened. Now, once they got the power over here in North America, it spread. It spread abroad. You see, they pretty much have power over the oil in the Middle East for the most part. I mean, because the American dollar is what oil is based on, right? So, I mean, that's not. They don't have total power, but this idea came from the top. Us as Americans or Europeans, it doesn't matter where you live, you're going through the educational process, understanding this from the bottom up, and your parents believe it, and when you start to contradict everything, when you realize that you've been manipulated, mind controlled, and you started to talk to other people about it, they're like, "You're freaking crazy," which we're not. We're actually taking a look at every single side of the argument and coming to our own conclusions. But yeah, we're not crazy. I'm not crazy. Institutionalized. You're the one who's crazy. Institutionalized. That's a Suicidal Tendencies song, in case you haven't heard that one before. And that's a band from California. It's just like it's embarrassing how, especially these days, with the media, the way that people are affected by the media, and especially when you see some of this, and I've seen it for a couple of decades now, how the media affects people. And I try to tell them, and they just like, no, this shit happened. It was on the news, wasn't it? Like, yeah, it was on the news.
So more people died than the number was overstated. More drafts, more war, overpopulation, birth control, abortion. Life isn't so precious. Everybody has to die to fight for freedom. We all have to do our part.
Yeah, we have overpopulation, so abortion is one of the keys to getting us back to a normal, whatever the hell that is. Normal, dude. Pretty sure that's the opposite of be fruitful and multiply.
That's right. Isn't China feeling the effects of a one child per family right now?
Well, I think they dropped that policy, but yeah, they're feeling the effects of it now.
There's no girls. There's no girls.
There's no girls. It's all men. It's like, yeah. Kind of, it's sick. It's sick. It's like, let us live. We don't necessarily need government. We need governance, not governance. we need a government in our mind. We need to understand.
Governments control your
got-
mind.
We can control ourselves if we're properly taught, which we're not in that position. We have people having children. They put them right into the indoctrination system even before they go to kindergarten. They're watching TV, seeing Gravity Falls, the cartoon show, and they have nannies. It's like watching them, like everything's gravity. It's like how many times? Oh, I don't have to ask how many times. When new people come in here and they don't understand what we're saying, they just go, well, gravity, man. Gravity knows what to do. It's just gravity. I mean, you don't believe in gravity? And when we say no, then they think we're stupid.
You.
Hey, Avire.
Hello.
How do you pronounce your name?
Avire.
Avire. Okay, cool. Have you been here before?
Joined today.
Awesome. So, what do you think about gravity?
About gravity?
Yeah. Tell me about gravity.
Like governmental hoax.
Oh, you don't have to pretend that you. I mean, what do you know about gravity? No.
What I know about gravity, I know if I put a bowling ball over my head and I drop it, it hurts.
Is that gravity or is it just the bowling ball's heavy?
No.
I don't know, man.
It was you releasing a big ball over your head. That has nothing to do with gravity.
Look, in second grade, the teacher told us, "Thank God, kids, for gravity, because we'd go all floating off into space."
Yeah. So yeah. I mean, is gravity you dropping a bowling ball, or is it gravity? If there was no gravity, we'd just float off into space and all that kind of shit, right? Come on, man.
You tell me, bro.
No, you tell me what you think, man. I mean, did you hear what I just said about how we were taught? All right, cool. So that's what you think because you were taught that. I was taught that as well. So it's not. I don't blame you for thinking that. Now, where they have to have gravity for Earth to be a ball, right?
Yeah. You would.
Okay. You guys continue. I'm gonna go check on my ribs.
Your ribs? What happened?
Yeah, I'm smoking some ribs right now.
Oh, those sort of ribs. I thought you hurt your ribs.
No, these are baby back pork
I
ribs.
had to go to the hospital, didn't it? You fell down and did you drop a bowling ball on your ribs?
Yeah, Helio.
I dropped a bowling ball on my fucking ribs and I had to go check on them.
Shit, bro. I feel bad.
And now instead of getting them fixed at the doctor, he's cooking them shits, right?
Yeah, glad you're breaking up a little bit, but yeah.
Yeah, someone started in the call.
Hey, somebody talk to this guy about gravity. I mean, I see Justin, Godric.
Look, in school, they taught us that stuff falls down there for gravity, but that's not actually true. But the truth is some stuff falls down, but some stuff falls up, goes up, right? So if you look at if I blow smoke from my cigar, it goes up. If you look at balloon, it'll go up. And what happens if you were to pour a glass of water on the concrete at 12 o'clock noon and you come back in 1 hour? What would that water have gone?
Into ice.
It would evaporate, go up. So
No, it would freeze and turn into ice.
stuff goes up and heavy stuff goes down. There's equal balance. There's no downward bias.
Oh, hey. What part of gravity makes things go up?
They'll explain that because stuff goes down.
Well,
that
hold on.
stuff up.
Hold up, this guy's being static right now.
That's just an
Can you fix your
explanation.
internet?
What?
You're being static right now, like your internet's lagging.
Yeah, I'll be right.
Was it me?
No, I don't forgot his name.
Well, they'll explain it like they'll say, heavy stuff pushes up light stuff, because of gravity. They'll explain it that way. It's just an explanation.
You have a bird in the background?
I do have birds on my patio.
Jeez,
Yeah, the
that's
birds.
Cool. What kind of birds?
Oh man, they're just those city birds. Ones that the babies fall out of their nest and then they end up on the ground.
Wait, what'd you say?
Just those little brown birds, the ones that they like scavengers.
Oh, ground birds.
I don't know what you
Like
call
penguins?
them. Sparrows. I don't know what you call them. Those ground birds.
What is ground birds, bro?
I'm saying brown birds.
Oh, brown. Oh, my bad.
Yeah, I don't know what you call them. They're the ones that are everywhere.
I don't know where you live, so I don't know what kind of birds they are.
L.A.
Oh, I have no clue.
You know what LA is? Where you live?
Yeah, I know where LA is. Where I live? Norway, man.
You're in Norway? Serious?
Yeah, bro.
No way.
Center of Earth.
Don't you guys talk funny up there, like hell to thee and shit like that?
Wait, what happened? One second. Hello?
I said, don't you guys talk funny in there, what, Norway?
You're from Norway? No way. Get it? That's not funny.
Yeah. You would.
Okay. You guys continue. I'm gonna go check on my ribs.
Your ribs? What happened?
Yeah, I'm smoking some ribs right now.
Oh, those sort of ribs. I thought you hurt your ribs.
No, these are baby back.
Guy was listening to like 10 minutes ago. Cool. So, why isn't the Earth flat, Globers?
That's what we're talking about, because of gravity, man. Gravity makes everything into perfect spheres. It's science. It's sciencey stuff.
Yeah, so why does it measure and observe flat, though? Isn't that strange?
Dude, it's because it's locally flat, because you're like an ant on a big anthill, you know?
Yeah. An ant on an ant.
Look, deny your senses. Computers know better than you know. Stuff gets bigger and it starts to form a sphere, man.
Makes sense to me, man.
Just turn on cartoons.
You know what? I like cartoons. I think I'll believe those.
Look, there's books written, Isaac Asimov, L. Ron Hubbard. They explain all about space.
Ever been to space, man?
Look, of all the cajillion planets, there's got to be, a few of those Goldilocks planets even better than Earth. Just have to find them. Then you have a future. That way, when the asteroid comes and hits, you'll have a place to go to.
That'd be sick.
If the gravity's off in those Goldilocks planets, you'd be floating around in space. What would you do then?
That would be a small planet then.
James T. Kirk took me to outer space in 1966. So please don't doubt my James
You never came back. Shit, it took both of us out there. Then we never came back. We got lost out there. Fucking wrapped our minds around this shit.
And Mr. Spock made it logical.
Exactly, dude. Spock, Kirk, Warp 7, Warp 10.
I've got to learn how to read my cue cards tonight.
You okay?
Obviously, you've never seen Star Trek.
No.
Yeah.
He's before his time, man. He's just.
You know what? He missed
newbie.
nothing. He missed nothing at all.
Yeah, I wasn't born in 1947.
I mean, he can't speak Klingon. We know that.
Again, he's not missing anything.
Dude, my audio keeps getting messed up. 1 second.
Klingon is a fine language to take as a additional language. You know, you can communicate with people. You know, in Klingon, like at a Star Trek convention.
There we go. I don't know why it keeps getting weird.
I can speak.
Klingon sounds a lot like German.
I can speak Vulcan. Live long and prosper.
Fuck's happening?
I'm in love with you, but I don't know what that means. My logical brain tells me that my physical body is overreacting at the sight of you.
Look, if you haven't had Romulan ale, you haven't lived yet, man.
Bro, I realized what the problem was. There we go. We're good.
All right, man. Are you done then? Y'all good? Y'all set?
I'm all set.
Cool. So, is it Javier?
Yeah, it's spot on.
He doesn't understand gravity. I can't explain to him.
Wait, Godric, are you outside? Godric? Is that how I say it? Godric?
Yeah, that's him. I think he's outside. I don't know.
I think so too.
I'm outside. Is it too loud?
So
too
you
loud where I am?
still use globes?
Yeah.
Well, sorry, Godric. You sell used globes, and you're a Snow Intel pro. You and Snowden get together, have a little couple drinkies.
Battle in the background.
What? Anyway, so
he sells used globes.
Inside of this, inside of this chat, we like to help people understand that the Earth is not a spinning ball in an infinite vacuum.
Okay.
Would you like to learn why?
If I'd like to learn why?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. Tell me why.
It's a series of questions. Just 3 of them, and they're yes or no. They're very easy questions.
Is it so I gotta say yes and no, and then...
That's it. It's yes or no questions, and then,
Is it like...
And then we can talk about it.
Have you ever ordered like Happy Meals at McDonald's and have like those mystery things where you like guess the right number at the end?
Yeah. Those are fun.
Is it like that?
So this is nothing like that. Are you ready to have the question?
Yeah, sure. Right.
Okay, cool. So the first question, like I said, yes or no questions, and believe me, the first time I heard these questions or asked myself these questions, I said no to each one of them. So don't feel bad if no is your answer for all of them.
Wait. Are you gonna like hypnotize me?
Yes.
Then I'm not gonna participate.
No, I don't even know how to do that.
I don't want to get hypnotized.
Okay, well then you're good talking to me. So are you ready for the first question?
Yeah, as long as you can like sign a wager that says I'm not gonna get hypnotized.
He doesn't want to be euthanized.
Sign a wager?
Yeah.
Here's what you do: you sign
He's
waivers.
afraid
You
you're
don't sign
gonna
wagers.
control his mind.
Can like send me like a PDF file, and then you can like digitally sign it. That says like I'm not gonna hit a PDF file, so you can't like mess with it.
That's not what you said the first time.
That's what I meant to say, not pedophile.
Okay, here. Let me ask you these 3 questions, and then you'll know kind of what the topic.
You just gotta sign that you won't.
It's okay that you talk over me, but other people probably don't like it.
Wait, is there more people in the call? I only heard us talking.
There's a lot of other people in the call.
I think they're AFK.
Okay, so are you ready for the first question?
Well, are you gonna hypnotize me?
That was a yes or no question too, by the way.
I know, but I asked you a question as well. Are you gonna hypnotize
You
me?
can't answer a question with a question.
Well, then we're stuck.
I guess we're at an impasse. Okay. If anybody wants to do the 3 points with him later, that'd be great. I no longer have the patience for this person.
I'm sorry.
I mean, he's a triangle earther, so probably not going to get much on this participation.
You got it wrong. I'm an angled earther, but
Right, angle earther. Sorry, my bad.
He's goofy, man. He's goofy because I said, what happens when you pour a glass of water on the concrete at 12 o'clock noon? What will happen after an hour? He said it'll turn to ice.
Yeah, well, I mean, but it's freezing.
When I engage goofy people seriously, then I end up feeling goofy, so I'm not even going to try.
Then he's worried about getting hypnotized. Like, have you really got hypnotized by someone talking to you? Seriously?
No, I've seen it happen. You don't believe in hypnosis?
I believe in hypnosis, but you have to, like, I think it'd be in the same room. Someone, like, touch a bell or some shit like that.
Well, I don't know that for sure, so.
Like, if it was that easy to hypnotize you, you'd be hypnotized by all the movies, all the news media, all that propaganda shit you read in school.
They probably do, to be honest.
You'd be hypnotized right now, man. You're walking in the Discord hypnotized by the last person that talked to you.
Hey, man, I might be. I don't know.
And then he's afraid to answer questions, so I don't know. I don't know what to do.
Are you willing to answer a question? Just one.
Just give him an easy one. Just give him an easy one. Start with one. 3 is going to be too much for him.
Yeah, just the one,
Like,
and we can
can we
talk
have
about it.
Can we have like a safe word, like if I feel threatened?
Yeah, you make the safe word. You make the safe word.
Yeah,
We'll,
go ahead.
we'll
What's
stop.
the word?
We'll stop if you call out the safe word.
Brown bird.
Brown bird, got it. If he says brown bird, everyone stops.
All right.
Okay. As fun as that will be, are you ready for the first question?
Brown bird.
He hasn't asked you the question yet.
Yeah, but I feel threatened.
Yeah, I saw that one coming.
Maybe he's a little paranoid. Maybe he's one of those new kids that can't trust anything.
So, like Monday after dinner, your parents let you hang out on the internet for an hour, and this is what you do?
What? I joined Discord 5 minutes ago.
After dinner, your parents let you get on the internet for an hour, and this is how you spend that time.
I'm in there for the same reason as you, man.
Well, look. Let's ask him. So, you believe in the flat Earth?
If I believe, no.
You believe in the globe Earth?
Yeah.
So, tell us why you think the Earth is a globe. Give us
because it
one
makes
or
a lot
two
more
reasons.
sense.
How does it make sense? Like, name one thing that makes sense. Please share with us.
Well, because there's too many flaws with it being flat.
Too many flaws. So
Also,
you
it
go
would
back
be
to the
also
flat.
it's too big of a lie to conceal for that many people for that long.
It's too big of a lie.
Yeah, and I also travel a lot, and I do a lot of navigating, and like you interpret a lot of the stuff you learn, and it applies in reality.
Right. So you almost gave us a globe proof. If you can explain that, what is interpreted in reality when to make a globe?
Like, for example, I was speaking to someone earlier. They said there was no difference between the magnetic north and the real north. And that's just not true.
How does that prove a globe?
How does that? No, because he said it was that the magnetic field and all that was bullshit. That was made up.
So how is
but
the North Pole beautiful then?
Is that your
You've been
globe
there?
proof though? I'm sorry.
No, you said you get one argument. That was one of them. Then you said, how does it imply in reality? I said that's how I experienced it in reality.
Whether there's a magnetic north or not, it would work the same on a flat or a sphere, would it not?
No, because there's a difference between a magnetic north and like the north that we think of when we look at maps. It's two different places.
So how would that not work on a flat plane?
Because you're implying there's no magnetic field.
Why are you implying there's no magnetic field?
You're gonna have a magnetic field on a flat surface. How does that work?
So you can't have a magnetic field in a flat surface.
Well, then you're implying there's a bottom. And aside, you have to have areas on both sides and the
You
bottom.
can't have a magnetic field without a bottom. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well,
I'm just trying to figure it out. What you're thinking?
Kind of, sort of. You can obviously block the edge, but yes, you can't. In reality, no, it wouldn't work. You need you can't have only at the top of a magnetic field, if you know what I mean. That wouldn't work. Yeah, in that sense.
Awesome.
So
This is great.
if there's
So can I ask
magnetic
you the first
field,
question, please?
that means sphere. I just want to be clear. It needs to be
No,
a sphere.
okay.
If there's magnetic field.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Does it not?
Okay.
Wait, do you think there's a magnetic field? No. Do you think there's a magnetic field?
I don't know if there's a magnetic field, but I know my compasses are magnetized to point north.
Yeah.
Right. I know that compass works on a flat, level plane. You have to level it. If you tilt the compass up, for example, or down, it will not work at all. It has to be floating flat.
Mm-hmm.
And it's pointing in my world. It's pointing to the North Pole. Okay.
No, it doesn't. That's not accurate. It points close to it, but it doesn't.
And if there was
hold on. I got a question about that.
Let me finish. Let me just finish my point. Let me finish my point.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, let him finish.
Okay, look. If you had a sphere, okay, knowing that spheres are round, okay, and you had a compass, it couldn't point north, could it? Point north, for example, to the North Pole, or even if it was off, like you say, not exactly.
It doesn't point to the North Pole.
Through the Earth, would it not? Because the compass flat points out into space, points out into Alpha Centauri.
Yeah, no, that's actually how it works. But you're missing my point. The compass doesn't point to north; it points towards the magnetic north. They're two different places.
Right, and where's the magnetic north? Let's say if you're on the equator.
I'm gonna have to look that up to get the exact location. It's constantly moving.
What, bro?
No.
All you need is a compass. It just points north.
No, it doesn't.
If it's on a sphere.
No, the magnetic north is constantly moving. It moves by some centimeters each year.
If that was true, you would never be able to find your way home with a compass.
That's not true because you correct for it. Like for instance, I used to live
correct for it.
You do. I used to live in. Have you heard of Finnmark? It's like way north in Europe. Way north in Europe. Anyways, when you navigate there, if you use the compass going north, since you're so close to the North Pole, you'll miss it. So you gotta navigate. You gotta remove. I think it was 11 degrees. So like you gotta correct 11 degrees when going north, or you'll miss it completely.
Have you considered that it's just 11 degrees off of north? Have you considered that?
It is from that specific location. If you go further north, you got to correct more, etc. If you go way south, say you're near the equator, there's like you don't notice any difference basically. So you can like go straight towards the compass. But the further north or south you get, the more you got to correct for it, or you'll completely miss where you're trying to go. Like we experienced that firsthand, like when traveling, we were walking like a few hundred kilometers, and one of the groups didn't correct for the magnetic north, and they like completely missed where they were supposed to be going by like several kilometers.
Okay, I think I'm done. Who was it that wanted to answer my question?
If you Google magnetic north and north, you'll see like the difference.
Did he already tell us his best globe proof, or did I miss it?
He just told us there's a magnetic north.
No, that wasn't my best
North
globe
Pole.
proof. You're just asking how I experienced
and that proves
the
the
fact
globe.
that it exists. No, that's not what I said at all.
So what's your best globe proof without NASA or pointing at the sky?
He told me there's you can't prove magnetic north. I just done that. What was the next question?
What's your best globe proof without NASA or pointing at the sky?
You asking me if I've done any scientific experiments myself? Because I've not done any scientific experiments myself, if that's what your question is.
So I walk up on the street and I say, hey, they're telling me it's a globe. What's your best globe proof?
Well, I don't think. Okay, that question. Are you asking me if I've done experiments myself, or if I trust other scientific experiments?
I know
Because-
you've never done any globe
Yeah.
experiment.
Yeah, I've not done any globe experience myself. Does that mean I can't believe that it's a globe?
No, you can believe whatever you want.
Does it require belief?
Well, I guess anything does. If you're gonna go theoretically,
Can you prove it empirically?
I'm sure I could recreate the experiment.
What experiment?
Like which specific experiment?
Well, what can you do to demonstrate that you're on a ball?
You could use lasers.
Yeah, we do that a lot.
You do?
Shows that we're not on a ball.
I've seen experiments with lasers that show that you do. That you're on
There's
the
divergence between the Earth and the laser, say 66 feet at 10 miles, that happens?
I don't know. I don't know the numbers off the top of my
Okay,
head.
well then you don't know your claim and should just
Right.
abandon it.
What kind of argument is that?
Well, I mean,
In
you would
reality,
probably know the metrics of the globe that you were trying to prove.
Of course, I don't know
You had
the
a
metrics
laser
of the
test
globe.
that
That's not
proved it?
something you walk around and know unless you're really interested in the topic.
You should know that.
Right,
Unless
but you
you're
can
really
be
interested in the
seemingly
topic.
interested in the topic, defending the globe, so in your case, we would expect you to know.
No. He asked me if I believe it. I don't.
Well, it's
That's
something
as
that
simple as
requires
it is.
belief,
That's as
obviously,
far.
because it's not
course it is.
something that you can prove with evidence, right? So it requires belief.
Yeah, you can prove it with evidence.
Okay, what
wait,
evidence?
hold on.
If you know you can prove it with evidence, then you probably know what
Well,
evidence.
first of all, we've had satellites for how
Okay,
many years?
communication fallacy.
Sorry, no.
Yeah, you need
You
the
don't have
radius before you can have the satellites. So where'd you get the radius?
The radius of the what? I haven't said any radius.
Yeah, you don't know your claim too well. You need to have the radius to get the orbital mechanics for the satellites. So where'd
You
get
haven't
that?
you haven't ever used one satellite in your life. You
So
just
that
heard,
means
you heard
satellites,
that they're
I
up
think.
there.
I don't go about in life thinking everything's a hoax. I don't think that's a healthy way of thinking.
You haven't relied on one
It's a
satellite
hoax.
to
It's a
get
globe
through.
or not.
That's the thing. You haven't needed to use one satellite in your life, and you're saying
Dude,
they're up
all
there.
right, okay, listen. I said I was asked, do I think it's a globe? I said yes, and I don't care what you think.
Look, let's just be honest. We know more about the globe than you.
That's
We've looked into this more than you have.
you're more interested in the topic. That's true.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. We
Yeah.
are more interested, but we also are more.
Meaning you have more
educated on the topic.
arguments
could
than
say
I
we're
do.
the
I'm not gonna have this argument. It's a foolish argument
Why?
for me to
It's
have.
not
You can believe in the globe on blind faith if you want.
Because you have lines
It's
of
your
lines
time
of
to be
scripted
educated.
because you have lines and lines of scripted responses you're gonna come at me with
You have
for
the script.
And you have nothing. You come empty-handed.
I'm not trying to have this argument.
You have a script. No, it's not an
I'm not-
argument. It's just your
It
turn
isn't.
to be educated.
Is it not an is that's the dumbest thing I've heard in my life.
Oh, okay. What's the radius of the globe?
I don't know the radius of the
Okay,
globe off
so
the
let's
top of my head.
Well, then you don't know the first thing about your own claim, literally.
I'm not making
hold your
it.
head.
You are fucking crazy off the top. You're
This is why
insane.
You're going to be educated
Yeah.
on this topic. Is what I'm saying, buddy.
Do you believe all
You're not-
scientists in the world are liars and actors?
Wait, what scientist? What science are you using to demonstrate you're on the ball, and why? It's just geometry.
Can you come with the science? How many scientists believe the Earth is flat? How many believe it's round? How many
Okay,
believe-
so you're just outsourcing your thoughts to other people. You're just using other people's brain to know what the Earth is.
Yeah, because the
instead of just
scientists are smarter than me and they're
No,
smarter than you.
So they're saying if I Google what is the radius of the globe, it pops up a number. Where'd they get that number from? That's what we're asking, bro. You don't
I don't
know.
know. How the,
No one
of course,
knows.
do you know how? Do you know how they got the radius of the Earth?
They did.
Well,
they just made it up.
you just pulled it out of the air. It
It was
doesn't
made
exist
up.
because there's no measurable curve, so there's nothing to get a radius from.
Like Avar.
Mhm.
Imagine how tall are you?
I heard this guy said this argument earlier, and it doesn't make any sense. You're gonna say,
let's talk
how far should you see when you look straight forward?
No.
That's not even what he's saying.
I guess that's what someone told me. The exact
You don't
same
have
thing.
to
You,
say
oh,
exactly how tall you are. Let's just say you're.
I'm 6 foot. I don't care.
All right,
I'm 6 foot.
All right, okay, big man in the house. 6
Yeah,
foot.
bro.
Now, how
Big
would
and
you-
strong. I got a big dick too, man.
Okay, well, we didn't need to know that.
You need to know. That is gonna educate
How
you.
would we go about verifying whether or not you have
Spiraling.
that height or the size of the appendage that you claim to have? You would need measurements, right? Right. We wouldn't just calculate it.
You
based
think
off
you
of
think
Instagram
you
pictures.
you can
No.
calculate it. You can
We would-
calculate it.
No. We would need to verify it with measurements.
Yeah, you can calculate it using
Can you
math.
calculate the perimeter of a rectangle with no measurements?
Even if I do go to your Instagram and calculate, okay, well, I think he should be based off of his IG. He should
You
be
could go
blah, blah,
pretty.
blah.
Actually, you could do that. Someone's done that before.
No measurements? Just calculating based on what?
I still need to verify.
No,
those
people have
calculations.
no. That's been an example
How
of
do I
that.
know
No?
for sure? I go to meet
If
you
you know
up.
the average height of certain stuff in a room, you can actually do that.
How do
People
you
have
know
done
the
that.
average height?
No, listen, goofball. You still have to verify those calculations.
Have you not seen that? Like celebrities, people finding out their heights.
No, but listen, you still have to verify. That's what we're saying. Do you know what a verify means?
I know what verify means, bro.
Okay, so how would you verify?
Hmm?
How would you verify your calculation? You
By
just hit
doing
enter
multiple
on the calculator.
by doing
You're
multiple
done.
experiments.
Just hit enter on a calculator, and that's it.
I didn't say that.
No, so how would you verify your calculation?
By doing multiple times and having multiple people redo them.
No.
Just no. Yeah, that's what the scientific method is. What?
If you want to verify how tall me or you are, whatever, you would need to get measurements, correct?
No, that's how you measure it. That's not how you verify it. That's two different things.
Well, can you say something coherent? You did a calculation. You need to verify your calculations. How? By doing a measurement.
No, that's actually no. When you verify something, you make sure when you verify something, you make sure that something's that been done is correct. That's what verifying means. That's the definition of verifying.
You can't
I
just hit
mean,
enter on a calculator.
no, you're missing up your terms. Verifying is making sure that the work that someone's already done is correct. That's what verifying means. Measuring is doing the measurement.
I'm the math. Now, how do I go to make sure that math is correct? I
Yeah.
go to physically get measurements. Okay, you know what? Boom, my math was correct. 6 foot, boom, perfect. But you only know once.
I mean, I'm not going to argue about the definition of verifying, but you're missing it.
It's not a definition, my friend. It's reality.
It's not a definition. Every word is a definition.
You're guessing. It's an estimate when you do your calculations. When you verify.
You're guessing, then you're not measuring. If you're guessing, you're not measuring.
That's why you need the measurement, goofball. That's why you need the measurement. That's what we're saying. So now, who measured the globe?
The name of him? I think his name was Albert.
You mean
what kind of question
Rooney?
What kind of question is that, bro? Who measured the Earth?
The question that
I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know his name, bro. What?
You don't know. No one knows.
Do you know his name?
No one measured it. That's what we're saying. No one measured it.
Bro, who measured the length of my socks, bro? I don't know.
Bro.
Okay, so the point is no one measured the globe. That number 3959, it was made up.
It was made up.
Yeah, so you need that when you talk about satellites, you talk about all this other stuff, you need that radius, which you don't have, and no one else has. There is no globe.
I just muted him for a little bit. I mean, anyone else can unmute him. But talk about some of the bullshit he was saying. You know, and if he wants to join back, he's going to have to be more respectful to the room. But yeah.
Yeah, we don't care about your socks, brother. Dummy.
Well, like if he comes back,
laughing the whole time, it's just like that's ridiculous, man.
Let's just ask him if he can show us any examples or proofs or reasons why he thinks it's a sphere. What he did tell me is that there's a magnetic north and a real north, a true north. But that doesn't really support his claim. So, and that's fine. And I appreciate him saying that.
We're quite familiar with that. We know why they claim that, but he doesn't, and he's just saying it.
He mentioned the north, true north. He didn't really give any reasons why he thought. Oh, he said that he's done a lot of traveling. So he must know it's a sphere by traveling. Can you elaborate on that, sir, a little bit? How does traveling?
You want me to unmute him again? You want to talk to him, Godric?
Give him another chance. I just want to hear any remote clue to why it should be a sphere.
All right, cool.
And not flat. Not because satellites that he can never test or. Hey, welcome back.
Go ahead.
Welcome back. I was trying to figure out if you can just give us any kind of reason why you think it's a sphere.
Yeah, I'll get to that. I'm just gonna respond to what you said about traveling. I was talking about navigating using maps. That's what I was talking about. And you got to correct for the magnetic north when using compasses. That's what I said. That there's the magnetic north and a center north.
Okay, that's fine. But like, if you heard my point, I don't think you heard my point.
No.
You had a compass on a globe.
I know. Just let me finish. You didn't say that.
Yeah.
Hello, guys. Said it was like mocking. You've done a lot of traveling. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about navigating with maps. Anyways, what were you saying?
If you had a compass on a globe, it would point to space. It wouldn't point to any northern point.
Well,
So
technically,
how does that work on a globe? How does a compass point north, whether it's magnetic north or true north? You're pointing into the space because you're on top of a ball.
Well, technically, any direction, if you point directly, it would at some point reach space. Technically, you're right. Yeah, but you're talking about it as if the ball is really small. Like, we're talking about a huge, massive globe here. I don't know the exact size of it.
So because it's more massive, it just.
No, okay, you can imagine.
Look where your compass is pointing. If you're on top of a ball and your compass
is
flat, where is it pointing?
Well, it's pointing forward. It's pointing straight forward. Which eventually, if you were to follow that direction and ignore gravity,
let's say it's pointing north, right?
I know the claim you're trying to make. It doesn't. It would make sense on a, like, say you put a compass on, like, imagine a basketball, for instance. You put a compass on a basketball, right, and it points forward. That's what you're trying to say, I think. And it goes off the ball and, like, forward.
Yeah, it doesn't point towards it points away from the globe, right?
Yeah, not really, because yes and no. Okay, so it would technically, yes, but since the Earth is so massive, you wouldn't really notice that. How massive? Let me look it up.
Oh, so you're the one person in this chat who doesn't know how massive it's supposed to be, but you're going to tell us all about it.
It's so big, it would still point north, but even though it's pointing into space, though, right?
You wouldn't. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you got it.
So that's
the
fine.
radius 6,371 kilometers, according to
Congratulations! You just got caught up.
Okay, now on a flat plane. Now on a flat plane, your compass would point to north. Let's say magnetic north.
It would
still do that. It would point right to it. It doesn't have to go into space. It doesn't have to go loops around. It just goes right to north. Which is how it appears. It doesn't have to do anything special. It doesn't have to be massive. It just has to be flat. Pointing to north on a flat plane.
I think I know the point you're trying to make.
Where it's going.
I'm struggling with trying to visualize it, but I think I know the point you're trying to make.
That's my point.
Yeah.
Doesn't point into space. It doesn't point into some kind of loopy circular up and down.
It technically does point to space. If you say you just ignore gravity and you went perfectly straight forward like a laser,
you
would
even know what gravity is, goofball.
Okay, this guy. I'm being muted for being
disrespectful. You could prove me wrong by defining it, maybe, but you don't know what it is. We all know.
I don't know. I don't know what gravity is.
Yeah,
no, you don't.
Define it for us. What is that?
The gravity.
Yeah.
What are you waiting for, bro? Go ahead.
I'm trying to figure out how I should articulate this.
You gotta Google it real quick. Go ahead.
Well, I want to. No, I want to make.
Let him breathe, guys. Let him breathe. He has a big question.
Yeah.
Big question. What is gravity?
Go on.
It's the force that attracts you to a body, depending on its size. So the bigger the size, the more gravity you feel.
Wrong.
I mean, you can say it's wrong.
It's not a force.
I don't give a fuck what you think.
You're objectively wrong. It's not a force.
It's not a force. What is it then?
Yeah, it's not a force. It's the first thing you said. It's a force. So
it's not
you're wrong.
All right, let me Google the definition of gravity. 1 second.
Yeah, go ahead. So funny because you guys come in with this confidence, swinging it.
Oh, wait,
gravity.
Hold up.
You guys don't believe in gravity.
Oxford
gravity is.
Oxford language is gravity, the force that attracts a body towards the center of the earth or towards other physical body having mass.
What is that?
You said it wasn't a force. You said it wasn't a force.
Hold on. You want?
Wait, he was the goofball again.
We're going for the first research. We're going for the first return on Google now.
You don't trust Ivy League. You don't trust Ivy League universities.
You said Oxford, like dictionary.
Yeah, that's Ivy League University.
That's a dictionary.
It's a university, bro. What do you?
All right, hold up.
It's Ivy League. It's one of the best universities in the world, bro.
All right, you like Ivy League? Hold up, one second.
You don't know what Oxford is?
Well, I know it's a dictionary.
Yeah, it's a school, bro.
Well, that's awesome. They got a lot of people with big brains over there, so you don't have to use your brain at all then, huh?
Well, he said it wasn't a force. I said according to Oxford it is.
It's not a force even if the Oxford Dictionary or the Oxford University says so.
All right, well, you can believe. I don't care. Like, again, I'm not pushing my belief.
I know you don't care because you don't know what it is. Is what we're saying.
I just told you what it is, and I'm saying Oxford agrees with me. And if you disagree, that's cool, bro. You don't.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
You
6
you
links in the
not
chat.
believing what I
Been
believe does not bother or affect my
It's
life
not about
or
a belief.
Yeah,
It's
you're the
what
one
it
with
is.
beliefs.
Remember how early you said everything has a definition and how you don't know
Yes,
the definition of the
everything. I
word that you're
just said
talking
the
about?
definition. I just
You
said
don't
the
know the
definition.
definition of the word you're speaking of, my
The
friend.
Oxford definition was the same as mine,
Gravity.
basically.
No, look at what I posted in the chat. What
Yeah,
did you post?
What
it's
was your
defined as a
definition,
pseudo
Rachel?
force. But here's the problem with gravity.
Okay, I'm sorry. I said force, not pseudo force. My bad.
It was supposed to have.
That means not a force.
Yeah, gravity was supposed to have formed a ball in a vacuum. That's what the Earth is supposed to be. But we're not seeing any ball, so I guess gravity is not really.
Wait, 1 second. You said
guess
gravity is supposed to form a vacuum?
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to do. It's
It
supposed
does
to
form
form
a
balls
vacuum
throughout the
or
universe,
atmosphere.
right?
No, it
It
doesn't.
does.
It was supposed to form the Earth into a ball, right?
Then why?
Well, where's
There's
this
no
ball?
atmosphere.
Where's this ball it was supposed to make?
First of all, the Earth is a ball.
No,
Secondly,
it's not, dude. What are you talking about?
okay,
If it's a ball, it has to have hills of water. It doesn't.
Yeah, you're saying that, but
ridiculous.
show us this ball is what I'm saying.
Well, wait, if it's a ball, it has. I can't show. How do I physically show
Yeah,
it to you?
because
Do
it
you have a
doesn't have
rocket
hills
ship?
of water. That's ridiculous.
No, pretty easy. You just measure the
No,
surface and say, see,
one
it's curving at this rate.
one argument at a time. I can respond one guy at a time.
Yeah, the water's
go ahead,
level.
City.
That's obvious. It's not even an
All right,
argument.
what do you say about waterfalls?
There's nothing about waterfalls. We're talking about how water isn't forming into hills. Curved water.
Why would
That's
water
fake news.
form into hills if there was
Because
gravity?
if we're on a globe, we're on a ball, then every lake, every pond, every ocean is going to be curved like a hill. Okay, that doesn't happen in reality. When you go outside,
Why would
you
that make
leave
you
your
curve like a
computer or
hill?
your Discord, you go outside, the water's level. That means
Why?
not curving. That means it's not a ball.
Dude, you don't have to talk to me like I'm a baby, bro. Relax.
Well,
Anyways,
you are in this topic. You don't have any idea
I
what you're
don't-
talking about. You just heard about
bro,
flat Earth 2
for a-
weeks ago.
for a
You
guy-
try to debunk a disc that you made up in your brain.
for a guy that's
okay?
debating this
No
every
one in
day,
here talks
you gotta learn how to respect the people you're debating. You're not going to
I
get
haven't
anywhere.
logged in like a week. What are you talking about, bro?
All right, well then, okay, relax then.
I mean, to be fair, he did have to explain to you what a ball is.
You did not have to explain to me what a ball is.
Well, you did know that they
No,
have
he's-
curvature, so.
Well, that was trolling the fuck out of you earlier.
Real quick, I just want to interject here. You kind of sound like Bob's Burgers, just a little bit.
Is he hot?
The fuck?
No disrespect, but you just sound like the voice actor for Bob's Burger.
Well, I don't know what that is.
Man, a lot
We
of
don't have
happening
that
going on today.
official NASA images.
All right, so what else don't you know about the globe? Go on.
This guy.
Right, you think these? Do you think your house is moving?
If my house is moving. Actually,
you're on a
technically, it is.
globe.
The tectonic
No,
plates are
hell
moving.
no, it's not. What do you mean
The
technically?
tectonic plates are moving. What do
No,
you mean?
nothing's moving. Nothing.
The tectonic plates aren't moving?
No, you don't even. Tectonic plates
Have
isn't
you-
a thing.
Have you been to
You just
Iceland?
believe in because you were told to believe it.
Have you been to Iceland?
Have you? No.
Yes, I have
Why
family
does
in
that
Iceland.
matter?
Because that's the middle of two tectonic plates, and it's increasingly the gap between the two tectonic plates is
Tectonic
increasingly
plates.
growing
No one
each
knows
year.
about tectonic plates. No one's even dug that far under the earth. So who's gonna tell you?
You can visit. No, there's visible cracks in the earth that are increasing every year. You can look it up.
Not
Look it
Is
up.
is there a gap in the ground in Iceland that shows
Yeah.
the ground moving across? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, there's
That
two
picture or
tectonic
video
plates.
for us?
Yeah.
You can
one
what? See 10 miles a crack. You can see 10 miles down a crack. Come
No.
on.
What are you
Get out of here,
talking
dude.
about? What are
Yeah,
you
because no one's dug that deep. That's what I'm saying.
What do you mean,
That's
Doug?
what I'm
You
talking
don't have to dig to the center of the earth to notice tectonic plates.
There is no center.
There's no center of the earth. Well, that doesn't
Okay,
even make sense if it's flat,
dig
dude.
7 miles down to the ground, and then you come along and say, "I know what's below that." Who the hell would believe you, and why? I just dug 7 miles. And I
All right. First of all, I'll take one. I'll address one thing at a time because this is kind of crazy.
Stuff below that.
If you Google tectonic plates Iceland, you can see
Yes,
the crack
I've
that I'm
already
talking
Googled
about.
it. And
I'm not
tectonic
talking.
plates are
I'm
going
not
to be
talking to the
deeper than
screaming guy. I'm
Earth
talking to the
does.
respectful one.
Yeah, I'm not being disrespectful.
You're screaming. You're being loud.
Oh, I'm sorry, dude. Let me
You're-
whisper to
yeah,
your ear real quick.
Apology accepted. You're good.
Jeez, dude, soft.
Apology accepted, bro. Don't worry about it.
Don't drink the soy milk, bro.
Why? Who was talking earlier?
Jesus. So no one's dug that far down. So why would you believe anyone saying, "I know what's below that"?
Well, if the crack's on the surface, you don't even have to dig.
The cracks aren't that deep, bro. You're gonna say the cracks are 10 miles deep?
I'm not gonna say how deep they are because I don't know how deep
Yeah,
they are.
why would you say
I'm not
that?
gonna pretend I know how deep they are.
So the deepest anyone's ever dug is like 7 miles, 8 miles maybe, tops. So tectonic plates are what, like 25 miles down? So who the hell? Why would you believe that? Where are you getting?
How do mountains form then? If tectonic plates are unreal, why are mountains growing?
How do mountains form? Tell us.
Yeah, you tell us.
Crashing tectonic plates pushing towards each other.
No, dude, no.
Okay, how do they
You
form
just
then?
made that
Was
up.
it God's
You don't know
creation?
that.
Yes, I do. That makes way more
But you
sense.
don't know that.
I mean, it makes way more sense than a man
Okay,
with
but it's
a magic
story,
wand
though.
making them increase every year.
But Harry Potter makes sense. It's just a story. So
why do mountains grow every year if
I don't
tectonic plates
know.
are unreal?
I'm not making a claim about mountains, dude. I'm just saying the water's level.
No, you asked me
You're
about
talking about your house is moving because tectonic plates.
Well, no, I said technically. I was being nerdy about it, but
Nothing's moving, dude. Let's
Hold
just
on,
be honest.
hold on. I want to hear something again. Did you say the mountains are growing?
Yeah, they are growing.
You're fucking crazy.
No,
wow.
no, they are. Are they not? Example, in Norway, the biggest mountain in Norway was 2,468 meters tall in like a few years ago. Now it's 2,469 meters tall above the ocean.
What, rocks grow now?
No, rocks don't grow, but when you push two plates towards each other, imagine. Okay, I'm gonna make it very simple for you. Imagine you push.
Do you have a video of those plates pushing against each other?
Take both.
Can you just
Take
link a
both
video
your
real
hand.
quick of those
That's
plates?
a theory.
Yeah, you think it's happening that quick that you'll see the fucking. Anyway,
We can do time lapse. Time lapse is cool. Just drop it in the live stream voice text.
Yeah, because it's that fast that you'll notice.
What
that.
evidence do you even have for tectonic plates?
Okay, let's not even worry about the movement. Can we just see?
I talked about the cracks that are visible in Iceland that I've been to because my family lives there.
That means
and we talked about mountains growing.
Really?
That's two places. You have a spot where the plates are moving away from each other. You have spots where they're pushing toward each other.
Okay, so you observed something happening on the mountain, and then that was your story. Okay, got it.
No, you're oversimplifying to try and make it sound silly.
Where did you come up with this idea?
Well, it is silly. I'm just helping you see that.
This didn't come out of your brain. You didn't come up with this theory. You heard this on the Discovery Channel. Thought it was cool.
Do you think I discovered tectonic plates? Did you discover?
No, it's not a thing.
Of course, I
you
did
read that
discover.
in a textbook, and you're like, "Oh, that sounds cool. I like that. I'll just roll with that."
Okay, all right. What's your
Whatever
theory?
do I have? None.
What scientific experiment did you do to prove otherwise, or
I'm not making
what's your alternative?
I mean, I'm not making a
explanation?
claim. That's also
Is that how you think science works? You make up a story, and if somebody doesn't have a scientific method to validate some other story, then your story is true?
Actually, it's been proven with the scientific method that tectonic plates exist.
Okay, give us the experiment.
The experiment. I'm gonna have to look up the name of it.
Oh, okay, I guess you don't know that it's been proven scientifically then.
This is so funny, man. Where do you get
it's in scientific textbooks, so it's been proven by someone, or it wouldn't be allowed to be published.
Oh,
well, maybe you should get the proof first before you say it. You know, maybe
You act like I memorize
like it's not
every.
Somebody tells a story in a textbook and they put the word science on the cover.
I've never in my life had a discussion with someone about whether tectonic plates are real or not. So I've not memorized the name
why
of
are you
publications
saying
about
sure?
tectonic plates.
Why are you so sure then? Like, why are you so sure?
I'm telling you, I've never had
Your
the
first
discussion with
conversation,
it.
You're saying it like it's absolutely 100% true. Get out of here.
Okay, what's your I'm not. This is not an argument for why it is the case, but what is your alternative?
That's called
explanation.
You need to substantiate your story.
I did,
Yeah,
and you said that's bullshit.
Wait, no. When did you
That's
do
fine.
that? Sorry, I missed it. When did you substantiate it?
Oh, when I said why I believe that's the case.
Like you just reasserted your belief? You mean, no, that's not what we're
I'm using the word believe. I'm not gonna say I know. But I'm using the word believe because I'm not ignorant.
Okay, so it's not been downgraded from a scientific fact to just a belief. Okay, thanks.
You're saying that without the movement, and you're saying that.
All right, now there's three people picking words and twisting. Like, come on. All right. So I believe no.
Scientific experiment, which means
You're purposely misinterpreting. I believe the scientific experiment to be correct. That's what I'm saying.
What scientific
What?
experiments do you believe? That's what we're asking for. You haven't given us any.
The one that you haven't presented yet? What are you talking about?
Well,
the one
you're
that you're
first of all,
waiting to Google? What are you talking about, dude?
dude, you're like the master of like
It's just so funny.
interrupting,
because you
twisting
had this
words, and
confidence,
before I'm able to respond,
false
I
confidence.
Hold
told you
on,
I don't.
everybody else, bring it back down to level.
Jesus
He said,
Christ.
he said, I've never had this discussion about tectonic plates. He always assumed it was the same thing we all used to
His
assume.
name is
Hey,
Alfred Wegener. That's a good
sure.
response.
Yeah, we're quite familiar with how tectonic plates were described and everything. That's okay. And I'm pretty sure this is your first discussion with anybody talking about flat Earth as well, right? I think that's what you said when you came in, right?
Yeah.
All right,
So I'm
cool.
not gonna have the name of publishing this.
I know he's. I think he's calming down a little bit because he came in laughing and shit, but now he's really getting.
Well, I'm laughing when people are silly. That's my response to things.
Well, I'm just saying, everybody, yeah, it's his first time talking about the, our idea that, well, maybe their tectonic plate theory has some flaws, right? So yeah, don't try to take the piss at him. And he probably hasn't really researched it a whole lot, and so it's the same with flat versus globe. I mean, I'm just trying to advocate for you, Aver. If you're really curious about the discussion, let's all have some respect in the discussion, because hey, we all used to believe the Earth was a globe. There's no doubt about that, and we're all familiar with everything involved with the globe, especially after we started looking into flat Earth. We're comparing and contrasting the ideas. So, I mean, I think you should give us some respect, and also.
I mean, I'm not pushing my belief on anyone.
No, sure. Well, we're not believing it. We're just actually looking at what we've come across. I mean, since we've come across the flat Earth information, most people.
I'll be careful to say I know. But.
Yeah, most people that have come across the flat Earth information have looked into some of the globe Earth information, what their claims are, and this is what you're butting up against. Now, you can go ahead and affirm that only if you have some evidence for it. Now, but you should actually consider that there's another side to it. We'll give you the information, and you can take a look at both sides, and then make come to your own conclusion. It's not really that hard. It's not about like us trying to take the piss out of you, or you trying to take the piss out of us.
I mean, you can take the piss out of anyone. I don't give a fuck.
No, well, I don't either. But that's not what this room is for. This is really kind of a room for us to actually have a honest, open, intellectual discussion about how we've come across this information, who told us this, so that's really the bottom line. So just kind of wanted to regulate some stuff here. So, that's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Helio. I have a question. Javier, do you think it's strange that there's a very large group of people who claim the Earth is flat? Do you think it's weird?
No.
It's not weird. You just got to look around.
I don't think it's weird.
You don't think it's weird, Javier?
No, people believe way weirder shit.
That's true.
Look around, observe.
I mean, yeah. People believe the Earth is tilted and moving.
Just use your common sense. Look around you when you wake up in the morning.
Well, I was getting somewhere with that question, though. Javier, don't you think it's weird that people?
I feel like I'm in a gangbang right now.
Don't you think it's weird that people continue to join this community instead of leave it?
Don't you think it's weird that people ask the question? Don't you think it's weird?
Who's this guy?
Hold on, PK. I'm almost done.
Look around you, right? Just come on. Feel.
Do you think the Earth is a tiny ball?
I don't think anything.
Hell no.
I just think what I know, what I experience day in day out.
No, well, no. Okay, how about this? Yeah, would you agree that if you stand on a sphere that's massive enough, it would appear flat from where you stand. Do you believe that? Yes or no?
Listen,
No.
a lot of people,
If it's massive enough, if it's big enough.
That's why you measure it.
A lot of people.
I'm not.
On the a lot of people.
It's a simple yes or no question. It's
A
not.
lot of people focus on
You don't
shape.
think?
You just found out exactly what size ball it's supposed to be, so you obviously have no idea how to go about testing that.
I'm asking you. Do you not believe that if you stood on a sphere big enough and looked forward, it would not appear flat for you?
I
Do you not
think
think?
I think that's verbatim.
No matter how big it is.
Here's the deal.
All right, that's all I needed
You'd
to
be
hear.
able to measure
Thank you very
curvature on it.
much.
You'd be able to,
That's
you'd be
all
able to
I
measure
needed to
drop
hear.
over distance. There would be a
Thank you
set
very-
distance to the horizon all the time based on the size of the ball and the curvature laid out.
No matter the size, yeah. No matter the size,
No,
even if
no,
it's
no.
millions of kilometers.
Okay, that's ridiculous. Yeah, that would look basically flat. So are you saying that you have a millions of kilometers radius ball?
That would look flat. I agree.
Okay, but that's not even the globe claim. So what are you defending then?
Measurably a ball.
There's no defense. There's nothing. Just wait.
That's
They
all.
made a
That's
claim
all.
of specific dimensions that
That's
would be
all.
very easy to
That's
test.
all I had to hear.
Hey,
That's
listen,
all I had to hear.
they made a claim of very specific dimensions that would be really easy to test. Okay, he's gone.
Listen, there's no case of dimensions of testing. Just look around you when you wake up in the morning. Yeah, when you wake up. Yeah, you
he's
look
gone.
around you. What do you see? What do you observe? Right? This argument goes down.
Yes.
Stop fucking arguing over bullshit. Yeah.
Well, that's what we do here. Argue
Listen,
over that bullshit.
Oh, can you have a platform here?
That's the point of the server, to argue that bullshit.
Right? And this is where I'm going to put it to bed. You wake up in the morning, right? What you observe, what you feel, what you see. Is that not enough? Is that not enough? The world's spinning on fucking 4 different fucking speeds. You're here on a plane, yeah? Who gives a fuck out what shape is? You're not getting the point. It doesn't matter about the shape anymore. It's not about the shape. It's about what you observe and what you feel, what you see day in, day out. It's not spinning. It's not spinning. Yeah?
Okay, now try telling that to a globetard.
I don't give a fuck about globetards. They're retards, right?
Check this out. I mean, look. I came in, tried to regulate.
Yeah, but we're here to talk to them.
And what happened? I got him to try to be intellectually honest with us, and he couldn't. And now he just bailed. So.
Well, he thought that was a gotcha. Oh, well, it looks flat. Huh.
Yeah, so here's my globe proof.
No,
It looks
dummy.
flat.
You don't realize it doesn't matter if it's a million miles radius globe. It's still measurably a globe, you dummy.
The funny thing is they're at the point, though, where they're like, it doesn't look like it's curving, so it's curving. That's basically all they're saying.
We're beyond that. It's beyond common. It's about common sense. It's about what you feel, what you see. That's it. Ignore these globetards. Ignore these heliocentric trides.
I don't want to ignore them. I like bashing them. It's fun.
Ignore them because you know something.
No, I don't want to. I'm not going to ignore them. You ignore them.
Whoa.
I'm going to do me.
You're going around in circles chasing your tail.
It's
the
fun.
Earth is not a globe. The Earth is not a globe. It doesn't
It's
spin on
entertainment.
different fucking speeds. Right? You observe it day in, day out. Your crops grow. You see the sun round and round, the sun and the moon. Yeah, in tandem, in partnership. It's not spinning.
This last goofball said that mountains grow.
Sick. Mountains grow. Oh.
What a dummy.
And his story about that is true. And unless we can come up with another story for it, and that's science.
Remember, Central, you asked him, how do you substantiate that? He goes, well, I said why I believed it.
Yeah, I know. And then he says it was scientifically validated, believe it. But okay, where's the scientific study? Oh, I don't know. I just believe it.
Google it yet.
Human beings invented science.
He also needs satellites, and he needs what's it? The Earth crust. What is it? Satellites and something else.
Yeah, the freaking tectonic plates that are like 25 miles deep.
Tectonic plates and satellites prove the Earth.
We know nothing.
I mean, when he's arguing for his globe and he just had to look up the radius for the first time, you can pretty much just call it a day right there.
Listen,
but if the globe was super, super big, then it would look flat. Like, dude, it's not super big.
Oh, I never thought of that.
I feel like
Good
this
point.
I feel like this chat is about trolling. You've got to be straight, all right? You've got to be right, right? It's obvious what the Earth is. We don't even have to be. This place can shut down now. It's obvious what the Earth is. It's not a fucking globe. It's not spinning on fucking 50 million axes through the universe. Right?
I'm with you.
You continue on these arguments with these globetards. That's the point I'm making. We
Well,
to shut
I think it serves a purpose. Like we're exposing the globe's stupidity, right?
Yeah,
That's
but
what
we've exposed it enough.
well, we got to keep exposing it because not enough people seem to be aware.
They are.
So you go ahead and throw your plate away and take your cup out of here. Sorry.
There's so many people who just, we know what it's about. You wake up in the morning, you see what it is. You see what's going on. And you get these idiots coming in here arguing the point. And it's like, listen, use your eyes. You wake up in the morning, yeah? You look around you. What's happening? There you go. Stop making up these bullshit about fucking spinning through the universe and fucking this, that, and the other. It's like, come on, the common sense prevails.
I look around and I see him on a whirling, gyrating ball flying around at multiple vectors.
Exactly. A big
Get
gyrating
your cup and plate before mine gets home. Take this two right now.
A big gyrating ball sack. Yeah.
And I know that because I can't see any curve and I can't detect any motion.
Exactly. And that's enough. Yeah, you can feel it and observe, and that's it. Is that not enough for you? This heliocentric lie we know about, yeah? But these people do not feel enough. They think too much. That's the trouble. They don't feel enough.
No, they're just trying to project what they saw on the Discovery Channel. They're trying to make that reality. It's not.
Exactly. What NASA says and all this bullshit. Feel. Stop
They
thinking.
want to believe Santa's coming so badly.
Yes. Feel. Just feel for once. You know what I mean? Stop thinking. Stop.
But he also said that it would be too big of a lie for it to be flat. The lie would be too big. So that's what he.
Yeah, that trumps geometry for sure. Yeah.
Just feel. Yeah. But the main thing I always say to people, right, in regards to this topic, yeah, stop pretending you're smart. That's the wrong route to go. Yeah? Common sense prevails over fucking anything you'll ever say or do. Yeah? It's about how you feel, not what you think. Remember that. Yeah? Day in, day out, when you wake up in the morning, what do you feel? That is the truth. What you feel. It doesn't matter what you think. Yeah? Because thought breeds everything. Breeds imagination. Breeds narrative. Yeah? It creates an whole kerfuffle. What you feel is more important than what you think. And believe me. Yeah? What you feel. So what do you feel, guys, in this chat? What do you feel is going on? Never mind what you think, what you feel.
Obviously, nothing's moving. Clearly, these buildings don't move.
All right. So what did you feel? That's the point I'm making. What you feel.
I feel like I'm flying through the universe at multiple vectors at up to millions of miles an hour.
Sarcasm. It must be. It must be sarcasm.
I'm pretty sure of it.
All right?
Feels like it.
Because I'll tell you something. What you feel and what you observe around you, yeah? It doesn't give a shit about what you think. It doesn't give a shit about your opinion. It doesn't give a shit about your fucking hypothesis. It doesn't give a shit about your so-called fact. It's about what you feel, what you see, what you observe in your life. That's what's important. Forget about all this bullshit, yeah? You don't need to prove anything. Because we're all here. This is our world that we're in.
I'm with you. I just think it's a fun argument.
Do you get my point? Do you get my point, what I'm saying? It doesn't matter.
Maybe.
What you feel is important. What you think is not. Because you'll never know. We know nothing of this world. We can surmise, we can hypothesize. What you feel is important.
Man.
That is where you need to go to. What you feel, what you see, what you observe. What you think means nothing.
You think so?
Oh, I know so. I've learned that. We can all disagree and agree, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we come up with these egos and all this bullshit and this philosophy and all this fucking hypothesis. But I'll tell you something. We all share the same thing. We wake up in the morning. We wake up, our eyes open, and we smell the same air. And we think about the same thing. Our existence. What's going on? Where are we? What we're doing? Does God exist? We all think the same thing. And we're not experts. We know fuck all. That is the reality.
Tell me what you really think.
No, whatever you think is fine. Everybody's entitled to an opinion, but everybody's got them like ourselves. But what you feel and what is actually happening doesn't give a shit about your opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Or your hypothesis, or your facts that you try and spout out. Yeah? It doesn't matter.
Are you a man?
Do you get my point? That's all I'm saying. Yeah? Nobody's right or wrong.
Well, it's useful to have some concept of like what's going on, where I am, etc.
But that's what I'm saying to you. When you wake up and you look around you and what you feel and the emotions you go through, and you look at the sun, you look at the moon, yeah, going around and round, and you get some stupid person saying, "Oh, the heliocentric model that's been indoctrinated into us for centuries is real." You question it, of course, but you've got to go back to what you feel. Never mind what you think. Do you get my point? And what these guys think. It's what you see and what you observe and what you feel. That is what counts at the end of it. Honestly, that's it. Do you think the Earth rotates on this fucking axis and it goes through the universe? If you don't feel that, it doesn't exist. It only exists if you feel it and if you believe it. I wake up every morning. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm alive. Yeah? I go and grow
I
my
can't feel
crop.
my prostate. Does it exist?
I go and grow my crop. That's it. That's all I do. Yeah? I don't see us spinning around fucking this, that, and the other. No.
You can feel your prostate when you do Kegel exercises.
No, whatever. Do your prostate as you will. The point I'm making is, it doesn't matter. What is. Emphasize, is. It's nothing else. You can create an artwork. Doesn't mean it's reality. That's it. Seriously. What you feel is separate from what you think. Look at what you feel.
I know. I already knew that.
Well, I'm not saying you didn't. I'm just saying. That's my thought process for everything. You know? That's it. That's all. You know? I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying what I feel and what I observe. Every moment I wake up. That's it.
I'm all for it. Preach it, brother.
I'm not preaching. I'm just saying what I feel and why. Well, that's what I'm doing. Like you are, all of you.
Mm-hmm.
You got your own points of view. You've got your own thing on things. You know, that's my take. That's it.
Is it okay for us to show our emotions?
Yeah, is it okay for us to have our take, though?
Of course, we can share our emotions.
Okay, cool.
We got to share. We got to share, man. That's it. We're not getting anywhere if we don't share. And I think that's where a lot of people are lacking. They don't share. They don't understand. They think too much. They don't feel.
That's probably true.
Probability. It's probably 100%.
I'll think about it.
I just don't want people getting lost, that's all. Just don't want people getting lost. We're all good, yeah, and we try our best. And we want to know what's going on.
Okay, next.
So how do you know that, Godric?
What do I know? What? How do I know what?
You made a claim about your prostate?
I can feel my prostate. I was just goofing. You said you can't feel your prostate. I said you can feel your prostate when you do Kegel exercises. You like that?
I was just wondering how you had primary knowledge of that.
Don't you do your Kegels, man? Come on now.
No, can't say that I have.
You know when you have a big ass shit, you gotta cut it off.
That's
That's a
fine.
Kegel.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Take it easy.
Is that too graphic?
Yeah, so he said that if you can't feel it, it must not exist. So I said, I can't feel my prostate. I was trying to trigger him into an argument because I like to test new people when they come in here.
Larry, you don't have to think to breathe.
I know. I have an autonomic nervous system.
You don't have to think to breathe, but you can breathe by choice.
You've not got a choice to breathe. You breathe. That's it.
No, because you can hold your breath. There you go.
Well, you can hold your breath, but I tell you what, if you didn't breathe, you'd be dead. You've no choice in that. So when you breathe, yeah, when you're breathing now to talk, no choice in the matter. Otherwise, you'll be dead. You don't get to switch it on and off.
Dude, it's called free will, man. You can hold your breath.
Oh no, it doesn't matter about free will. It's about your body. You're breathing. You're talking. Yeah. Where's that come from? Do you choose? You don't. You're breathing. Your heart's beating. Yeah, there's a difference. You can hold your breath if you want. That's choice. I'm holding my breath right now. Oh, that's choice. But the act of breathing, you're breathing. You wake up every day. Yeah? That's it. You don't think about it, do you? So when you're going doing your job and everything like, you're not thinking about breathing, going, I need to breathe. I need to breathe. You're not. Come on. Think about it.
Do you have free will? Do you have free will?
We all have free will. But you don't feel
Okay. So what about the infants that get infected with the fecal matter from cats, and this virus is or I can't remember if it's a virus or fungus. It's mind controlling. Go ahead.
Talking about external stuff. Yeah. What I'm talking about when it comes to breathing is what is your breathing? Are you thinking about breathing? You're not. You wake up every morning. You're speaking. Are you thinking about it? Do you need to actually categorize your breathing? So actually, today I'm going to put my breathing into a section where I can talk to people. I need to breathe so my this, that, and the other. You don't. You breathe. Yeah. The point I'm making is feel. Stop thinking. We know nothing. Yeah. We think we do, but we don't. We know nothing.
So anyway, back to the disease that comes from cats in the litter box, and it affects infants. Some of the side.
You're talking about something completely different here. You're talking about external stuff that we can't control, that we can only imagine how we deal with it. But breathing is a separate thing. It's a natural thing. Your heart's beating, you're breathing. Do you think about it? You don't. It happens. Otherwise...
Yeah, I'm familiar with the autonomic nervous system, bro, but I'm talking about free will, and you cut me off twice in a row now.
No, I didn't cut you off. Stop being like that, yeah? You know what I'm talking about. I answered your question. I answered the guy's question as well. Yeah? You know, you're talking about cats and all this lot. Yeah, that's fine. Let's talk about it. But it doesn't relate to what I'm just saying. You don't think about breathing. That's it.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Right. That's
I
all.
don't
That's
disagree.
what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So if you want to talk about cats and this disease,
Talking
fine.
about free will.
Free will. Listen, free will. You talk about free will, yeah? Right. So I get it with disease. Do you have free will over disease? No, you don't. If a disease comes in and it gets hold of you like cancer, do you have a choice? No, you don't. Right? That's fine. That's a different topic. But when it comes to breathing, yeah, you breathe. You don't even think about it. So you can't relate them. You can't. You can't relate them. You can't relate breathing to some disease that just swoops in there. Yeah? It's different. It's separate. If you weren't to breathe, you weren't to talk. You know? You're not going to talk. You don't have control over that. Your breathing is actually happening. Yeah? That's it. There's no free will. You can choose to hold your breath, but your breath and your heartbeat is happening. A disease that comes in is a disease that comes in. And you have to counteract that and decide what you're going to do. Yeah? Because it's affecting your body. And that's where the free will comes in. Do you get medication? What do you do? You know? Different. I'm talking about your natural thing in your body. Your breathing. Your heart's beating. You don't choose that. That's happening. Oh, well, you can put a gun to your head and end it. Yeah, that's your free will. But what I'm talking about naturally is that you do not think to breathe. You don't think to do any of that. You don't think to about your heart beating. You don't control that. That's not free will. That's happening. Yeah? That's my point. I didn't cut you off. You just changed the topic.
Yeah, I agree with you. We have an autonomic nervous system, right? Like some parts of it is just like automatically happening. Isn't that what it's called? Autonomic nervous system? Where you're breathing, your heart's beating, right? You got stuff going on controlling your blood pressure, right? You don't have to think about it, it just happens. I don't disagree with any of that. But I was talking about free will and the effects of, coming in contact with the infant and the felines is that when they get older, the males become extremely aggressive and promiscuous.
Yeah.
So, do they have free will?
Do they have
If they've been affected by, yeah.
Do they have free will in what they're going to affect you with? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. The question is, do you have free will if you're infected by this thing and it makes you aggressive and promiscuous?
No, you don't.
So, you don't have free will.
You don't have free will in that sense. If someone's going to infect you, you've not got free will over that. You've not chose to do that. It's like if I put a gun to your head and said, I'm going to shoot, that is my free will. But is it natural? No. So if something infects you, yeah, it's different. It is totally different. But all I was saying before is that when you're breathing and when your heart's beating, that is not your choice. That is happening naturally. Done. Boom. Yeah? Without breath, you're not alive. You can't choose to breathe. You can choose to hold your breath, but you can't choose to breathe. You can't choose to alter your heart. If you alter your heart, you're done.
What if I choose to opt out from breathing?
Well, then you're dead. Simple.
Dang.
That's it.
I've seen a documentary on Flipper where the owner of Flipper said that one day Kathy, the dolphin, just decided that she was going to go under and not breathe anymore. And that's how she self-deleted.
Go for it. Because if you stop breathing, you're dead. And we know that. Yeah? Have you tried stop breathing? Do you know, if you hold your breath to a point where you go into a swimming pool, yeah? Where you have control, yeah? The free will you were talking about. You put your face under a pool and you get to a point where you're not breathing. What are you going to do? You're going to let yourself go or you're going to pull your head up to get oxygen? That is your free will.
I spent a majority of my early adulthood doing that, seeing how far I could swim underwater how far I could ignore the pain in the weight room.
But,
You know, how far I could.
But what did you do? You're here, aren't you? You're alive.
I'm still here. That's
You
right.
pulled out.
That's right.
You knew. Yeah, that was your free will to say, no, if I keep my head under this water, I'm going to die. That was your free will. You wanted to breathe.
Yeah, but I found out just the bladder. The warning comes way before the extremely large window where you push the envelope and not suffer any consequences because you're oxygenated. You go under, you take like 20 deep breaths.
Yeah.
Right? That's what I did anyway.
Yeah.
So you're not going to die like immediately. So how I trained myself. Yeah.
You won't let yourself to die. Anybody who puts herself, if you've no control, say if I put your head underwater and then you couldn't restrain me, and I put your head underwater and you could not get up to get oxygen, you'd die. Yeah, if I did that, yeah, you could not outstrength me, and I put your head underwater and you could not, come out of that, you'd die. Yeah. So, but you cannot drown yourself. There's been no record of anybody drowning themselves. They can't do it. They just can't do it. It's easy to take pills or hang yourself because when you hang yourself, you normally kick a chair, yeah, and you're done. And
Yeah, we probably shouldn't talk about this. Yeah, we shouldn't talk about self-deletion.
I know. But we're talking about free will. We were talking about breathing, the act of breathing. You don't think about it. We were talking about free will. That's the sort of free will that you have, or you don't have. So it's an interesting. But the things like we were talking. Obviously, this channel is about flat Earth and globe Earth, whatever. Blah 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 blah. Globers are fucking idiots. That is my opinion. It might be sharing the same on the screen, but the thing is, what you feel. You know what I mean? Like I said before, what you feel. You know, you're not going to. In a day, you're not going to go against. You're not going to go against what you feel. Yeah. When you wake up in the morning, yeah. When you're growing your crop, you look around you. You can listen to media if you want. Doesn't mean it's true.
Well, I think we go against what we feel all the time. We feel there's things that we ought not do, and we do them anyway. And some people call that hamatria or sin.
Of course, but some things are true. Some things you feel. Yeah, you don't go against what you feel. Like I said before, in this society, and it's been like this, we go off what we think too much. We think too much. We don't feel enough. That's the issue. We think too much. That's what we do. And it's like a dog chasing its tail. Because ultimately we know nothing. Yeah? Like I said, we can hypothesize. Yeah? We can create these theories and all this. But
Are you a man? Are you a man?
A what?
Are you a man?
Am I a man?
Yeah.
I am a man, yeah.
How do you know?
How do I know I'm a man?
Yeah.
You're going down that route. I've got a pair of testicles, right? I was born a man.
Well, you said you can't know anything. We don't know anything.
No, that's what I'm saying to you. We don't know anything. All we know is that we are men. All we know is that we are women. But ultimately, we know nothing. What is it to be a man? What is it to be a woman? You tell me that. What is the definition?
Well, first I would start with science, biology,
Science
X and Y chromosomes,
yeah,
right?
but science is always questioning itself. Science, right, so listen, science, right, is man-made. So where'd you start with that? Where do you start with that? Larry, where did you start with that? If science is man-made, where did you start? Where's the end? Where's the beginning? Where's the middle?
Well, there's no end to science.
Exactly, because man, we're always forever ever, always going against what we said it originally. So I could discover something and we go, oh, 10 years later, actually, that wasn't right. Science is always disproving itself and always tripping over itself. Do you know why? Because science is not the creator. There is a creator in this world we live in. There is a creator. You think that we were a random fart in the universe that created everything? No. There was no random fart in the universe. There was no Big Bang. This is creation. You look at everything, the way it works. Yeah? It has its purpose. Why does a bee pollinate a flower? Why does this? That wasn't random. That was creation. You do an artwork as its purpose. Think about it. But many people don't think about it because they're too fucking worried about if the earth is flat or a globe. They don't think about the actual true creation of what we are. They don't think about that. They're too busy worrying about if the earth is flat or if the earth is a fucking spinning sphere. They don't actually think about why or how or the reason why we're here and how intrinsic it is. It's creation.
Okay. Why we're here?
Exactly. That's the question. Why are we here?
Well, you said it's intrinsic, so tell me.
That's what I'm saying to you as well. Can you answer that question?
I can. I know why we're here.
Why are you here?
We are here to be symbiotic with each other, one another, and to help one another.
Yep.
When one of us falls down, the other one is supposed to bend down and pick the other one up, dust him off, and set him on his way.
But who created us? Who gave
That's
us
why he
that?
created us.
Right, there you go. So you agree that this is a creation, not a random.
Oh, of course, bro.
There we go. That's all I'm saying. But some people will turn around and go, it was the Big Bang. How could it be a Big Bang? How could it be random? No. Look at everything in this world that you look at. Everything. It has its own purpose, but it has its own correlation. You, like Larry, you do your own thing, yeah? So it's like in a department, yeah? You have your role, I have my role. That is the whole thing. It's creation. It's like people don't realise that. But they're always arguing. Listen, we're not spinning. We're not spinning at all. We're not. We're definitely not spinning. I can see that. Come on. The theory of gravity, the theory of evolution, the theory of this, that, and the other, that is through humankind. That is through us. We know fuck all. And that's why I say that. Because we know nothing. It's always a theory. Yeah? But one thing we do know is that everything around us is here. It's present. It's happening. So stop arguing. We know nothing. But we are present and we are creation. And like you said, Larry, we've got to help each other. And be here for each other. And stop fucking arguing. Because the time has come to stop arguing. Over A, B, C, D, fucking E, F, G. You know?
You mean bickering, I think.
Bickering.
Let's be precise with the speech.
Yeah.
Pointless bickering.
Yeah. Arguing, bickering, it's the same thing. You know,
Not my vocabulary.
We've just got to, I know that, but it's the same thing. But we've just got to come to some consensus in a sense, you know, and say,
yeah.
We know, honestly, when I say we know fuck all, I don't mean we don't know anything. I'm saying that basically what we argue about on a daily basis, right, we're all at the same playing field.
Right.
We've just got to get to the point of feeling instead of thinking all the time. What do we observe? What do we see? What do we feel? That is the foundation of what we discuss. Yeah?
Yep.
You know? What do we do? Where do we go from that, Larry? You know, we say we need to start feeling more than we think. Because that's where arguments start. A debate's only healthy, yeah, if it's got substance and got common sense. But then you get people who talk bullshit, yeah? You know?
Yep.
It's... Where we at? Where we at? That's the thing. Where we at? The civilization. Where we at as human beings? You know? There's many Discord channels like this. There's many of forums on the internet. The Earth is a round ball. The Earth is heliocentric. The Earth is flat. The rainbow was put there to say that we won't flood the Earth anymore. You got the religious side of it. We know nothing. There's so many different angles.
Did you know you can't make a rainbow indoors without a mirror or a glass?
Well, you know, you get my point.
Oh, I get your point. The rainbow is there as proof. It's not only a promise, it's actually proof that he's got the firmament up above.
Yes.
And he's not going to flood us because the windows are closed.
Exactly, Larry. Exactly what I just said. I was just trying to see if you were saying I'm the same wavelength from what I was saying. You know?
Yeah, I think we are, but you keep saying feelings, and from my point of view, I suppress my feelings long enough to think logically.
I know you do.
And then I reincorporate my feelings and then assess that level too, also.
But it's down to your personal feelings and what you naturally, take in. You know, natural feelings.
Are you talking about gut feelings? You're talking about gut?
No, not gut. That's intuition. But what I'm saying is, when you wake up in the morning, right, and you look around you, and you can go outside in your back garden, right, and you see the birds tweeting, and everything is just, yeah. The birds are still tweeting, aren't they?
Yep.
That's it. That's what I mean. It's happening.
All right, so we got some new people. RGK, we're gonna answer some new people that are in here.
Yeah, cool.
We got Simo. Simo, welcome to the server. I've unmuted you, so you have control of your mic. Simo, are you there? Simo. No Simo. Who else we got in here? We got Timbo81. How are you doing, Timbo?
Good, mate.
Pretty good?
Yeah, mate. Just listening in.
All right, man. All good? You still at work?
Yeah. Yeah, always, mate. 6 days a week.
Yeah, busybody.
Yeah. I was just, I agree with that English guy to an extent, but I still think that, those new guys that come in that haven't even researched their own globe, I still think that, oh, there I go, I'm thinking, aren't I? That, you can't just say, okay, it's how you feel. They need some explanation on, the measurements, the curvature, and it's all incorporated. So
how you feel needs no measurements.
Sorry?
How you feel needs no measurements. Yeah? When you feel something, you don't need to do any measurements. It's what you feel. You understand that?
Yeah, I know.
You know?
Yeah, but it backs up what you're saying. So
you know what I mean?
You can.
I get what you're saying, but when you feel something, there's no measurements. You're feeling it. It's there. Bam. You don't have to explain that. That is what you feel. So you feel depressed. Do you have to do measurements to understand why you're depressed? You don't.
Yeah, I think that's different. I think that's different. Of course, you say, okay, you feel it's not spinning. We all feel it's not spinning, but they don't understand that. They think.
I know.
So you've got to, you've also got to go at them logically as well and empirically. So I know, and they don't listen. Yeah. I agree with you as well. Yeah.
But the site says, Timbo, it's like, if you feel upset, do you have to explain why you're upset? Or should I say, should you have to mathematically do the equation to make them explain why you're upset? You're just upset. You feel that upset. You're upset. Yeah? It gets to a point where wise people are always trying to explain certain things. You just feel that way. Yeah. And when you feel something, it's happening in that present time. Yeah. There's no need to explain. You're feeling it. You're feeling that. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also good to understand why you're upset. So
yeah, of course, and
you
that's
know,
what you try to explain to people. Yeah,
yeah,
exactly. But when you feel something, you feel it. You know.
yeah. Oh yeah,
But
I agree with you. Yeah.
some people
I'm just
start
saying,
thinking about it. You know.
yeah, you can't just shut it off at
You can.
this is how it feels. That's it.
Yeah.
You got to kind of, some people, if they've never looked into it, I was exactly the same. The first video I saw, I went, what are these morons talking about? The Earth's flat. And then you look and you look and you look and you go, oh my God, it's true. First of all, you say, I think it's true.
Some
So you need to think in that concept, and then you got to look at it, and then you go, oh shit, it's exactly this. That's how I feel, and that's now I know.
Something don't add up,
It's
does
the
it?
two together. Yeah.
Something don't add up. Something just does not add up. That's what it is.
Yeah.
You know, and how you feel. So you wake up in the morning, you hear the bird sing. You know, it's like they say it's spinning on 3 different fucking rotations. Come on, do you feel that? I don't feel that. And the thing is, what I always say to people, the theory, I quote, theory of gravity. Yeah, the theory of gravity. It's been put in our textbooks as fact. How the fuck can a theory be a fact? But I'm looking at that word, theory. You should never take any theory as fact, ever.
I agree. The word theory is being used with ambiguity.
Yeah,
right. A lot of people don't know the difference between a scientific theory, which has been validated by a scientific experiment, and a colloquial theory, which is equivalent to a postulation.
Yeah, exactly. That's all it is. But yeah, they see it as fact through all the mainstream media, the heliocentric model. We're giving you this. Einstein said this. You know, Darwin said this. It's like the evolution theory. It's like, come on. And this is the point I'm making. What do you see? What you observe? What you feel is what's important to you as a person. Yeah, you walk outside and you're breathing that air. You see a bird sing. You see it doing its thing. You know, that is real. That is in front of you. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that is it. End of. Never mind what people say and what they theorize, what they hypothesize, what you're observing and what you feel, because we're all relative in this. Because I'm you and you are me. End of. We're born into this world. We're experiencing the same thing, but we have certain stimulant outside of it, giving us all this bullshit, all this giving us a different opinion. But when it comes to the meat and bones of it, what do you feel? What do you see? I walk outside. You walk outside next to me. What are you going to see? You're going to see the world. You're going to see a bird. You know, you're going to see the same thing. That's the point I'm making. Ignore.
Yeah, I see myself spinning around at 1,000 miles an hour in.
But the point I'm making is, like, listen, Timbo, if me and you were here now, right, in my house, yeah, and we walked outside my door, would you see the world spinning and I'd see the world flat? We'd see
No,
the
of course
same
not.
thing. We'd see the same thing. Yeah? If I threw a firework in front of you, you'd see the firework go off. You know, it's like you can't take away that. You can. No matter how much you think.
Yeah, but like someone who's just come into the conversation, like that guy before, like hopefully it left a seed in his head, like because it's going to take a lot longer than one conversation and people like that need other explanations as well. So yeah,
of course.
I'll be back.
I'm just saying my point, that's all. You know, whether you agree with it or not, I don't expect you to agree. It's just how I see the world, you know, and I feel like a lot of people do see the world that way, you know, but
yeah,
you know, just don't want to say it in a sense, or just I don't know, you know. I'm here to learn as well. That's why I'm here, you know. I'm just
and it's I listen all day while I'm at work, and it's great. You know, it's listening to how other people think about it, some of the science behind it. some of the theology behind it as well. I was come from an atheist family, and I used to joke all the time about, God this, God that, yeah. And I maybe
fucking real,
3 years ago, I just started going, well, if the Earth's flat and we're not in outer space, then it has to be. There's no other explanation for it that it was created.
Well,
And
that's it.
I'm just starting to accept myself that I actually believe I believe in God, and I never thought I would be here.
I do. I'll be honest with you. I'm not. Listen, I'll never ever shy away from what I believe in. I do believe in God. I do believe in the Creator. I do believe that we are here and we are created. Yeah, and we have purpose. Everything on this earth has its purpose and has its creation. End of. There's no
Well,
way.
yeah. Look at the patterns in life. Look at
Look at semantics. Look at the way the water works.
Yeah,
Everything.
I love all that. Yeah, that's it's amazing. You get a good frequency and everything's in harmony, and people just overlook all this stuff, and everything seems to be linked, and that's the only way it works.
I'm linked to you. Everybody in this chat now is linked.
Well, God is within, yeah.
No,
I gotta go, guys. I'm still listening in, but I gotta make some noise.
You take care, brother. You take care.
You too, mate. Good chat.
God is within, but also the enemy is within too.
Oh yeah, the enemy's the old son.
I got a question. Do birds compensate for the Coriolis effect when they fly? I just kind of wondered.
Well, birds don't even think. They don't need to sow seed, so they don't think.
I just kind of wondered if birds, when they fly north south, that they kind of do what globies think they do. Compensate. For the Coriolis effect.
Well, this is the thing, Jim. They don't think. They just do what they do. That's the thing. They wake up in the morning. They go and get the worm. They go and feed the chicks. They just do. That's the thing. This is the whole point I'm making. It's like everybody always talks about this globy thing. The birds don't think. Every single species on this planet is created, and it does its thing. Yeah, you like the bee that pollinates. Yeah. It's why does the bee pollinate and we fucking sow seed? And why do we create fucking this, that, and the other? Why? Why do we have? Why are we not all pollinating fucking flowers? Why? Because it's creation. It's separate, and it's all intrinsic. It's all doing the same thing. It's all benefiting each other, and that's the thing. And people don't realize that. All right, if you don't believe in God, that's fine. That is fine. But I do. I believe in the Creator. I believe everything was created. Yeah? And I think we're all on this path to discover why we're here. And I get that. But I like to start on the basis that we know nothing, because that's a good starting point. Yeah? That is a good starting point. I don't like it when I sit in a room and people go, this is what it is, this is that, blah, 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 blah. Yeah? I like to sit there and go, I know nothing, but I like to listen to what you say. But I think we should feel more overthinking, and that is my opinion. That is it. Whether you agree with it or not, that's fine. But that is my opinion. We should start feeling more. Yeah? We think too much. That's what we do. And it's always the same in this discovery. We think and we don't feel. We miss out the feeling of what's going on around you. And that's just my opinion. Yeah, I'm not saying I'm right. I'm probably not right, but that's my opinion.
I just like that. Of course, people don't think like this. And I didn't think like this until a few months ago. Was people will live their whole life believing they live on a spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball, a globe. They'll believe that their entire life, but never ever see evidence of it with their own two eyes.
Yeah,
exactly. But they believe they do because they've been told they do, but they've never seen it with their own eyes.
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that, Jim. Exactly that. I don't know what you experience when you wake up in the morning, you know, but you look around you, you know, and you think to yourself, you know, how the hell are we spinning? You know what I mean? How the hell are we spinning? How the hell are we spinning on so many different axes? You know, from Earth to the universe. Because listen, my belief is no space. Yeah, there's no space. There's nothing out there. Yeah, the only thing that's separating us is the firmament. Yeah, above and below, beneath the depths of the ocean. Yeah, to the heights of the sky. Yeah, we are the center of everything. We're the center of creation. Human beings are. There's no aliens. Okay, I'm going to say this now. I'm going to say it out now in this channel. There's no aliens, right? We are the center of creation. Yeah, the creator created us for a reason. He wiped us out a couple of times because we weren't doing what we should have done. But then he got fed up and said, actually, you know something, you're going to be the bearer of this realm. You're going to watch out for every single living being on this world. Yeah, right? And you have your free will. Like I was talking to Larry about. Right? You have your free will. Of course you do. Right? Your decisions are your own. Do you let the devil in or do you let God in? That's your choice. Now, we know he takes a time on this earth, right? Whether it's round or fucking spinning. As we know, it's not spinning. We know that. But the point I'm making is we've got to be here for each other. We've got to look out for each other. It doesn't matter what your opinion is, right? It doesn't matter what your hypothesis is. It doesn't matter what your beliefs are. We've got to be here for each other, right? Because we're all created the same. And that is it. That's it. Right? Doesn't matter how successful you are in life, doesn't matter how much money you've got in life, we're all connected and we're all going the same place. Death. You're going to die. So it doesn't matter what you believe, but it's what you do in your life that matters. And that is life. You can sit in your garden and watch the fucking crops grow, watch the birds sing and watch them get this and then the other, watch the sunrise set. Or you can be one of these people who chases money. It's infinite. You're never going to be happy if you chase money. It's infinite. You're not going to have enough. When it comes to it, we know nothing. And when I say that, I don't mean that you're stupid. I don't mean that I'm stupid. I just think we know nothing. But when we start from knowing nothing, we've got a good start to finding out something. That's my point anyway, sorry. That is me. That is me. That is PK.
I think it's a wise man who realizes he knows nothing.
No, that's the beginning of wisdom.
Yeah.
Once you realize that you don't know very much, then you can move forward and learn, right? Because
Yeah,
you
you can.
escaped from the belief.
At some point, you have to forget everything they taught you and start to think things through on an individual basis. Then connect the dots.
One thing I will say to you all, I've just met you all tonight, I love you, man. This is great. We should always have these conversations. And I feel like that society doesn't have these conversations. Yeah, only these small groups like these discords and we should always discuss this. We should, because we're always asking questions, and it should be, questions should be asked. We don't have to agree on
I
everything,
agree.
but we should discuss the possibility of things. And
We
it's important. It is important.
we should do away with sports and start having debates.
Yeah, exactly, Larry. Yeah, exactly. Never mind the mainstream narrative. Forget that. The mainstream. this. It means nothing. It's controlled. Yeah. This is all this shite that they're telling us, and all this. The mind says otherwise. Yeah. So I think we should just stick together, have a debate, have an argument amongst us. Getting pissed off with these fuckers. Yeah.
It's like the lost art of philosophy. We're going to philosophize.
Yeah, exactly. Why don't we philosophize amongst each other? We're not necessarily right. We're not trying to be right, but it's the art of being able to express yourself and give your opinion and just share things that are real. Because we're all wondering what the fuck is going on, aren't we?
We just got to keep it real.
Yeah, exactly. In this chat here, right? This Discord, all we're trying to do is trying to find out what the fuck is going on. Am I wrong? Yeah, we're just trying to find what the fuck's going on. So we have our opinion on this.
Yeah, but there's certain subjects that are taboo.
Yeah, they are taboo. Of course they are. Good. We should be able to discuss taboo. We should be able to disagree. We should be able to talk about what we want. Yeah, because censorship on the internet is fucking rife now. Yeah, the freedom platform. It's not the freedom platform anymore. We can't sit here and talk about what we want anymore. We can't.
I know, it's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
I wouldn't have believed it 10 years ago.
But they are doing it. I don't sit here saying I'm right. I just want to share what I feel and what I think. And that's it. That's all I'm doing. It doesn't mean I'm right. I'm just trying to express myself, and that's what people should be able to do: express themselves. And that's the important thing as a human being: express yourself. And we're living in an age where we can't, because the suppressing.
Yeah, it helps to be able to bounce your ideas off like-minded people.
Exactly, yeah. When you get them groups where you can come and you're like, yep, they get it. Yep, we might disagree, but we get it. Yeah, we're all in the same ballpark. We're playing the same game, basically. But it's good to know, we can discuss certain matters, and I shouldn't say it's a matter. I should say it's a case of opinion, and sometimes it's not opinion. I'll tell you what, there's enough evidence out there. Let's face it, right? It's a flat Earth society, yeah? Let's face it. We get people coming in with globe society, yeah? They have their say, and we get it, yeah? But we try and explain to them that, listen, this is not right, yeah? Blah, blah, blah. But it's about freedom of speech. It's about not being shot down. It's about having your own opinion, even though you feel it's right. Do you get my point? It's like we're here. We're just chatting,
I think the powers that be, they don't care if you talk about flat Earth.
No, they don't care. They don't care. But we do. We do. No. But one thing, like I said before, we're created.
I think NASA should be getting a little bit nervous.
Oh yeah, well, I'll tell you something. Hollywood's dropped in the last 10 years. Hollywood has been destroyed. That's why Netflix have got the contracts with all these actors, because Hollywood has been destroyed through paedophilia and all that. Yeah, it's been destroyed. Yeah, it's become apparent.
Yeah. Plus, COVID didn't help. I think people aren't going to the movies anymore.
Forget COVID.
I think the only thing the psychopaths care about is what they've shown us the last 27 months. They don't fear flat Earth versus globe. They don't fear
2,500 years, dude.
They only fear people talking about realizing what they've been up to the last 27 months on the TV and going against that narrative. Otherwise, they basically leave everything else alone. But they want one thing. They want to get inside your body with something that you have no idea what's in it. And that's the only thing they care about.
I'm with Jim on that. Yeah, I'm with Jim.
I'd have to agree with that.
I'm with Jim on that. And the thing is, it's been happening for centuries, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah, but this is their big move. This is their big move.
This is a big move. Yeah. Seriously, it's not a big move. It's part of the move. Yeah, it's not a big one. It's part of the move. It's not a big. Oh.
Well, there's many phases to it, but it's all planned out.
Yeah, of course it's all planned out. Yeah, of course it's. It's been happening for centuries. It's not been like the last 20 years, 30 years. It's been happening for centuries. No.
You know what's fascinating is you can talk flat Earth till you're blue in the face on Facebook, Twitter, here, Instagram. You can talk flat Earth till you're blue in the face. But if you mention anything about what they've been pushing for the last 27 months, you are banned, censored, suspended, silenced. It doesn't matter because they're going to protect that at all costs. And we can talk flat Earth all we want to, but you can't talk about the other thing.
You know why?
You can't even talk about Ukraine. You can't even criticize Ukraine.
You know why, don't you? Because they've dig dirt. Yeah, when you dig dirt, you pile it in the garden. Yeah, you put it in the corner. Yeah, that's flat Earth. They put it in the corner. Yeah, they give you different narratives. They put flat Earth in the corner a long time ago. Yeah, they've done it. Yeah, they control the free internet. Yeah, they put flat Earth in the corner, and that's all they're doing. It's all about.
I knew years ago the internet was our last bastion of actual free speech, and I knew we needed to protect that.
But now it's been taken over.
And the powers to be just let the First Amendment go to hell, the internet. So,
well, the First Amendment is not the internet, because the internet is global. Yeah, but I get your point in America. But the thing is, it's like Ajit Pai. Do you know who Ajit Pai is?
No, what is that?
Do you know who Ajit Pai is? Right.
No.
Ajit Pai, right?
Ajit Pai.
Ajit Pai. He was the governing body over internet censorship and freedoms. Okay.
Oh.
Now, back in 2019, I hacked his account because what happened was he got paid off because that was the start back in 2019 to basically take over the internet. Yeah. He was for protecting internet users' freedom and privacy. Yeah. He got bought out, right?
They're protecting you from bad information you're not supposed to know.
Everything you see now.
They're doing it out of love.
No, listen, this guy was supposed to be protecting your freedom of rights on the internet, yeah? The freedom of information, yeah? The Freedom of Information Act, yeah? And he was there. He was the owner of it. Now, he got paid a big sum to go against his morals. Yeah, his company was supposed to protect us, yeah? And he got paid out. So I hacked his company, right? And got all his details, exposed them, right? And this guy, the reason why you have no freedom like us now is because of he went against his own morals, right? He got paid billions, and I hacked into his system, I hacked into his email address, I hacked into his company address, I hacked into all of his family address, yeah? And I proved a point, right? And I became one of them, what do they call it? Anonymous, blah, 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 blah. No, I weren't part of Anonymous, I did it off my own back, because at the end of the day, we have the right, to share information on the web, no matter the content, yeah? Yeah?
I would think so, but apparently not.
Yeah, but this guy was for that, and then he went against that. So,
well, he took the big payoff, how it works.
Honestly, Ajit Pai. It took me 2 years to wreck this shit. It was 2 years. So If you look at it, look at Ajit Pai. Look at Ajit Pai. AJITPAI. Look into him. He was the guy who regulated everything on net censorship. And he went against it. He went against it. Because he got a big payout.
Did you type his name in the chat?
Hey, yo, why isn't anybody talking?
That's what I was wondering.
Well, there's plenty to talk about.
Okay, you first.
Okay. Jay Doherty, why did you post the rip-off Listerine stuff? What were you talking about that? Oh, nice. Now I get it. I'm very slow. You're going to have to put up with that.
Looks like windshield wiper fluid.
I was going to say, I'm not using that from my mouth. I don't care how good it works. Nope. Antifreeze. Get out of here.
That's the Costco industrial size.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's all I got. So I'm way better at joining a conversation, i.e., ruining one, than starting my own.
Yeah, I hear you. I like to just pop in random conversations and ruin them.
Yep. Yep.
If anybody wants a recap of the Tom Cruise new movie about how they discuss the globe, I'll be happy to give it to you if you haven't heard it yet.
Tell me about it.
Okay. Here we go. It was my $11 commitment yesterday. It was, Tom. I'm not going to give the end away because people might want to go see it. But at the very beginning, Tom wants to go Mach 10 in this airplane. So he goes
Isn't
against.
he all old looking now?
Yeah, he's older looking, and Val Kilmer is older looking, but depending on your gender preference, they got a lot of good looking men and women younger men and women now in the movie.
Okay.
So and they do have an excellent instead of playing beach volleyball like they did decades ago, they played football. So anyway, and the guys are all buff. I mean, everybody's lifted weights since 1985 or whenever we saw the original Top Gun. Everybody's buffed up. Anyway, when Tom is doing Mach 10 at the beginning against his general or admiral's wishes, he goes Mach 10, and the admiral comes into the to the mission center and orders Tom Cruise to come back down, and Tom Cruise starts going, I can't hear you, I can't hear you, and acting like communication's bad, and the general's told there that it's because of curvature of the earth that he can't communicate well.
Curvature.
It was awesome. But then Tom Cruise is up there, cruising it, trying to get to Mach 10, and he's up there in the sky above the clouds, and there's no curve. It's perfectly flat. But they tell us that they can't communicate well because of curvature of the Earth. So I thought that was good. And then he, the word planet was used once, which is fine. And then something I'd never heard of before. Gravity is a rule of gravity. They called it a rule of gravity. I thought that was really cool. So so I
Get a
don't
little
want to.
globe indoctrination in there.
Yeah, so I don't
There's
want to take.
there's
I don't
probably
want to
other
take away. I
there's
don't want
probably
to take away
other
too much. Go ahead.
messages, embedded
Yeah.
messages from the left in there, like
Yeah.
join the army and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't want to take away the movie in case if you're a little older, you can get a senior discount, and if not, you got to pay a few bucks more. But it's the first time I've ever been in the first row, 50-yard line of a movie theater ever. So I got to see. I didn't miss anything. So it was good. So I took a picture of at the beginning. I posted it yesterday, and I might post it again here. Tom Cruise comes on the very beginning after the 10 or 15 trailers for upcoming movies. By the way, in the Jurassic Park coming this summer, the dinosaurs invade a city. I just want you to know that.
Cool.
Anyway, so I just gave it away. So Tom Cruise gets to the
So,
very beginning.
so what you're saying is they're so what you're saying is they're teaching Globers the 2015 arguments.
I don't know, but
They're in the movies in the new movies they're teaching Globers the 2015 Globe Earth arguments.
all I know is the computer graphics are a lot better in the coming Jurassic Park movie than it was at the very beginning, the very first ones.
Yeah, we need
You're going to
dinosaurs
be amazed.
attacking cities. That's what we need.
Yeah, that's what they do. But anyway, Tom Cruise at the very beginning, he gets his big mug on the screen, and he thanks everybody for coming to his movie, and it's going to be really, really lifelike, and so he thanks everybody, and then the movie starts. But
that's nice of him.
So I'll
welcome to my movie. You're really going to enjoy this movie.
I'll download the picture. I took a picture when he was saying that, so I'll download it, and I mean not download it, but put it on the voice text so everybody.
Did he give you that big goofy smile?
He did, and it's in the picture I got too. So you'll see his big goofy smile here in a second. So anyway, that's the recap without giving away the the storyline and the end of the movie.
Appreciate that. Yeah. Nothing like a remake from the 80s. All updated.
They did hit the weights though, because if you remember Goose and Maverick and all those people in the 80s, they were kind of slim. They were toned, but they were slim. They're all bulked up. They're all bulked up now.
Now they're generals, and then the whole show.
But here's this big goofy smile that I just posted.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, they finally learned how to work out. Good for them.
Tom Cruise is still looking pretty good.
Actually, he looks really good in that picture, but he looks kind of old in the movie. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
His teeth are still off, just by one tooth, to the right.
Because he's in his 50s now, at least, but he looks like 40, 45 in that picture.
I understand. Somebody told me that Goose's son is in this movie.
Yes, Goose's son, and they had the drama of.
Oh my God! Does he die too?
No, he actually. I can't give it away. I can't give it away.
Don't give it away. Don't.
Give it away.
Yeah. Immediately stop talking about this movie.
Yeah, we have to stop now because
because I want to see it.
Okay, I'll be quiet.
So last night, my girlfriend and we watched the original Top Gun, and there were countless gay references to stuff like this is going to be harder than I thought, and all kinds of stuff like that. It was just like one after another, just gay stuff that they were saying to each other. And she goes, "This has to be on purpose."
Well, that's the word of the street about Tom Cruise.
Well, yeah, I don't. It was just like, did they not know that the script was completely gay? Nothing against gay people, but I have something against guys who are pretending to be straight on screen. I mean, you guys, let's just see it. Let's just see you go to town. See if you're any good at it, right?
And here's the backstory. I think they were wanting to release this new Top Gun back in the middle of 2020, but things were shut down. But they they brought a lot of people forward, from decades ago, but they didn't bring Kelly McGinnis, Tom's love interest from decades ago. And the reason they didn't bring her forward, to this one, because she didn't age well. She didn't look the part. She looked too old to be Tom's love interest in this
She
one.
just looks like some old lady now.
Yeah, and so they got a new lady that's younger and slimmer but they got rid of Kelly because he didn't age as well as Tom did. Poor Kelly. I'd sue. I really would. Age discrimination.
Yeah, I mean, they could even do the movie without Tom Cruise, I don't think. I don't know. Maybe they could get Leonardo DiCaprio or something.
And if you go, they must have done 10 or 15 trailers for movies coming up. So if you go see the new Elvis movie, Tom Hanks is in it. Boy, Tom's put some pounds on in the last year or two. I mean, it's just like you can't even recognize him in the movie almost unless you knew it was him. And a new Mission Impossible is coming out in 2023. So Tom is busy with his new ventures.
Yeah, he's an odd case. He looks really old now.
So if you're going to the movie and it's supposed to start at 2:10, that's when the trailers start. So if you get there at 2:25 or 2:30, you'll be just fine for the movie because the trailers seem to go on forever.
I know they do. They show you too many. I mean, it's ridiculous.
They really them sitting there going, and this has been approved by PG 13 or R, and you can and it's like it just keeps going on and on and on. It's like, let's see the movie.
Remember, I used to get pissed off because I go to the movies and they'd show like a LA Times commercial, big long ass commercial for the LA Times. I'd be like, God damn, man, I paid a lot of money to see this movie. I don't need to see a commercial.
The best proof for a globe earther is to open your eyes.
I know. I was on Netflix the other day, and I watched the old Top Gun movie. Right on through the danger zone. Dang.
You just got to open your eyes. That's it. No, look around you. Stop listening to the media. Okay? The truth is in front of you. Look, use your eyes. Yeah? Use your God-given eyes and see what's going on around you. Instead of listening to some fucking hocus pocus on the internet, you know? Don't listen to anybody.
I was watching an old, like, from the 90s. It's a documentary on crop circles and how bizarre they are. And I mean, the top experts studied it for 10 years, and we're still,
Yeah, but
coming up with.
You know about somatics, don't you? Come on.
What's that?
Surely you know about somatics, yeah?
Schematics?
Somatics, yeah?
No, tell me.
Energy, frequency, vibration, yeah? Basically, the water is the key, yeah?
Yeah, they were coming up with, like, weird explanations, but I mean, what? It's drawing pictures, I mean.
No, I'm talking to you about somatics now, yeah? Never mind them. Forget about them, yeah? What I'm saying
Okay.
is about somatics, yeah?
Excuse me.
Yeah?
Go ahead.
Frequency, vibration, and energy, yeah? The water is water, right? What do you do every day? What do you need in your life? Water.
The water, right?
It's the central life force, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It comes with your energy, yeah? And that is what somatics is. You look into somatics and you understand what I say. Yeah?
If it was only a circle, I could, like you throw a pebble in the water and it makes concentric circles going outward.
Look into somatics, my
But
friend.
when they start drawing, pictures, I mean, it's pretty crazy. It's really not.
Seriously, it's more than that. Trust me. Look into the somatics of things. Look into water.
Okay.
Yeah. Watch the water.
I'll look it up. I have never heard of it.
Watch the water. Look at the water. Yeah. What are you? You're water. What is the most? What is life force? Water. Without it, you're nothing. Look at the water. That's all I say to you. Look into somatics. And you're going to see a few things. Yeah? Are you going to turn around and you're going to look into this world of this Discord and go, nobody knows anything?
Yeah, to me, the crop circles are just one of those mysteries that I have no answers for.
It's not a mystery. You're going to see it in the crop circle. You're going to see it in somatics.
You saying that's a natural phenomenon?
Yep, it's a natural phenomenon. It
just draws pictures.
Yep, there's no such thing as aliens. There's no such thing as space, my friend. Trust me. You're going to find out something when you look into somatics. Believe me. Believe me in this. Look into it. Look into
Anybody out there going to help me out here?
Look into somatics.
You like water, my friend.
Not in case of me liking water. Water is you and me. Water is unquestionable. You are water.
That's right.
And
it tells us we're on a level playing surface here.
Seriously. Look into somatics, you'll see what I mean. Yeah, and I'll explain your crop circle.
I know one thing, people didn't make those things. Like drag a piece of wood around and create those.
All people did was make up fucking bullshit. People. I say people. Emphasize. Quote. Unquote. People.
If anybody did, they're great artists. They should be known.
Yeah, you got to think about this, right? People are making up shit, yeah? And people are making it out like they know shit. Think about what I just said there.
Well, I think the government might, get some people. Okay, you guys are going to come out and say that you made them, and we're going to put that all over the papers and
the government are people.
The idea that there's anything weird going on.
The government are people. I don't know. Do you think there's this different entity? The government are people. People make shit up all the time.
Yeah.
It's whether you believe it or not is your decision. They are people. Think about it. But you can't go away from natural law. or naturality or how things are. We're always trying to discover why, what, where, when. That's what we do as human beings.
It's just like we look at the pyramids and go, what the fuck? How did they do this? Where did they get these rocks? What did they use to cut them? What did they use to lift them? How did they make it all align with the stars? I mean,
exactly. And we always do this all the time. But me personally, I always sit back and go, I can hypothesize, but I know fuck all. I don't know why. I don't know.
That's the magic of life. We don't know everything.
We don't know everything. We can hypothesize. We can argue.
We wonder.
We wonder. And that's beauty. We should wonder.
There's nothing wrong with having some wonder in your life.
Exactly. We should always wonder. But when you wonder, it does not mean you are right.
You're asking the universe for answers.
But when we talk in debates, it says, you know, fuck all. You know nothing. You know nothing. All you know is what you feel around you.
I think we got it figured out that we are not on a spinning globe.
Well, have we? That's the question.
At least we know that's not the real.
No, listen. I'm not saying that it's not real, but have we got it figured out? What I'm saying is we know this. We do know this. What you observe, what you feel. You're not spinning on different axes.
That's for me. That's number one. I'm not spinning. I'm not on a moving anything. It doesn't move.
That's common sense that tells you that. That's feeling.
It just doesn't move.
It's common sense. It's
like,
that is feeling. That is not any logic or anything. It's just common sense. It's just we're not spinning.
I mean, I think trees would be bent halfway over if they were spinning 1,000 miles an hour, wouldn't they?
Well, of course they would, but we've been in a different time. They would
The
feel
water would be flying everywhere.
it would, and it always finds its level. We know that. We observe that. We feel that. We feel water gets its level. It always finds its level. Okay. That's not us speculating. That's not making mathematical equations. That is what it does. So
you're going against science.
Well, science. It's okay to go against science. Science is man-made as well. It's always questioning itself. Science is always questioning itself. Don't rely on science. Rely on what you feel and what you observe in your life. That is it. Forget science. Science.
No, I know.
Get it.
I was just playing the devil's advocate there for a minute, saying,
"Forget it. Forget science. I don't want anybody relying on science. That is me. Because I'll tell you something. Science is always proving itself wrong. Do not rely on something that is always going back in itself. Yeah. When you wake up in the morning and you see the sky and you see the stars and you see it rain and you see the birds and the bees, that is true. That is real because it's happening. Yeah.
That's it. That's what I do. I go out on the porch in the morning and there's birds that come around and I watch their behavior and what they're doing, and that's real.
That is real, right there when you wake up. Yeah? That is an illusion. That is what's
just laying trying to get attention.
So when someone turns around and says, "We're spinning at this sex," shut up, you're a moron. Hey, do you ever wake up in the morning and look at the sky? Do you ever wake up in the morning and appreciate that you've woke up? It's like, what are you doing? But you're believing that we're spinning on the fucking globe. We're not. We're not spinning on the globe. We're not.
No, they shouldn't even have started with that lie. They should have started with, if they're going to build a lie, just say the Earth isn't moving, because we'd all agree with that, and then you can start lying from there. But when you have to say the Earth is spinning and flying through space and with 3 different movements at once,
it's crazy to think that, it is crazy, especially when you're working on the gravitational theory. Quote.
I have a theory that they wanted to tell you a lie so big where you disconnect with what you know is reality and go ahead and place your trust in somebody else, in authorities.
Well, that is exactly what they're doing. It's not a theory.
It's like, don't believe you don't feel that you're moving, but we're telling you that you are, so you are. Don't go back to stupidity and think you're not moving. See.
Well, what happened was one person got up one morning, made up a story, told a bunch of other people a story, and then they decided to get together in a few groups, and then they made up some more stuff, and they got somebody to put it into a textbook, and then they got Rockefeller to put a globe in every classroom, and then it was over. That's basically how they did it.
That's it, exactly how he did it. That's exactly what he just said. That was exactly it. It was simple.
See, they have to have the Earth spinning in their model because we're spinning where one side is daylight, and the other side is dark, and it's got to turn towards the sun for their model.
Yeah, but
so
Jim,
they got to have it moving.
Like I say, Captain Jim just said it exactly how it went on. That he's not making it up. He's actually saying how it actually began. That is where the heliocentric model came from. What Jim just said. That was it. Simple. And then everybody lapped it up in society. Yeah? And then you got the information age of internet where people question things. Yeah, it was only till then where people question things. It's like fuck off,
Just millions of people just like kind of over a few years woke up to the idea, you know what, this flat earth is fucking real.
It is real.
There is no curve. Their model is stupid. It always has been.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if you call it flat earth or not. Yeah, heliocentric is not real. It doesn't matter what shape it's right. People need to move away from the shape of things. Yeah, that is where the issue starts. It's not heliocentric spinning ball. Yeah, we're not saying it's flat. The plane we are on is flat, and you've got a firmament above as below. Yeah, you've got. There's no space. Yeah, there's no space.
Yeah,
there's no space.
I agree with you. There's no outer space.
There's nothing.
We are all that there is.
That's all we are.
We're all that there is.
We are the center of creation. We are the center of creation. Human beings are the center. That is it. We are the bearers of this realm. That's it. Yeah? Whether we like
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Do you know why?
No. How do you know it? You'll provide an answer right now. How the fuck do you know that?
How do I know that? Do you breathe?
Yeah.
Have you got a job?
Right, but you're saying we're the center of everything. How do you know that?
Why do animals not speak? Why do they not speak? Why do animals not speak?
I couldn't tell you. There's probably not a why for that. It just is what it is.
Why do animals not speak? Why does your dog not speak? Why does your cow not speak? Why do you speak?
They don't know how to speak.
No. Why? It's creation. Why are you speaking?
I'm talking about creation. No. See, that's what I'm trying to get you to do is admit there is no creator because you can't fucking prove it.
I can prove it because you're speaking.
Fucking fairy tales, dude.
You're speaking.
You better not be teaching your kids this nonsense.
You have an opinion. You're speaking. Why does the dog not speak to you? Why does the dog not turn around and say, hello? Why am I not doing this? Because you are the center of creation. You speak.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because you're speaking.
Well,
You're speaking. You speak.
Yeah, I use my words. What does that have to do with us being the center of the universe?
Because you speak.
Okay, never mind. As you were.
You just asked me a question. I just told you. You speak. Why is your animal? Why is your cow, your sheep, your dog not speak? Why do they not have an opinion? You're the center.
Oh, they probably have an opinion. We just don't know.
No. They don't speak. They don't speak language.
So because someone doesn't, someone or something doesn't speak doesn't mean it's not sentient. It doesn't have opinions or beliefs or understanding.
Sentient. It is sentient, but you're not. Right, we're speaking.
Get a pig in this conversation. What's it gonna do? Oink oink.
Why does that matter? Why are you saying that speaking is the thing that separates us, as in we're a creation?
Because it's language. It's language. It's spelling.
That is a difference. But prove that shows that we were created.
We were created. Everything got created in a
I'm
reason.
gonna ask one more time. How do you know that?
Because you're speaking to me.
All right. Have a good night, man.
Exactly. God bless. And I emphasize, God bless. Jesus.
Yeah, you don't believe in God.
I do.
I do too. Some people don't. Yes, there's no proof for God. We got that.
Yeah.
There's no proof there isn't a God.
The thing is, it's created. Everything around you is creation.
Yeah, I look at creation. I say, this didn't come here by accident.
It didn't, exactly. So when we speak, we're talking. Why does an animal not talk?
Now,
Because
where does consciousness come from?
From God. We are in His image.
You can't have two rocks banging together 4 billion years ago and get a consciousness out of it.
I believe in the
first
image.
The first and second laws of thermodynamics are
Science again. Science again. We always argue science. Science is man-made. Who gave you science? God.
Dude, I'll bet he was supporting your claim right then.
Wait, I didn't mention science. I mentioned natural law. Natural laws have nothing to do with science. It's what happens always.
Natural law. What's the natural law? You speaking to me? Speak. What about an animal like a pig? Does that fall under natural law? Can it speak? Can it have a conversation? No. The reason we're in is we are the bearers of these sentinel beings. That's it. We can speak. We can communicate. They can. Is that creation? Yes.
No. Nope.
Yes, it is.
I know that's your opinion, but that's not empirical at all.
It's not opinion. It is.
Yeah.
It is nature. That is it. God gave us the word.
Here, I agree with you on one thing. Animals don't speak like we do. Correct.
They communicate with each other, but what did they communicate with us?
No, we're completely different in that way, but that doesn't mean a creator did that.
We were created that way. Trust me.
We are that way. Who knows if it was created that way?
We were. Well, why are you speaking to me now? Why are animals not speaking to you? We were created. You think we're a Big Bang in the theory of a Big
It's
Bang?
like God asking for apples and all you give me is bananas. Like,
No,
you're
it's
not
not.
talking
No,
about the
it's
same subject here.
That is your analogy.
Bro, I'm trying to help you out.
You're not helping me, right? The thing is, you've asked a question, right? I've said to you, right?
Isn't the purpose of this channel to dispel people,
No, it's not about dispelling. It's about
their
sharing
fantasies,
opinions.
get rid of their fantasies?
No. It's not a fantasy. Do you know something? I'll tell you something. If you're sat here trying to dispel fantasy, right, that means that your opinion is right and nobody else's.
Just
That is
happens
what
to
you're
be.
doing. No, it's not
Yeah,
so
it just
happened.
happens to be, sir.
I know exactly what you're doing. Yeah, I know exactly. I've dealt with people like you before. I know exactly what you're doing, right? When the reality comes, right, we're speaking. Speak. I say speak because we're speaking. Yeah? Well, you can go talk to a pig all you want, right? You're going to get sense. No, you're not. The reason why is because we're the center of it all, right? We have to look after these sentient beings, yeah? We have language, spell.
Who told you that?
Spell.
Who told you that?
Who told you that? Who told you that? This is what these people do. Who told you that?
So you can't tell me
doesn't
who
matter.
convinced you of that?
I don't have to tell
Who's the
you
first person to
anything.
shove that down your throat?
I don't have to tell you anything. We're talking. Yeah? That's evident enough. You wake up in the morning, you look at the sun, the moon, right? We're talking now. Yeah, really.
It's the same story as like 2 hours ago, but this time with shouting.
Who told you that? We're talking.
I'm going to stop this anyway. It's not the
Who
right channel.
told you that? We're talking. Who told you that? We're talking. Who told you to talk? I did. Yeah? I am Glot Flare, whatever you're called. I told you to talk. That is the issue here.
We can't discuss real shit without people like that going, who told you that? Actually, I told you that because I'm talking to you. That is spake, yeah? That is speaking to another human being. Nobody has to tell me that. I'm talking to you.
Good. Thank
Is
you
that
for
reality? Is that reality?
taking the
Am I
case.
talking to you?
Huh?
Stop with this. Who told you that? Right.
Still
You're the
waiting
problem.
for who told you that and why you're convinced of it, because someone had to tell you about it before you had it in your head.
So somebody had to tell me to talk to you. Thank you very much.
You are talking. You're just talking a little bit too much.
It's all good. Let's talk about something else.
So who's to say that I should talk too much or too little? Mr. Glock.
Do whatever we want, like you.
I didn't tell you were talking too much. That was somebody else.
Yeah, did. You said,
No, I
who
didn't.
told you that? Who told you that? Who told you that? Who
Who
told
told you that?
Yeah, that's what you are.
You still haven't
You
told
are
me
these
who told you that bullshit.
Bullshit. So why is it bullshit?
Because you can't
me
prove
that.
it. You can't prove it, dude.
So I need to prove that I'm talking to you.
No.
That is
No,
weird.
you don't need to prove anything. I'm asking who
That's
told you
what
that so
said.
you could
That's
develop a
what you
belief.
just said. That's what you just said.
Who was the person behind you developing that belief?
What belief? I didn't say it was a belief.
Yes, you believe we are the center of everything. Who convinced
Right.
you of that?
Because I'm talking to you.
No. Who first, like when you were a child or something, did they say, we're the center of
child.
everything because we use language?
Right? And we talking? I was talking about animals. What are you talking about? I'm talking about animals. Are we communicating now? Are we having this argument? Is a pig having this argument with you? No.
No, not a pig. Listen, I
Right,
just want to
so that's
know
the
when
point.
it started. When did this delusion start for you? Was it childhood, teen
you?
years? When was it?
I'll tell you something. I know exactly what you're doing. Right? You need Glock. You need to go away and understand what the question you just asked. Because you are completely dissolved.
Do you think I've never thought about this? Like this is just my first time talking about it?
Oh, this is not my first rodeo. I'm just
Okay.
gonna jump in and just.
So
turn
it's your
around.
second rodeo then?
Oh, it's clearly your fucking second rodeo, isn't it? Because you're asking questions that don't make sense.
Makes perfect sense. I want to know why you believe what you believe.
Well, why do I believe in that? Because we're talking. There you go. I just said to you.
All right, that's it. That's it. Case closed. We're talking so that we're creative. Got it.
5 times I've just said to you, we're talking. And that is why I believe we're the centre. Because nobody else, no other animal, does that. I've said that to you. I've already said it to you 5 times, and you sat there going,
we were there for that. Trust me.
That's what you're doing. You're awful shit. Typical of everybody who comes in going, A, B, C, I want to make Z. Always the same. Who told you that? Fucking hell.
Well, who told you that? Who told you that?
I don't know.
My mama told me that.
I just wake
My
up
mama
every
always
morning.
says.
I'll tell you something. I just wake up every morning and I'm breathing. Who told me to breathe? I don't know.
Yeah. Who told you to breathe?
Who told you you wake up every morning and you're breathing? Who told you that?
I don't know. I'm just breathing. You know?
This kind of happens, huh?
Where are you getting this from?
Where are you getting this from? You shouldn't be breathing. Who told you to breathe? Seriously? Fucking hell. You got some people who always go on about this. This is where the flat earth, globe earth fucking starts. Who told you that?
I don't know. I wasn't there when they told me to start breathing. I don't know who told me to do that.
I don't know either.
The doctor slapped you on the ass when you came out of your mama.
Oh, that's
Said,
the
breathe,
point I'm
bitch.
making. Who told you that? Who told you to breathe? Fuck off. Sorry. for the offensive language. But I'm sick and tired of people going, "Who told you what you said?" Nobody told me. I'm feeling it. I'm living it. You fucking
You thought
idiot.
it up yourself.
You know? Fucking idiot. Sits there giving bullshit.
Well, I think a lot of flat Earth people understand that their model that we are the center of everything. There is the planets and all that are just wandering stars. They're not even solid if you look at them through a telescope. They're jiggly blobs of protoplasm or something. I don't know what they are, but
I don't know.
you can't land a spaceship on them.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, dude. It's just like I always say this, you know. What do you feel? You know what I mean? It's a case of what do you feel. You know, you've got to come about your own. You know, it's like what I feel. You know, is what I feel. You know.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not spinning. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
Like Bill Nye the Science Guy once slipped up and said, I want you to listen to me. He goes, Earth is a closed system. You know, no one's coming in, no one's going out. You know,
Nope.
I don't know why he said that one true thing, but there it is on the.
But this is what I believe in, yeah. That's it. Yeah, we're the center of everything, yeah. Like you just said, that's it. You know, we're the center of the universe, yeah. We are. There's no aliens, no other planets, no fucking galaxies. We are center of creation. He created us in the way, in his image.
I mean, I'm so far that I believe there's a firmament dome. So I'm that whacked out.
Well, look at the rainbow, yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine the rainbow works. Honestly,
It just happens to curve like a dome. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like sometimes it's how you feel and what you see, what you see.
I don't know. I've looked at the stars at night, and I could, when they're really strong,
they never change.
I can almost just see that they're on a dome,
They never
like
change,
embedded in.
They never change. That's
I think they're embedded in the dome personally, but that may sound pretty wacky.
No, it's not.
I think if somebody, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I apologize. I think if somebody doesn't want to go with the dome or the firmament, that's fine.
Yeah.
But you know, if you're into the biblical, you know, it's Genesis 1:14-19,
Yep.
and that explains what's up there. And if you don't want to go with that, that's okay. But that's what I go with, and that's what a lot of people go with.
Exactly. Look at the scriptures. Yeah, they tell you everything. You know,
this is why NASA, everything they show you has to be fake, has to be photoshopped, has to be done in a studio, has to be phony, because they can't leave the Earth.
You can't. You look at the rockets. You look at the rockets, right? And they're always sending them up, yeah. And they're always sending them up. And what do? They go out and
they go right into the ocean. Boom.
Yeah, done.
After you can't see them anymore.
The rockets they go up a little bit, and then they take a parabolic angle out, you know, perpendicular to the Earth, and they go out into the sea, and they go down into the sea. They don't go into orbit. And Newton's third law of motion says they can't go into orbit because there's no opposing medium up there.
They can't break through it. It's like going through like gel. Let's call it gel. They send a rock up there. It's going to go through gel. It slows it down. Bam, boom. Go back to Earth. It's not getting through because the creation doesn't allow it. You're inside this place. We're the center of the universe. The human race is the center of everything. We need to look after everything. But what we're doing is killing each other. Yeah? And killing everything on the planet. That's what we're doing. And that's where the free will comes in. When I was having the discussion with this guy before. We have the free will. Yeah? But ultimately, it doesn't matter what you do on this earth. Yeah? The creator will decide otherwise. and that's it. Yeah, he's giving you a chance. He's wiped us out before. What do? Do we keep killing each other? Or do we understand that the fucking place we're living in is beautiful?
Hey, we're not doing it. It's these, controllers who run everything.
I know what you're saying. That's
all
the
these
point
all these presidents and
I know.
kings and whatever are just puppets.
I know. It's a bad sign. But the beauty of the earth, the earth is abundant. Yeah, it's abundant. It's been given to you to thrive. Yeah, and he wants us to work together instead of killing each other. Yeah, and you've got these,
I know, but
you've got these dickheads in power, at the seat, trying to govern the God-given world we've been given. That's it. Yeah,
they got power many centuries ago.
Yeah, exactly, centuries. But they're not they're not God's people. Yeah, I'm not talking about religion here, by the way. I'm not talking about religion. I'm talking about fact.
They might be half alien. They might be
maybe
serpent seed reptilian shapeshifters, as far as I know.
Maybe. But they're not right. You do not go about your day going, oh, I need war.
No, nobody does that.
You go about your day working to provide for yourself and family. That's all you do.
Yeah.
Because that's
You
how
just
you
try to have a
be.
life, maybe some friends, and your family.
Exactly. That's all
you're not
you do.
looking for a fight,
Yeah, you're not looking to anything because we don't profit from that. We don't want war. Do we? Fuck, we don't want war. We want to make friends. We want to be abundant in friendship and love. And everything.
I know for the amount of money the America burns through. NASA gets $63 million a day.
You mean
all the good we could do for people all around the world?
Yeah, you mean Disneyland. Now the thing is, if you step back a minute and think, why are there billionaires? There shouldn't be. Come on, if so many people are becoming billionaires, what the hell is going on in this world when there's people struggling? Even the people who work are struggling, and there's millionaires, billionaires in this world. That's wrong. There should not be a state of where somebody's got more money than the population of the earth. Come on. There's a problem there. It shouldn't have got that far.
Well, that's why they feel like they're entitled to, do whatever they want with us because they're superior to us.
Well,
they have managed to buy up everything that's valuable.
But the beauty of everything is that we've got more power than them by sticking together. That's it.
I know, but they have us so divided.
Of course they have, with all the narratives.
What's that banging on?
Yeah. But if we decided tomorrow that we're going to say we're not listening to the media, we're gonna regroup, yeah, in a sense.
It's just I know they got it so it'll never happen.
It will happen. Don't lose faith because it's happening. Yeah, there's been more awareness in the last decade than ever before. Yeah.
If any armed opposition ever showed up, they would just crush you in a second and then clamp down even harder.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, we control. We're the ones who are making them money. Do you understand? We're the ones, ironically, continuing these systems. So if we take away that power, they'll fall tomorrow. Done. You can clap your hands like that. Like that.
Yeah, I mean, if the whole world just said no to all their crap tomorrow, it would be over.
Done. Exactly. That's the thing. But people don't realize the power. That's the thing. They don't realize the power. But the only power is the. Listen, I'm growing my own food in the back garden, right? I don't need any, should I say, potatoes, spring greens, radish, broccoli. I'm growing that. Yeah, I don't have to go to the supermarket for that. You know why? Because I'm growing it myself. Yeah, it's growing year in, year out. Yeah, I'm saving a lot of money. I'm not relying on the state for my food.
Well, you're the minority, unfortunately.
Yeah, but that's what I'm doing. Do you know why I'm doing that? Because I know I can. Yeah, I know I can. And I know I don't rely on these people. Yeah? Yeah, I might have a job. I might get
they got us all so reliant, don't they?
Yeah.
To the power
Supermarket.
company, to the water company,
Walmart, fucking this and the other.
every
I
big
don't rely on
store.
it. I don't rely on it. That's me selling you. I don't rely on it. Yeah, I'm preparing for the non-reliance because it's going to come. People are going to say, "Fuck you, we're done." Yeah, we've had enough.
I mean, you got internet and electricity.
Yeah, but internet and electricity, you know, the thing is, right, I can set up a massive magnet in my house, right, and provide my house with full electricity. Yeah, I know that
Really?
technology. Yeah, oh
Wow,
yeah.
you're like Tesla.
No, but through a magnet. Yeah, honestly, I did it with me outside yard. I did it with me outside
Well,
yard.
you should patent that bad boy.
No, I don't need to patent it because it's natural. Going back
Well,
to
show us how to
semantics.
do it. We don't know how to do it. Make us a unit that'll suck in electricity.
Look into semantics. This is what I said to you before.
Semantics again.
Look, you might laugh, but trust me. Look into
No, I'm chuckling just because it's funny, but no, I believe you. There's so much I don't know.
That's what I do. I don't rely on the government, even England. I don't rely on them. I provide my own energy source. I provide my own
Wow,
food source.
I think that's cool.
I'm done with the
Kind of a
system 10 years ago.
you got arms, ammunition and stuff like that.
Ammunition, we don't have your Second Amendment, dude, like you do in America. Yeah?
Oh, you
We
have
don't
no. Oh, gotcha.
No, we have none of that. But I tell you what we've got is fucking metal and our fists and our swords. Yeah, that's seriously, you think it's joking? We have swords and fists. Right?
Swords are pretty nasty. Yeah.
Right? That's all we've got here. We've not got a Second Amendment.
Swords. How about a bow and arrow? Is that cool?
Yeah, it's so cool. Yeah, yeah.
Oh man, I can't
That's
believe
all we
it's
have.
coming to this.
Yeah, but that's all we've got here.
I can't believe we're having this conversation. You know.
Yeah, but that's all we've got here. We've not got the Second Amendment. You know what I mean? Like the Americans.
I got you. I know. Your policemen don't even have guns, do they?
No, only the police force that need to be. That's it.
Yeah.
The police force will use guns when it's sort of like a anti-terrorist regime or.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And they have to bring out the real police.
Yeah, exactly. But we don't have the Second Amendment like you guys do, where you have the right to arms. So, but the point I'm making is that we
don't criminals have guns over there?
Of course they do. Yeah, of course they do.
They're the only ones that do.
Yeah, seriously. Criminals do have guns over there. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
No,
People do get shot once in a while.
Yeah.
Not like America, of course.
But over here, stabbings, you know, and knives and that. Knife crime.
Yeah.
Big over here.
Knife crime. Oh boy.
But the thing is, like I said to you, you know, I grow my own food. I do this and that. Yeah, and that's it. Yeah, I prepare myself for the bullshit. The
But you got a
inflation.
family over there, or it's just you?
Just me, my missus, my family, my mother. I look after.
Oh, your mom?
Daily. Yeah, my mother I look after daily. I
Good
make
for
sure
you.
she's okay.
I like that.
She gets my last dollar.
There you go.
You know?
It's your mama.
Oh yeah, always gets my last dollar. Trust
She
me.
took care of your ass all those years.
Exactly, mate. Exactly. And if she needs something, I know. Yeah, she got my last. So, but like I said to you, you got to look out for yourself. The government won't. The government won't look out for you.
Okay.
There you go. You're welcome.
Yes. Show's over.
I just
On to the
paused it
next.
to do that. Anybody can change it. I don't care. TTFN.
We have let's see. Timmy. There's another one here. He's gone.
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you. How you doing?
It's been a while since I've been on this channel.
Nice.
So much going on in life, right? This COVID makes it a lot hard, right?
Yeah. Not always time for discording.
No, not at all. Has anyone seen about a month ago there, Professor Dave and Dave from Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole there?
Yep. I watched about 10 minutes of it before I shut it off.
Oh man, he kept interrupting him so badly. Oh.
Yeah. The fake professor is nothing but fallacious. And Dave didn't really hold his own against him that well.
No, I was kind of disappointed in Dave there too.
He let him off the hook on so many things. He should have just held him to the curve, but I don't know. He let him go all over the place into the weeds.
Yeah, and every time he got interrupted, he got flustered. And I don't know, just disappointed. I really was.
Yeah, I think there were better options for the job there.
yeah, I concur about that one.
But there are a lot better debates to listen to than that one anyway. Like the most recent one with Witsit on modern day debates was super good.
Oh, Witsit? Which one's that?
It's probably a nearby link handy. One sec.
Yeah, I love doing research on both sides, and unfortunately, believe it or not, I found it on Professor Dave's, because I don't do research on just flat Earth. I do both sides, and I found it on Professor Dave's. I'm like, Jesus, you interrupt so god dang much. It's like you're gaslighting so badly.
It's all insults.
Yeah, it's nothing but insults. It's like there's no science in it. Where did the science come from? Science is about doing your own research.
When you double speak, or when you get Dave to admit that you don't see curvature from the surface of Earth, and it's on video.
Exactly.
It's a success for us.
Oof. Yeah.
So pretty much your debate is let the Globers use 2015 arguments and embarrass themselves, and hopefully you have a flat earther that can just pinpoint it and destroy them instantly.
Yeah, like that was a huge opportunity for Dave right there.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like, if there's someone else that could have done it, I can't say I can do any better. But I'm just saying, if there's someone else that could have pulled something out, he would have definitely won. But
the thing with that is, I doubt that not a Prof Dave would talk to someone like that.
that's true. That's true. I mean, Dave did pull out a couple.
Yeah, it was a
valid
poorly
points.
modded debate, and it didn't have any structure.
But I did like how they had one guy on the fence. That was kind of nice. It's kind of nice to have someone there that's on the fence, and then one on either side. I do like the structure of the debate that they had, but I did not like the debate itself. It's essentially what we do here. We have all different sides, and we not necessarily try to flip
Well,
them over.
the globe doesn't have valid arguments because there is no globe, so they just have to run on mockery and ridicule.
Yeah,
and hope that the audience is too stupid to realize that that's all they're doing.
Well, that too.
And to just put pressure on people to not want to look into the truth, I guess. Like, you don't want to be labeled as a stupid retard flat earther or whatever, right?
Yeah, a lot of it is
social pressure, just keep people on the globe.
Yeah, a lot of it's we're told so we know, right? And people don't go to that grasp. It's part of humanity's trait, unfortunately.
It's a pretty obvious tactic, though, if you're paying any attention.
Yeah,
Can't work forever.
Yeah, Professor.
Yeah, it's the Prussian education system that breeds the statist, atheist mindset. So they steal you from your parents at 5 years old, and they teach you lies from that point on. And the state is your parent, not your parents.
Totally agree.
So when they're 20 and 30, they're gonna obey the state and not reality because they're just Stockholm syndrome slaves.
I watched some of his flat arguments, I guess you'd call it, and I was just like, it's the same questions that every Glober uses, and they can't see it in plain sight. And it makes no quite sense that even if we try to argue it, because they have the profession, they will win. And it's like, ignorance is a bliss, but it works on both sides.
No, I would say that if you're defending the government narrative, you've already taken the weaker position in almost every argument or any stance. So, you're all they're doing is defending the government. That's all they're doing, pretty much.
Which is what Dave was trying to point out, but he did a terrible job at it. And it's really confusing when I'm saying Dave and Dave because they are literally both Daves. That also was the really frustrating part of watching that because they're both named Dave.
You can always say Dave and not Professor Dave if you want to. That distinguishes it pretty well.
True. Professor Dave is just, yeah. I actually call him Globe Dave, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, you could do that, but you could call Professor Dave, not Professor Dave, Dropout twice Dave if you wanted to.
Fair enough. I just find there's a difference between believing and seeing, and when you're going into professors or anything like that, they don't realize that even though they don't see it, they're actually only believing, and they're told that's the right way to do it, even though science tells you that's not the right way to do it. I know that sounds really confusing. It's just seeing's not always what you should be believing in, because it can go more than one way.
I would say their nihilist Marxist atheism overrules their senses and reality.
Yeah, essentially they're being manipulated without even realizing it. And they have no control over it.
Yeah, they're not defending it by facts and science and measurements. They're defending it out of religious zealotry.
Yeah, scientism.
I've decided.
Yeah, they know when they see flat Earth, they know the ramifications of the flat Earth truth. So they instantly know it subconsciously and consciously.
Yeah, basically, yeah. That's exactly what I was thinking.
I think I'm going to change Captain Dan's name to Professor Dan, and I'm going to call Elijah Professor Elijah from now on. And I don't know Central Banker's first name, but I'm going to start calling him Professor Central Banker, just because they aren't professors. But if Dave's not a professor, he calls himself one. If you guys ever want to call me Professor Jim, even though I'm not a professor, feel free. I appreciate it. And I would avoid debating Professor Dave at all costs because he lies to you from the very beginning with the name that he thought was cute to add to it before Dave. He thought it was actually cute. And so I know Danny Faulkner probably doesn't want to do anything, and MC Toon probably doesn't want to do anything, but I'd avoid Professor Dave just because Professor Dave is a fraud just by his title.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
So if anybody wants to call me Professor Jim, I want you to know right now I'm not a professor, but if you want to, it's fine with me.
I mean, this nowadays, day and age, you can get a professor just by talking to a university. But anyways, we're not going there.
Did you just say nowadays?
Yes, I did. Well, it's just like Neil deGrasse Tyson. I really don't think he's a real one either. I think he's just an actor. And he's got his degrees just because he plays the part. But that's only my opinion. It doesn't
Well,
mean
they
he
give
doesn't
out
agree.
honorary degrees. So, is there a distinction between the honorary degree and the real degree? Does somebody who get an honorary degree always admit that they got it honorarily and not the real way?
Yeah,
and they can obviously give degrees to people that didn't earn it. They run the universities, so they can print the paper and put anybody's name. You can pass the football player because he's going to win you games. So you can pass anybody.
Yeah, my point exactly. That's what I like about you guys is if I can't get across, you guys can finish it. Yeah, Captain Dan has a good point there. You can literally print off degrees on the internet if you do it right.
Captain Dan? No. For tonight, I nominate Captain Dan as Professor Dan. So from that until 7 a.m. tomorrow morning Central Time, United States, USA, I say that Captain Dan is now Professor Dan.
We'll call him Professor Dan.
Yep. Until tomorrow at 7 a.m. Central Time, USA. and then he goes back into his chariot and becomes Captain Dan again, or however that fairy tale worked.
I mean, he is a pretty decent guy, but I know what you mean.
I mean, if you really think about it, their side, the spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball side, they're clowns. That's all they are. They're clowns, and that's it. That's all they got. They got ad hoc attacks. They have ad libs. That's where refraction came from. That's where mirage came from. They're all ad libs, and that's all they got. Call them out. Somebody on here, I don't know who it was. Somebody said a really good thing. He said if you get a chance against a Glober who thinks they're a Glober and they're smarter than you, just give a headshot. When you get a chance for a headshot, he didn't mean physically or anything like that. He said intellectually. Give him a headshot. Just go for the jugular intellectually, and just give it to them. Don't be nice, because they think we're flat tards and uneducated and stupid. And I've been called mentally ill a couple times in the last few months. And just just give them a headshot. An intellectual headshot, and don't think twice about it. Just go for it.
I mean, one of Professor Dan's evidence that he so-called says is like if we had a local sun, that the sun would be smaller on sunset and sunrise. I'm pretty sure I see that in everyday life. Are you looking at outdoors, or you're just looking at books?
Well, smart people are so busy trying to think the right thing or what they're expected to think to be fine, upstanding, quote unquote, smart people. They, a lot of times, do throw common sense, reason out the window and rationalize absurd heliocentric claims.
You are so not wrong. Oh my lord. The amount of times I've been told that I've been an idiot and I'm not seeing what I'm seeing outside, it's just unbelievable. It's like, but I see it. It's right there.
Yeah, we have to use our senses. We have to. Otherwise, how do we double check the bullshit claims of even smart people? Sometimes smart people can be led astray, and just because a smart person says something doesn't make it
Doesn't
sainted
mean it's true.
gospel.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
But Robotham and the people that they were talking to in the 18th century were talking about how the sun appears to be 32 miles in diameter because you get a direct shadow under the sun for at least 32 miles before the shadow starts to lengthen from out from under the objects under the sun. They reasoned that the sun would give you no shadow if you were directly under it, and you would only start to get a shadow with any length the moment you're outside of the sun's diameter. So, with that sort of reasoning, you get a sun that's no more than 32 miles in diameter because it's C. That's how long it took them to get out from under the sun's shadow, roughly. So, that implies that the sun is around 32 ish miles in diameter, give or take.
And that is science.
Common sense, pretty good reasoning. I think people would be pretty comfortable inferring that that's more or less the diameter of the sun, unless they want to throw in some stuff about how fast the sun is moving and all that other jazz, but roughly more or less 32 miles.
Sounds reasonable. It also depends on the size we're living in.
Yeah.
So it really depends on scale on that. I mean, I do agree on some of their like the globe's facts that like map is not accurate. I mean, no, of course it wouldn't be accurate because we've never been told the right thing. So, yes, we're still trying to make an accurate map, but neither is theirs.
Well, to make an accurate map, we'd have to see the whole surface. And if there is a solid section of sky, aka the firmament, that's in the way, that may never be the case. We may never be up high enough to see the whole surface, but we'd be able to see pieces of it. And from that, we can pretty comfortably infer some sort of rough map. I'd probably go with the A.E. Gleason map if I had to go with any sort of conception that's flattish. Some sort of map with the North Pole in the center and the continents radiating out from there.
I believe it's the closest that we have at the moment, but I believe it's still skewed, um, more in the Pacific Ocean than anything else,
Just
and
go. Yeah.
it's only because of the flight patterns that is really throwing us off with the loop, and it's only because the continents are probably a little closer than they are on the actual FE map.
Heck, the flat Earth uses the United Nations uses the flat Earth map. So just tell them, what map do you use? Well, I use the map the UN uses. So that's fine.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And the globe map is based off of the FE map, so it's kind of redundant of what they're saying at the same point. But I definitely think it's still skewed a little bit on the Pacific side, and it's just because of the gap that there is there. I believe it's a little closer than it actually appears.
Yeah, it's skewed many places, even in the north. Like I'm closer to Polaris than the map would tell me I am. So it's messed up in a lot of areas, but it's a map, and all maps are representations. So you either show them something or you show them nothing.
That's fair. Yeah, I like that argument. And the only reason why I haven't been on in a long time is because, well, I have 3 spawns that are under 4 now.
Well, as far as I can tell, the globe is merely an assumption. We don't really have a globe map, quad globe map, without distortions of some sort. So if they're trying to say that we have this perfect, pristine map, that doesn't appear to be the case.
No,
We have this distorted globe conception. That is all. So, as far as I can tell, the most accurate conception appears to be something flat, something with the North Pole in the center, with the continents radiating out. As far as I can tell.
yeah, just like a speaker, which makes sense why the Earth has a resonating sound. You know what I mean? Hence why speakers are even made the way they are, is because they're representing of the Earth. I can't remember the actual resonation of the Earth. I think it's a very, 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 very low frequency. I think it's oh Jesus, 400 thousandths of a hertz. But at the same point, it still has the magnetic in the center, just like a speaker would, and the South Pole would be the end of the speaker on the circumference of like the plate. If you're looking at it that way, I mean, even if it was not a perfect circle, it's still. This is what I mean by like our map being a little bit off, is because it could be an oval if we, especially in the Pacific. Like, do you understand what I'm trying to get at?
No, what's the distortion exactly?
The biggest distortion, the biggest problem that I have is in the Pacific Ocean area, and it's a common problem that I've been seeing, and it's only off by, I'd say, maybe like a 1,000 kilometers more, 500,000 kilometers, or I mean 500 kilometers. It's not off by much, but it's not a perfect circle.
Are
And,
you
and
trying to say that there's more land that's not on the map or something?
no, not necessarily that. It's more like the gap between like Australia and Brazil type thing. Well, more North America, but you understand where I'm coming from. Like, Australia should be moved slightly to the left, or Brazil should be
What makes you
Brazil.
think it should be moved to the left?
It's just all the evidence I've been finding with like the flight patterns and all that. Not all of them, trust me. Some of them are fake. Don't get me wrong. It does look fake, but it's like they're off by like an hour, or like, just enough to say that they're off. So I don't believe we're in a perfect circle, but it's pretty close. The same idea as why the globe decided to go, oh, we're not in a perfect sphere, we're in an oblique sphere. It's like that. We're not in a perfect circle, but it's pretty dang close. Hence why the FE map would be slightly off, because it's a perfect circle.
Well, we tend to get some sort of circular analysis because the sun appears to return more or less to the same position in the sky over and over and over again. The only way that we can catalog such a motion, assuming the sun's the same object, is a circle of some sort. So if the sun is passing over the land in a circle, one would tend to assume that there's some sort of circularity to the land itself.
No, and I agree with that. However, it's like, if the only reason why I don't think it's a perfect circle is for multiple reasons, and you mentioned the sun being hovering over us, and here's where I'm getting at. How the sun doesn't rotate us perfectly, like a perfect amount, so we have to adjust time all the time. This is where I'm talking about it not being a perfect circle. The reason why we have to adjust time is because it's not being a perfect circle. and it's not off by much. It's just off enough to just make us think even harder. Where is that tiny margin of error? And it's that tiny margin of error that could be easily just, not a perfect circle, and that's all it would take. So the sun's taking more of an oval shape, but it's not an oval shape. It's just very, very not perfect. Well, in this world, nothing's perfect. Does that make sense? Essentially, if you take the FE map and remove a very tiny sliver of the ocean and Antarctica, then you have the map, which would almost make it not a perfect circle, but not an oval. It's like an oval, but I can't describe it because it's not it's not a perfect circle. That's all I can say. I'm trying to reference it. Hold on a second. It's still described as disc or hoop or ring, but it's not a perfect disc, hoop, or ring, essentially. And the only degree in error would be just a slight bit of the ocean that is projected on the FE map, which is causing us the most grief in the flat community is the Pacific side. And I mean, the years I've been in this, I've noticed that the Pacific side is giving the flat Earth community the most grief.
Perhaps there's land that isn't documented on the maps.
Well, that too. I'm not saying there's more than just one factor. It's just that is the biggest one. Is that Pacific side is the most troublesome in the FE map.
I don't have a problem with it. I think the general layout is more or less that.
Oh, it is more or less that. It's just that right in the Pacific Ocean, it's just too long.
What's too long
Yeah,
again?
my grief level is about a -5 on that.
I mean, what's too long or whatever in the Pacific exactly?
The circle of it. So I don't think it would be like the land gap between the Australia and South America are just too far apart.
But if they deviate toward the north to go, toward South America, you could have all sorts of distances. You need to go in a circle of latitude from South America to Australia to confirm anything. As far as I can tell, the airplane routes deviate toward the north, going over land or less land, toward the northern center. So how do we know what the circle of latitude is down toward the south when they don't take those routes? You'd be taking a longer route if you go in a circle of latitude from South America to Australia. you'd go in a shorter distance if you go over the northern center, wouldn't you? Or toward the northern center.
Well, yes, I would agree with you, but if you take a sliver out of the Pacific side of the FE map, then it would give it that just slight degree of error that we're missing for going from all the way north.
I mean, with all the different routes that they can take, I just don't know if there's anything definitive.
True. I'm just trying to. I had a display somewhere where. Just trying to find it. Where I took the map of the FE map, and when I calculated one of the routes that goes up to Australia from South America, if you took the sliver out of Pacific Ocean and merged them together, it'd give it that degree of error that we're missing. I mean, it's not a perfect science, don't get me wrong. That would explain why there was emergency landing in Alaska when someone had to have birth when they were going from South America to, I believe it was Sydney. I can't remember. There was a time there where for some reason they came to Alaska, which didn't make sense where the emergency landing was. And that's what got me thinking, what if the Pacific Ocean wasn't as big as the FE map shown? And by removing a very, very tiny sliver, it was like less than 1%, it would allow the lands between the South America and Australia to shift in just a way that margin of error would be calculated properly. And that's the only reason why I've even thought of it, is because there was emergency landing where someone was, I believe, pregnant and had to emergency land into Alaska, and they were going from Brazil to Sydney, Australia.
Wasn't it like Taiwan to LA, but they went and emergency landed in Alaska instead of LA?
Yeah, that's the one I was trying to reference. I couldn't remember. It's been a while. And when I did the research, if you took that literally 1% out, the shift of South America and Taiwan would be just enough that you could actually see why they would land there.
Yeah, well, you could even draw a map and have Alaska swing all the way down south of California. Like a map, like we don't have, there is no accurate maps. All maps are wrong. Like all maps are just representations, so it gets in such a gray area with the maps because there is no accurate maps. So
but that's what I mean.
In a way, it's like chasing rain. Yeah, in a way, it's like chasing rainbows, where like you're never gonna get it because unless you get a plane and do your own surveying of all of Earth, and then you're the only one who's going to believe it because no, like Globers aren't going to believe you. You have this weird new map that debunks the globe, or like so.
Yeah, fair enough. I just found the biggest error was over on the Pacific side. I mean, the northern side, up in the Atlantic and the Indian, and that seemed to be pretty accurate. I mean, I understand that there was a map that was designed by, I believe, I can't pronounce his name. It was basically, this is the new standard of the map as is. I don't believe it and only because there's always going to be margin of error due to humanity. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, it's like the Mercator map is bigger in North America on the northern side. Like the continents are the wrong sizes. So what if the globe did that? What if like it could be bigger, smaller? Yeah, but I guess we can go by yeah. You'd have to study. You'd have to put so many days and study flight times and create your own. Like everybody should be creating their own map. I guess. Like I don't know.
Yeah, it's trust me, it's a tricky topic. It's just I've been on this one for Jesus, 5 years now, trying to figure this out. And the only thing I can come to is the Pacific Ocean. I'm sorry, I'm getting really tired. The Pacific Ocean is Pacific. Oh my lord, Pacific Ocean is just off by a margin of error, and it's not off by much. And I just put it in a post there of the map that I was talking about, the as is map, the new standard of the world as it is. Like I said, there's always an error for humanity, and like I said, there's only 1% error. And that's all it would take. A 1% shift would literally make it so that Taiwan would be where it would need to be. I mean, the only reason is because no human's perfect. I mean, if you claim that, I don't know. Are you a professor?
I guess if we had a flat earther with a plane and he could fly all these flights and check the times and check the maps but apparently there's no millionaire billionaire flat earthers. So
Well, flat around, it's hard to justify a trip at latitude beyond 57 degrees. You tend to get a shorter distance, going through the north. If you go beyond uh, a certain degree of travel.
yeah, but a lot of it comes down to we don't have the resources. Like we don't have the plane. We have the time, but we don't have the resources.
Yeah.
It's like Antarctica. We could go to Antarctica if we had our own aircraft carrier and fighter jets, because then we could fight back or just check it out. But obviously, we don't have those resources.
I'm sorry, beyond 57 times 2, whatever that is, 120 degrees roughly. Because with a radian, you go up to like 57 degrees of radian, and all three sides of the pi angle are equal. So at 2 radians, it's equal to the two other sides of the pi angle, with that arc being twice as big. It's like at 120 degrees. Anything greater than that, you really should cut across through the north. If you're talking about like a flat circle.
Good chatting with you guys. I gotta go back to bed there because I got kids' school in the morning there. Hopefully, I'll chat with you guys next time. But I'll surely be on a lot more lately. Have a good one.
Man, take care, dude. Just about. I'll see you later. Well, since nobody else is talking, I guess I'll just mumble to myself while you guys listen. I'm creating my shrub backyard in the dark. Oh, that might have been. Shoot myself in the face with a damn wrench. That's real smart. That's true. Wowzers. Wowzers, Penny. Wowzers. Really fall asleep or what? Hello, hello. Where did everybody go?
You have to start bashing the globe, and then I'll jump in.
Say that again. Something about bashing the globe.
Yeah, you have to bash the globe argument or the globe model, and then I'll jump in.
I will jump in. That's weird.
Have you ever heard of the Lunar Loo Challenge?
Yeah, I think so.
When NASA sent out like a contest to the public for them to create a toilet that works in outer space.
And they brought him. They made him a Keurig. I heard about that. Yeah. He goes kush 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 or sugar sugar or whatever the fuck it is. Sugar sugar. Some people are crazy. I'm one of those people, by the way. But you know, don't tell anybody I told you that. They probably agree with you. Or with me. Oh, cat, you ain't that tough. Dude, this shit's still heavy. What was I thinking? I filled this thing up. Wasn't obviously. Yikes. Holy crap. I weighed as much as I did, I think. don't know if you can hear that through my microphone.
Are you fucking sneaking around the bushes or something, dude?
Yeah, I'm sneaking around the bushes here. No, I'm in my backyard getting out my camping equipment for next month. Holy shit, whatever that was, it was fucking loud. It was like some kind of firework that was like really freaking loud, like boom, boom, boom. Like something, like the city would buy for the festivities. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's a Memorial Day weekend where we celebrate the genocide of innocents.
Yeah, something like that, isn't it? I think that's how it works. It's something like that, yeah. It's like Independence Day and Memorial Day and Bank Day and Boxing Day and all this other crap. It's like, what the hell does all this do to me? I always thought they were silly, except they got me out of going to school. So when I was a kid, I thought they were cool, but now it just seems like a waste of time. Just got to remember them. It's kind of a pain in the ass, if you ask me. I love you. That's a spider even mother. So you have to have nerves of steel. Creepy crawlies crawling all over everything. I get to do all that digging through it and getting the spiders out before the ladies in the family come along. Get it, Fierce. Like, oh, jeez. What will they think of it? What do you want, Pussycat? What do you want, Buzzball? What do you want, Buzzy Buzzy? Where the hell did that broom go? Ow. We're fucking out of mine, but it's up there. Where's the Pussycat? Oh, jeez. Well, everyone's talk, I guess. So, I don't know what to do. Maybe we should play some music.
We lost our drunk
Question.
Arthur. Now things have gone quiet.
How about some Helio music? I always like Helio music.
I got a question if anyone's listening.
Yeah, shoot.
I live I'm in south of Australia, and I'm just one thing that gets me is southern star rotations. I mean, the pictures that I've seen, they seem to go in a rotating pattern. I kind of struggle with that.
Stars
Anyone
just
have
go
any?
Yeah, stars just go east to west. Period. So the only thing that changes is the observer's perspective, right?
Yeah,
So-
well, I understand that they seem to rotate from the ground to the other ground. So I don't know whether that's maybe due to perspective, but I struggle with an explanation for that.
May I?
Go for it.
Go.
If you're in Australia and you're facing north toward the North Star, your east is on the right, the west is on your left. If you turn around and face south, it's the other way. The east is on your left and the west is on your right. It's all about perspective. You cannot have anywhere that the sky is moving in one direction, all of a sudden it starts moving in the other direction. It would look so weird if you looked up at it, especially if you time lapsed it. It would look absolutely insane. So it's all about perspective. You got to make sure that you're looking in the proper direction. In Australia, you have a pretty decent shot that because of law of perspective and vanishing point, you won't be able to see the Polaris or the North Star. But it really matters in which direction you're looking. And yes, the sky does go east to west. And other than that, anybody else wants to add? Please do. Thank you for listening.
Well, yeah, the sky is going to converge down to the vanishing point in any direction, right?
Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking, but it's a pretty good circle. So I try and, but it does make sense as you go further left or further right. If I'm facing south, then the stars, whether they're moving across, would dip down in either left or right, or east or west. So that would make sense.
I'm very sorry about the political situation in Australia. I actually feel your pain. Not over there, not down under, but over there.
Yeah, right. No one really cares about politics over here, so it's been a bit strict, and there's a lot of people fighting for freedom, but we don't have that many rights over here, so there's not really that much we can do about it.
I just want you to know that Apollo 13 with Kevin Bacon and Gary Sinise and Tom Hanks just started on our propaganda vision, so I may be a little distracted as I watch True History, on my TV. So I just want you to know that.
Well, I've just ordered a new lens for my camera, so I'm waiting, and I'm gonna do some good star photography. So I'll when I get that lens, I'll upload some images.
Are you in Victoria or Melbourne or Sydney, or are you over in Perth?
No, I'm in Melbourne. Yeah. So we've got there's a point right down south of Melbourne. It's supposed to be one of the darkest places in Australia to take star shots. So it's only an hour's drive from where I am.
You have a couple of great places in southern central Australia. You have your Trans Australian Railroad that goes, I think, it's been a couple of weeks since I looked at it, for like 3,001 miles, and it's supposed to curve 112.41 miles, and it's straight, and then you go down to the Air Highway, which is just south of that. It's 90 miles of straight, flat. It's supposed to have been 5,400 miles, or 5,400 feet, just a little over a mile, and it's straight. So Australia has a couple of great places that you can prove, at least I know of in the USA, has a couple of great places you can prove flat in Australia.
Yeah, I've driven the Air Highway. We've also got we've got a big salt lake called Lake Air, and it's 10,000 square kilometers of maybe a water that's about a foot deep. So I think we've had a lot of rain here the last year, so I think it's going to fill up this year, and that'll be interesting. It's very flat.
So I got a question for you. You're in the south there, Australia. Have you ever seen the Southern Cross?
Yeah, Southern Cross rises. Yeah, it comes up every night. Yeah.
So you've seen it and you've got pictures of it?
I'm waiting for a new lens. At the moment, I can't take star photography. So
Yeah, the Southern Cross is supposed to happen next on July 22nd of this year, 2022, and it'll be seen in Australia and Africa and over in Brazil.
Impossible.
At the same time?
Yeah, at the same
Impossible.
time. Obviously, a person can't be at the three places at the same time, but July 22nd of 2022, it will be seen in Australia Africa, and Brazil.
I think I watched a video about someone explaining this. There's a guy from Argentina. I think his name's Iru, or I think he's on Globebusters a lot, and he explained that it can happen. But I don't know how you prove whether it happens or not. You'd have to have 3 people.
Exactly. Yep.
So I don't know whether anyone can do that. But
I think they have to be 3 friends that decided to fly to different parts of the world and hook up afterwards, and say, hey, this is what we saw, and so it's, but there's somebody that actually lives in Texas that's looked into it quite a bit, and so I read up on his information a few months ago, but it's July 22nd of 2022, and it's Brazil, Africa, northern part of Africa, and then going over to Australia.
yeah, is that that'll be from the west coast of Australia, I presume?
Well, I know the center part of it is Africa, and
Yeah.
then it will go down to Brazil, and then the other side to, excuse me, over there. That's not the other side. Forgive me for saying the other side. Then it will go over there to Australia.
Yeah. That'll be interesting to see if anyone does anything about it.
Have to get used to the fact that Australia is not down under; it's over there.
Yeah, well, that's right. I think I saw an image someone posted. They were talking about a satellite. If that satellite was to take an image, then they'd definitely see planes and helicopters flying upside down. Satellites, I say, but
Hey,
you'd
but
have to see
gravity
things upside down.
gravity takes care of all that. You know that, don't
Oh,
you?
of course, yeah. Gravity's the answer for everything.
If you don't know the answer, it's gravity.
Gravity. Anyway, when I get some photos, maybe I'll be able to upload some stuff by then. But thanks for the answer.
It's all very interesting to me. The last 27 months have kind of told me that I was living in my political conservative, make America great tent, and it's just like, as I've been for 40 years, and it was just like, nope, 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 time to get out. Time to get out of my brainwashing from the right, as the left is often brainwashed, and it's time to get rid of that crap in my head. Somebody told me, and obviously I don't live there, and you do. Somebody said that you could see Polaris from 30 degrees south latitude, which I think part of Australia might be in there. I'm not sure. But then somebody came back and said it has to be 20 degrees south latitude that you can see Polaris. But again, I don't live down there, and so I can't verify it for myself.
Yeah, you'd have to speak to someone in the north, mate. It's way too big for me to get up there.
Yeah, I'm at 33 degrees north latitude, so I could basically see anything in the northern part. So I can just step outside and see it right away.
Yeah, I'd have to check. We've got a place called Cape York, which is right up the top, and that would be the most northern point. But I'd have to check the latitude on that.
Tom Hanks just got bumped up from Apollo 14 to Apollo 13, so he's now all excited that he has to go train for his upcoming flight. I used to love that movie when I was brainwashed.
Are you still a nationalist, Jim?
National.
Are you a nationalist? Do you believe in countries in America, the great?
No, 2.5 years ago, in October of 2019, I did go with 20,000 other people down to see our puppet fraud clown, orange hair, down at American Airlines, where the Dallas Mavericks play, Mark Cuban's building. And I went there and got there at 9:15 in the morning. Doors opened up at 4. They actually opened up at 3. So I got there at 9:15, and doors opened up at 3. I probably got my 3:45, and around some really great people. The one thing I noticed about 20,000 amped up Trump people is nobody cussed. There was a big diversity of people. Nobody cussed. Nobody was rude. Everybody was really nice. And I was high as a kite the next day. And what happened? What happened 27 months ago started to wake me up, and then I realized in June that of 2020 it was all wrong.
Yeah, I guess my question is, like, when was America great? What was the last year that America was a great country?
Never.
If it ever was, which it wasn't, because certain people came here and stole the land and murdered and raped innocent people. So was that when it was great, or after that?
Yeah, when somebody, being in the Trump cult for a little over 4
And they'll
years.
do it again.
I was in the cult for over 4 years, and I'll admit it. And I voted for Reagan. Drove 2.5 hours to absentee vote for Reagan in 1980. Everybody knows how old I am now. And every 4 years, I did the dance. I got nervous, stayed up late at night, and I go back to watching Nixon and Humphrey in 1968. My parents wouldn't let me stay up very late because I had school the next day. So I went to bed, Nixon, Humphrey. We didn't know who won yet. The next morning we found out, and I was so relieved because the good guys won and the bad guys lost. And so I was like that until June of 2020. So I sat out November 2020 because they're the bird with different wings left and right, but they're all owned by the same main bird. So when somebody, when I encounter somebody, make America great again, it's like, well, when was America ever great? And I can go into a diatribe about Washington and Jefferson and Jackson. And the only thing I can say about Jefferson is he, and this might piss some people off, but if Jefferson was alive today, he'd be somebody's bitch in prison. He's a pedophile. And that's what he would be considered today. But back then, he's we the people, and one in the course of human events, and third president of the United States, $2 bill, and a memorial to him in Washington, D.C. But today, he'd be somebody's bitch in prison. And so, that's just kind of how it is. And we're as brainwashed on the right as the left is. Now, I gave up on the left a long time ago because they're basically woke Marxist totalitarian thugs now. So I gave up on them a long time ago, and I gave up on politics and religion about 1.5 years ago. I just said screw it, and so that's just kind of how it is. And I'll talk to anybody about it. Anybody wants to talk politics, just like terrain versus germ theory, and obviously flat Earth. Anybody wants to talk about it, I'm open.
Anybody who wants to talk politics is like, all geopoliticians are sellouts and scumbags. So
exactly,
what's to talk about, really? Like, I don't trust any of them. I don't vote. They're all sellouts to humanity. Like, what's the conversation going to be about? What, their war crimes? And you want to talk about their crimes against humanity? Sure.
The people that run this world, who have run the world for at least 1,500 years. Some people will say that they're survivors of the great Roman Empire. They've run the world for 1,500 years. So people who run this world, we never see, we never vote for, and they hire or select clowns to govern over sheep. And that's how it is. You got psychopaths, clowns, and sheep. And we don't want to be a sheep. No, don't be a sheep.
Well, there's psychopath, clowns, sheep, and then there's like the us, like the 1%. Because I'm not a psychopath, clown, or a sheep, so yeah.
It's interesting that the last 27 months hadn't happened, starting March 2020. If it hadn't happened, I'd still be a Glober today. I have no doubt.
Yeah, without
So-
going into details, was it just the blatant propaganda, or was your income affected? You lost your job, and then you started looking into things, like without saying the keywords?
Oh, I investigated germ versus terrain theory, and there's a reason we aren't actually allowed to know about Antoine Béchamp's terrain theory. It would destroy everything that the psychopaths have built up. So when I got into that, then I realized I'd been lied to. And then when I got tired of looking into that, then obviously flat Earth comes up, and that was an easy one.
So up until that point, March 2020, you thought 9/11 was the way they told you?
I didn't really question it because I didn't really care. I had an idea that the JFK thing was an inside job. I didn't really question 9/11 that much. I didn't really question anything. I mean, this is almost the end of May, but May of 2021, just a little over 12 months ago. I remember I was out in my car in the driveway, and somebody asked me on Telegram, "Will you look into flat Earth?" And I said, "No. I'm not going to be considered a crazy person. I'm not going to be considered a conspiracy theorist or tinfoil hat. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it." And but then when I got tired of looking at what's happened in the last 27 months and didn't want to get into DNA, didn't want to get into. Go ahead.
Say when he brought up flat Earth there, like, were you a biblical follower before that?
Well, Genesis 1 meant nothing to me. If you're a glober and you think you know God exists and created the world, but you're a glober, Genesis 1, actually, I don't see how Genesis 1 can mean anything to you. Because Genesis 1 is obviously flat Earth. Genesis 6 through 8, 1, 6 through 8 is flat Earth. Genesis 1, 14 to 19 is definitely flat Earth and the sky and the moon and the sun. Obviously.
You have some, obviously, I'm just getting at, like, you did have a biblical foundation, whether it was a biblical foundation, you still believe the globe, but once you did research, you could connect the dots.
Yeah, I've told people this, and when you're a glober and you profess to be a Christian, you look at Genesis 1 as you read it and it doesn't really do anything to you. But when you become a flat earther and you recognize some things, Genesis 1 just jumps off the page to you, and literally every word of the 31 verses can jump off the page to you, and it did to me. And so, just going from a perspective of living on a spinning, watery, bendy, curvy ball to living on something that's flat, stationary, and contained makes all the difference. And removing the T from planet and making it plane makes a huge difference too. It's all about your vocabulary, and you have to change your vocabulary. No more planets, just planes. No more hemispheres. No more spheres. Can't talk that way.
Yeah, I try to say Atmo. Probably like 6 months ago or a year ago, I accidentally said atmosphere on live stream, but I've been training myself just to say Atmo, and then Hemi plane or Hemi dome.
Well, I just say northern and southern latitudes because anything away from the North Pole is considered south. So yeah, so it's fine there. But the thing I learned is atmospherics. If you're discussing what you might see down around the lower part of a mountain, that as you go higher in the mountain, seems to get clearer to the eye because you're not having so much interference from atmospherics.
Yeah, like Atmo.
It's definitely a change. There's people on here that have been flat earthers since 2014, 2015, even before that. But I'm definitely a newbie. But I have a fire in the belly that makes me keep learning because I'm really ticked off. I've kind of forgiven myself for some of the things I wasn't allowed to know, like nuclear weapons, Cold War, germ terrain, and flat Earth. But I'm still forgiving myself for being a political conservative for all of my life and falling for that. So I'm still working on forgiving myself for that.
Yeah, but even with that, like, you didn't hurt anybody. Like, I don't think you would have hurt anybody with the politics. So, like, that's a lot different than like being a violent scumbag your whole life and then coming to this and then realizing like that you're going to be accountable for that. So, like, I don't think you have anything to be sorry about, like with the political stuff. Like, unless you went and hurt people based on your political beliefs.
No,
But I don't think you did. But
it was Republic. I was caught up in the left, right, red, blue, conservative, Democrat, conservative, liberal, Republican, Democrat thing where we were righteous and they weren't. And we were good and they were bad.
can I ask you, like, if you can go back to your like Republican days, or how would you have justified a Republican going to war and being like, "Well, the Democrats went to war and I'm against that, but these guys go to war and it's okay." So how would you have justified that in your mind as a voting Republican?
Oh, it's definitely good versus bad. I mean, you go, even if it was somebody that you didn't really like, but the alternative was worse, like Bush Kerry or Bush Gore, um, or Bush Dukakis. You just go with what you were brainwashed with. My mother was very conservative. My dad, was more of a business person, so I got my politics from my mother. And I was raised, good versus bad and stuff like that. But now I realize that all wars are banker wars. All wars are great reset wars. All wars are for depopulation purposes. Um, um,
Yeah, iconoclasm to destroy the history, steal the history, reappropriate it. Yeah, obviously for all the reasons you said before too. So
I think when you realize that 20 families own 93% of the world's wealth, 20 families, 93% of the world's wealth, when you actually realize that, then you realize that everybody you see on TV is selected. They're a puppet. And I don't want to say they're all clowns, but they basically are all clowns too. So I watch TV. I tell people this. I watch CNN to see what the enemy is thinking. I watch CNN sometimes to know what they're planning for the world in the next 6 to 12 months, because CNN is the mouthpiece for the enemy. Fox News is not far behind, and so uh, I grew up liking sports. So I'll watch the NBA Finals when the Warriors go up against the Celtics. I'll watch it. I watch the World Series because I grew up playing baseball, so I love baseball. And I watch football. I like football. And I'm here in Dallas, so if they're ever good, I watch them. I mean, I don't care if they lose.
well, yeah,
I don't care if they
yeah,
lose. It doesn't bother me.
you're not gonna be violent if they lose and like get over invested, and also you still need to get away from flat Earth and these globers. So if you're gonna watch football or play a sport, like if anybody gets on you for that, it's like, what am I supposed to? Like, you can't talk to these Globers for like, it's like talking to a wall. So like, I guess if you want to, but you got to get away sometimes.
Actually, the only Glober I enjoy talking to is Matthew. That's it. I don't have any. You guys have awesome patience when you talk to the Globers that come on, and you go through VC verify with them, and you actually talk to them. I can't. You guys have great patience. Great patience. I applaud you all who engage them, but I can't do it. But Matthew, I like Matthew. I've learned a lot from Matthew, and as far as how they think, and he's all right. I know he's not correct, but at least he's interesting to listen to and engage with.
Like a tad bit emotional, like a tiniest bit, but overall he's level-headed, even though he's spouting complete bullshit and sophistry, but he's still calm about it.
The thing I like about Matthew is he tolerates my sarcasm toward him. And I'm a very dry sense of humor. So, if he tolerates my sarcasm, then,
See, but the thing with that is Globers are delusional because they think that, oh, this calm guy, even though he's saying all the wrong things and he's lying, but if the flat earthers get emotional and like start talking and 5 people jump in, then they lost the argument. It's like, no, just because you stayed calm, all your points are still lies and bullshit. It doesn't matter if the other people have a bit more passion. Like the showing of passion doesn't mean you lose any debate or conversation.
Yeah, actually, somebody a long time ago said that one of the definitions of passion is something so intense others feel it. Whether that's in person, or even over the phone or the internet. So somebody can be very passionate, and you can feel it. There's nothing wrong with being passionate. Um, it's just like culture can be defined as the sum total of your learned behavior. And so, as long as you recognize, where you've come from, you kind of understand your culture. If you want to change it, you got to get out of it. You got to change your thought processes. And if if you're passionate, you got to understand that it's going to come across to some people as good, or it's going to come across to some people as bad, because passion is intensity, and that's just how we're built. Some people are built with more passion than others.
Yeah, even you can have the passion, but you still have to control it and harness it and use it in the right ways. And so, yeah, it can go both ways. But obviously, everybody's hopefully working on themselves and improving every day. And that's all you can do is at the end of the day, reflect and see, was I wrong? Should I change this? Was I right? And did I hurt anybody? So you gotta self-reflect and make sure you correct yourself.
Yeah, I have 2 older daughters who are grown and married, and both very politically conservative, even though they don't outwardly talk about it, but I know they are politically conservative. And one got the thing last August or September, and I think her husband talked her into it, actually. But I still haven't gotten over it. That was September, August last year, and it still hurts as much today as it did back then. And she just had a baby 3 weeks ago, and I have no idea whether they put the thing into the baby, before they left the hospital, as the CDC recommends. Um, I'm totally blown away by what's happened in the last 27 months, and I'm really totally blown away with people in my family, relatives, friends who I know, who have gone along with this charade for the last 27 months. It really bothers me big time. A huge, huge bother. I don't understand it, but I don't get the last 27 months how people have gone along with it and not question the narrative. Um, it just
It just bugs the daylights out of me.
Yeah, it's Prussian education system, Stockholm syndrome, TV programming, Hollywood music, atheism, love of money, materialism.
I used to talk to people about it when I would go out. If I went to the health club, I'd be sitting in the hot tub and I'd bring up the subject, or they bring up the subject, and it's like they just all went for it. They did. I was just like, I should just assume they did, and now I don't talk about it at all because it's just like they all went along. It's like that. Even in
my
Texas, they all went along.
my strategy was just to avoid all humans. Be like, anytime I could was I'll just avoid everybody because I can't say what's on my mind. So like, I don't want to argue with every single person at the store, every family member. So it's just like, I'll just stay home and do my own home stuff and like work independently. And but yeah, that was my strategy, was avoid humans.
I think it's very. I think one thing I found just in the last year or two, it's very important to get outside and not look directly in the sun because obviously that's not good for your eyes, but just to actually look up or down or to the left or right of it because vitamin D you get from the sun, and it obviously it enters through the skin, but it is the best through the eyes. So if you get out and do some sun gazing, but not looking directly into it, and you do it 15 minutes a day, every day, that's all the vitamin D you need. But if you don't do it every day, then obviously you got to do it 30 minutes some other days to make up for when you don't do it. But vitamin D is very, very important. And the best way to enter is through the eye. So you need to do that. Don't take any of this vitamin D3 stuff you buy at the store. It's rat poison. Don't do it. Throw it away if you have it. No more. And then vitamin C is broccoli. Even potatoes, if you eat the whole skin, you got to eat the whole skin. And then orange juice is really important. A glass of orange juice kind of gives you what you need. If you're a woman, you're supposed to get 75 milligrams a day. If you're a guy, you need to get 90. If you're a woman who's pregnant, you need to get 95 milligrams a day because you're drinking for two people and not just one. And then magnesium is one of the things that people don't get enough of, and that's just 85-90% dark chocolate that you can buy anywhere, and then raw almonds that you can get, and then make sure you get raw or cooked spinach. That's really good for you. So if you do those three things every day, you can get your magnesium that you need. It really helps your dietary system out. And then zinc is something that's really hard to get. The number one thing for zinc is lamb. And I had lamb when I was younger, but I have to constantly go buy it now. But lamb is the best thing for zinc, and then cashews and spinach. But you really have to work hard to get zinc into your system because it's not found everywhere. But if you do those four things and exercise and you get your sunlight, you're doing pretty good, and you won't get sick nearly as often if you get sick at all.
Yeah, so are you positing the idea that vitamin D travels from the sun through the sky and penetrates the body?
I just know that this is my feeling. This is just my personal opinion. The sun is 75 miles above us. This is my personal opinion. 75 miles above us. The best way to get vitamin D is through sunlight. And the best way is through the eyes. Obviously, it comes through the skin too. I had one person told me it was 75.
Hold on now. Hold on. You missed the question. You just repeated it and didn't answer the question.
Oh, what
You're
was your
making it
question?
sound like vitamin D is being shot out from the sun and penetrating the skin or the eyes.
Yeah, unless I've been told, unless I learn otherwise, yes.
Oh. The standard is that the sunlight is used as a catalyst Okay, so you have material within your body. The sunlight hits it, catalyzes it to produce the vitamin D. The sunlight doesn't come from the sun. Oh, sorry, the vitamin D doesn't come from the sun.
No, I don't believe vitamin D comes from the sun. There's something in your body that triggers it when you get sunlight.
Yeah, there you go. But the way you're
Yeah.
talking, it makes it sound like it's being shot out from the sun.
Oh no, I'm sorry if I made it sound that way. My apologies.
All right, no problem. Carry on.
But you're 100% right. Uh-oh, it's April 11th, 1970, and they're getting ready to go into outer space. Tom's getting his suit on.
Is it the suit with the zipper on the crotch?
I saw that the other day. God, I used to really like that movie. I never really liked Tom Hanks that much, but it's like I loved outer space, so I really got into they got to come back. And the one thing that gets me now is, they did coming back in the movie. They did coming back. They had to do a mid course correction. They had to burn the engine for a certain amount of time, and to get back into so they can come back into Earth's orbit correctly, the angle or whatever they talked about. And obviously, with Newton's third law of motion, that's impossible. You can't do it. But what can you say? See, I grew up with Star Trek 1966 to 69. I've probably seen every episode, literally every episode 20 or 30 times. Oh, I see the zipper. They zipped something up in the movie. I don't know if it was in the crotch area, but it might have been down the front of them.
Yeah, the suits are so good that it's like, however cold it is up there, that when they land on Earth, they need blankets to keep them warm in their suits.
I don't remember how famous these people were back in 1995, but they sure are famous now. I mean, Gary Sinise and Kevin Bacon and the guy who played in Tornado, with that one lady, who's the star of Tornado, and Tom Hanks. I mean, I don't know how famous they were back in 1995, but they sure are famous now. Unfortunately, the guy from Twister, who one of the astronauts in this movie, has passed away, so he's no longer with us.
I would argue they're slightly less famous because of the lack of social media back then.
Yeah.
So now they're probably more famous because all you have to do is pull one stunt and everybody's talking about it on Twitter. Rejuvenates your career with one stunt, potentially. It's just like when they fake a singer's death and all of a sudden his album goes to #1. Then you just made more cash off. Yeah.
What TV does is TV with its music, all the sound, the music, all the nice music. Doesn't matter if it's a movie or a TV episode of Chicago Fire or MD or whatever. I mean, the music is just, it just brings people along. So the TV actually builds empathy for a storyline. And, it's amazing what music does to make our hearts go pitter patter and feel for the character and the narrative that they're pushing.
Yeah, for me, I would watch a movie and I could never be convinced. I would know that they were just acting, so I would just always see the plot holes and the continuity errors, and yeah, it's probably why I never watched space stuff, and I never got it. I was never into that. So yeah, it's
You think about it, these people on TV, they play movies, they play or TV shows, they play fake roles and make tons of money. And if they're ever interviewed and you actually watch them, they're nothing like they play on TV. I mean, Denzel Washington is the perfect example. He can get so animated in a role in a movie, but when you see him in real life, he's very reserved, very quiet, and he's just totally different what you see him in the movies.
yeah. I've seen him passionate about some social justice issues. So obviously, he's a hypocrite and a sellout. So it doesn't really matter. But
You know, it doesn't matter, does it? That's one thing you learn about Hollywood. It just doesn't matter.
yeah, I would say like when I was in 2011, the first things Truther 101, you learn do not trust celebrities, do not trust athletes, do not trust politicians. It's like that's like the first thing that you come across. So like Hollywood's bad, the music industry is bad, politicians are sellouts. And that's like the starting point. Government lies.
But they sure make it look believable on TV, don't they? we live in a world of liars, make believers, and deceivers.
It seems like a lot of people prefer science fiction to reality because reality is pretty simple and we know the rules and we were told from young, but then we got reprogrammed with lies. So yeah,
Yeah, once you know they're ready to take off, Apollo 13. I wonder if they're going to show the parabolic trajectory here as they go over the ocean. I wonder if they're going to do that. I don't remember.
yeah, it's one of the more fun parts of being a truther is watching old movies and seeing the plot holes, seeing the lies, seeing the propaganda, seeing the subliminal messages.
Yeah, I went to see Top Gun yesterday. I spent $11 to go watch it, and it's just like, okay. I kind of heard that they said some things in it, so I went in there and they mentioned about the curvature of the Earth, why they couldn't communicate very well. So they actually said the curvature of the Earth, but then when Tom was up doing Mach 10 in his airplane, he was up high, and they never showed any curve. It was just flat, 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 and so that was fun. And then they called gravity the rule of gravity, which I've never heard that before. The rule of gravity. So, and they used the word planet one time. I won't give away the plot line for people who want to go
They're
see
not
it.
up to. They're not up to date. They're not up to date on the flat Earth debate.
Yeah. if they really wanted to sell it, they could have had Tom up there going Mach 10 and showing the curvature. I still haven't seen any curvature. I've heard him say it there is, but I've still never seen it. Now, obviously, here in Apollo 13, they're going to show us curve here in just a minute because they're heading into the black part of outer space. So we're going to see curvature here real soon. There it is. I see curvature. It's funny how they have fire coming out of the back end of the spaceship when it's impossible in a vacuum, and how they course correct in the vacuum of space, which is impossible because they have no opposing medium to go against like we have here on Earth. And so it's interesting how they push that on us.
Well, I'd be so they're going at like what speed are they going? I don't even know, like some crazy speed, and then they're dropping, and then somehow it slows down before it hits the ocean, and they're going to claim it's the Atmo. It hits the Atmo, and then it slows down. Like, yeah, I guess, but
somebody showed a video where they had a high altitude plane, maybe not even a high altitude plane, and they opened up the back end of it, and here comes the capsule, with a parachute behind it, and that's how they show us, coming back to Earth is they just open up the back of an airplane and drop a capsule with a parachute attached to it, and everybody goes, "Wow, they just came back through the atmosphere. Wow, cool." If you look hard enough for the truth, you can find
yeah,
it. Yeah.
I'm the type of person that would say I would need to see the video live stream uncut from like show me like yeah. So obviously it'll never be provided. Just it's like anything you ask from a Glober. So
I mean, there's things you just can't do in a vacuum that you can do down here on Earth. You just can't do it. I mean, period. You can't. And Newton's third law of motion explains much of it or part of it, but it's just like you just can't do it. And on these movies and TV shows, they just do it as if you can do it, and you can't. It's just not possible. But people don't think that.
yeah, the problem is you have PhDs claiming that observation is science. So we're fighting an uphill battle. If you have so-called smartest people on their side claiming the dumbest things, like
If you remember Armageddon, which was actually on just a couple hours ago, if you remember Armageddon, when Bruce Willis was talking to Billy Bob Thornton, and they're talking about backup contingencies in case they can't, divert the asteroid. And Bruce Willis looks at Billy Bob Thornton. He goes, "You have other backup plans, don't you?" And Billy Bob Thornton goes, "No, no, this is the only plan." And Bruce Willis goes something like this. He goes, "You guys are NASA. You're the smartest people on the planet. And you're telling me you don't have a backup plan for what we're going to do? I mean, come on." And it's just like, you're the smartest people on the planet. Oh, it's like, oh my goodness. And people just lap that up.
yeah, if we have a hole, we just plug the hole.
I
If we
mean,
have a leak, we just plug the leak.
sports is the great seduction. Music is a great seduction. TV movies is a great seduction. TV is a great seduction. We have so many things we've been seduced by, that it's mind blowing.
I would just say that a lot of people have their priorities in the wrong place. They're busy chasing money, women, men, fame, fortune, lies, space, NASA. So, yeah, yeah.
I said this earlier a few hours ago. It's like the new Jurassic movie coming out this summer or sometime this summer, late summer. There are the dinosaurs invade a city. It's, you can't make it up. I mean, one of the Jurassic ones, they bring a Tyrannosaurus Rex back to San Diego, and it escapes and it wanders around San Diego, for a while. And but this one, they actually have dinosaurs, a number of them that invade a city. So that will be fun to see. And then the computer graphics is just. I saw the preview yesterday when I was watching for the Top Gun movie, and the computer graphics will blow you away. It's just like I don't know. It's just too good.
Yeah, I would agree. Like, there's some cool stuff, some cool graphics, but yeah, it's I'm not sure. I don't have the. I don't even have hardline internet, so I don't have. I'm limited in certain capacities, but yeah, I don't have access to movies or high end propaganda.
Yeah,
Except,
I went off the reservation yesterday. I went to watch a Hollywood movie, $11, and then I went through a drive-through at Whataburger, which actually is kind of big down here. It's considered, much better than McDonald's, but it's still fast food. So I had a nice cheeseburger, Whataburger yesterday. So I went off the reservation in a couple ways.
you went into the Matrix and indulged.
I did. I spent my $11, and then I spent another 7 or 8, and got my Whataburger family meal. So it was just like I was a bad boy for like 3 hours.
Yeah, but you can also chalk it up to like research purposes, and then with the food, whatever. Like, not everybody eats perfect, clean, so like it happens. Nobody's perfect.
Yeah, Top Gun was definitely a research project. There's a lot of people there too.
I heard it was a good movie.
There's a lot of people there. There's a lot of nostalgia with Top Gun. A lot of nostalgia. The music in the movie yesterday was really good. I mean, you could almost just listen to the music at home and feel better. And they threw a movie in with it.
Top Gun with Tom Cruise.
Yeah, I go back to watching. They had Risky Business on the other night on TV. I don't know if that was Tom's first movie, but they had Risky Business, and I don't remember how far back that goes. I don't know if
There's
he
a
was.
Mandela effect about risky business. Something like he never wore glasses when he
Yeah.
was in his underwear.
Yes, when he
The reason
came
why
out.
is because the cover of the movie shows a picture of him with his sunglasses.
When he comes out, with music, and he's got a fake microphone in his hand.
Yeah, I know. But I'm saying the reason why people think that is because the cover of the movie did show him with a pair of sunglasses on. Showed him lifting up the sunglasses, looking something. At least that's the cover I remember. I think that's why people remember it that way. They just assume that he was wearing glasses in that scene because they only saw the movie probably once, maybe twice at that, and they weren't really paying attention. So when somebody brings up some detail like that, like if I asked you how full was the glass in this scene in the movie, and you'd be like, well, I don't know, But if I told you, oh, it was full, and then now it's half empty, like I just kind of leave it for you to just decide whether or not that's true or not.
I will say this movie, Apollo 13, like in The Martian with Matt Damon, it does give you stars. I'll say that. The regular Apollo missions never gave you, supposed Apollo missions never gave you stars, but at least this movie and The Martian gives you stars.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying movies aren't entertaining. Don't get me wrong, because I like watching movies. I've been watching movies my whole life. I probably watched more movies than most of you yet, over and over and over too. Not just once, but many times. When I was a kid, we had this video collection because we had HBO, Showtime, and all those channels. And my stepdad at the time, he could afford the cable, so they would go and buy VHS cassettes, and they'd record all their favorite movies. And so when I'd come to stay, the first time I came back to stay with my mom after living with my dad for a while, you know, um, there was all these movies for me to watch. So I watched Beverly Hills Cop 1 and 2, and all these other movies. I mean, like Legend and all these 80s movies, right? And I watched them over and over and over and over and over. You know what I mean? That's just what I did all summer. Was watch movies and get high. I was a pretty simple kid.
Yep, Kevin Bacon is now docking with the LEM, and he's going to pull back the LEM and he's going to take it to the moon. So he's working on docking right now.
Interesting. I think somebody needs to find out what they're really doing there. I mean, if it ain't going to space, then what are they doing?
They are going into the ocean, and then what they do from there, who knows? They might be going to McDonald's for 3-4 days, and who knows if they're actually in the studio. If those are the people in the studio doing the Apollo 11, 12, and 14, 15, 16, and 17. Who
So what
knows
you're
if that's
telling me, so what you're saying, well, no, I'm just being facetious, but so what you're saying is you think that they tried to go to space the first few times, and once that they realized they couldn't, you think that they just stopped trying to go? Just because
I
they
don't
found a
know.
barrier or something up there? I mean, come on.
I don't know what
Think
the
about
mind
that.
of the Russians, the USSR with Gagarin. I think it was in early 1961, and I don't know what the mentality of NASA was in 1961 when they sent Shepard up in Mercury. I can't tell you if they were going up to see if the firmament was up there. I have no idea if they were going up to see if what the shape of the Earth actually was. I don't know. I can't. I'm not inside their
Well, what
minds.
did they do? What did they do first? Go to Antarctica or try to blow up the sky?
Well, what I've read, they did the Treaty of Antarctica. They wrote it and signed it in 1959. It went into effect in 1961. 12 countries. It has 54 now. It's a UN treaty. It has 54. And then what I understand, I might be wrong, but then in 61, Gagarin went up with the USSR, and then Shepard followed. The same year. And then from what I understand is from 62 to 65. The USA and the USSR, fired weapons into the atmosphere and exploded them.
Atmo.
And so, what they were looking for, we can speculate.
Yeah, Atmo. Somebody throws in their Atmo.
Yeah, so
Right now.
we can speculate what they were looking for.
You can say heavens.
We're not in their minds, so we don't know exactly.
Right. Well, what I'm saying is, do you really think that they take all that money and they just fake it completely? You don't think there is some kind of research going on, like to attach things to the dome or whatever they found, right? They must have found something, right? Do you think that they're not actively like pursuing that? You don't think there's like a crew of people somewhere trying to drill a hole in it or whatever? You know what I'm saying? If they did find something, then you would think that they would try to,
That's all.
exit, right?
That's all speculation. I can't.
Well, of course,
just-
but I'm saying I'm just saying, like, do you really think, honestly? No, it's a good question. It may not be necessarily related, but think about it though, because there's a lot of money that they're blowing. We know. Yeah, we probably assume that they're just putting it all into some other black ops, but what if they're actually using it for that particular thing? You know what I'm saying? They're just lying to us about what they're actually using it for. In other words, what I'm saying is, what if they're not flying into space, but what if they are flying up there and attaching things to the dome or actively doing something to it, using it to their advantage, however it could be used? You know what I'm saying?
Well,
I think it's hard to believe that they wouldn't, right?
It depends on how you
If something
believe.
like that was true.
Depends on what you believe, though.
Right.
If you're a true, you always got to bring religion into it just to get the real story, right? So, as a Christian and a Bible believer, I know what the hell they're doing because there's
Yeah.
there's the guy who
But
started it all.
I wasn't gonna.
Yeah,
I
and
just
but
wasn't
that's
gonna
what
lead with that
always
because
goes
a lot
back.
of people think that as a weak argument. So
Yeah, it always goes
that
back to
doesn't change
what
my
else,
mind.
what else can you attribute it to? If you can't get out of this dome, then what else are you gonna believe in, bro? Obviously someone created it. Same. So it's like, what do you do? Well, the only story that supports this idea is the Bible, right? So any other story doesn't. So I don't know where people are gonna go with what they believe when it comes to where we live. So it it predicts and tells you what happened and what's going to happen, right? So I mean, whatever anyone wants to believe is up to them. But as far as I know what the hell they're doing, and I know who started it. So I mean, you got to think about it like this: if these people feel that they can do whatever they want with the money that they're given, it's up to your imagination what these people are doing. It just is as far as you can think. It's as sinister and dark and depraved as you can believe. That's what they're doing. That's really what it comes down to.
Yeah, they're getting supposedly they're getting 23 to 25 billion dollars a year, which is 65 million a day. So they have they have their employees they need to pay. I don't know how many employees there are, but they have their employees they have to pay. So they have their overhead, and what they do with the rest of it, I have no idea. I know NASA is the biggest
Well,
buyer of
they're
helium
building
in the world.
rockets, right?
What's that?
Yeah, right. That they're building fake rockets that go up, right? And they show these all the time on TV, right? They show them. They have these things on the internet. Because I've watched plenty of them. I can pick them all apart real easily. But I think there's a lot of stuff that I've seen that I've looked on their website. I've seen a lot of video that doesn't match up with all that fake stuff. It actually looks like it might be legitimate, and it makes me wonder: is there a legitimate side to NASA, and can we even trust it if there was? You know what I'm saying? Like, it makes me wonder because, I mean, that would be kind of convenient, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's
What?
always good. It's always good to wonder what they do with their $66 million a day, and I think we can say,
Well, if that's really,
yeah.
I mean, a serious number, right? Like, for all we know, they don't even bring that much in taxes. Like they could be lying about all of it. Who knows? It could literally all be a lie for all we know. We don't know. That's the problem. It's like it's so up in the air. It's kind of hard to even really like guess because there's so many things that could be like possible in the world and how it could be done that it's really kind of hard to say. Well, this is and nail something down. You know what I'm saying? Not
Yeah,
without at least leaving yourself open for speculation. Anyway.
yeah. I think the truth will never be revealed to us, and because it's not being revealed to us, then it comes down to speculation and wondering. And I think a lot of us can say that NASA is the biggest buyer of helium in the world, because I think we've all seen their big balloons that they take satellites up, 120,000, 180,000 feet. So we can say that some of those balloons are 400 yards by 400 yards, and not
I'm
to fill
pretty
an
sure
inside of
that
a. What's that?
where does helium come from? They filter it out of the air, right?
I have no idea. I'm not
I'm
that.
pretty
Comes
sure
from the
that.
god Helios, man.
No, anyway, I'm pretty sure that all gases like that, unless there's some kind of special, whatever gas, sure that there's a place nearby my house here. It's called Prax Air, and it's a place that sells carbon dioxide, it sells oxygen, it sells all kinds of different gases in tanks, right? And I thought, it sells acetylene, all kinds of weird stuff. And I always wondered like what that place was about. So I looked it up, and sure enough, that's what they do. They filter all those gases right out of the air right here in town, and then they sell it to you. But there's these like plates, these like rock plates, and all these weird different kinds of ceramics and things that they use to filter the air out and separate it from everything else, and then compress it, and then they sell it to you. And I thought that's fascinating, but most people don't even know that. So I don't know. It makes me wonder about does helium really go up all the time, or does it mix with air and other things like hydrogen and oxygen? Obviously they have two different densities, right? So why do they stay mixed together? Like I think to an extent there's some kind of a maybe I don't know, I don't want to reach, but maybe some kind of a magnetic field or something that controls that kind of stuff. It's not really about what we think it is. Maybe there's more to it. And that's what they're keeping from us, and that's why we can't ever understand anything, is because we're missing key facts, like those key things that would be really, like detrimental to us understanding how to put all the pieces together anyway. You know what I mean? And with us not having that knowledge, or just assuming that we don't have that knowledge, we have to assume that anything's possible, right? So we just look for what could be possible, and we kind of look out for it, right? It's all we can really do. And hope that we can see it coming, right? in time
Well,
to
I
do
mean,
something about it.
for me, it's all about the Nazis, right? We took over where they left off. So I mean, I don't see how to see anything different.
I don't know if it's about.
They were doing
I don't know
super
about that.
soldier programs. They were doing all kinds of shit. We took all their scientists. We're doing the same shit. I mean, what the fuck's the difference? That's just really what it comes down to.
I don't know about that, but
What
you
do you
know,
mean? Werner von Braun came from these guys. What are you talking? You don't know about that? How many fucking scientists?
well,
We
I
took
wasn't alive.
Project Paperclip. Whether you want to believe it or not, that's what happened, right? That's the story. So if we took these scientists, then obviously
Right, but
we did the same shit they did, and we're doing the same shit they did, right? Why would we discontinue a program that makes you superior than your neighbors?
Hey, I'm here to talk some shit. I'm Jewish. Ask me anything. Ask me anything.
no, respect. That's weird. Are you gonna be nice?
I'm thinking.
What are you up to? Is it gonna get crazy in here on Monday night?
Gonna get something in here. Now, ask me anything.
Ask you anything? Anything?
Yeah, anything.
Anything? I just did. I asked you anything.
Okay, what's the weather forecast for Dallas tomorrow and Wednesday?
Sunny days, man.
Hot. Hot.
Hey, I got a forecast that works every time. For every morning, it's always total darkness with scattered light expected toward morning.
Total, yeah, scattered light towards the morning. Yeah, I used to say shit like that when I was younger, just to fuck with people.
That works every time.
I'd bet him. I'd be like, I bet you I can guess something, and I'd always come up with like knocking down that wall. I got so many guys with that and won 5, 10, 15, 20 bucks every time. Pretty awesome. Tricks of the trade.
Yeah, dude. I'm ready to answer the question, man. Ask me anything.
I don't have a question for you.
What question? What do you want to? You said you're fucking Jewish. What's that mean? Ask you what?
Yeah.
I mean that I'm Jewish, except that I have a problem.
What does that mean? Does that mean you believe in Allah, or does that mean you were born in Jerusalem? I don't understand.
It just means that I'm dealing with a
You
bunch
don't sound like you're Jerusalem.
I'm surrounded by Democrats.
Okay. Yeah, I am.
Earth measures flat.
That stuff is flat.
Cool.
Got to give you an update. Got to give you a quick update. Kevin Bacon went to stir the tanks, and Apollo 13 just had an explosion. So that's where we are in the movie. Oh! And Tom Hanks is about ready to go. Houston, they have a problem. He's about ready to say it.
Yeah, no problem. Oh, boy. I'm excited for you. Damn, dude, there's more fireworks tonight than there was last week. Actually, I haven't heard fireworks in a while. Since actually after the 4th of July last year, the fireworks went on for like 3 months afterwards, maybe 4 months afterwards. Almost every night there was people setting off fireworks everywhere. It was like everybody went out and bought a whole bunch with their free money from the government. They went over the border and bought firecrackers and Roman candles. I swear, dude. There was like all night long there was people setting off fireworks, and all the next day, and then during the day they even set them off. It's like I don't even understand that. When I was a kid, we at least wait till it got dark, so at least we could see the sparks. It's no fun if you can't see the sparks and it doesn't make Facebook.
So, what's the next chapter in Revelations, man? We everybody took the mark of the beast, and so now we're moving into the next chapter. What's going on?
Next chapter is actually where people stop talking about religion in the Flat Earth server. It's crazy.
You realize you can't separate the two, right? What's wrong with you, dude? I mean, whether we talk about it or not, they're both connected. So
I don't really care.
Then don't be here. Bye.
That's Flat Earth server.
Don't go anywhere. No, man. You don't say bye. Stay here. Don't go anywhere, man.
Now let them go.
He can't kick
We
me
don't
out.
need trolls anyway. First off,
Nobody.
Why don't you just find the right server to talk about that stuff?
Dude, don't worry about what we're talking about right now. We're not live. We can talk about whatever the hell we want.
Stuff, man. You know, why don't you just stay where you are and just explain yourself?
Now let them run,
Well,
dude. We don't need
we
people.
are. I'm not going to run. Are you kidding me? From what?
Well, then,
Run
well,
from
then
what?
act like an
What
adult.
kind of a threat do you think you pose?
Just act like
Just
an
say
adult.
it, dude. Just explain yourself, man.
This is a flat Earth chat, so we'll talk about flat Earth. You'll take your Bible talk elsewhere.
Well, dude, I've been here way longer than you. Shut your mouth, okay?
Oh,
You're
we can talk
talking a
about
lot more about the Bible
we
than
can
I
talk.
am. I was
We can
just
talk about.
Here, let
We
me
can
just
talk
tell you,
about
your dick's
whatever we
bigger than
want to
mine.
talk about. We
Your
can talk
dick's
about
bigger than
whatever we
mine.
want
Now
to
it's
talk
settled.
about. We can talk about
Okay,
whatever we want
it's
to talk
settled.
about.
I agree. It's settled, man. Don't go anywhere, man. You know.
No, dude. No, listen. We can talk about whatever how we want to talk about. That's just what it's about.
Hey,
Just calm
man.
down.
I agree with you. I agree.
Cool. So then they're just going to be like, well, flat earthers are Jesus freaks.
So,
no, man. Come on.
So what, dude?
We're all
No,
here
no.
to talk about the same thing that we're talking about.
Dude. What's wrong? Do you have a problem with Jesus? Is there a problem you have with Jesus?
You know what? Somebody has a problem, and I don't care. We all have different perspectives. We've come to the same conclusion that the Earth is flat, and I really don't care. But somebody has anti-religious
Well,
or
all right, chill
something.
out, Smurf. Chill out,
I mean,
chill
my
out.
opinion, man. It's just, why can't you
Here's
take it
the, here's
elsewhere?
the thing. Here's the thing about flat Earth. Okay, the Bible supports flat Earth.
Who
Whoever
cares? Why does that matter?
problem with
Why do you
the
think that
Bible.
matters?
It doesn't matter. But what is it? Listen, dude. If you're listening to what I'm saying, okay,
Yeah.
this is why people bring up religion because the Bible supports flat Earth. Do you
Okay.
understand?
I
So
do
that's
understand
why,
that, and I agree.
Yeah, I
I
understand
agree.
that.
Listen,
that's why every
hold
now
on,
and then
Smurf.
it comes
Hold on.
up. That's why the situation comes up
I
because
understand
the
why it
Bible.
comes up, but it doesn't prove a flat Earth. It's just a book that says stuff.
So many other
That's
books do
cool,
too.
man.
Okay?
Yeah.
Just
Correct.
relax yourself, bro. You wouldn't know anything if it weren't for books. So relax.
Why are
No,
you
that's
guys
not true at
arguing
all.
about stuff
You can
like
go
that?
through life and learn life
Like,
lessons
what's the
without having
point
to
of
read
it?
a book.
You know you're not going to
Somebody
convince each
read
other,
the
so
book.
why argue?
Somebody read a book somewhere, dude. Relax. Calm down.
Dude, the point is, how
Come
can
on,
you
man.
prove empirically anything in the Bible matches reality?
We don't
You
want to have to meet. Oh, I guess maybe.
That's all I'm saying. It's just weird. We were talking about flat Earth here. Why can't we just do that? Religion is
We
speculation
can.
at best.
That's what we're going to do.
Why you can't just
We
do
don't know.
both?
That's what we're
Why
going to do.
can't you just do both?
That's
Well,
not what this
because
channel's for, man.
well, no, it's not even that. It's just that
Why can't everybody
obviously,
just be friends?
if it's going to trigger somebody else, then we
Hey,
will just have to let it.
why
You know.
can't the religious people and the atheist people, why can't you all just be friends?
Well, I don't understand that. That's what I always ask. But at the same time, I
Why
understand
don't
both
you
sides
just
of
be
the argument.
friends?
I can see why they both think the way they think because I've been on
The
both sides
reason
of it.
we don't want to have it in this
It's hard
channel is
to like.
because it does
It's
that.
hard to say that I really am stuck on one side or the other because you know there's people I love on both sides of the argument too. So.
We love you
Yeah.
too, bro. Why can't everybody just be friends?
Hold on, let me just calmly say
We
this.
could, but
The
that'd be
reason,
easy.
listen, the reason it shouldn't, in my opinion, shouldn't be in the flat Earth live stream is because it literally, listen to what we just did. We started fighting over the Bible. So
because
if
the guy got
we
an
could not
attitude.
have
You
that
started with an
happen,
attitude, dude.
i.e., listen, if we could have that happen, i.e., not have
Yeah,
those conversations,
and not
we would.
argue
Don't come in
about it.
That'd be
attacking.
great.
Don't come in with an attacking in an anger attitude type way, bro. Just
What?
relax.
I apologize
If
for
you
my
had approached
attitude.
if you had approached
Why are
it
you
differently,
apologizing?
you'd gone to it.
Sure, I agree.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, okay. So let's
Very
start
good.
over. And the Bible bros and the atheo bros, they're all friends now. Everybody friends now.
Yeah, Smurf. Yep, we're good.
We're we're good. Everybody's good. Let's get back to how that
Where's
Earth is flat. You know, now I was talking about why is the Earth
Smurf?
flat?
Hey, Smurf.
We don't know about that.
Did you find the curve yet, Smurf?
No. I have not negative. Not found any curve anywhere. There's no curve anywhere. It's gone.
You sure? You haven't found it yet?
No, I have not found any curve yet, man. Is that what you're
Still
asking?
looking though, right? You're still looking, right?
Well, that's why we're here. I've been looking for a few years, man.
I'm not here to look for the curve. I already did that.
Let me
I've already done that, bro.
back up a little bit. I just want to say that all our atheo bros and all our Bible bros, we can be bros, man. We're all fighting. We're all fighting the same satanic Illuminati pyramid scheme. You know what I'm trying to say.
What are you talking about now?
Well, evil is evil. Doesn't matter what any book says. That's for sure.
You know, yeah, y'all know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. Okay. So, I apologize if I threw a wrench into here. I was just trying to. I don't even know, man. Okay, the Earth
What are
is
you
flat.
twisting and
Everybody knows the Earth is flat, right?
What are you doing in the background that's freaking?
I would like to say, I understand your sentiment and people's sentiment. That's not lost on me, but at the same time, um, it's like, when you say, I don't need, some book to tell me evil is evil. Yeah, sure. But would you be saying that if you knew that epistemologically speaking, the only way to make that statement is because evil is one form of the entire creation, created by the creator, whether we talk about it or not?
Unnecessary. Evil is necessary.
What's his name? What's the creator's name? His or her name? You see?
I
You
don't
see
know.
how
Some
ridiculous it
people,
is? Can't we just talk about
What
flat
kind
Earth?
of question is
but why was that question important?
It's not. The whole topic
On
is
the back of,
unimportant.
but on the back of what I said, why is what you said important?
You're
How is
claiming
it
that you
relevant?
know this stuff. You're claiming that you know the origin of things. You do not.
Okay, what did I say? And tell me how to claim.
You're claiming a creator of things, right? So you're claiming to know
Okay.
that there's an intelligence that made this stuff, right? That's what you think?
Epistemologically speaking, how else would intelligence be a thing?
Man, you think something wasn't not
No, how would Smurf, I'm
Hey,
about to mute
Elijah.
you, bro. Listen to the words that I'm saying. Just be quiet. So, the point that I'm making, the feeling of laughter, the feeling of dread, you can't mechanically make these things. Obviously, there's more to this reality than what we can know, what science can tell us, what math can tell us. It's just obvious that this place was created somehow, because the only thing that isn't perfect here are the living things. Well, I mean, then again, the earth is living. So, really us humans,
Yeah, I was going to
animals,
say,
I
we're the only
suppose.
thing there.
I mean, do you have a rebuttal to that? It's like people rather
Can you
talk about
distill it?
all day long how, why talk about a creator? Why say it's a creation? Why everything but God? Well, you do you and I do me.
Yeah,
No, that's
okay.
true.
Let that epistemology work for you.
Just don't let it piss you off.
What do you say?
I just wouldn't jump to the conclusion that there's a creator responsible. That's all.
That's only the only mind that would say that is one that doesn't understand that everything that's in effect is always necessitated by a creator.
I don't know how you know that.
Because nothing ever happened without either us manipulating it, and I know that I nor my ancestors or any one of us created the place for us to then be fruitful and multiply. I know that things don't pop out of existence. I've never seen that. So it's not a hard leap of faith to think that everything has been set into motion by something. Because
Everything's got intention behind it, right?
right, everything but God, all of the words that explain what God is and what God does, besides saying, you know what, I'll chalk it up to the creator. Hey, I don't know everything, but I do know that there are some things that I'm able to do here, and I'm grateful for that. No, everybody's either pissed off at the creator or denying him completely, not really understanding that the end of that logical process is flawed. It
What
leaves you
about
just
how?
asking me more questions.
Hey, what about how advanced you are and how highly engineered each cell of your body, every muscle, everything is so super highly engineered. You think that just came out of nowhere, man? You know, do you?
I
You know,
don't
do you
know.
think
The problem is I don't. I'm not reckless enough to. I'm not reckless enough to claim that I could ever know something like that.
dude, you're so highly engineered, advanced. Like, can you imagine? Like, can you try to imagine your individual cells and stuff, and how your neural network and everything? You think that just all by happen chance, like you just
No, I don't know any of that. I can't even make a claim that I would know one way or another.
I'm just saying, man, can you try to imagine how advanced that you are in all the components that fit together? And do you know what I'm trying? Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, and I used to believe it, my friend. I used to think, oh, this is all designed perfectly. It couldn't be any other way, and I just don't buy it anymore.
Well, why not?
Because it doesn't satisfy. It's just like another cop out. I don't really want to know the truth. I'm just going to trust these fucking books and these people that say that, you find Jesus and your life improves. Like it just, it's
Well, now
not.
you're
It's not
stopping to a leap there. Now, okay, now let's back up a little bit. How do you think that how your biology is so highly advanced? Can you explain that? What's the best explanation for that?
okay. Well, advanced is subjective. So to you, something advanced might not be anywhere near advanced to something that's more advanced. You know what I
Well,
mean?
how about, dude? Okay, your biology is like extraordinarily advanced, and that can you explain that?
Complex, not advanced.
Say what?
It's true. Yeah, very complex. All of life, everything's very complex, but that doesn't mean that a deliberator was there to do it.
How does that make sense though? What do you mean?
Well, actually,
If
what I'm
if
saying
if
is,
if there isn't something to set the rules, I mean, you could think of it as a wisp of smoke or nothing at all, if you can imagine nothing at all. But obviously, this reality has rules to it. Something must have set all of those things. It doesn't just happen because of absolutely nothing. I mean, you have to think about that for a moment. Put aside the fact that, yeah, you don't have to accept that people claim to know, but I mean, it's pretty simple to understand that things don't happen out of nothing.
I agree with that 100%. That and what I well, all of what I'm saying, and I don't want to argue anymore. But all I want to say is that I just don't think there's a way to truly know. You know, oh, it's complicated, so it was created. Like, no, man.
Well,
Let's
can I ask you
really
a quick clarifying question?
Yeah.
So you do acknowledge that the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container, right?
Yeah.
So did you ever think to ask yourself, how did the container get there?
There's no way for me to know how it got there, dude. No way.
Well, yeah. I agree with you on that part. Neither do I, neither does anybody, even though some people might claim. But I mean, I'm just saying that, would you say that that's direct, obvious evidence of a creator? Is it not that? Is it that?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. You know what I mean? Like, that's literally the smartest answer these days is I don't know.
Well, I mean, I think at the very least it's, it's a little obvious that something, someone
makes
created it.
Right,
Yeah,
that makes
but
sense
I
to
mean,
me,
I'm
but
just
I'm not.
yeah. So you're not claiming there's no natural
makes sense.
creator or
Yeah,
anything like
I'm
that.
just not going to bet the farm on it, dude. That's it. But it makes sense to me. I understand.
Well, no. Hold on. Don't get ahead of yourself there. You don't need to bet the farm on that. It's betting the farm is religion and stuff. I'm just talking about simply acknowledging a natural creator.
Right. Again,
I'm gonna push you. I'm not trying to make it sound like I'm twisting your arm or anything. Maybe, don't misunderstand me. I'm just saying, like, never mind. Forget it.
No, I hear you, Ryan.
Ask him.
And I don't want to seem like I don't appreciate the fact that everything's complicated. Like, you know what I mean? I appreciate the fact of all of that stuff. Like I said, I used to think there's no other way, but it could be a creator. But again, that's just an educated guess. It's not proof.
Hey, let me ask you, brother. Hey, what happened in the beginning? How did it all begin?
Well, you see, you're asking for the details, but he's not interested in the details. But in a certain sense, a Smurf, neither are we unless you can prove the details. And since no one can really prove the details, we're not really interested in the detail. We're only interested in what you can prove.
I got lost there, buddy. Elijah, help me out, man. What's up, bro?
I wasn't listening.
Okay, so I was just asking this dude, what happened in the beginning? What happened in the origination and the beginning reality? Go ahead.
Well, you have to have a
I'm
beginning
going to
that
answer.
causes it first.
I'm going to answer, and then I'm going to ask you a question.
You have the first thing you have to have is an epistemological grounding that's sound. If you don't have that, then you don't even have a way to answer that question.
That's true. I agree with that. So I'm going to try, though. So my answer is I have no clue. Then my question is, how do you think you know?
No. Well, everyone's religious about something, I guess. My choice would be what the scripture says, especially since the world that I live in is mocking, imitating, and mirroring that. And all the other things pretty much stem from that. Either saying, consider that book, or to plagiarism of some kind, or something else. But the bottom line is, from heliocentrism, it beginning in the church, having split the church.
Again, focus on. I asked him, "How did it all begin?" I'm not trying to share my.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm just saying that there are answers, and I guess that's the point at which one is religious, is when he's speculating as to how it all began. I choose to go with the biblical beginning, and I think that's the correct choice. How could I know? Well, I'm not even at this point able to argue that. I think I know people who can, because I've heard them but I haven't internalized their words because what's more important to me is reading the book front to back. That's first.
Yeah, I've got to catch
Right?
up, man. I'm behind you there.
Hence the whole religious thing, because I do understand that I'm making a choice to have a faith, and
Hey,
I'm also
I
ignorant.
agree with you.
All of these things I know.
I'm behind you on that, but I did ask him what his perspective was on the beginning and the origination of reality.
Yeah, I don't know, and
Well,
neither do you.
I gotta go to bed anyways. So.
Hey man, I
Thanks,
wasn't
Elijah.
trying to run you out. I wasn't trying to run you off here.
No doubt.
Hey man, you don't gotta
Well,
go like that.
where's the proof? Where's the proof that there was a past beyond your memory? Where's the proof that there was a past beyond yesterday?
That's a damn good question.
In my mother's photo album.
Your photo album exists in the present, not the past. So again, where's the proof?
We're all screwed now, man.
Exactly.
The
Where's
reason
the
I get
proof?
emotional.
Where's the proof that other minds exist? Yeah, there isn't any. Period. Now, if you happen to be a sentient agent, which I don't know if you are or not, because I can't look inside your experiences. If you happen to be one, there's no proof that I'm one. You have mere intuitions and feelings about it. You don't have any empirical evidence that I'm a sentient mind.
We've got a problem on our hands.
Yeah, it's a big problem.
So what was that test that they were doing in that movie Blade Runner to see if, like, is that just that wouldn't work?
No, it doesn't. There's no test that exists in a sensational or empirical sense that you can validate the existence of another sentient mind. It is intuited only.
Oh wait, I guess that was to see if they're a replica or to see if they have that.
See if they're not a real human, right? But what does that mean? Because what's a human after all? But to you, just yourself or others, which are just to you, a set of experiences that you possess. You possess experiences about others. You don't possess the other's experience, so you can't validate it.
Do you just like throwing a wrench into our minds, man?
No, I'm just proving to the rational mind that anyone who holds any beliefs about the externality from their mind has no empirical basis to do so. All experiential on the internal level.
I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go get in a corner and sit down and think about this.
The reason I get so
we have to
emotional.
switch bodies, maybe, or something, to even be
No,
able to do that. But
irrelevant.
we couldn't
If you
switch
switch a
bodies.
if you switch a body, you take your present sentience with you, do you not? What does that prove? It just proves you're now in a different physical body. It doesn't prove that the mind that existed before exists. It just proves that your mind now occupies that body. Okay?
But what if the
You could try. Trust me, you're gonna try. You could try as hard as you want, but you will never escape those facts that I just laid out.
Well, yeah, I don't disagree with you. I actually agree with you, but I just wanted to present this one. What if I switched bodies with somebody, but then their personality was in my body, and they were just talking right back to me? And I was like, oh, yeah, it's this asshole.
Yeah, so you'd have a stimuli coming into your sentience, but that stimuli could be a recording or a set of dominoes or a materialistic perturbation. There's no validation that it's actually a sentient mind speaking to you. You must infer it. You must intuit it. You must feel it.
The reason I get so emotional about it is because I don't want people to simply settle for a belief, just like with the globe.
Yeah, we get it. That's literally, step one in the process, and then you realize, oh, when you realize you were able to think for your entire life, and maybe even one day you'll accept that that was granted to you, your ability to think well, because some people seemingly can't, they're disabled, but you can. People just choose to shackle themselves with the things that they've either been brought up on or the things that they fear. But I'm telling you that there are other ways to think about it.
Well, this is the tenuousness of any atheistic assertions, is that nobody dares make the posit that they're certain and declarative that God doesn't exist. It's always parsed out. I don't know. There's insufficient information. It's only a belief. There's no evidence, et cetera, ad infinitum. There are very few actual atheists who make the declaration God doesn't exist in the affirmative sense.
Plato
For
said,
obvious reasons, because we all know it's a bankrupt endeavor to try to prove a negative.
I think and therefore I am. I think and therefore I am.
That was Descartes, and I think he was an atheist. But anyway.
Yeah, perfect. So Descartes was too stupid because he hadn't survived into the quantum eraser days.
Well, he wasn't
So I
really
think,
an atheist. He was a Christian
but
rationalist, but he veered so far away from the scriptures that his philosophy, his rationalism, made him stray so far away from any meaningful sense of quote unquote Christian.
yeah, sure. So let's take this idea of the sentient mind into the world and test it. So the quantum eraser experiment and the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment, supposedly the most proliferated experiment in the history of science, scientifically validated that the knowledge of the which past information causes the collapse of the wave function. Therefore, the presence of the sentient observer as a necessity directly correlates to the fundamental reality expressed. Okay? Since we know as individuals we're sentient, if we experience this, we have to ask ourselves why this occurs if we believe in science in an empirical sense in an external world that's validated freely from us. What I mean by that is we don't cause it intrinsically.
It's objective.
Yeah, so otherwise we would have to claim that we are the only sentient mind and we promulgate reality outside of ourselves, but really it's just an internal experience. So if we believe through intuition, right, because notice how I already parsed out before that there's absolutely no way to be certain in any empirical validation sense that another mind exists until we cross this border, which is if there are other people in other places doing other things and they're observing and they're collapsing the wave function or they're quote unquote rendering reality in front of them, then what about the places where there's no present observer? Well, that begs a question, which is what is the element that we've already identified, which is knowledge? And many philosophers in the past have come to this conclusion and basically posited this idea. There must be a sentient overmind that manifests reality for its subjects. Okay? By virtue of that being the case, where the manifestation comes after the sentience, ergo the word creator or creator or creative or renderer or source or whatever you want to call it would be inferred necessarily. Anybody wants to study this, they can look up Berkeley and idealism. Berkeley College was named after him. You can look out philosophical implications of the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment, et cetera, ad infinitum, which many people believe is absolute scientifically validated, experimentally validated evidence of a creator. Now, where you go from there is up to you.
Now that's the logical implications if one is to follow that interpretation of the experiment. But then one who's critically minded asks the question, let's critique this interpretation. Because again, the interpretation is a metaphysical premise. And so if the interpretation is that the subject observing, the person observing, is causing the phenomenon, or at least having some additional effect in the phenomenon being perceived, just the observation itself. So that obviously has metaphysical implications regarding causality. And so that means that observation is either causing phenomenon to occur or is a factor in what is occurring. So we critique this. And my critique is that whether it be observing a very carefully crafted experiment, so called, and supposedly the observation of the light is changing the way it behaves. Is that really the case?
I don't know.
And if that is the case, if one claims to know that to be the case, or at least claims to know that it's the most probable explanation, interpretation of the experiment, why is that? Because on its face, it doesn't quite really make sense, and it's contrary to every other a visual sense perception that we've had, that us observing anything around us is not causing anything to occur. The act of observing does not cause anything in our regular everyday experience.
No, that's not true. That's not true. It does cause at least one thing which we know firsthand, and that's our experience of it.
Well, that's just a redundant way of saying that we're perceiving it. So it's not really causing anything. The act of perceiving isn't causing the act of perceiving. It's just the act in the midst of doing the act of perceiving.
Right. So then you'd have to answer this question. When I'm not perceiving it, is it there?
Right. If a tree falls, right?
You have one or two answers. I mean, it's a close-ended absolute dichotomy, yes or no. I say yes, because in many instances where I'm not observing something or I'm not empirically sensing a thing, it's still, in one way or another, in many various instances, reveals, I learned that it is still there. If I don't see the punch coming, that doesn't mean the hand doesn't exist. It doesn't mean the fist doesn't exist. If I don't see the table leg in the dark.
Oh yeah, but feeling it hit you is observing it. Observing doesn't just mean seeing, in the sense of
that is kind of true.
I guess if you use the word observe in that sense, but I'm using the word observe, in the strict sense of visual sense perception. But either way, in either sense you use it, just because I don't visually see the punch coming doesn't mean the fist doesn't exist. Just because I don't see the table leg in the dark and then stub my toe doesn't mean that the table leg is now non-existent.
Right.
Et cetera, et cetera.
I got a question on it. Or at least, I got a question for AI. So, and I'm sure other people know it too. Wasn't it that not only when the thing was being observed and then not being observed to change behavior, but someone went to another room and thought about it, but wasn't looking at it, and it still changed its behavior?
Right. It basically boils down to a mechanism of observation which will lead to the knowledge in whether in the present or in the future, and a choice to observe it or the final observation of it. So for example, you do the thing, it records the data, right? And then you could never go back, right? And never, ever, ever check on it, versus you could check on it. And there's ways that they parse this out with the delayed choice experiment, to where they didn't make the choice of the observation point until after the machine had already finished its processes. And they saw that it appeared that the knowledge of the choice that they made went back in time and affected the path of the light. That's the claim, anyway.
Fucking crazy.
Now, allegedly, this is the most duplicated and validated experiment in history.
Wow.
Allegedly.
Who alleged it?
In fact, if I remember correctly, you could do this at home for a very cheap amount of money.
How?
Dude, all you need is a light emitter, a sensor, some paper, and maybe a prism.
maybe a prism.
So no, he's no.
I wanted to do the experiment at home. How do I do it?
Sure you do. What's up, buddy? Now,
not
can
much.
you walk me through? Can you walk me through the like how they got the because it's not the delayed choice quantum eraser. They're working off of an already proven hypothesis, right? So they're moving forward,
right?
With
They're
a proven
making an
premise.
extra. I wouldn't call it so much a control, but they're making something in it, which just drives the premise home even further. Because like if I'm making my choice after the fact, how could it possibly affect the experiment?
So now, so what was the observed phenomenon?
Wasn't it light particles going through certain slits or something?
Well, it's called.
Nah.
Oh, that's the double slit.
Listen, it's basically the interference. It's basically it's an interference pattern.
A double split experiment.
So it's very similar. Listen, check this
interference
out, bros.
pattern.
It's very similar in some senses. It has to do with how, in a sense, how we see and stuff. Like, for example, all the light from all the objects around us are hitting our eye simultaneously, right? So in theory, we should see one color. Okay. We should just have a big one singular color. But what our eye does is it splits the angles for us and reduces the amount of information on a certain sensor packet. Filtering out extraneous information, it allows us to have a renderable color that's different from other colors in that area. So, for example, the way that they figured this out in the past was what's called camera obscura. So you have a room, a large room that's dark, okay, and a single pinhole on one side of the room. You go into the room and you just wait until your eyes adjust. And then you can see the outside world on the other wall. Now, if you didn't have that room and you just had the wall, all you would see is a blue wall because the wall was painted blue.
Okay.
But once you restrict the path of light by changing the angles, right, you get less light, and then you get the colors that are coming off of things at different angles, right? And we also know there's prismatic effects, right, where it splits sunlight into the multiple colors of the rainbow, right? And there's different reasons why that happens, but primarily light appears to function like a wave, has a wave-like function, right? And when you put it through the quantum eraser experiment, I can't remember exactly in this moment which is which, but I want to say if you don't observe it or choose to observe it or create an observation point, it always is a wave. So when you come back to the photo plates, you see a scatter pattern, right? Versus if you choose to observe it and you come back to the photo plates, you see a straight line. So the wave-like function collapses into discreteness.
Now, I think Elijah's question is, where do we observe this in regular nature, right? Non-artificial world?
Well, diffraction, prismatic effects, all these scattering effects of light we already experience.
But that's not instances of our observation causing the difference. That's some other entity
Well,
causing the
how do
difference.
we know? Think about it. How do we know?
I don't know.
Given the nature
Whenever
of the
we're
case that you're
present, whenever we're present observing anything with light, are we not present?
No. You just mentioned diffraction or prism. The phenomena that we see with the change in the phenomena that we see is being caused by another entity, not our eyes.
I don't even know what you guys are arguing about.
No, diffraction is caused by our eyes.
Am I confused about what diffraction is? What is diffraction?
Well, if you have a lens or an angled aperture, right, where the light must pass at different angles.
Like my eyeball?
Like your eyeball, yeah. It enters at one angle, it then reciprocates and expands at a different angle, right? And the distance between those angles is what allows you to have renderability, which is the whole part of the Rayleigh criteria.
But if it's mere observation, just the mere act of me seeing something causing that to occur, why doesn't that occur with everything? Why does that only occur when there's a certain medium in which
Well,
the
it
object is
does.
being observed and then
It does.
distorted?
In a way, it does. In a sense, whatever light is leaving an object, right? Imagine it's leaving omnidirectionally, right? So in every possible angle, it's shooting light out.
AI
That
is the
those light crosses other
AI
light at different points in free space.
AI, can you hear me? Just checking.
Yeah, we can hear you, 42.
AI, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to respond to you. So stop asking.
I was just
Well, he didn't say anything.
No, I'm just asking. Continue. My bad.
I think he's happy to be out of Cogdis.
Yeah, totally happy. I'm not trying to interrupt the conversation. Continue.
Yeah, so like the camera obscura thing, the reduction of the light within the room, it's the same light that would have been there in free space had the room not been there. The only difference now is that you're removing other light that would have also been there. So yeah, it is. I mean, in a way, you don't observe it happening, except in the sense that you see. You seeing anything with any discernment whatsoever is examples of all these principles in play that you experience naturally. Otherwise, you wouldn't see anything. You'd just see a solid color everywhere you look with no discernible information about anything.
But the example that you're citing is an instance of me observing an object being distorted by a medium, by some object around the other object, or
No,
something like
not
that,
at
like
all.
a pencil in water or something.
Now a prism, yes, but with diffraction and something like a camera obscura, there is no medium. It's just pure light.
That's true.
Pure light and
Like
check this out. It's pure light and path obstruction. Those are the only two
yeah.
things.
So basically, okay, this example was given to me, but okay. Uh, so diffraction. Basically, we're talking about like what is the effect? When it's dark, I have this maybe I can take a video of it. Now there's 4 individual lights on my portable charger.
Okay.
But when I look at it on the wall, it just looks like one blob of light.
Okay.
Is that an instance of diffraction?
I'm wondering, but I mean, is it because of the shallowness of the holes of my? Because it's not a light; it's just it's like the indicator that the phone is charging. You see what I'm saying?
What does it have to do with whether or not the Earth is like a ball or a flat?
What are you talking about? It has everything to do with it.
Oh, my bad.
Let me tell you why. Okay, because the Globers claim that when the bottoms of things disappear, they can only do so because of a physical obstruction. When if you understand the principles of light, angles of propagation, diffraction,
dude, I'm not a
angular
physicist.
resolution, rivet. Anyway, just think of the word angles. The angles. When you think of all of the angles involved, when you're low and something straight in front of you at a distance, it's going to get the angle upon which you can resolve it, meaning necessarily that if the portion of the bottom of an object occupies that space, it will become unresolvable, meaning it will disappear. Meaning that the globe claim that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom up is if the Earth is curving and blocking it is false. And that's not even positing all of the other factors, like atmospheric effects and other light effects that will make you lose information. So yeah, it's very pertinent.
When I look up define diffraction in the instant Google search that pulls up, the snippet from Wikipedia and the Google search says the process by which a beam of light or other system of waves is spread out as a result of passing through a narrow aperture or across an edge, typically accompanied by interference between the waveforms produced. And then the Wikipedia snippet says diffraction refers to various phenomena that occur when a wave encounters an obstacle or opening. It is defined as the interference or bending of waves around the corners of an obstacle through an aperture into the region of geometrical shadow of the obstacle aperture. Now, I actually did understand what I just read, and so if that's what diffraction is, right? If that's what this phenomenon is, then we are observing this happen, right? We're not
Yeah,
causing
every
this to
time you
happen
look
by simply
anywhere.
watching it happen. Unless we are manipulating other things around us in order to cause this phenomenon to occur to then observe it. But I still don't see justification for the assumption that the act of observing this phenomenon is causing it to occur or having some effect on it.
Well, here's the thing. In the experimental setup, they have a setup. They have a photo plate at the end. They set up a system of switches and paths, which causes the light to take alternate paths. If I'm not mistaken, using either mirrors or prisms, depending on the way they want to set it up. Right, and then they have photo plates which receive the light at the end. Okay,
What is
when
this
it is
experiment again?
not observed, what's that?
What is this experiment again?
The quantum eraser. There's
Okay.
another one beyond it called the delayed choice quantum eraser, where they make the choice which path to observe after the fact, rather than doing it in the middle or something like that. You know what I mean? So they wait till it's over, then they decide. So the light technically has probabilities to take different paths, right, through this quote unquote maze, right, of mirrors and prisms to arrive at the photo plates, which receive the light. And then, just like darkroom photography, you see an imprint of the light on the plate. So the claim goes, when you don't observe it, every time it puts a scatter pattern, a wave-like pattern. But when you do observe it or choose the path or know the path, right, because you had previously altered it, that knowledge alone, purely being aware of that knowledge, causes the photo plate to render a line rather than a scatter pattern. And the only thing that changes is knowing the path that it took. Or in the delayed choice, choosing which path to observe.
Okay.
So the inference from there is the presence of a knower or knowledge, or the possession of knowledge itself by a knower, causes the wave function to collapse.
Okay.
So wait. So the wave function collapse is okay. What I posted in the chat is that wave function collapse.
Hold on, I gotta find it.
At 1:57. That's the hour. Last hour. Anyway. So it starts out as me showing you the front of the thing. The light is off, so it's hard to see what my portable looks like. But anyway, so there's 3 lights there. And looks like 5, but there's 3 lights there. And I turn it to the wall, and it just looks like, this, not the 3 individual lights. The further back you go.
Right.
Like
So
it
what that
begins to blend in together.
is reaching the diffraction limit.
Mm-hmm.
So you're at a angle of propagation to where the lens can only receive the light from those lights at a narrow limit that only gives it enough light to cast on a certain amount of sensors where it can't distinguish the differentiation. So for example, how many pixels would it take to render 3 different lights? The answer is 3 pixels, correct?
I guess.
Yeah, well, a pixel is the smallest element of a picture. So it's the single piece of information. So if you had 3 lights and you needed to know there was 3, you must have at least 3 pixels.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But think about it. If you had 3 pixels and 3 lights, it would look like a bar of lights, would it not?
Right.
It wouldn't look like 3 separate lights. So you actually would need 5 pixels to
What
be
do,
able
what do
to
you mean by
discern
separate
3
light?
separate pieces of light. Well, if you had 3
you said
pixels,
bar of lights.
Yeah. If you have 3 pixels, they're squares. Let's just call them squares for the sake of argument. And you stack them next to each other. You have a rectangle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Made of 3 squares. And if all of them were the same color, would you be able to tell me whether it was a single rectangle or 3 separate squares? The answer
Okay,
is
so
no.
that's what you mean by bars.
Right. So
Okay.
now, in order to know that there's 3 lights, you actually need 5 pixels because you need a light, a pixel in between, a light, a pixel in between, a light. And then you'd be able to tell me, I see 3 lights. So whenever the angle of propagation, after it passes the lens and is then cast onto the sensors, right, reaches that limit, the available pixels you'll be able to render the color information will decrease to the point where it'll only appear as 1. Now, that's a pretty crude example, but it's easy to understand because it's not simply the pixels on the sensor that matter, it's the interference of the waveforms in the diffraction event at the lens or the corner, as our friend just described earlier. So, in other words, the waveform of the light interferes with itself at certain angles and makes it unresolvable and unrenderable. So, in other words, if something's far enough away, it's coming at too shallow of an angle, it's impossible to discern any information, and it just turns into one piece of information.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So is that the wave function collapse?
No.
Okay. So then the phenomena that's the thing. It's like, so how does diffraction turn into, because the phenomenon I'm seeing is, okay, this diffraction limit, like that's it. Like I see the limit of the diffraction. I mean, well, whatever. And so that being the
Right,
case,
you could go down that line of thinking and say, well, I don't see how this is a naturally observed phenomena, therefore it's not a natural experiment.
no, I'm just
try.
trying to understand how, like, where the logic went, since that's not the case. I mean, because I understand there had to be a roundabout way to go about figuring out how you get scurvy. So it's like I'm just trying to figure out how they came roundabout to figuring out that this was a
Yeah, the
phenomenon.
inception of the idea. I wonder if I set up this thing of mirrors and paths, and then I watch one or the other, what will happen? It seems like out of the blue. Like, why would I ever think to do that?
Yeah, I've asked that question. But I think there was an answer. I just didn't hear it. So that's why I asked you initially. I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to make it make sense. Maybe I wasn't
Well,
paying
I
attention.
couldn't tell you off the top of my head how they incepted the idea to do this, but I do know that some of these things have to do with the ideas of the speed of light and other types of constants and just how light works altogether. Because it's not the case that there isn't defeaters, okay, for this experiment in theory, right? So as the story goes, and you can look it up, there's thousands upon thousands of repeats of this experiment. It's the most prolific experiment validated ad infinitum throughout history. So it goes, right? But there are controls within it that would defeat it, and one of them is the speed of light itself. Like, could you be able to get the information faster than the speed of light? And one of the things they did is they set up an apparatus similar to this, where they put I think I want to call it the information receiver or whatever, beyond the limit that the speed of light could reach. Right. So let's just say, I can't remember, but let's just say for sake of argument, it was a mile away. Right. And then the apparatus is like 3 feet long. Right. And so the apparatus would get there faster than somebody could ever get information to that other building because it's further than the speed of light. Right. And that's one way they tried to control it, to see like what's really going on here. Is it really the information that's doing it? There's another thing called Bell's inequality, which has to do with the probability of the paths that it takes. Now, so far, there have been attempts to try to defeat Bell's inequality, but so far nobody has really come up with anything. And in the instance with the light being further than the distance, right? So where they had the building far enough away to where it's not possible that information could travel faster. So far, in every instance, as the story goes, it's came through with flying colors, that every time you don't observe it, it's a wave like pattern, and every time you observe it, it's a discrete pattern. Now, pardoning any ideas of holy moly, this is a contrived thing or this or that, to be able to say, I have something here that every time you look at it, it does something, and every time you don't look at it, it does something else. And the only difference is whether you know the information or not. That has
That's
huge
trippy.
philosophical implications.
That's trippy.
Well, we can't.
That's
The problem is,
that's trippy, but I think it's because of the way it could potentially be the way we think about it, because the Globers give that same kind of reverence to Cavendish, even though we say, well, it's not an experiment because there's no natural phenomena, yada yada yada.
kind of
So
similar to about what I was going to say, because I was going to say it sounds like it sounds like some people are asserting the interpretation of these results of the supposed experiment as though it's a necessary conclusion. And I don't see justification for it being a necessary conclusion, especially when I have a critique. One of those critiques being is, how is an abstract entity having a causal effect upon a concrete entity? Meaning, how are thoughts, how is an item of knowledge itself having a direct cause on the concrete entity?
Well, you have to think that, if you believe in a spiritual paradigm, that a knower isn't simply knowledge itself floating in infinite abstractness. It's knowledge is only present in a sentient agent, which is a spirit being.
All right.
And so that being said, if you believe in that and you believe in any type of creator, then if you believe in logical entropy, which you should, if you're entertaining these types of ideas, then entropically that being must also contain spirit. And since spirit would be the entropically highest thing to which all things came from, or you could say were created from, then it does rational sense to assert that a knowledge or a sentient agent being present to observe something would cause something to happen.
But not observation, because observation, visually perceiving something, that's a passive act. There's nothing being done to cause something. You're
Oh yeah,
simply
it's worse than
observing,
that. It's worse than that. You don't even have to see it with your eyes. You just have to know the knowledge.
which adds to the point.
Yeah,
And
you could be
so,
told about it. You could read it
so
on a piece of paper. You could quote unquote read it with Braille. Any way you find out the knowledge.
right. So the essence of the act of knowing is abstract. There's no concreteness to the act of knowing. There is a concretely real entity knowing something, but the act of knowing itself is not concrete. So how is the act of knowing, which is abstract, having a causal effect upon a concrete entity?
Well, that's the question. The question is what conduit, what exercise, what manipulation occurs between the sentient knower and the outside world.
You know, this kind of reminds me, with that being said, this kind of reminds me of the theodicy and the predestination versus free will controversy. How people try to critique the God of the Bible or any omniscient sovereign God that predestines all things, or excuse me, that is omniscient. A lot of people contend that an omniscient, absolute, supreme personal being, a supreme being omniscient, necessarily implies that the very act of knowing causes, that is, predetermines everything to happen. And so there cannot be any other entities with volition. But then the apologist, disciple, responds with a counter argument saying, well, no, because the very act of the God knowing does not necessarily cancel the ability of other entities to have volition, free will, especially when the God is knowledgeable enough and powerful enough and good enough to predestine what entities with free will freely choose to
Right,
do.
but you could do an easy logic quote unquote experiment, which is imagine a being that had no power to act whatsoever, but had all knowledge of the future. Would think about it. That defeats that premise altogether.
Think about that one for a minute. And what do I owe the pleasure of all the smart people showing up tonight, man? Goodness gracious. You guys are off.
We fired a couple drunks, that's why.
You fired my I'm like, wow, usually I come in late at night, we're just pissing around, you know, and you guys are hitting it hard, so carry on.
Right, so to Elijah's point, because it does seem like he's got a lot of questions about this. So obviously we got a guy in our purview whose moniker is the namesake of the experiment, Quantum Eraser, who for the longest time has posited the idea in all the forums when anybody says there's no proof of a creator, he says, I have scientifically validated proof of a creator. And I will show it to you if you want to be shown it. And he'll say, here's this video, here's this video, here's this video, or we could talk about it. Right. And there are many people who don't take him up on it. For one reason or another.
I think a few have.
Reason.
I directly asked him initially when I set out to figure this out. Hey, have you actually seen this experiment? I think he said some time ago. And I said, well, where can I view it? He said, I'm not exactly sure. I said, well, I've looked for it. Well, actually, I would assume it's everywhere on YouTube now because people are saying you can find it everywhere.
Given what people are saying, right?
I'm just gonna take it as read.
Are you talking about?
And then I did actually look it up, and there were videos, and I didn't actually get to them, so I'm probably gonna get to them tomorrow morning.
Which experiment is it? The double slit?
The quantum eraser and
the quantum eraser. Okay, got it.
Actually, no, I think the double slit, not the delayed choice. Yeah, I asked him. where I could view it myself. And I think he told me a university, and I said, okay, I'll do that. But I guess now I can do it home, so I guess I'll look into that. But yeah, that's
Yeah,
all
but
I can. That's all I can.
So
let's compare for a second the quote unquote Cavendish and the quantum eraser. Just because there are people that will posit the idea, oh, if you believe in certain types of experiments, then these other types of experiments also must be valid.
Mhm.
Okay, so let's
Right.
just go down that road just for the sake of argument. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, that Cavendish does prove, and remember, this is hypothetical.
Mhm.
Let's just say that it does prove that one mass will attract another mass. Okay, great. What does that prove about the shape of the Earth? Well, the answer is nothing.
Okay.
Right? So even if they do get their holy grail, mass attracts mass.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you can have mass attracts mass mechanics on a flat Earth, and it works just fine. Now they say, "Oh, no, you can't," because, and then you go to YouTube and you see all these stupid examples of a floating disk in space which is 0 millimeters thick, and then they give you these gravity vectors which would pull you into the center and crush it and turn it into, right? But notice how they have to put caricature of nonsense of a flat, perfectly flat, depthless disk floating in the midair.
Right.
Okay, if you remove that nonsense bias, right, and you establish the Earth as fixed in place with a substrate sufficient, with a distribution sufficient to mitigate the field lines of the mass attracts mass gravity, so that we experience them in our locale as parallel and perpendicular to the plane, you can have essentially a cylindrical, a conical, and various other substrates of Earth, which would still give you mass attracts mass gravity, but still a flat Earth and not a spinning space ball.
Dude.
So this idea that gravity is their holy grail, that's just the beginning of their hurdles. They have to prove the creation of the ball in free space. They can't do. They can't observe. They can't. By the way, they can't even model it mathematically. Right? They can't even put it in a 3D simulator and model it.
Yeah. It's too many.
Which we've all seen that video where they basically admit it can't be done. We have to add extra factors that don't exist in reality.
I mean, you have to start with nothing and then somehow get something from nothing.
Exactly. So,
Dude, isn't that the age-old question now? That's the age-old question.
No, you're supposed to simulate like that? Yeah, good luck.
Good luck with that, exactly.
What video you said? No, everybody has seen it.
We've all seen something.
Oh, if you just search stickiness factor in this server, you should find it rather quickly.
So they have this cosmogony that they tell with all this various notions that are all networked together in their cosmogony.
Right.
Number one, they like to present this cosmogony as though each event in the history, right, in the cosmogony of the cosmos, are necessary consequences preceding the preceding cause. Necessary effects preceding this preceding cause, and then you examine and critique it, and you realize, no, that's simply not the case. Even if gravity is real, that does not necessitate the interpretation of the Earth, that the Earth is, as it is, supposedly is a sphere, consequently from the gravitational pull to the center of mass. Like that assertion is just not a necessary consequence of the premise that this supposed mass attracting mass gravity is real. So there's that, and then before you even get to that, like, sometimes you try to do it for the sake of argument, but it gets too damn complicated. So you have to say, no. Just go back to the beginning, and the beginning is absurd on its face. And then you give them the opportunity, you give them the window, you give them the time to breathe the argument, and they can't. You cannot defend this premise that something comes from nothing.
No, you can't.
Where did it come from? Well, nothing. If there's nothing to come from, then it didn't come from
off.
anything.
Yeah, exactly. I just tell them to fuck off. No. That's not how it works, man. Can't come from nothing. Sorry.
So, and it's very easy to, with that being said, it's very easy to highlight, with that as an exemplar, to highlight the fact that criticism of the a priori theory is not mere speculation. A lot of people put too much emphasis on the a posteriori data, but they don't understand that in epistemology, everyone is presupposing something, and it's never only one notion. No one in their worldview is only presupposing one thing.
It's presupposed land, dude.
Yeah, if you're presupposing a network, and everyone does, it's unavoidable. Like you simply can't do it. It's simply not possible. You have to presuppose a network of notions.
Yep.
There's a multitude of things to be taken into account. You never know just one item of knowledge. You know a multitude of things, even if it's as simple as possibly can be, but it's never just one. And neither do people eliminate beliefs or add beliefs. Excuse me. Neither do people eliminate beliefs one by one. If one is knocked down, then that does necessarily consequently lead to the cancellation of other beliefs that are closely connected to it in that network.
It's like a network, yeah.
So that's why when I hear an assertion, I go to the a priori first, and then I go to the a posteriori. Why? Because when we go to the a posteriori first, we go to the empirical data first, we end up arguing about the a priori theory to just jump the gun and get to the point.
It's ridiculous. It's funny. It's funny though. I laugh. That's why I'm still here, man. It's great, man. It's such a beautiful thing to talk about these things.
So if I can find an incoherency, then that necessarily implies that it can't be substantiated. You can't substantiate and justify an incoherent assertion.
Nope.
Or a network of assertions.
But somehow they've laid out this playbook. This is the way it works, and this is it, and that's all you get. Have a nice day.
Yeah, they just assert it as not only that it is the case, but it is a necessary conclusion. It's not.
Yeah. It's crazy. That's insane, man. I don't know. That should be the definition of insanity at that point.
Me and Elijah were talking about that earlier. Yeah, it is insanity. It's very sophisticated, erudite insanity. Insanity. It's very skilled at masking its insanity.
And it's, hey, hats off, but at the same time, it has nothing to do with reality, and that's the problem. They have to stand on that rock, and it's easy to knock them off.
And there wouldn't be so much indignation from someone like me if they did not smugly, arrogantly, haughtily, and bigotiously defend it.
That's the psychosis of the what
if they were simply humble about it and truly open-minded like they pretend to be, I would not have any indignation. It's just what they believe, and they do it humbly, and they're willing to dialogue about it and seek the truth and critique it.
They do it with fortitude. They do it. They defend with might and dirty tricks. They'll even use dirty fucking tricks, man. They'll even dox your ass if
Another critique I have of this quantum eraser experiment is I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that one of the metaphysical premises that they hold, one of the metaphysical presuppositions that they hold, is that light are little discrete, quote unquote photons, little concrete entity particles that fly from A to B. I have yet, again, when critiquing the a priori presupposition on its face, I still don't see justification for it.
Way to prove or disprove any of that crap. So why even get involved in it?
Well, again, we argue the a priori. If we can't observe it, if we can't get any empirical data on it, we can at least discuss the merits of the a priori.
Get into it. The most important data in the experiment is the differential between the plates imprint.
Right.
So in one scenario, the plate looks like this, and in another scenario, the plate looks like that. So just with that alone, you could make some conclusions. You don't need to actually know what light is at that point.
Right, but that data doesn't necessitate the conclusion that
the abstract entity of knowing, the act of knowing, is having a cause of the phenomenon, or having an effect on the phenomenon that is concrete. So after one says that, that's my critique of that interpretation of the data.
Well, I mean, then what would you do? You'd kick it back to correlation alone.
That would be my critique. I would say that this is a correlation. That's not really a demonstration that their interpretation is a necessary interpretation that is justified, demonstrating the causation between supposed abstract entity, act of knowing, and concrete entity, the behavior
Right,
of the
but
light.
what would be the other differences? You'd need at least some plausible differential. Well, that's not true. You could just say, I don't know what it is. Right, that's fine. But if
Yeah.
you're going to like make a real reasoned case, like a contrary case, you'd need at least some like point to say, okay, like when you do this to the apparatus, and well, so in order to come by the knowledge, obviously you have to acquire it somehow, right? It doesn't just pop into your head. So you have to go somewhere, do something, move something
do some
physical,
investigation, right? Do some research, right?
and then any of those things that occur, you could say, oh, those things in the process of gaining the information cause the thing to happen. Now, I think, like, I could be wrong. I think that's why they came up with the delayed choice quantum eraser, because of those type of what are they called? Critiques, right? So it's like, well, yeah, you might be right, but if we don't choose till after the fact, then the whole thing's already done. How could we be altering it?
Welcome to the quantum universe.
Or in the past. Right?
If I understand correctly, you might have to repeat what the delayed choice experiment is and try to articulate its the most common interpretation, right? The prevailing dominant interpretation. But given what you just said, if they supposedly interpret that the act of knowing it or the act of recalling it after the whole entire phenomenon has come to pass, right, began and ended, that just adds to my point. How is the abstract entity of the doing the act of knowing or recalling the event in the past changing what happened in the past?
Right. Well, here's the thing.
How's that?
Sometimes in a lot of cases, when it seems to only be two things, it's actually three things. And this is where the idea like Berkeley and other philosophers came in, where it's like, same thing like even what's his name, Newton, he said, the idea of innate mass to mass attraction, there's no intermediary. How would it reach out and grab something with nothing in which to grab? No chain, no arm, no link, right?
Right.
There has
No concrete to make contact.
There has to be an intermediary, right, that exists. What that intermediary is, that somehow alters quantum eraser setup when a sentient knower knows about it, right? You could posit the idea that that's a third thing. So the third thing understands that a sentient agent is present.
Dude, that's
and it knows that certain things need to happen in order for, under some interpretations, quote unquote reality to render.
All right. Can I put this in the Mongo vocabulary? And the Mongo vocabulary would go something like this. It'd be like, because you're in the room, the experiment's different than if you're not in the room. Okay? You get different results.
With the last thing the AI just said, I think that still doesn't help the point. That still doesn't help the case, because the very state of existing is not causal. It's not directly causal in the same sense the wind moved the leaves, the blowing wind moved the leaves or moved the water.
Right, but how do we know that? How can we possibly
if we're in
know
the room,
that?
let's say we got a magnetic.
We don't observe that happening, and then when you suppose that do happening, it reduces to absurdity. The very act of existing does not cause any motion. Now you may be existing Like you may be existing in water, and your presence in the water, another entity contacting another entity,
right?
It then causes waves.
Well, we
But if I'm
displaced
just
water,
existing, especially
right?
outside the wave, and I never touch the wave, then the wave is not doing any motion because of me.
Right. Right. This goes into the whole philosophy of
Whoa. Yeah,
idealism.
you jumped in the pool. You caused the wave,
Right.
man.
Right. But
Right,
was
only
the wave
until
there? Was the
contacted it,
wave
not just
there before you
existing.
jumped in the pool? And was the pool there before you arrived?
Now we're going.
Now the sound, it does sound silly at first, but when you
I
go
don't
into
know.
some of the implications of some of these experiments and these philosophies,
I get it.
You come up with what's essentially okay. Check this out. On one far side of the of philosophical interpretations of reality, you have materialism, right, where all is matter. Right. So, for example, our beloved Brenda is what is called by self-professed claim a physicalist. So only believes that physical things exist.
Like shoes.
Therefore, yes, but therefore, by definition, emotions are physical things. Imaginary girlfriends are physical things, right? So now to us, listen, to be fair, some people truly believe this, but to us, it sounds patently absurd. Now, on the other side of the spectrum is what's known as idealism. Okay, it's the exact opposite of physicalism, which is all is mind. There is no real concrete external matter. Everything is perception based or idea based, right? In the sentient mind, right? And to a lot of people, that does sound also a little absurd, but I want to posit this idea that when I told you that all is physical, you actually thought that was more absurd than the idea that all could be mind.
Dude, we're not going
That's who it applies to.
Now, let me tell you why. Let me tell you why the classical reason why this is the case, or at least it seems to be the case.
Yeah, the argument.
We know for a fact, if we are sentient, that we are sentient. That is an unobstructable fact. It's the first fact. It's the first order knowledge. I am self-aware.
It's a base accident.
You cannot deny that at all.
Yeah.
The very act of denying it is proving
Presupposes that it's the case.
Yeah.
And demonstrates that it's the case.
Exactly. So it seems, at least by first knowledge, that the idea that the sentient mind doesn't exist is foolish. And therefore, the idea that physical things are the only thing that exists, right, is less qualifiable to the rational mind. And now, because of that, your first order of knowledge, the outside world is a second order of knowledge, or maybe even a third, argue a fourth, but it's not the first. The first is the internal world. So it is possible, at least in principle, for the external world to not concretely exist and only be an information system within the mind. But it is not possible for the mind itself to not exist. Therefore, it's more rational in any sense to believe that the mind is the only thing that exists versus the external world is the only thing that exists.
As that was ace, man. Thanks.
Not really saying much for idealism anyway.
I'm smiling.
The critique of idealism, in I believe the most sophisticated idealist worldview that was conceived was by Plato. He really tried hard. And ultimately, when trying to explain his forms, he would say forms of hair, forms of feces, forms of gnats, those aren't important, so just disregard those, because that seemed absurd on face. There's a form of everything. There's even a form of the most worthless or insignificant or minute or small things. There's a form of everything. So he himself said, don't worry about that. So that's just arbitrary, cutting off things that should be accounted for, but because they don't fit into your paradigm, you just cut them off, which is the history of all disbelieving philosophy, both
Gregory,
physicalists and idealists.
Let me ask you this, Greg. Would Plato have dug Discord?
Probably, given his
I
teacher.
know he would have, because this is just as good as Plato, bro. Just,
You know, I mean, you just imagine the Areopagus.
oh,
You
fuck
know,
off.
that's an ancient discourse.
Come on. Yeah, it would be so great, wouldn't it? But you guys are, we're all standing on those guys' shoulders, man. So you guys are right there with those guys too, bro. I trust me,
Well,
you guys.
let me tell you where all this is going.
Well,
Okay,
let me
this is
finish
where it's
this
all
before you
going.
say that,
Yeah, go
if I
for it.
may.
Yeah.
And so with idealism, it does not take into account, especially when they do it deliberately. They fail to take into account, and/or they refuse to take into account, whether they do it deliberately or not deliberately. They refuse to take into account entities that simply do not behave like ideal things, like abstract entities, like ideas, idealism, ideas. And so then they can't give it, including Plato. If Plato failed, he was the most sophisticated demonstration of trying to put forth an idealistic, rationalistic worldview. Idealism is the metaphysic, rationalism is the epistemology. If everything is just mind and a rational idea, then the only way to know it is to think, to rationalize.
Right.
So it's no accident that happened also.
And that's what we're doing tonight, bro.
You see,
right?
And I'll get to that point later. And so he could not give account for how the forms, the ideals, right, these ideas interacted with the concrete world. He couldn't give account of it.
Right.
And so he had to resort to what he himself admitted begrudgingly and to his own chagrin is a myth. He despised myths. And in the end, in order to complete the account of the world, his worldview, he had to appeal to the thing he despised, a myth. So that's the problem with idealism, is that they can't give account for how the idea and the concrete entities, which again are unjustifiably denied, if they are denied, how they interact, how they come together. Hence my critique, how is an abstract entity, the act of knowing, having a causal effect upon a concrete entity, the light? I submit that it's not possible. Abstract entities are just not that kind of thing.
Hey, Gregory, man,
It can't have an informational effect upon a causal agent able to make a cause within the external world.
Well, you got to be careful.
And that's the key. That's
you
the
gotta
key
be
to
careful.
the next stage of the evolution, and that's where Berkeleyan idealism comes in, which is the sentient observer being the human, okay, is not the ultimate cause. They're just the experiencer and the informer. But the actual causal agent, okay, on a universal scale,
right,
obviously to a believer in any type of theology, right, would be the God being in their theology.
So,
but not even then. Even with that line of argumentation, that the ultimate cause, as it were, as Aristotle would like to put it, the unmoved mover, the first mover, the unmoved mover, the act. Because we got to remember the nature, the very essence of the thing that we're talking about, observation. In essence, the act of observing is not a causal phenomenon.
So I want to just drop.
That's the whole point that I just said.
The point is when you stand at the ocean.
Even when God does it.
Stand at the ocean.
Yeah, God does it. So Flat Earth Dude is about to say stand at the ocean, right? So there's a bunch of movies.
And see the sunset, and the line of the reflection comes right.
Can you hear them talking?
Right to your eye, not anybody else's.
Right,
you look,
exactly.
You don't see it left or right. You only see that line through
Perfect,
your
eyes, bro. Perfect.
Wait, hold on. Time out. I made that point when I was asking, is that the observed phenomena then?
Yes.
And someone told me no, it wasn't. and this is what's confusing me. I guess I should
No. They can't tell you no.
Okay, so
that's impossible, man. That goes against.
So here's how
I
this
thought
works,
that was
right?
the perfect. That made sense to me, but then they said that's not the observed phenomenon.
They're wrong, dude. We're right, bro. Moving on.
So check this out. If you take a picture of that beach with that line,
yes,
right, and you show and you show your friend that picture,
right?
when you show them that instance of that moment,
yeah,
captured on a photo plate,
right,
all see the same line. But when they're present
right.
in reality,
There you
they
go.
never can see the same
Ever.
line.
No.
Even though to each other, they're inhabiting the same space,
Right.
the same world, the
Mm-hmm.
same reality, but
Yep.
no sentient observer experiences that present moment the same as the next.
Welcome to Earth.
But then
Right, now let's
still
go
stands
a
then.
step further.
But wait.
Take it farther. Take it all the way to the house, man. Don't mess around here. Go.
But wait. My point still stands then, because the act of observing the horizon line doesn't cause any phenomenon to occur. This is the problem. We keep asserting that the act of
Oh, it
observing
causes the horizon
causes.
line to occur.
We're not talking about the horizon line. We're talking about the line of the sun that comes up to your feet across the water.
The observation
That light that stretches upon the water. Okay,
that
that
little straight
again,
light.
still.
It's a
What?
laser beam, a laser beam of light that comes to your feet from the sun, man, off the ocean,
And
right?
if your
Give me a
friend
give me a
comes through the way,
second.
it'll go to his feet. He'll see a different line.
So give me a second then. Okay, but what Gregory just pointed out is something that's notable. So when we're talking about the diffraction limit, ultimately that's what the horizon is. The end of our perceivable, the end of reality as we can perceive it. That's the limit of our view of reality at any given moment. The diffraction limit, aka the horizon. That's what we're seeing. That's what the horizon is, right?
Yep.
And that's what
Yeah,
all of
the edge
these ideas about diffraction is.
You're right.
So the thing where you're seeing the light to your eye is kind of different from that, isn't it?
Not necessarily. It's both the
Those are two different phenomena.
Both two different phenomena you're observing. That's all. The light coming to your feet off the water, you're the only one that sees that. Like I said, if 100 people took pictures of the light coming to their camera, it would be the same thing, man. I mean, there's no.
It'd be 100 different instances.
Yeah, exactly. It would be 100 different. Because none of them can see any of the others.
Exactly.
Observation. Period.
So you could make the language shift to use this word, especially when you're talking about the people present, is that every camera, right, and every person is presently occupying, right?
Yep.
A subjective experience.
Well, that's the same thing. If we all look at the sun, we all see it differently. We all see it from our own eyes.
And you could argue everything out
see the
there
sun through your eyes, AI.
Right.
I can't do that.
Right, and you could argue that the sun and everything you see at the beach out there is objective, but from person to person, you can only experience it subjectively.
That's it. I mean,
so your experience of reality is necessarily subjective.
Yep, guaranteed. Necessary.
Right, this is beside my point. And if we forgot my point, that happens. But what y'all have been saying has been trying to counter my point. But again, that still doesn't counter my point because it's beside my point. My point is that the abstract entity, which is the act of knowing or the act of perceiving visually,
right,
does not have a causal effect upon concrete entities. The act of observing does not have causal power.
Okay.
Well, let me try to. Okay. So if there is an observer,
write that down. Causal power. I like that.
If there's a natural phenomenon observed, whatever that is, excuse my ignorance. Let me just take that. Let me just say that is the case for this example. Then the experiment, aside your understanding of why, is showing you the cause of this phenomena.
Yeah,
like
carry on.
so you know,
I think I missed
it's
what
like
you said. What you said again?
if we observe the phenomena and then beside ourselves come up with an experimental setup to actually manipulate the independent variable, then it doesn't matter why that independent variable is the independent variable. I think if I'm correct, that's what you're asking. But that's if the phenomena is a real natural phenomenon, because I still don't know.
Right.
Am I
I
right in
go to dig
saying
up as much of a comprehensive, explanation. This is the quantum eraser delayed choice experiment, and no detail is left out. All essential details are left in. It's kind of hard to find that. So
Right.
when I do, I'll understand as best as possible, and then be best equipped to critique again. But
same
as far as
thing?
I've heard it,
Yeah.
I'm hearing the assertion that an abstract entity, the act of knowing or visually observing, is having a causal effect upon a concrete entity being light. And I critique that, saying that doesn't work in principle, and so that cannot be what is being substantiated by the data that we observe. I mean, just because we have this data, right, that does not necessitate this interpretation, especially when it's not coherent.
Well, it's
yeah, you
only if
can't.
you only have a two
You
factors. If you have a tertiary factor, then you have an intermediary.
And that tertiary factor, which I tried to address earlier, but the
Well, it's
conversation
like
of what it is. Well,
if I get in a car and I drive the
Welcome
car
to
and I
late
jump
night.
out and then the car runs somebody over, right? And somebody asks, why did that car run that person over? I mean, somebody could answer sufficiently and say, well, because it was going 60 miles an hour and the person was in front of it. Or they could say, well, because Joe Blow aimed it at the person and drove him over.
Right.
Right.
Or
but
the
that
guy could
analogy
have been
doesn't work.
reaching for his cup of coffee and didn't see him. There's you can get into 1,000 explanations why that accident happened.
But that analogy doesn't work because that analogy is involving three concrete entities. But with the thing you're trying to make the analogy analogous to is two concrete entities and one abstract entity. So when the observer is observing, the act of observing, entity one is abstract. The observer, the person, the concretely real person doing the observation is concrete entity one, and the supposed effect happening upon the light is concrete entity two.
Right. So
So
now what if
again,
we go back further? What if
wait,
we go back further
hang on.
to the person in the car?
Wait. So the observer would be the concrete entity that had causal power to cause the effect upon concrete entity two, the light, not the act of knowing. Because furthermore, the person doing the act of knowing or doing the act of visually perceiving could have simply not chosen to move at all, and so wouldn't have made any causal effect. Could have chosen to not observe, and then also in principle would not have any causal effect. So once again, my point still stands that the act of knowing or the act of perceiving does not have causal power.
that's not what's happening. But that's but the problem is there is a difference when you perceive it or don't perceive it. That's the
We're
whole.
correlating the observation as the cause, but my critique is that the act of observing has no causal power upon concrete entities.
Well,
correct.
I mean, we see this every day in our human experience.
The problem is you can say that over and over again, but you have to critique the experiment on the merits, because if it's the case that every time you observe it or don't observe it, it has this or that result, then the usual way in which they phrase it, and they could be wrong by language alone, right? Sometimes when you phrase things a certain way, like an if then and all that, it has certain connotative meaning to people, right? But basically, if you ask somebody a question like, okay, you have these plates, here's the data, quote unquote, on the plate, how did that happen? Well, on this one I observed it. On this one I didn't observe it. And so then the person would scratch their head and be like, well, so are you saying that just because you observed it, this happened? And the person would say, yeah. And he'll be like, wait a minute. So the act of you observing it caused this to happen. And the other person would say, yeah. And now they could be wrong in their language, but in common language, that makes sense.
Well, it depends on who the language is common to. To the average person who's not an Nekami, it doesn't make sense. But even then, it isn't just. They wouldn't just be wrong because they didn't use the language optimally. They would be wrong even if they did use it optimally to express as optimally as possible what they mean, because that's all they can do is adequately express what they mean. And if it's not possible, then that kind of counts against the credibility of the thing that they're trying to assert.
Sure.
If it's ineffable, then how could it be counted as meaningful, let alone true? So, still, once again,
well, because
their
wills, things that are non-concrete, like wills and motives, ultimately result in actions. They're transmediated informationally from an immaterial sense to the material sense. So, like, I desire to do something. My desire itself isn't concrete in any particular sense, but it causes me to act in the world. But there is an intermediary there, a decision, and then I have ability within my mind to control my body. But it's ultimately traced back to just a mind.
But you cannot ascribe credit to the desire, the will, the volition, credit for causing, for again, to make it simple, I jumped into the pool. No, you can't ascribe credit to will itself. You ascribe credit to the person who used their volition to make the choice. You never seen will, desire itself. You've seen someone express that ability with their choices. Right, and it's not will,
how does it get from
itself.
will? How does it go from will to action?
Right, the concrete entity that has this ability chose to express power using this volition. So the cause, right? I caused the waves in the pool to occur after I chose to jump into it. It's not desire per se, will per se, thinking per se, volition itself that caused it. It's me who used my will, my desire, my volition to cause the waves to move. So the cause of the waves is not will itself, it's me, the concrete real entity, causing another concrete phenomenon to occur, not will itself. Now, of course, there are people who contend that. I immediately recall, if I get this right, I don't think it was Spinoza. It was some early some modern era philosopher, I think in the Enlightenment, that said that everything is will. The ultimate reality is will itself. Right. Passion. That's what they said. That's what this man said. Which is probably during the Romanticism era. And so these people said that. This is what they posited. But of course, there were plenty of critiques to this metaphysic. The ultimate reality is will, desire, passion itself. But then that begs the question: who is choosing? Who is willing? Desiring? I mean, because the very act of will itself. I mean, we know that it's an abstract entity. We don't grab it in our hands. We don't smell it. We don't lick it. We don't taste it. We don't observe it. We don't have any sense experience of will itself. We see other concrete entities express this ability, which is abstract in nature, making choices.
Cool, man. That's good, dude. You just blew my mind, man. Because this is deep philosophy shit at this point.
Yeah.
Because it's not not to be taken lightly, but you can laugh at it a little bit because reality is reality. We can pick up a rock and we know what the fuck a rock is.
No, you are a rock. You are a rock.
I am a rock. We came from rocks. Yeah,
You
fuck
see
off.
how important this becomes? No, that's ridiculous. No, someone else believes it and they're seriously arguing for it, you see? So the debate is just necessitated if we really desire
I'm
paradise to come to the earth.
No, but see,
I'm totally
this is where if you read your Bible, you know that yes, you can come from a fucking rock because God can do that. God said, if these people would basically hold the banner, He will raise up the rocks. You see what I'm saying? That I mean, you came from clay, you came from the dirt. So technically, these people that say that are not wrong. They just
But rather than giving credit to Yah,
they're using it in the wrong context.
Right. Rather than giving credit to the Lord, they want to give credit to the dirt.
Right. There you go. Dude, you just nailed it, Greg.
Anyway, this whole conversation began on the premise that
write that shit down.
There is verifiable evidence that can be validated.
Yeah.
That within the world itself,
yep,
that a creator is necessary for the world to be here. I took it down the path of the idea, the philosophical idea that reality renders through the presence of the mind right now. Obviously, Mr. Bro here brought up a good point. He's like, I don't see a direct link between the knower, the human knower, and the ultimate expression in the physical realm, which many philosophers notice there's a missing link there, to which you need an intermediary, which of course must be a knower itself.
You need an entity that can have causal power.
Yes, and it must be. It must be
the ether. They call it the ether.
Entropic. Well, I mean, some people do, but the matrix in which that exists, like the most recent one, it's Berkeley that I've come across, where basically he fills that argument with essentially the overmind and the knower that's rendering the reality is God himself. And he must be doing so constantly for our benefit. Otherwise, we can't inhabit a rendered reality because we don't have the causal power to render it.
Now, with what you just said, to emphasize the point, because this has, I really want this to be got, is that what you just said is an instance of an a priori theory, which is true. It's truth. It's a priori truth that explains, that gives an account for the preconditions of the existence of physical things and the uniformity thereof with their motion, which includes also, again, the intelligibility of the cosmos and all the things in it in all its vast array. You simply cannot appeal to the empirical data to substantiate that the empirical data substantiates the subsidiary theory, because what we're trying to do, the only reason we talk about substantiation is because we're trying to justify an a priori claim.
Exactly.
So there's no point in trying to ignore the a priori claim when that's the very thing we're trying to substantiate in the first place.
Just trying to substantiate it, people. Come on.
Like the a posteriori data itself is not the end of knowledge. That's the thing that we're appealing to substantiate, to justify the a priori theory in question. So again, with AI, with what AI just said, that is a perfect instance of Berkeley at least attempting, whether he succeeded or not, it's him attempting to give an a priori account that makes sense, that makes intelligible all the concrete entities that we see around us, the cosmos and all the inhabitants there in all its vast array, and how they exist, what makes them exist, what makes them continue to exist, and what makes them continue to operate in the uniform manner that they do.
Yeah.
From past to future, past to present to future.
It works out with the calculations. We checked it.
What the fuck you guys? Everything has been thrown out of course. The order of things is not how it was in the beginning. So what anyone is looking at is not how it's supposed to be. So they can, it's silly to even try and debate what's going on.
It's silly.
It's going to go back to a state that it used to be when the time comes. So what we're looking at is just a shell. I mean, it's actually a deconstruction of what used to be, basically.
Yeah, relative to how we ought to live and what's the ultimate end, the eschaton of the unfolding of all history concerning all humans. Yeah, and concerning that, yeah, I mean, whether we know what provides the uniformity of nature or not, it's good. It's going to do what the Lord has predestined it to do.
I saw fucking. I was walking out of a room tonight. I saw a commercial on television that said, "Own your tomorrow," and I was like, it was like Charles Schwab, right? And I went, "What about I own today? Fuck off. Yeah, I'm gonna own today. Fuck.
What if you want to rent tomorrow?
Nope. I'm gonna own it. I'm gonna own today, man. That's it. I'm gonna own it. Anyway, own today because it's a good day, man. Own it.
Elijah, is that what you wanted me to come in here for? Was there something else?
Well, you had just missed the young boy who, what did he say? He was just saying that he couldn't.
NBA
he
young
didn't just because. Was that his name? That was
Nah,
was
nigga, I
his
was just
screen
being
name?
funny. You know the rapper. Come on, man.
Oh no, I thought. Oh, well, I mean, because he had on chains and shit, so I figured like maybe he was super trolling and his name was NBA Youngboy too. Yeah, the young kid that was in here that was saying, you, how do you know that you need a creator to create things?
Oh yeah,
So,
that idiot from earlier. Okay, yeah.
so I was
Well,
like,
to be
yo,
fair, it wasn't just that how do you know you need a creator to create things? It's how do you know that this is a creation or was created at a time in the past?
I mean,
Let's be clear. Let's be
two
clear
things.
Okay.
People don't
to the heliocentric model. Let's be clear to and fair to the heliocentric model. The heliocentric model from a heliocentric cosmogony from a Big Bang. Yes, some atheists rolled with it and said, "Oh wow, this means we now have a creation event that doesn't need a god." But simultaneously, theists were saying, "Hold on a second. If all space, time, matter, and energy came into existence, then that means it needed a cause that was spaceless, timeless, all powerful." And you start to get the hint, right? It's like basically we have a concrete beginning, which needs a concrete beginner, which must have these 5 qualities. And they all sound like a God being, the exact same God being from the Bible, to which, of course, we know that the Catholic Church came up with the idea in a sense in the first place. So, although some atheists and some non-religious people and people who didn't want to believe in creation ran to the Big Bang, it actually shot them in the foot because the Big Bang basically axiomatically needs a Big Banger. So if you remove the Big Bang and you
It must
remove
be
the quote
something,
unquote
not no thing.
right, but if you remove the obvious beginning and now you just have a present Earth, you can then at least in a pseudo principle say, well, what if it was just here forever?
And usually there is no a posteriori data to appeal to debunk that. So again, you have to go to the a priori. And when I do go to the a priori, I say, if that is the eternal, then that cannot give account for every other entity that does not share its attributes. Gergie, what are you talking about? To suppose that the earth is eternal, the earth, okay, supposing that the earth is eternal, does not give account for everything that
But
is
that's not what they
abstract.
suppose.
Right, but even if they did, and some people do, it's not
No, they can't
mainstream.
because all right, if you go at the Big Bang, then the sun is going to burn out in what another 300 million years or some shit like that. So everything has a time limit in their belief system. So
Right. They wouldn't be consistent if they held that premise. But let's say they did. Right. Let's say they did. It cannot give account for anything abstract because there is nothing in whom all knowledge is grounded in to grant knowledge to other entities with a mind to know it. Furthermore, again, that reduces human, to really put this in short, that still reduces human experience to absurdity. It doesn't give account for 1,001 things. The earth itself cannot be the ultimate cause of everything else. The earth cannot be eternal and everything else be contingent upon the earth, because the earth does not have the power to cause the existence of anything. It has no causal power, and it definitely can't cause things that are not even concrete at all. They're abstract.
How do you know that?
Well, you have the theory, right? In my worldview, because no one's neutral. So in my worldview, you have the word of Yah, the theory, the hypothesis from the God, and then all other contrary hypotheses. And then you critique both of them. You know, you're going to presuppose something. So you critique yourself, and then you critique the alternative. You find the incoherency, you debunk it. You find a lack of justification, you debunk it. You find a empirical inadequacy, it doesn't correspond to reality, you debunk it. And especially the more errors you find, the more you expose the bankruptcy of it. So, given what the God has said,
why God is of all things and God is eternal, then why is not the earth possibly eternal?
hang on. Let me finish.
But you don't know that. See, all right. So the earth
hang
is.
on. Let me finish.
Hold on.
Let me
The
finish the sentence.
earth is eternal as long as God exists, right? So
Hang on. Let me finish. Let me finish. So, given what the God has said,
18 hours, bro.
I got to finish the sentence though. So, given what the God has said, and given, to put it in minimal words, given what the God has said, and given the absurdity of the contrary, that's how I know. That's how I can demonstrate that I know.
Why does it make it absurd?
Why does what make what absurd?
That the earth is eternal, just as God is, possibly.
Because let the person try to give account for the world, the basic things that need to be given account for. Right? You got your metaphysic and your epistemology, your logic, and your ethic. In other words, your theory of reality, your theory of knowledge, your theory of sound reasoning, logic, and your theory of how you ought to behave. Because when someone chose this premise, they presuppose all those things. They have a theory of reality, which presupposes a theory of knowledge, which presupposes a theory of logic, sound reasoning, how they rationalize their way to this conclusion, and presupposes an ethic, meaning both a way to think, a way to behave, and what is worthwhile being mentioned, which is axiology, worth, value, axiology. So you presuppose all those things, but the earth itself can't give account for the existence of these things, and it can't make sense of them.
You know that.
Again, when you hear the argument presented, and I've yet to hear the argument be presented, but in principle, I've exposed how it cannot give account for these things. How does the earth itself, if it is eternal, how did it cause abstract entities to exist?
To say that the earth is eternal doesn't mean that the earth is the only thing that's eternal. There could be a God power, a God energy, a God figure, whatever it is, a God being that's of this earth and in this earth. And the essence of all things is that intelligence. It's that complexity that you talk about that should be unaccounted for. But if it's eternal, then, according to the first law of thermodynamics, energy can't be created or destroyed. So to say that God created something from nothing is almost as bad as saying the Big Bang did it.
Well, the problem is that the earth doesn't demonstrate the same qualities like the supposed God of the Bible. That's what we observe. We don't ever observe the earth talking. We don't ever observe the earth thinking. We don't ever observe the earth causing things to exist ex nihilo. We don't ever observe the earth giving us knowledge or creating life.
We came from the earth. We're thinking, right?
Right. That doesn't mean that the earth exists.
Hold on. Where's the direct proof that anybody came from the earth?
There isn't.
Do you see? There is no a posteriori data to appeal to unless you appeal to the elements. So unless you appeal to the elements that are within our flesh that are also within the earth. So there's that. But so that does prove that we are made of the same substance of the earth, but that doesn't prove that the earth caused us to exist. Nor does it prove that the God of the Bible caused us to exist. So how do we know? Again, so
my
like
only point with that question that I threw in there the wrench in the works is that when you start asking this, how do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that? You have to apply that to everything across the board, including how do you know that yesterday exists?
Right. So again, what I was about to say, how do you know? With I think there are three basic categories I think I've categorized, and I'm sure I'm not the only person to say this. It's either empirical experience, rationalism, or revelation.
No, what did you get? You have to. It's all about investigation and evidence, right? So you have to.
Did you hear what I just said?
Yeah, I
I
know,
just
but
said empirical experience.
well, that doesn't involve investigation.
It involves both. It involves both empirical experience and rationalization.
I said investigation, not rationalization.
Investigation involves both empirical experience and rationalization. You're thinking.
Then next time, just say investigation. Okay. Shit.
So that's what I meant. And investigation is
Okay,
synonymous to that.
but with anything, you have to prove it, right? It's beyond a reasonable doubt, as far as you can. And this is the problem: Globers will not. This is what they refuse to fucking do. They refuse to investigate anything. And so we are not trapped in that world. We understand that, hey, if we want to know something, we're going to go try and find the fuck out. That's just what we do.
Right. But again, what we're struggling with in this room, what many people are struggling with, is the acceptance that an a priori theory that is coherent and juxtaposed with other a priori theories that have absurdities in them, where when scrutinized thoroughly, they can be demonstrated to reduce to absurdity, cannot cohere within themselves, or they don't cohere together, or there's a lack of justification, and or there's a lack of empirical data to substantiate the theory. Now you have a epistemology to discriminate between truth and falsehood, pseudo knowledge and true knowledge. In order for, let me say, parable, not parable, in that analogy. This is Greg Bonton. I didn't make this up. You have an apple sorting machine. You are tasked with by your boss, to separate the good apples from the bad apples. So, of course, the apple sorter is the method of knowing the difference. Now, how would you know the difference between a good apple or a bad apple if you don't know the difference between a good apple and a bad apple? Now, how would you be able to complete the task? You see, unless you know something about apples in the first place, you can't sort between the good apples and the bad apples. In other words, you must have a knowledge base first in order to discriminate between truth and falsehood.
Yep.
So when you have a knowledge base and you try to apply that knowledge base with its epistemology and it reduces to absurdity, there's an incoherency, there's a lack of justification, it's empirically inadequate. You demonstrated that this worldview with its epistemology is not true knowledge. So that's why when someone asks me about God, when someone asks me about the eternality of the universe being the eternality of the earth being the ultimate reality, that I appeal to. Can't appeal to all posteriori data because that's what's in question. Can't just appeal to rationalism because I have to have a justification for my theory. I can't just say it's rational and it's rational because I say so. I have to have justification. So I appeal to an ultimate authority of all knowledge, right? You appeal to an ultimate authority of all knowledge, and everyone has one. And that's also, I forgot to mention that detail, also the best point of focus to critique the worldview. So I appeal to my ultimate authority of knowledge that gives account for everything. And whatever I don't know, I don't need to know to give account for my belief. Why? Because the ultimate authority knows it. But in other worldviews, the ultimate authority doesn't know. And so can't give account for what the defender is trying to defend. So that's the difference. Every time throughout the history of philosophy, when people try to set themselves up as the ultimate authority of knowledge, they're so smart, they're so rational, they have so much data that they can cite. Whatever is outside of their knowledge, and again, we understand that the knowledge that we do have is an infinitesimal fraction of all knowledge that is real. So it's the vast majority of all knowledge that can be accounted for, we can't account for, no individual can account for, except the omniscient one. And those people throughout the entire history of philosophy, they either said, I am rational, the world is irrational. I am rational, the world is rational, but whatever doesn't fit my theory is insignificant. Or I'm irrational, but the world is also rational. Or I'm both irrational and the world is not rational. One way or another, in one of these four ways, knowledge can't be known. When people set themselves up, or anything that is not the omniscient God, Yahweh, as the ultimate authority of knowledge. The funny thing about the Enlightenment was virulently antichrist, and the Enlightenment is supposed to be an age where we're just gaining so much knowledge. We're gaining light. We're becoming enlightened. We're gaining more knowledge. What did we learn at the end of the Enlightenment? We don't know anything.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What was that, Gregory? At the end of the Enlightenment, what we learned after all this enlightenment that we gained is what? That we don't know anything. And not only that we don't know anything, we can't know anything.
Yeah.
Or we do know something, but we can't demonstrate it objectively. And so it's just a bunch of it's a bunch of maybe valid knowledge claims, maybe true knowledge claims, but no one can demonstrate it. Which then again is a roundabout way of saying we can't know anything. As far as everyone knows, no one knows anything. No one can demonstrate that they know anything, even if they do know something.
Well, the
That's what
first thing
happens
any
when-
knower must know and admit that they know to themselves is that they know things. Because they
Hello.
know at least one thing, which is themselves. And since themselves exists across multiple moments, and in each moment is not the same, then they know that they have at least two moments, to which makes multiple things. So
Well, actually,
you know
that's
many
two things
things.
itself. That you
Exactly,
just
it's two
said.
things.
When you say I know, that's two things. That's a subject,
Exactly. Oh,
I,
there you
and the
go.
act of knowing, and knowledge itself being real. It's actually three things. So if you try to reduce it to one, and it's really difficult. Remember, no one holds one notion without being connected to any other notions, and no one eliminates one notion one by one. When one is countered, then that takes away another set of notions that's connected with it. So the most simplest way to put it is to say knowing is occurring. But that's still two things. That's not one thing. The act of knowing and the phenomenon of occurring.
Right.
If
Which is
you
why you have the
I
great
and just
knower.
knowing and occurring, you still got two things.
Right. And this is why you have the great
Two
knower.
items of knowledge.
Right. And this is why
Right.
you have the great knower that has always occurred. The great I
Right.
am.
That can give account for all knowledge. No one else can do this. No duh. Who knew that only the God knows everything and only the God is able to give account of everything, even down to the smallest notion? Single notion.
Yeah, but
That was
I
good.
think therefore I am is a little bit of a misnomer anyway, because I am actually connotes no contingency.
In fact, what Descartes,
A more accurate phrase would I exist. Unless, of
Yeah.
course, you are God himself, to which then you could honestly say I am.
but that's what he was trying to prove. He was trying to prove how he exists. He's trying to demonstrate how he can prove. He's trying to demonstrate how he can give evidence that he exists. So the common translation, and it's a minor mistranslation, I think therefore I am. It's really I doubt, therefore I am. And that's more than just thinking. Doubting is more than just thinking. Thinking is just, irreducibly complex. You don't really need to explain that. You know what that is. The act of having thought. But he was saying, I doubt, therefore I am. Doubt is a certain kind of thinking, and doubt presupposes knowledge. Why? In order for you to doubt something, you have to know something to be the case. You have to have knowledge in order to have a sound way of thought to say that is not worthy of being accepted to be true, to be believed yet until further knowledge is given to demonstrate the knowledge claim to be a true knowledge claim. Because there must be a knowledge base. If you don't have that knowledge base, then you couldn't doubt anything. If you don't have a knowledge base at all of any kind, if you are absolutely ignorant, you couldn't doubt anything. You're not judging anything by anything to doubt. You're not thinking anything. That includes not having a way of thought. That includes not having a thought to choose to disbelieve, to doubt. You have no knowledge. If you have no knowledge, you don't doubt. You can't doubt. You have no knowledge. Doubting presupposes knowledge base, which included in the sentence, I doubt, therefore I am. Presupposed also his existence. That's why the argument is so bad. It's a begging the question. And he was trying to prove his existence. So when he did the most simplest thing he thought could be the most simplest proof of his existence, it fails because it just simply begs the question of the thing he's trying to prove exists. I doubt, therefore I am, begging the question. And you see, and no wonder there's been such an epistemological crisis. Little does the public know, because they don't publish this. They don't go out of the way to make it into the public. You know, the philosophers are absolutely confused. We are in a epistemological shit, and we don't know how to cover ourselves. But we're going to pretend that we know. That even if we don't know, we know it's not the Bible. We know it's not Yahushua, Jesus. We don't know anything, but we know it's not that.
Oh yeah, that's a different claim, by the way, which most people fall trap to. Okay, disregard any particular truth claim about any religion, but most people will, who are hypercritical will tell you you're wrong. I don't know the truth, but I do know you're wrong.
Right. I have no knowledge, but I also have knowledge that what you claim to be knowledge is not knowledge. Okay, right. I see how that works.
Right. This is why, like I made the claim earlier, is that there are very, very few actual atheists. Like, most rational people accept the fact that the most honest claim to make is I simply don't know, or I withhold a claim. Not that I assert that this proposition is false. So basically, I mean, when you really come down to it, you have a proposition, right? God exists, God doesn't exist, and you can qualify what you mean by God in that. But you have God exists, God doesn't exist, and in the middle, withhold knowledge or insufficient knowledge, right? So if you have yes to the affirmation God exists, you're a theist. If you're in the middle, withhold knowledge, you're agnostic, which literally means without knowledge. And if you're saying God doesn't exist, then you're an atheist. Now, most of them parse it out to say, well, atheist just means I lack belief in God. But really, that's
annoying.
You could, I mean, I guess you could argue if you really wanted to pull strings, belief is different than knowledge. So I can't call myself an agnostic because I lack belief. It's not that I lack knowledge, because if I had knowledge, right? But if you had knowledge, you would also lack belief because you'd have knowledge. So it's kind of redundant.
You know that you disbelieve X. Even more to your point, in addition, is in essence, that attempt to define atheism that way is simply a red herring fallacy. Why do I say that? Because they went from talking about what is the case, right, objectively, to talking about their subjective mental state, which has no truth value, especially given what they say about the world. When you examine their metaphysic, where it just boils down to matter and motion, that excludes any and all abstract entities, including knowledge, and so knowledge is not possible, so they don't know anything, and so they can't believe or disbelieve anything.
Yeah, but to be fair to the people, like, we have to be fair to people who are confused, right? who claim titles that they don't fully understand or that they create definitions for within their own worldview, which is not the common definition, right? It would just be much better if people use common definitions because then everybody would know what everybody's talking about.
No, you have a
But
starting
if
point.
somebody says to you, I'm an atheist, it doesn't mean that they believe the proposition God doesn't exist. It could be that they actually are essentially agnostic or any classical permutations of that, where they're actually more honest and they say, I just don't have evidence that's sufficient to me, or I don't know, or maybe I haven't made up my mind, et cetera, et cetera. It's a much different animal if somebody bears the positive claim, I claim God doesn't exist. Okay, where's your proof for that?
No, the God doesn't exist. You know,
Yeah,
agree.
how are you going to prove that? Good luck.
Either this belief is a mere belief that is not justified nor substantiated. It's not justified true belief. It's just a mere acceptance, a state of mind that you accept the proposition to be true, but you don't have any truth or justification to believe this
And when you're
proposition.
at that stage saying God doesn't exist, all you have is a belief assertion because you can't prove that assertion.
Right, and that's revealed after, a critique of the atheist. But of course, what they mean when they say what they say, your worst case scenario is that they think they have knowledge
Stop
that
right
God
there.
is not real.
I gotta tell you this, which I may have already told you. So if I've already told you this, forgive me. So we can't prove a negative, okay, because we don't possess all knowledge, right? So when somebody says God doesn't exist, how could they possibly prove it? They can't.
In that case, they can't because they would have to be God. What?
Right.
No. Gregor, you're wrong. Well, hang on.
No, I started first. Anyway, so where I was going with this is this: in the biblical scripture, God claims there is no other God but me.
Right.
I know not any.
There is no God but me.
Now check this out. In order for that to be true and for him to maintain his status of all the other attributes of the quote unquote biblical God, which is perfection, right? What he has done there is proved a negative. And why is he capable of doing so? The only way is if he has all knowledge.
All right. The only way you can know that there is no God, that there is no omniscient supreme being, right? The one whom is the ground of all knowledge and the ultimate authority of knowledge, and in whom all things have being and continually depend on to have being existence. In order for someone to know that such a person doesn't exist, they have to be that person.
Correct.
Which defeats the claim.
Ow! Bingo.
So if you know that, then that proves that there is a God. It's you.
Exactly. And that's the problem of all of this, my friend, is that when they say there's no God, they're actually saying I don't exist.
Right. They're simultaneously affirming that they are God and denying that they're God.
And so you have revealed the inherent incoherence in the system
Incoherency
that causes it to in a big circle loop that explodes in on itself in a logic bomb.
Yeah, and that's where Dr. Bonson and the presuppositionalists are trying to emphasize, is that when you examine the worldview contrary to the word of Yah, you are going to find the disbeliever not following their premises, the axioms, the suppositions, etc., to their logical implicated conclusion. They don't follow the plane to Boston. They want to jump out mid-flight and go to Chicago. And so that's why you can find the incoherency, because they're not being consistent with the premises that they set up, especially the very fundamental, the uttermost presuppositions of their worldview. They make this wild jump out of the plane mid-flight and not follow the implications of the worldview where they follow it. And so, of course, as usual, that's human nature. When we get opposition to these most precious beliefs, we resist it. Regardless of that, the fact of the matter still stands is that when critiquing the worldview, it reduces to absurdity. Both it's incoherent. The sometimes the notion is incoherent within itself, or the notion is incoherent with another notion.
Yeah, there's a name. There's a name for what we just did, which I can't remember if it's called double false or whatever heck it is, but there's a name for it where if the proposition is true, it's false, and if it's false, it's false.
Yes, I say that often. If it's true, it's false, and of course, if it's false, it's false. Whether it be true or false, it's false.
Mm-hmm. In other words, in principle, it cannot be true.
Because even if it is true, it's false.
Yep.
So it is no wonder why the Apostle Paul said in the first epistle to the Corinthians, "Where is the scribe? Where is the wise? Where is the debater of this age? Has not the God made foolish the wisdom of this world?"
Now, to all my friends out there listening who are like, "Oh my goodness, it sounds like a bunch of Christians talking," if you go back and listen to the way I parsed it, you'll find that the principles apply to any type being among a myriad of religions with the same qualities. And I derive those qualities from the present necessity of the external world, which I must believe exists in the first instance, informed by the knowledge with my own mind. And since I know I'm a sentient mind, I can then deduce all those other things. So if you try to critique me on grounds, you better get good.
Well, the only reason we have to say such things is because people have this enmity, this prejudicial conjecture, and arbitrary, hatred against Christians and the Bible and the God of the Bible because of some false concept of the God or false representatives of that God and or a false conception of the supposed text of that God. And so the only reason we have to, again, like I just said, that we have to say such disclaimers is because of the arbitrary, hateful, prejudicial
I would agree with that, but I would agree with that, but to everyone who argues these points as well. Like, if you defeat the premise, okay, so for example, the God of the Bible doesn't exist. Therefore, God in principle can't exist. That's just foolish.
Yeah.
Even if you have like your zinger.
Sense is, just because you defeat one sense of God doesn't mean you defeated all senses of God.
Or a creator. I mean, some people would rather say
which is even more ambiguous than a God. I mean, sometimes God is just as ambiguous as creator. So you have to stipulate and specify what you mean when you say these terms.
And as we've kind of posited here, and there are other philosophical arguments you can posit as well, is that entity most certainly exists, and it's either you or somebody else. And if it's not you, it is somebody else.
Now, the problem I have with that line of argumentation, especially if you're trying to prove, if you're trying to really demonstrate knowledge of knowing that the quote unquote God is real, is that